Jinling under a bridge, a shabby shack barely built with a tarp and wood. Bai Chuan lay inside staring at the leaky ceiling, muttering to himself, 3 months. Maybe I should just turn myself in. He was a transmigrator. Physically transported, he was a complete black household in this parallel world, no identity, no trace of his past. Once caught, he couldn't explain it all. These 3 months he had worked under the table, rummaged through trash bins, and now even undefeatable jobs wouldn't hire him. The shack was drafty from all sides and his days seemed endless and bleak. If this goes on, either turn myself in or... Bai Chuan didn't finish the thought. He sighed, then pulled from his bosom a small black notebook, ancient and of unknown material. At first glance it seemed like a product from the Republic of China era. He had found it in a trash bin today. This trash bin among scavengers and homeless was called the treasure chest. Because you could find anything in it, especially on Valentine's Day when there were plenty of good things. This notebook was one of Bai Chuan's finds today. Seeing its exquisite craftsmanship and age, Bai Chuan brought it back. Opening the ancient notebook and reading the contents, he was somewhat uninterested. A diary, better than nothing. To him, killing time was fine. But the diary's content made him puzzled. On the 9th day of the 6th lunar month in the Wu year 1918, Brother Sun taught me to write. Today is the 3rd day. He is more than 2,000 years younger than me, but I follow the others and call him Brother Sun. Things in this world are absurd. After living so many years, I have no other skills, but my skin has thickened quite a bit. He said my characters looked strange, not like those of a literate person. I smiled and didn't tell him that the last time I seriously held a brush to write was when I served as a scribe in the Xianyang Palace. If I wrote Qin seal script, he would definitely not surpass me. Wu year. That's 1918. The Republic period. Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow. This diary was interesting. On the 11th day of the 7th lunar month in the Wu year, I coughed up blood again tonight. Sitting by the window watching the moon, I recalled many years ago, also in the south, also under the moonlight. At that time I followed the first emperor on his eastern tour, passing by Langya. He stood on the platform looking out to sea, seeking immortals, while I carried bamboo slips below. He sought immortality, but I already had it. I didn't tell him. Later he died and I still live. Now I am about to die too. Quite a boast. Bai Chuan shook his head with a smile, not taking it seriously, treating it as a novel. Bai Chuan shook his head with a smile, not taking the content seriously, treating it as a novel. On the 23rd day of the 8th lunar month in the Wu year, I bid farewell to Brother Sun and came south to Rongcheng. Before leaving, he gave me a fountain pen, saying that old-fashioned people use old-fashioned things. Rongcheng has many banyan trees with aerial roots hanging down like an old man stroking his beard. One of them seemed a bit strange. I rented a small house south of the city. The landlady asked where I came from. I said the north. She asked where in the north, and I said a very far place. She looked me over a few times and didn't press further. No one really cares where a stranger comes from. On the 6th day of the 3rd lunar month in the Jiazi year, no, it should be April 6, 1984. The Great Xia country suddenly issued resident ID cards. I heard that travel would require this from now on. I used connections to get one with my photo printed on it and an official seal. January 28, 1990. Heard from a friend that the authorities seemed to be looking for me. I didn't want to contact them, so I moved again. Just as Bai Chuan was engrossed in reading, plop. Something slid out from the notebook's crevice, fell onto his knee and then rolled to the ground. Bai Chuan looked down. This is an ID card. To be precise, it was an old-style ID card, its edges already yellowed and brittle. The front had a black and white photo with name, gender and birth date printed beside it, and a row of red numbers at the bottom. But the black and white photo on the ID card made Bai Chuan freeze. This photo looked exactly like him. He turned the ID card over and over several times, then turned to look at the diary and then down at the ID card in his hand. Bai Chuan's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a word. A chill ran down his spine. Not only did they look alike, but even the name on the ID card was the same. Name Bai Chuan. Gender male. Ethnicity Han. This. What's going on? Bai Chuan was bewildered. Regardless of the diary's authenticity, how could the person on the ID card look exactly like him and share the same name? Could there be such a coincidence? Putting down the ID card, Bai Chuan with questions in his heart straightforwardly flipped to the last page of the diary. This diary seemed to have some kind of connection with him. Early July 2024. I should be dying. I was born in the pre-Qin period 2230 years ago. As a child my family was poor, my parents died early and I wandered until I accidentally entered the land of the white people. The white people's kingdom lies north of the dragonfish. Its people have white hair and jade-like skin, know nothing of weapons and engage in no warfare. In the kingdom there is a beast called Xinghuang shaped like a fox with 2 horns on its back. Riding it grants a lifespan of 2,000 years. In my youth ignorant I rode it for fun, thus attaining immortality. My life is nothing to boast of. I understand no immortal arts, comprehend no great Tao, I am merely an ordinary person. An ordinary person living 2,000 years is not a blessing but a curse. Over 2 millennia I have seen dynasties rise and fall like a galloping horse, all as a bystander, helpless. It is not that I didn't want to act but that I truly could not. Now that my lifespan is nearing its end I feel relieved instead. I a remnant of the Preaching named by Chuan, born in the wilderness, dying in the wilderness. This is the end. Is the owner of this diary truly an immortal, or is it some kind of supernatural biography? Bai Chuan looked at the diary in his hand, unsure for a moment. He reached out and picked up the old-style ID card, a hint of regret on his face. This old ID card was now obsolete and unusable. Bai Chuan held the ID card up to his eyes, staring at the face exactly like his own, lost in thought. Suddenly a crazy idea arose in his heart. What if the diary is real? In the past he would never have thought such a thing, but now that he had transmigrated, what couldn't he believe? Looks the same as me, named the same as me. Bai Chuan muttered. He seemed to be able to completely replace him. Impersonate this immortal and turn himself in immortal. Bai Chuan's expression was ambiguous. He had no mind to think about why the ID card looked exactly like him, nor did he care. He just wanted to live more comfortably. Even if the diary's content was fictional, at worst he would be taken for a lunatic, but at least he would be fed and housed better than now. Bai Chuan tightly gripped the diary. This was his way out. Your life will take it over. Bai Chuan murmured, having made up his mind. Bai Chuan, with messy hair and a cigarette in hand, stared at the police station gate with a melancholic gaze. After a long moment Bai Chuan stubbed out the cigarette but took a deep breath and walked inside. Name: Bai Chuan. Age: too long, I don't remember. Bai Chuan scratched his head. ID card. The duty officer was startled, then spoke. Bai Chuan pulled an old-fashioned ID card from his pocket and handed it over. The officer took the ID card, looked at Bai Chuan, then looked down at the card that was older than his own father. He was momentarily speechless. He recognized this ID card, the first generation of Daxia's national ID cards issued starting in 1984. This is yours. Issued in 1984. The officer's voice was tinged with helplessness. Yes. Then you are now. 60? The officer counted on his fingers. 60. Bai Chuan waved his hand. More than that. The officer stared at him for a full 5 seconds, his mouth twitching. Well, you've aged well, huh? It's all about the attitude. Bai Chuan said seriously. This is a police station. The officer slammed the table. I know. And you still dare to fool me with this junk? The officer shook the ID card. I'm not fooling you. This is my ID card. Bai Chuan spread his hands, looking innocent. The officer rubbed his temples. Fine, then why are you here at the police station? To turn myself in. Bai Chuan's tone was calm. Oh, turn yourself in, huh? The officer unconsciously wrote a stroke on the form, then the pen abruptly stopped. Turn yourself in. What crime did you commit? Theft. Robbery. Rape. Murder. Bai Chuan leaned back, trying to make his tone sound less like a madman. It's just, I've lived too long, over 2,000 years, and I'm tired of hiding from you. The duty officer. What do you mean? Literal meaning. What do you mean? Bai Chuan shrugged. Anyway, I've lived enough. You were looking for me, so I came to turn myself in. The officer slapped the pen down on the table, leaned back and crossed his arms. I have to remind you, this is a police station, not a place for your abstract comedy. Your behavior constitutes a waste of public security resources, punishable by detention for 5 to 10 days and a fine of up to 500 yuan. Bai Chuan, detention? Yes. Meals included. Bai Chuan rubbed his chin, thinking that free room and board wouldn't be bad. Yes. The officer gritted his teeth. Fine. Bai Chuan slapped his thigh. Duty officer. He had been a cop for 3 years and had seen plenty of abstract young people, but never had he seen someone begging to be detained. Alright, joke's over. What's your ID number? Where are you from? If you have any difficulties, tell me. The officer picked up his thermos and took a sip. Bai Chuan blinked, pointing to the old ID card on the table. The duty officer's forehead vein twitched. "I'm warning you one more time, this is Jinling Public Security Police Station, not a place for jokes. I really will detain you. Bai Chuan, I'm not joking. I really came to turn myself in." "Fine. Bai Chuan, right. In light of your repeated disruption of public order, you are hereby sentenced to 7 days of detention and ideological education. Come record your fingerprints and take a photo." The officer tossed the form aside and stood up. "Fine." Bai Chuan stood up and followed. After changing into a clean blue cotton suit and a yellow vest, Bai Chuan was taken to the detention cell. Finally got some clean clothes and a shower. Bai Chuan patted his own clothes, nodding in satisfaction. "Comfortable. Hey big brother, when's dinner?" Bai Chuan went to the barred window and asked the guard outside. "Behave." "Oh." Lying in the detention cell, Bai Chuan closed his eyes and began to calculate. "Next I need to verify if the diary's content is true or false. When my information is uploaded to the database for comparison, the police department should discover my uniqueness." Bai Chuan thought to himself. As a transmigrator, his identity in this world was darker than black. Absolutely no trace of information would be found. If the diary content is real, then in a few days those so-called special departments should know of my existence. If it's fake, worst case, I'm off to a mental hospital. Everything was going according to his plan. Being a blacklisted person with no record had forced him into despair as a homeless man. But now this same trait gave him hope. When the police can't find any information about him, not even a trace of his past, they'll eventually report it up the chain, right? He was different from other blacklisted people. He had 0 traces in this world. Other blacklisted people might lack a household registration, but their life traces could be found. Bai Chuan, however, had appeared out of thin air. Besides the traces of being a homeless man for half a month, there was nothing else. Jinling Police Station Public Security Team. Captain, the archive sent over a file. It's a blacklisted person. I checked and there's something off about him. Blacklisted. First run a facial recognition in the database. Xing Zhiguo waved his hand dismissively. Already done. Found it. Xing Zhiguo asked. Well, how to put it, this person is a bit strange. Strange. How strange? Xing Zhiguo became interested and reached out to take the file from his subordinate. This guy is too black. We used all available means and can only trace his activities for 3 months. The officer handed a stack of photos to Xing Zhiguo. Xing Zhiguo took them and gestured for the officer to continue. This person's name is Bai Chuan, and he suddenly appeared in Jinling. Before that, it's like this person didn't exist. No information at all. Doesn't exist. Xing Zhiguo set down the photos, squinting in thought. Have you tried all channels? Absolutely no trace. Xing Zhiguo asked seriously. All available methods have been used. To be honest, I've seen many blacklisted people, but one like him completely blank with nothing to find. He's the first. This guy is like a newborn baby of 3 months. Hearing this, Xing Zhiguo's fingers stopped on the photo. His pupils suddenly contracted. How? Was this person caught? Xing Zhiguo asked. Not caught, he turned himself in. Turned himself in? Xing Zhiguo was surprised. What crime? He said something like he's lived too long, lived for 2,000 years, and that we've been looking for him, so he came to turn himself in. The officer laughed. Slap. Xing Zhiguo's thermos fell to the floor, water spilling. Captain. The officer was stunned. Xing Zhiguo ignored the water on the floor, his face instantly heavy as if recalling some unpleasant memory. Captain, are you okay? The officer was startled by his reaction. Xing Zhiguo didn't answer. He lowered his head and flipped through the materials again. A 2,000-year-old immortal. His mind was pulled back to the summer 13 years ago. Is it that person? Xing Zhiguo muttered to himself. Captain, what's wrong? Xing Zhiguo snapped back to reality, took a deep breath and said, this person. Don't investigate any further. Ha. I said. Xing Zhiguo looked up, his eyes more serious than ever. This person you are not to investigate. No, Captain, it's just a blacklisted person. Did you not understand me? Xing Zhiguo cut him off. Compile all the materials and send them up as is. Someone will handle it. The officer was stunned. Captain, what's really going on? This person. Don't ask. Just do as I say. After speaking, Xing Zhiguo quickly left the office. Outside the detention center, he stood in front of the gate, his expression changing, looking reluctant. This Bai Chuan. Is it that person? Or just a madman? After a long time Xing Jigua took a deep breath as if making a decision and walked into the detention center. Captain Xing, what brings you here? Is the public security team free? I'm here to see someone. Is the recent blacklisted person held here? I think his name is Bai Chuan. Take him to the interrogation room and be polite. Yes, Captain. In the interrogation room Bai Chuan was brought in by an officer. As soon as he entered Bai Chuan saw Xing Jigua sitting inside. Dark skin wearing a blue administrative jacket. Does it look like someone from the higher-ups? Has my situation not been reported yet? Or is the diary fake and there are no special departments after all? Bai Chuan muttered inwardly. Xing Jigua gestured for the officer to leave and at the same time stood up to turn off the video recorder in the room. Then he looked at the ceiling camera and made a gesture. Bai Chuan watched everything silently but a slight confusion arose in his heart. What is this? Turning off the monitor and camera. He's not going to perform some memory recovery technique on me, is he? No way. It's not the old days. There can't be such a thing as memory recovery technique anymore. After doing all this Xing Jigua returned to his seat and gestured for Bai Chuan to sit down. You are. Bai Chuan sat opposite the man and asked curiously. Xing Jigua, captain of the Jinling public security team. Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan introduced casually, confirming it was still the police. I heard you turned yourself in because you've lived too long. Xing Jigua's eyes suddenly became sharp, staring at Bai Chuan. Yes. How long? A long time. How long is a long time? 2,000 years. Upon hearing this a subtle change appeared on Xing Jigua's face. You're not lying. No. Bai Chuan shook his head. Is Bai Chuan your real name? Xing Jigua continued to ask. Yes. Bai Chuan nodded. Honestly, I shouldn't believe that you've lived 2,000 years, but the situation with you is indeed special. How can you prove that you are an immortal? Xing Jigua stared at Bai Chuan asking. Live it for you. Xing Jigua. That statement seems unassailable. Bai Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile. He had never prepared any self-proof. Self-proof is troublesome. When others ask questions, let them prove the question, not yourself. No matter how the authorities investigate, they will never find any trace of him in this world except for the past 3 months. Aside from this, is there anything else you can do to prove your words? Xing Jigua continued. Like what? Bai Chuan asked. Flying. Burrowing through the ground. Turning stone into gold. Xing Jigua asked. What does that have to do with me living a long time? Xing Jigua. Well. Can you tell me where you were on August 3, 2012? Xing Jigua suddenly asked very quickly. What do you mean? 13 years ago, where were you? Xing Jigua stared into Bai Chuan's eyes. August 3, 2012. Let me think. Bai Chuan frowned, pretending to be deep in thought. He was recalling the diary. Before turning himself in, he had almost memorized the diary. August 3, 2012. The owner of this diary seemed to be in Dantu City. Since he decided to impersonate, he had to do it thoroughly. He had to embody all the records and experiences in the diary. Should be in Dantu. Having the answer in his mind, Bai Chuan spoke. Dantu. Xing Jigua seemed to confirm something upon hearing this. Then he took out 2 slightly yellowed letters from his pocket and placed them on the table. What is this? Bai Chuan looked at Xing Jigua with some confusion. I shouldn't have come to see you. Whether you're real or fake, I couldn't rest easy without coming. Xing Jigua slid the 2 letters across the table to Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan was still puzzled, but he looked at the letters in his hand. Dad, it's been a month. Why haven't you come to pick me up? I miss you so much, but I've been obedient, not running around staying in the room all the time. Lately the walls of the room have been strange. There are many things wriggling inside, and at night they crawl out of the walls. They all look the same, like the old men in the park. Oh, by the way, this morning a letter suddenly appeared at the door. The old man said you sent it, and I was very happy. The room is so boring. The eyes on the table told me I could write to you and then put the letter into the sofa and you would receive it. Can you come home quickly? I miss you so much, Dad. July 3, 2012. After reading the entire letter, only 2 words came to Bai Chuan's mind: chaos. Bai Chuan. Dude, your daughter is the crazy one, right? I was acting and you're acting too. After hesitating, Bai Chuan said, is this written by your daughter? Yeah, I admit you have a daughter with a wild imagination. After saying that, Bai Chuan picked up the second letter on the table and started reading it. He completely failed to notice the heavy look on Xing Ziguo's face across from him. Bai Chuan's attention was already on the second letter in his hand. Dad, another month has passed, why haven't you come to pick me up? There's no food left in the room. The old men in the walls have been noisy saying they are hungry, but I have no food to feed them. The eyes on the table said I could stretch out my hand and feed it to them. I don't want to because then I won't be able to write to you. The old men in the walls came out. They said they want to eat me. Dad, I'm in so much pain. The eyes on the table said it's okay, once they eat my intestines I won't feel pain anymore. They seem to be full but they didn't eat my intestines, so I'm still in pain. Dad, they're back again eating my legs. It seems the door of the room opened and a big brother walked in. The big brother ate all the old men. He said his name is Bai Chuan, told me not to be afraid, that he's just a passing immortal who has lived for 2,000 years and usually doesn't eat these things, but today he was quite angry. August 3, 2012. Putting down the envelope before Bai Chuan could say anything, Xing Zhigua across from him spoke first. It's not my daughter. On August 3, 2012, the vicious murder occurred in Danta City. The victim was an 11-year-old girl. She died horribly. These 2 letters were written by her. Bai Chuan's throat moved but he said nothing. When the police found her. As he said this, Xing Zhigua seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and his face darkened. The flesh and blood from her lower body and left hand had disappeared. Only a skeleton full of bite marks remained. Xing Zhigua paused. At that time I was still the public security captain of Danta City Bureau and I took over the case. The scene was very clean. The only unusual thing was these 2 letters in the sofa. You are that passing immortal. Bai Chuan. There's something about him. He didn't know. It wasn't in the diary. The contents of this letter no one took seriously at first, it was all nonsense. Who would believe it? Xing Zhigua smiled bitterly. Later the case was taken over by higher authorities and I was told not to get involved anymore. But privately I secretly investigated for a long time. These 2 letters don't seem to be nonsense. It's just that my clearance wasn't high enough and there were some things I couldn't touch. Later I stopped investigating. Until today. He stared at Bai Chuan. You appeared before me claiming to have lived for 2,000 years. Bai Chuan remained silent, not responding, his heart now somewhat flustered. Things seemed not to be going in the direction he had expected. The contents of the letter were somewhat shocking to his worldview. If the letter was true, then what kind of damn thing was the owner of the diary, that immortal who claimed to be an ordinary person? What about the promised ordinary person? He lowered his head and read the letter again. The big brother ate all the old men. He told me not to be afraid, that he was just a passing immortal who had lived for 2,000 years and usually didn't eat these things. Usually doesn't eat, then when does he eat? The things in the walls eat the little girl and the owner of the diary eats the things in the walls. Then what kind of thing is he? Bai Chuan recalled that sentence in the diary, I am but a mere mortal, not versed in Tao arts, not enlightened in celestial secrets, writing the Qing Huang and living 2,000 years. Promised a mere mortal, promised an ordinary unremarkable immortal. What a damn liar. What the hell has he been impersonating? Silence fell in the interrogation room. Bai Chuan sat on the chair, fingers pinching the 2 letters. Xing Zhigua's voice rang out, are you that person? Does it matter to you? Bai Chuan countered. Very much, Xing Zhigua nodded. So is it you? Meeting Xing Zhigua's burning gaze, Bai Chuan took a deep breath and nodded, yes. There was no turning back. Regardless of what the diary's owner was, he had already stepped onto this path and could only brazenly admit it. Since the diary didn't record it, he would just make it up. He was quite skilled at boasting. Yet the moment Bai Chuan admitted it, the scene before him froze as if time had stopped. Then the vision shattered with a bang and images flashed before his eyes. A surge of memories flooded his mind as if something was taking root in his brain. His vision began to warp, and when his sight refocused, he was no longer sitting in the interrogation room but standing in a house. The air was thick with a musty odor. On the living room table lay an eyeball pitch black, the size of a fist. Inside the wall plaster were 3 grayish-white shriveled things wriggling like maggots vaguely resembling human shapes. On the ground lay a girl of about 11 or 12. Her legs were gone from the knees down, leaving only 2 lengths of stark white bone with a few shreds of meat still clinging to them. This. What is this? Is this the scene from the letter? Bai Chuan looked around in bewilderment. The eyeball on the table, the old men in the wall, and the little girl on the floor. Everything seemed identical to the scene described in the letter. Bai Chuan tentatively tried to walk toward the girl but his body remained rooted to the spot motionless. Then he laughed. Bai Chuan felt the corners of his mouth lift, not because he wanted to laugh but because the body itself was laughing. Then Bai Chuan watched his own body walk to the wall, suddenly raise a hand and plunge it into the plaster, yanking out the nameless creatures inside with brute force. Crack. 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 In Bai Chuan's terrified gaze, his body beyond his control devoured the oldman-like monstrosities from the wall, the eyeball on the table. In the empty living room, Bai Chuan's lips were smeared with black juice, his clothes covered in slime and gore. The image froze at that moment, then shattered. Bai Chuan's eyes snapped open, his back slamming against the chair in the interrogation room. He gasped for air, a lingering taste in his mouth. Something churned in his stomach. Bai Chuan, came Xing Ziguo's voice. Bai Chuan kept his head down, silent, his fingers trembling slightly. What was that just now? A memory? A hallucination? Or was he truly going mad? Everything in that scene seemed to match the letter's description. The passing immortal had devoured the strange things in the room. The old man in the wall, the eyeball on the table, the girl on the floor. But why was it from a first-person perspective? What was that scene? The diary owner's memory? No, even if it were, why would it appear in his mind? What did other people's memories have to do with him? It felt more like his own recollection. But he had never been to that house, never seen that girl, never eaten anything from the wall. And why did the taste in his mouth feel so real? Even his stomach was still churning. He couldn't tell if he was truly insane. What kind of thing is the owner of this diary? Can it still affect me even after death? A chill ran down Bai Chuan's spine. Taking a deep breath, Bai Chuan suppressed the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. This was not the time to dwell on them. Bai Chuan lifted his head to look at Xing Ziguo, about to speak, but before he could utter a word, Xing Ziguo's trembling voice echoed in the interrogation room. You. What happened to you? I just wanted to ask about the situation, nothing else. You. Xing Ziguo stood across the table, his pupils shrinking as if he was terrified of Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan was puzzled. If you don't want to talk, I don't have to ask. Xing Ziguo instinctively stepped back half a pace as if afraid Bai Chuan would devour him. Frowning, Bai Chuan didn't understand Xing Ziguo's sudden change. He turned to look at the one-way mirror on the wall of the interrogation room. Then he froze. The glass reflected his face, handsome no doubt. But now that face bore eyes that didn't belong to him. The entire eyeball was as if soaked in ink, pitch black like two bottomless abysses. Eye of the abyss, its color like lacquer, deep as a chasm, gazing into it is like falling into eternal night. This I can see, the inner side of the world, stripping away all appearances and disguises, dragging all things into perpetual darkness. These words surfaced in Bai Chuan's mind without warning, as if someone whispered in his ear. My eyes are gone. Bai Chuan's heart stirred. What was happening to him? Looking at those pitch-black eyes with no whites or pupils, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. This is the eyeball from the table. How did it become my eyes? A flash of the scene in his memory, his black eyes were identical to the eyeball on the table in that recollection. Had that eyeball become his eyes now? Hallucination or reality? Bai Chuan murmured. Judging from Xing Ziguo's terrified reaction, it was likely real. Could that memory affect his physical body? He had never heard of such a thing. He only wanted to avoid freezing to death under a bridge as a homeless man, not to turn into some kind of monster. Looking at himself in the mirror, Bai Chuan closed his eyes and rubbed them, then opened them again. His eyes were still black as ink. He closed them again, then opened. This time they returned to normal, the eyes becoming ordinary again. He could control these eyes. These eyes. Is it because of the eyeball I ate in the memory? Then Bai Chuan suddenly remembered that in the memory he had not only eaten the eyeball but also the oldman-like monstrosities in the wall. As the thought arose, Bai Chuan felt a sharp pain in his fingertips. He looked down. Grayish-white patterns were emerging on his hands. With the appearance of the patterns, Bai Chuan sensed a surge of power welling up from deep within his body. At the same time, a violent emotion flooded his mind. In ancient times there were strange markings, gray as iron, born within the flesh and bones, hidden and unseen. When the markings appear, strength follows. One hand can subdue a tiger, lifting a weight as if it were a feather. As with the eyes, two sentences emerged in Bai Chuan's mind. He clenched his fist, then tentatively placed his hand on the armrest of the chair and applied slight pressure. Bang! The armrest shattered into pieces in his hand. Bai Chuan was startled and quickly let go. The fragments of the armrest fell to the floor with a crisp metallic clatter. Bai Chuan. He looked at the metal debris in his hand, then at his own palm, his expression complex. He didn't know if this was a blessing or a curse. He had seemingly acquired strength beyond that of an ordinary person. That memory was too bizarre, so bizarre that it turned fiction into reality. The eyeball on the table, the old men in the wall, they all seemed to have become part of his body. What kind of abominable thing was the diary's owner that even by merely impersonating it his body had undergone such an ineffable transformation? He seemed to have embarked on a path of no return. At this moment Xing Ziguo's right hand rested on the pistol at his waist, staring at Bai Chuan, nervously afraid the unknown creature before him would suddenly explode and twist his head off like a football. He didn't understand. They had been talking fine just now, how did it suddenly turn into eyes changing color and bare-handed furniture destruction? You said you were an ordinary person, that you couldn't fly or turn stones into gold, but your eyes don't look ordinary at all. Xing Ziguo grumbled inwardly. He didn't dare even glance at Bai Chuan's eyes, a single look made him feel as if he were going blind. Xing Ziguo took a deep breath, about to speak when he saw Bai Chuan place his hand on the other armrest of the chair. Crack! The metal armrest twisted like a pretzel in his hand. Bai Chuan looked down at the broken iron in his hand, a hint of helplessness in his heart. This sudden physical change was hard to adapt to. Then he raised his head and looked at Xing Ziguo. Xing Ziguo glanced at the broken iron in Bai Chuan's hand, then up at Bai Chuan's face. Bai Chuan's eyes had turned pitch black again, staring straight at Xing Ziguo. Xing Ziguo's mind buzzed. He stepped back. I mean no harm. He immediately moved his hand away from the holster. Bai Chuan blinked and his eyes returned to normal. Xing Ziguo breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Chuan blinked again and his eyes turned black once more. Xing Ziguo's breath caught again. Bai Chuan blinked again, normal. Blinked again, black. Normal. Black. Xing Ziguo's expression shifted from fear to bewilderment, then to an indescribable irritation. Dude, are you flashing your high beams? If you're going to kill me, just get it over with. Could you please stop blinking? Xing Ziguo finally couldn't help it, his voice tinged with helplessness. Bai Chuan felt equally innocent, he hadn't yet mastered full control over his eyes. After closing his eyes and adjusting for a long while, Bai Chuan finally managed to keep his eyes in their normal state, and the gray streaks on his hands also vanished. Seeing Bai Chuan return to normal, Xing Ziguo let out a long sigh and sat back down. What just happened to you? Xing Ziguo hesitated before asking, uncertain whether he should even inquire, for the person before him was an entity he had never encountered before. Old age brings minor ailments, perfectly normal, Bai Chuan brushed off casually. Xing Ziguo was slightly speechless, those were hardly minor ailments. And you? Did you call me in just to confirm if I'm the person in the letter? Bai Chuan asked. Xing Ziguo collected his thoughts, not entirely. I want to know what really happened back then. What was inside that room? What the hell were those things? Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow but said nothing. You're asking me, he didn't know either. He wanted to find out himself. Why do you want to know? Bai Chuan deflected the question. Xing Ziguo was silent for a moment. Because that case has haunted me for 13 years. Seeing that Bai Chuan showed no signs of violence, Xing Ziguo lit a cigarette, his voice steadier than before. 13 years I've turned it over and over again, but unfortunately my clearance is limited. I can't find anything, only that this world seems far more complicated than it appears. He took a drag and exhaled a long plume of smoke. When the case was transferred, a group of people came down from above dressed in black, speaking little as strange as you. Well, I mean special, each with their own peculiarities. Xing Ziguo glanced at Bai Chuan's eyes. Those people took all the documents, only the 2 letters I secretly kept copies of. They told me to forget this case. Xing Ziguo's voice carried an indescribable emotion. How the hell can I forget? That 11-year-old girl, I picked up her skeleton with my own hands. Bai Chuan fell silent. I just want to know what happened that day. Xing Ziguo's voice was very soft, as if talking to himself. Why was that little girl caught up in this? What are the old man in the wall and the eyes on the table mentioned in the letter? And Xing Ziguo paused. What did you see after you went in? Bai Chuan leaned back in his chair, silent for a long time. I saw. Bai Chuan finally spoke, his voice low, many things. Xing Ziguo's eyes lit up, his body leaning forward involuntarily. What things? Black eyes, a girl with half a body, a gray creature resembling an old man. Xing Ziguo. Tell me something I don't already know. And then? Nothing else. Bai Chuan spread his hands. Nothing else. That's it. Xing Ziguo pressed. That's it. Bai Chuan found Xing Ziguo's attitude strange, as if he were certain there was something else in that room. The two stared at each other in the interrogation room, falling into an awkward silence. Then what about those things? Xing Ziguo's voice trembled slightly. You. What did you do to them? Bai Chuan glanced at the letter on the table, then looked back at Xing Ziguo with an expression as if looking at an idiot. It says it right here, ate them. Xing Ziguo stared at him for a long time, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something but ultimately remained silent. Bai Chuan refused to say more, and there was nothing he could do. Though this was the police station, ostensibly his territory, Xing Ziguo knew well that it was only because Bai Chuan was being cooperative. If truly pushed, he might just eat him too. Let's end it here for today. Sorry for the intrusion. Xing Ziguo's voice was hoarse. Thank you for telling me this. Though he had learned nothing, at least it confirmed that the description in the letter was true. He had also witnessed through Bai Chuan the other side of this world. That was enough for him. He reached the door, then stopped and turned around. Bai Chuan. Never mind. I've reported your situation. Someone from above should come down tomorrow to liaise with you. Also, would you like a more comfortable room? Our captain's office is very comfortable with a sofa bed. No need. The interrogation room's surveillance was reactivated and Bai Chuan was led back to the detention cell. In the detention cell, sitting on the bed back against the cold wall, Bai Chuan closed his eyes. His mind was a tangled mess. This conversation had changed too many things for him. Bai Chuan opened his eyes, stared at the ceiling of the detention cell, and was silent for a long time. Bai Chuan looked down at his hands. Clean, ordinary. But the next moment gray streaks emerged from his arms and his eyes turned pitch black. Bai Chuan placed his hands on his knees, took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. The abyssal pupils, the strange patterns on his hands. He sensed the information in his mind. These eyes could see through all illusions, dragging everything in sight into eternal night. The gray streaks on his hands bestowed unimaginable strength, enough to subdue a tiger with one hand. Bai Chuan couldn't even gauge the limits of this power. These two things in his body were no hallucination, he had confirmed it again. I just wanted a bite to eat, not a feast like this. Bai Chuan murmured. Now it wasn't just about convincing the authorities he was an immortal, he himself wanted to know what the hell that immortal really was. What the hell was he impersonating? And what were those monsters he ate? What secrets did this world hold? What was his relationship with the diary's owner? Why did they look identical and share the same name? What triggered those memory scenes? And what would become of him in the end? As expected, the words in the diary are never sincere, Bai Chuan muttered. The diary said, I do not understand the Tao nor grasp the secrets of heaven, I am but an ordinary man. Ordinary. You eat those things. And you claim not to understand the Tao or heaven's secrets. Yet a single memory of yours rewrote reality. The abyssal pupils in his eyes and the gray streaks on his hands were tangible. Especially since the diary's owner looked exactly like him and had the same name. Bai Chuan had been afraid to think too deeply about this, but now he had to. This was the question he most urgently needed to answer. Bai Chuan took a deep breath. How did that memory appear in my mind? Just because I acknowledged what the diary's owner experienced. So far, under certain circumstances, acknowledging events from the diary's owner's life triggered memory scenes, granting him supernatural powers and additional memories. Could it be that I am the same person as the diary's owner, just with amnesia? This was the most terrifying possibility Bai Chuan dared not consider. That memory was too real, as if Bai Chuan had truly lived through it. What if that memory wasn't someone else's but my own forgotten past? What if I've been impersonating myself from the very beginning? Bai Chuan's eyes snapped open, his heart racing. No. He remembered his life before crossing over, remembered another world, remembered completely different things. He was not that immortal, not the diary's owner, he was just an ordinary traveler. That single memory scene had already made him doubt himself. That was the most terrifying part. If the immortal's memories had indeed overwritten part of his own, could his original memories still be trusted? When the day came that he had experienced enough memory scenes, his mind flooded with memories that could rewrite reality, would he still be able to distinguish who he truly was? I must find out what the diary's owner truly is and how we are connected. Bai Chuan gritted his teeth. He deeply understood one truth after successfully impersonating someone: the hardest part is not deceiving others forever but never forgetting who you are. After tomorrow I'll investigate slowly. Bai Chuan rubbed his temples. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to sleep. According to Xing Ziguo, that so-called special department would send someone tomorrow. Another grand performance awaited. The Jinling City Bureau was shrouded in a thin layer of mist at dawn. Two black commercial vehicles silently came to a halt at the entrance. Four individuals clad in dark gray uniforms stepped into the building. At the forefront was a woman in her mid-twenties with short hair whose ends curled slightly upward, her features sharp and piercing. Behind her followed three others, two men and one woman, all relatively young, but their eyes held a quality distinct from ordinary youths. The four walked straight into the police station. Xing Zhiguo waited in the fourth-floor corridor wearing a faded jacket that had been washed white. The elevator doors opened. The four individuals' gazes simultaneously fell upon Xing Zhiguo. Captain Xing, the woman at the lead, spoke, her voice not loud but each word crystal clear. "It's me. National Bureau of Abnormal Events Meng Yu." The woman flashed her credentials. Xing Zhiguo was not surprised. He had encountered the Non-Normal Affairs Bureau once a decade ago. Yet the people who came this time seemed different from before, no peculiarities about their bodies appearing indistinguishable from ordinary individuals at first glance. "Let's go." Without further pleasantries, Meng Yu led her team into the meeting room. The door was sealed tightly. The group sat around the table in silence. Xing Zhiguo sat opposite the four, leaning against the wall with a thermos in hand. "Have you made contact with him?" Meng Yu asked. "Exchanged a few words," Xing Zhiguo replied. "How did it feel?" "He seemed perfectly normal at first." Xing Zhiguo spoke slowly, like an ordinary person, normal conversation, even a bit casual with no resistance. "I asked him about any special abilities and he said he was just an ordinary person, nothing special, just lived a bit longer." At this point Xing Zhiguo paused. "But later." "Later what?" Xing Zhiguo raised his hand and pointed to his own eyes. For some reason his eyes suddenly changed. "What kind of change?" Meng Yu pressed. "Completely black," Xing Zhiguo said, taking a sip of water. "The entire eyeball, all black like an abyss." Xing Zhiguo still felt a lingering dread. Then gray patterns emerged on his hands and he gripped the armrest of the detention room chair. The armrest broke. "Shattered," Xing Zhiguo corrected. "Not broken, shattered into several pieces." Listening to Xing Zhiguo's account, the young woman beside Meng Yu rapidly wrote on a piece of paper, "Subject appears to possess a second form beyond the normal state. Eyes and hands undergo cursed entity transformation. Power level temporarily inaccessible." Why did he suddenly crush the armrest? "Did you provoke him?" Meng Yu looked at Xing Zhiguo with some surprise. It was not surprise at Bai Chuan's ability but surprise that Xing Zhiguo was still alive. According to the Non-Normal Affairs Bureau's known records, no ordinary person who had provoked such an entity had ever survived. "No," he said, "he was just old and had some minor ailments." Xing Zhiguo felt uncomfortable under Meng Yu's gaze, as if he ought to have been dead. "What did you talk about that triggered these changes?" Meng Yu steered the conversation back. Xing Zhiguo hesitated, then said, "The Dante case on August 3, 2012, your bureau should have records of it." Meng Yu glanced at the young woman responsible for recording. "Mark it prominently." "Understood." The young woman switched to a red pen and wrote, "Note: avoid mentioning the 2012 Dante case in front of the subject, suspected to trigger loss of control." "Anything else?" Meng Yu asked. "No," Xing Zhiguo shook his head. Meng Yu did not speak immediately after hearing Xing Zhiguo's account. She lowered her eyes to the record on the table, tapped her fingers lightly twice, then looked up. "Besides you, who else has spoken to him?" "The duty officers and two officers in the detention area. One delivered meals, the other escorted him to the interrogation room," Xing Zhiguo said. "It was all routine, nothing discussed." Meng Yu nodded and turned to the young woman beside her. "Jiang He, go handle it. Everyone who has had contact with the subject must sign a confidentiality agreement." "Understood." Jiang He stood up, opened the door and left. Meng Yu then looked at Xing Zhiguo. "Captain Xing, regarding your conversation with him, aside from what was reported, is there anything else not written in the file?" Xing Zhiguo thought for a moment, then shook his head. "That's all." "All right." Meng Yu stood up. "Take me to see him. Now." "Now. Remember, don't arrange it in the interrogation room," Meng Yu added. Xing Zhiguo was taken aback, then realized the interrogation room was for criminals. Then let's use the director's office." Xing Zhiguo replied after a moment's thought. The third-floor director's office. The director of the Jinling City Bureau, Han Zhongshu, was dumbfoundedly ushered out. "Hey! Wait, let me take my breakfast, my wife made it specially for me." Several men in black suits ignored Han Zhongshu, walked straight in and rearranged the entire director's office. Half an hour later, Bai Chuan was escorted to the director's office on the third floor of the police station. "Is this a gesture of goodwill?" Bai Chuan surveyed the room's layout, feeling a sense of relief. The meeting place was not in the interrogation room, that was a goodwill signal. Bai Chuan entered and sat down on the sofa. On the coffee table besides tea there was also a bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup. Bai Chuan looked at the tea then at the vermicelli. "This is too polite," he muttered to himself, reaching for the chopsticks. 10 minutes later Bai Chuan set down his chopsticks with satisfaction. Just then a knock came at the door. Bai Chuan looked up. Meng Yu pushed the door open and entered. Instead of sitting directly across from Bai Chuan, she took a seat on the side of the coffee table, a position neither too close nor too far. Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow. The choice of seating was intriguing. "Mr. Zero, we finally meet." Meng Yu's face bore a warm smile, a stark contrast to the coldness in the meeting room earlier. "My name is Meng Yu, head of the East China Region National Bureau of Abnormal Events." Zero. Bai Chuan was puzzled by the title. "You are the first mysterious entity we observed the inaugural special file of the Non-Normal Affairs Bureau." As she spoke, Meng Yu placed a file on the coffee table and slid it slightly toward Bai Chuan. "Your file is one of the Bureau's oldest, a witness to its inception from nothing. Hence the number 0. Bai Chuan glanced down at the file No. 000, codename longevity status uncontacted. "Am I the first?" Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow. From this remark it was evident that there were many other special beings like the diary owner in this world. "If we don't count those cursed entities, you are the first anomaly discovered since the founding of Great Xia." Meng Yu nodded. "Cursed entities." Bai Chuan silently repeated the term in his mind. July 19, 1949. Meng Yu's voice lowered as if reciting a crucial date. "That was the first time we heard your name and the first time we detected your existence. We've been searching for you for 77 years. 77 years. Bai Chuan calculated from 1949 to 2025, it was indeed 77 years, longer than his entire life this time around. "How did you find me?" Bai Chuan took a sip of tea, trying to sound casual, but his mind was racing. Meng Yu's gaze fell on the file on the table as if she were reading an ancient tale. In July 1949, the group of historians was assembled to review the surviving documents from various dynasties. Among these texts they noticed something peculiar. One name appeared with unnaturally high frequency. In the records of the Grand Historian from the Han, the Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Government from the Song, and even in strange collections like the Yuyang Miscellany in Search of the Supernatural, and extensive records of the Taiping era, that name surfaced repeatedly. Bai Chuan. Meng Yu looked into Bai Chuan's eyes. Bai Chuan said nothing, listening quietly, but inside he was cursing the diary owner 1,000 times over. "Damn it, didn't you say you'd spent 2,000 years doing nothing? Look. You've nearly left your mark in history." At first the historians assumed it was a coincidence of names. After all, Bai Chuan isn't an uncommon name, and history is full of people sharing it. Meng Yu's tone was reminiscent of a detective story, building layer by layer. But as they sorted through more texts, the historians overturned that assumption. Over 3 years they gathered every mention of the name from 1,000 years of ancient books, piecing it together like a puzzle to outline a single person. A person who might have lived for over a millennium. Meng Yu paused. "The most recent record of you was found in the memoirs of a literary giant from the Republican era. This discovery led them to speculate that you had survived into modern times. From then on these people became obsessed with tracking you, and in the process they uncovered more mysterious beings. The matter grew beyond their capacity, so higher authorities took over, forming a dedicated investigation team. Your file was established back then." Meng Yu spoke while keeping an eye on Bai Chuan's emotions. If he showed any agitation, she would immediately change the subject. "In fact, our Bureau of Anomalous Events was founded because of you. In 1953, the investigation team was dissolved and reorganized into the Bureau of Anomalous Events, independent of all other departments. Charged with investigating, locating, containing and monitoring anomalies across Great Xia, destroying cursed entities and maintaining stability. The closest we ever got to you was probably in 1984, when you applied for your ID card." Meng Yu added. "That was the first time we saw your face. But you refused to meet us." She placed Bai Chuan's old-style ID card on the table. "We searched for you for years and you hid from us for just as long. Why did you suddenly surrender now?" Meng Yu looked at him with curiosity. In 77 years the Bureau had occasionally found traces of Bai Chuan but never actually caught him. In fact, if he hadn't voluntarily applied for an ID card they wouldn't even know what he looked like. Yet now the Bureau's Subject Zero had contacted them to surrender. This motive made them wary. It was also why Meng Yu delayed meeting him until today. They should have come to take charge the night before. Bai Chuan took another sip of tea. "I'm out of money. I need a job with benefits." It was a simple reason. He hadn't bothered to fabricate a lie, too complicated. Better to be straightforward. After all, he had been homeless for 3 months and that fact couldn't be hidden. Ha! Out of money. Meng Yu was stunned. This was the last answer she had expected. From her perspective it seemed impossible. According to the files, the subject Zero had indeed lived as a homeless person for 3 months like an ordinary man. Is money really that hard for you? Meng Yu stared at him, her expression screaming disbelief. Isn't it? Bai Chuan scratched his head. Even if you robbed a bank, I don't think anyone could stop you. Meng Yu pursed her lips. Based on the Bureau's current understanding of Bai Chuan, he could easily rob several banks if not destroy a nation. Hey, watch your words. Robbery is a crime. Bai Chuan frowned and tapped the table. Comrade, why are you leading people down the path of lawbreaking? Meng Yue. Bai Chuan put on a righteous face, still uncertain of the Bureau's exact attitude toward him. He was also unclear about the degree of their surveillance. Maybe it was a sting operation to test for antisocial tendencies. Are you human? Meng Yu smirked. Laws. She had rarely seen these mystic beings obey them, let alone the cursed entities. What kind of question is that? Bai Chuan slapped the table. I am a proper human. How can a human live for over 1,000 years? Meng Yu stared at him intently. Everyone's constitution is different. Meng Yue, the Bureau has been established for 70 years. Besides anomalies, we have encountered many cursed entities. Our archive holds 6473 files. They record many humanoid anomalies and cursed entities with equally long lifespans, but they all share one trait: they are not quite human. What do you mean? Bai Chuan's expression turned grave as he cut her off. He absolutely could not be labeled non-human. As a human, he knew all too well what that implied. He could be defined as superhuman, immortal, psychic, or even an immortal, but never non-human. Just as Meng Yu was about to speak, darkness erupted without warning, swallowing the entire Jinling police station. Bai Chuan, who had been amiable, grew cold and his pitch-black abyss eyes quietly appeared. All light silently annihilated in those eyes. Meng Yu's pupils contracted sharply. In that moment the entire police station was plunged into darkness and everyone fell into an inexplicable illusion. A pair of jet-black eyes loomed before them. At the instant of meeting those eyes, some fainted, some collapsed vomiting, others bled from 7 orifices. The teacup on the table trembled, sending ripples across the surface of the tea. The walls around them emitted faint cracking sounds as if something was slithering within, trying to break out. In just one breath everyone in the Jinling police station was pulled into the eternal night. Except for Meng Yue, all others' consciousness were trapped in that darkness. On the sofa Bai Chuan remained impassive on the surface, but inwardly he was astonished beyond measure. The power of these eyes was even more terrifying than he had imagined. With a single thought he plunged the entire Jinling City Bureau into the eternal night, instantly incapacitating everyone, including the members of the Fei Diaoju. Originally he had only intended to express his dissatisfaction, he hadn't even used any force. Who would have thought the effect would be so dramatic? Meng Yu finally snapped out of it. She sprang up from her chair. Attention all investigators, the target appears to be rampaging out of control. Immediately seal off the surrounding streets and evacuate all nearby residents. Notify all top-tier investigators in Jinling to enter the scene. Execute now. Meng Yu had no idea why Bai Chuan suddenly lost control when just a moment ago they were having a normal conversation. But she had no time to think. For now she had to subdue Bai Chuan first. Meng Yu's hand had already reached her waist, touching a palm-sized black metal box with the emblem of the Fei Diaoju on it. The box snapped open, revealing a syringe filled with a silvery white liquid. It was the standard emergency equipment of the Fei Diaoju, Jinchong, calamity suppression, specially designed to suppress rampant anomalous entities and deal with those calamities. Without hesitation Meng Yu plunged the syringe into her carotid artery and pushed the plunger all the way. The silvery white liquid surged into her bloodstream. Her body began to tremble, and then Meng Yu's pupils turned silver. A faint metallic sheen appeared on her skin and her fingernails started to grow wildly, extending like sharp blades. This was the Bureau's trump card. Zhenchong was made from calamities as raw materials. After injection the human body would undergo calamitization in a short time, gaining extraordinary power. The one she used was an A-grade Zhenchong serum, serial number A091, named Frostblade. Made from the A-grade calamity, Snow Woman, after injection her strength would reach 60 times that of an ordinary person, and she would gain the Snow Woman's ability to control frost and transform her body. Bai Chuan watched Meng Yu's actions without intervening. This was just the perfect excuse to test the power of the markings on his hands. He had already tested these eyes enough, they could easily pull people into illusions. But he had never tested the power amplification brought by the hand markings. Because he dared not. Besides granting power, the hand markings also brought a surge of violent, maddening emotions. Under normal circumstances, Bai Chuan was desperately suppressing these emotions, and he simply dared not let loose and test them. Meng Yu lifted her head, meeting Bai Chuan's pitch-black eyes. I don't know what caused you to lose control, but sorry, I have to calm you down first. As her words fell, Meng Yu slammed her foot against the ground and shot toward Bai Chuan like a bullet. The nails on her right hand had transformed into 5 silvery white blades aiming straight for Bai Chuan's wrist. The tips of her fingers were only 10 centimeters away from his wrist. Then she stopped. Her entire body was frozen in midair. Her feet were about 5 centimeters off the ground, body leaning forward, right hand extended, unable to move. Meng Yu's eyes rolled as she saw Bai Chuan's left hand rise. He clenched his fist and threw a simple straight punch. Then she was sent flying. Her back slammed into the wall with a dull thud. The plaster cracked and debris showered onto her shoulders. She slid down the wall to sit on the floor, her chest feeling tight, unable to breathe. Her calamity-ized state also dissipated, reverting her to her ordinary appearance. Bai Chuan's eyes showed a trace of panic upon seeing this. The markings on his hands vanished instantly. He hadn't killed her, had he? He swore he really hadn't used much force, but under the influence of those violent emotions it was hard for him to pull back. Come on, you were all mysterious, injecting high-tech stuff, making a flashy transformation. How can you not even withstand one punch? Please don't die. I admit I was a bit rash. Under Bai Chuan's gaze, Meng Yu coughed lightly twice, leaned against the wall and struggled to look up at him. Bai Chuan was still sitting on the sofa, letting out a long sigh of relief. You. Meng Yu began. But she couldn't continue. Her mind was blank. One punch. With just one punch she had lost combat capability and was forced out of calamitization. She hadn't even touched Bai Chuan, and she wasn't even sure if he had stood up. Meng Yu had considered that she might not be a match for Bai Chuan, but she never imagined the gap would be this vast. Just what level was this zero entity before her? Bai Chuan rose from the sofa and walked toward Meng Yu. As the figure approached, Meng Yu's eyes narrowed and she was already preparing to activate her contingency plan. However, before Meng Yu could react, all the anomalies vanished abruptly and sunlight once again streamed into the room. The Jinling police station, which had been shrouded in darkness, returned to its normal state. Everything that had just happened seemed like an illusion. Bai Chuan stood before Meng Yu, extending his hand. Are you okay? He paused, then added, next time. Don't ask that kind of question. I am human. Huh? Meng Yu was bewildered. So you lost control because of that question? As the person in charge of the East China region, Meng Yu had come into contact with no fewer than 10 anomalous entities and countless calamities. But these things, though they disguise themselves as humans on the surface, actually look down on humans from the bottom of their hearts, even regarding them as food, calling them two-legged sheep. Most took pride in being non-human, believing themselves superior to humanity, infinitely noble, and some even arrogantly proclaimed themselves gods. They all wanted to highlight their difference from humans. But someone like Bai Chuan, who truly considered himself human at heart, was something she had never encountered before. Why didn't you say so earlier? The Fei Diaoju would be more than happy if all these anomalous entities believed they were human. Meng Yu let out a long breath, reached out to take Bai Chuan's offered hand, and stood up from the ground. It seemed things hadn't gotten out of control after all. Sorry, I didn't use much force. Bai Chuan looked at her, his expression quite sincere, even a bit embarrassed. Meng Yu opened her mouth to say something, but finally only managed to utter 2 words, it's fine. She took a deep breath, suppressing all her emotions. Mr. Meng Yu's voice was still a little hoarse, but she had steadied herself. What just happened was my fault. Sorry. Bai Chuan waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. He paused, then added, that silver thing of yours, it's pretty impressive. Meng Yu was speechless. She didn't know if that was a compliment or a sarcasm. But judging by Bai Chuan's expression, it seemed he was serious. Bai Chuan glanced at the cracks and the human-shaped dent on the wall. Do I need to pay for the wall? Meng Yu took a deep breath. No. That's good. Meng Yu. Meng Yu rolled her eyes and adjusted her earpiece. Target's emotions have stabilized. No need to notify the top-tier investigators for now. Also cancel Operation Zero. Have the perimeter members come in to check for casualties. What is Operation Zero? Bai Chuan asked curiously. It was drafted last night on an emergency basis. When you, the Zero entity, become uncommunicable or are deemed an ultimate threat, the East China region will send your information to the entire Fei Diaoju Initiate Zero, and all combat personnel from the 7 major regions will drop everything and rush to Jinling wave after wave until you are neutralized or they die. Bai Chuan was speechless. They were going to do that. The Fei Diaoju really took him seriously. Next time if you have any questions just say it directly. Don't make such a big scene, it's hard to clean up. Meng Yu rubbed her chest and said softly. If it weren't for the Zhenchong injection that punch just now could have really killed her. Sometimes just talking doesn't work. Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow. Some problems require showing enough strength to have a discussion. At first he had only intended to pretend to be an immortal to get by. But now he wanted more and there were more things he wanted to know. Meng Yu didn't respond. She stretched her body then slowly walked to the sofa and sat down. Are you really okay? Bai Chuan asked again just to be sure. He didn't want to be targeted by some Operation Zero. I'm fine, then can we continue our conversation? Bai Chuan walked to the coffee table and sat down. This time the initiative was in his hands. I turned myself involuntarily truly with no other intention. It's just that hiding for 2,000 years has been too exhausting. Also I am indeed human. I hope this point won't be brought up again. Meng Yu nodded but judging by her expression she seemed unconvinced only nodding obediently to avoid provoking him. Bai Chuan sighed helplessly and began slowly, have you read the classic of mountains and seas? Yes, Meng Yu nodded. Due to the special nature of the Fei Diaoju she had read almost all such ancient texts since joining. The classic of mountains and seas records that north of the dragon fish there is a kingdom called the White People. In the White People's kingdom there is a creature called Qinghuang resembling a fox with a horn on its back. Riding it grants a lifespan of 2,000 years. Bai Chuan said. You mean you rode that Qinghuang and that's why you can live for 2,000 years? Meng Yu's face showed a flicker of surprise. She had never imagined that the secret to Bai Chuan's longevity was this. She had made countless speculations about Bai Chuan's identity but she never expected that this zero entity was truly human. Just because he rode a divine beast he had lived for 2,000 years. That's simple. When I was young my family was poor and my parents died early. I wandered from place to place accidentally entered the White People's kingdom encountered a Qinghuang rode it for fun and thus obtained immortality. Bai Chuan said in a low voice. Really? Meng Yu frowned slightly. She felt it couldn't be that simple. The Qinghuang was something the Fei Diaoju had never confirmed to exist. None of the currently known calamities possess such divine beast characteristics. Does the White People's kingdom truly exist? Are the records in the classic of mountains and seas real? Meng Yu's eyes were filled with doubt. The Bureau of Anomalous Affairs had been established for over 70 years investigating numerous abnormal incidents and encountering many abnormal beings. But they had never verified any mythological legends. Most of the so-called immortals were merely malevolent entities or creatures like Bai Chuan. Of course, Bai Chuan slowly nodded. Where is the White People's kingdom? Meng Yu pressed on. Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow. Good question. He wanted to know too but the diary didn't say. Do you understand what stumbled upon means? Bai Chuan picked up the teacup on the table and replied. He had already said he stumbled into the White People's kingdom. Meng Yu opened her mouth but did not argue. If he didn't want to say fine. I've said what I needed to say. Now it's your turn to give me an answer. Bai Chuan took a sip from the teacup as if it were his own. He didn't care whether Meng Yu believed him or not, he was human. Then. What do you want to do? Join the bureau? Meng Yu asked. Bai Chuan nodded. He needed a legitimate identity, one that was above board. Moreover he feared losing control of the thing inside him, afraid it might awaken one day. He wanted to understand the changes in his body and all of this required the resources of a national organization like the Bureau. Meng Yu lowered her head in thought. Such matters were rare but not unprecedented. Over the past few decades other mysterious entities of various designations had joined the Bureau for various reasons. Generally such decisions were made by the regional directors themselves who would then report to headquarters. After joining these entities were placed under the direct supervision of the regional director. They also served as the region's trump card in battle. Especially someone like Bai Chuan, once the intention to join was revealed the directors of all 7 major regions would likely compete to recruit him. She wasn't sure if Bai Chuan had other motives but bringing him into the Bureau for close surveillance was always the right move. Joining the Bureau is fine but as you know our work is very special. You can have immense power and wealth but with enjoyment comes responsibility. According to regulations Bureau members must complete fixed combat missions each month. Especially in recent years as the ruins appear more frequently, though not rampant with malevolent entities the situation is still grim. Ruins, malevolent entities. Bai Chuan filtered out the rest of Meng Yu's words holding these two terms in his mind. He had heard them several times from her but couldn't ask about them. From the literal meaning, malevolent entities, likely referred to the old man in the wall, the eyeball on the table and such things. Non-human dangerous things that shouldn't exist in this world. Ruins. The name suggested a place. Bai Chuan committed these words to memory, his expression unchanged. Other than that, the Bureau imposes few restrictions on beings like you. Can you accept that? Meng Yu, though eager for Bai Chuan to join, still had to follow the proper procedures. I can do missions, but let's set one thing straight, I won't go where I can't win. He wasn't about to risk his life. Are you afraid of death too? Meng Yu asked curiously. Bai Chuan. Are you not right in the head? Who wants to die if they can live? Bai Chuan looked at her in disbelief. What did she mean by too? Well, I meant, aren't immortals like you usually world-weary, like nothing interests you? In short, tired of living, Meng Yu said after a moment's thought. Wasn't that the typical trope for these ancient monsters, each more cynical than the last? You're the one tired of living. Bai Chuan retorted. If there are no other issues, I'll arrange your onboarding as soon as possible. Meng Yu changed the subject. After you join during the observation period, any action you take will be with me. Together. That doesn't sound right. Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow at Meng Yu. It's the rule. Meng Yu sighed, trying to keep her tone flat. Regional directors are responsible for the direct supervision of collaborators. That's been the Bureau's rule since its founding. It's not targeted at you, all collaborators are treated the same. So, during this period we're partners. For the observation period, yes. Meng Yu paused in her movements and nodded. What about salary? 30,000 per month base plus 100,000 per mission bonus and a minimum of 300,000 for each malevolent entity contained or controlled. When is payday? Meng Yu looked at him, silent for 2 seconds. End of the month. There are only 3 days left in this month. So? Meng Yu was baffled. Will I get paid this month? Bai Chuan hadn't forgotten his original intention for pretending to be the diary's owner. He was truly broke. Yes. Meng Yu was at a loss. Also, I'll sign you up for the Bureau's recruitment this period. I still have to go through the process. Bai Chuan found it odd. Shouldn't someone like him get special treatment? Of course. Your identity is confidential even internally, so we still need to follow the procedure. Within the entire East China region, fewer than 5 people will know your true identity. Your file will be made in 2 versions, one as 0 and one as an ordinary person's file. Especially your method of longevity. I hope you won't tell anyone else. Of course I won't record it in the file either. Meng Yu emphasized. The Bureau's ultimate goal was to maintain social order. Shen Huang, whether divine beast or malevolent entity, would cause massive chaos if it ever got out. Meng Yu didn't even plan to report it upward. She would bury this information, knowing well what some people at the top were like. Well, I won't mention the matter of Cheng Huang to anyone else. Next, am I going to participate in the selection with those ordinary people? What do I need to do? Bai Chuan asked. It's not difficult for you. Meng Yu rubbed her chest that still ached faintly. The Feijiao Bureau's personnel selection is held once a month. It includes a written exam, physical fitness test, psychological evaluation and practical combat test. Only those who pass all 4 can officially join. Your situation is special. I've already approved the written exam, physical fitness and psychological evaluation for you, but the practical combat test. Meng Yu paused and glanced at Bai Chuan. You'll need to hold back. When does it start? Bai Chuan asked. Meng Yu glanced at her watch. It can be done tonight. It'll take you to the Jinling branch first. Do you have anything else to pick up? Bai Chuan thought for a moment, then shook his head. All his belongings in this world were in that shack under the overpass. A few ragged clothes, a lighter he had picked up, several worn-out magazines and a diary he had hidden away. Nothing. Meng Yu looked at Bai Chuan a bit surprised. At the same time she found it somewhat troublesome. A person who had lived for over 1,000 years owning nothing and having no attachments, this was a significant problem. This meant Bai Chuan could leave at any moment. Is there a problem? Bai Chuan felt a bit uncomfortable under Meng Yu's gaze. No, let's go. The car is downstairs. Someone will handle the aftermath here. Meng Yu stood up and walked toward the door. The two of them left the office. The corridor was so quiet that footsteps could be heard, and several people in black suits were continuously carrying unconscious police officers out of the station. Bai Chuan walked ahead with light steps while Meng Yu followed behind, her gaze fixed on his back. Watching the black-clad men handling the aftermath for him, Bai Chuan paused and said, "You said that no more than 5 people in the East China region know my identity. Then they don't know anything." "Today's mission briefing was very vague," Meng Yu replied. "The people who came to the Jinling City Bureau today, except for the 3 she brought, had no idea what the mission was about." "Understood." Bai Chuan nodded. The elevator doors opened. Bai Chuan stepped inside, leaned against the elevator wall and let out a long breath. The doors closed and the elevator descended slowly. Walking out of the police station lobby, the wind gusted in from the entrance and Bai Chuan shivered. Meng Yu walked ahead of him, her coat fluttering backward in the wind. She glanced back at Bai Chuan. "The car is over there." Bai Chuan followed Meng Yu to a black SUV. It looked quite ordinary except for its license plate, which had a white background and red characters. Meng Yu opened the door and got into the driver's seat. Bai Chuan voluntarily opened the passenger door and sat down. The car was very clean with a faint fragrance. Meng Yu started the car and drove out of the police station gate. "The Jinling branch has a temporary accommodation in the suburbs. Well, stay there for the next few days," Meng Yu said. Bai Chuan nodded without speaking, his eyes gazing out the window as the streets of Jinling flashed by. The car drove into a tree-lined avenue in the eastern part of the city with tall plane trees on both sides. Half an hour later, Meng Yu parked the car in front of a gray building. "We're here." Bai Chuan got out and looked up. The building was only 3 stories high with gray paint on the exterior walls, looking quite old. Meng Yu led Bai Chuan inside. "You stay here and they'll be across the hall." Meng Yu took Bai Chuan to the 2nd floor and pointed to a room. Meng Yu looked at Bai Chuan for a few seconds, then took out a phone from her pocket and handed it to him. "My number is in the contacts. Call me anytime if something comes up." Bai Chuan took the phone. "Thank you." This was the first time he had touched a phone in 3 months. "You're welcome." Meng Yu straightened up. "Get some rest first. At 8 o'clock tonight he'll take you for the practical combat test." Bai Chuan nodded. Meng Yu turned to leave, then stopped. "By the way," she looked back, "there's food in the fridge. If you're hungry, just make do with that." With that, Meng Yu walked across the hall, opened her door and went in. Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow and entered his own room. The room had a set of clean clothes. Bai Chuan lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, a slight smile curving at the corner of his mouth. He had a place to live, food to eat, and an identity. He took out the old-fashioned ID card from his pocket and held it up before his eyes. In the black and white photo, a face exactly like his own stared back at him calmly. "What exactly are you?" Bai Chuan asked softly. The person in the photo did not answer. Bai Chuan put away the ID card, stood up and walked to the window. The matter of the diary's owner could be set aside for now. Since he was going to join the Feijiao Bureau, he needed to quickly figure out a few things: what exactly were Chongwu cursed objects and what exactly was Shujing illusory realm. He hoped that after joining the Feijiao Bureau there would be some archive he could access. Meanwhile, Meng Yu returned to her room, closed the door and leaned against it for a moment. A dull ache still throbbed in her chest. She had refrained from showing it in front of Bai Chuan, but now alone she nearly broke down in tears. "If only my Boda's tolerance weren't so limited, I wouldn't have had to resort to a grade A suppression agent. I'll need to pick a body tempering technique when I get back. At least nothing went wrong." After adjusting for a while, Meng Yu took a deep breath, walked to her desk and sat down. She opened her laptop and clicked on an encrypted communication app. Several avatars popped up on the screen. Jiang He's avatar was lit, indicating he was online. Meng Yu tapped his avatar and initiated a video call. Within seconds, Jiang He and 2 others joined the conference. "How's the cleanup going?" Jiang He spoke first, his voice lowered. "The police station is basically taken care of." "Casualties?" Meng Yu asked. Jiang He shook his head. "No casualties. The officers who passed out, we checked them. Their vital signs are normal. A few vomited, a few had some blood from their orifices, but nothing serious. They'll be fine after a few days of rest." Meng Yu nodded. "Also, how should we record this incident?" Jiang He asked. "Gas leak," Meng Yu decided after a moment. Aging underground pipes at Jinling police station caused a gas leak, leading to multiple people losing consciousness. "You write the report." "Understood." Jiang He nodded. "Then regarding Bai Chuan's threat assessment and power level, how should we record them?" Meng Yu pondered for a long while before speaking. "Power level tentatively class possibly above S, but probably not at the level of an ancient god." She wasn't sure how strong Bai Chuan truly was, but one punch had sent her, who had injected a grade A agent, into a state of ghostly transformation, nearly forcing her to use that thing. Sklass was definitely not an overestimation. You fought him? Jiang He asked. I lost by a narrow margin, Meng Yu said after a pause. Jiang He nodded without suspicion. Then what about the threat assessment? Pending to be re-evaluated later. Isn't the threat assessment a bit too low? Jiang He looked around. With a single thought he had knocked out the entire police station. How could this still be pending? He's about to join the Non-Regulation Bureau, Meng Yu replied. They'll take him to the practical test tonight. From now on he'll be part of our East China region. He's going to join us. And you agreed? Chen Wu's voice came through the screen tinged with hesitation. Director Meng, we don't know much about him. Isn't it too risky to let him directly into the bureau? Yeah, Sunny chimed in. What if he has ulterior motives? The only information we have is his whereabouts in the past 3 months, and he really was a homeless drifter. This is too abnormal. You don't know, he even worked under the table. Someone like him. There's no way he'd just experience being homeless. He's too strange. Meng Yu didn't answer immediately. She leaned back in her chair and tapped her fingers twice on the desk. What do you think our Non-Regulation Bureau is? We're here to maintain order and stability. No matter what his intentions are, Meng Yu's voice calmed down, he came to us voluntarily, which means he needs something. Whether it's an identity or protection, as long as he has needs we have room to negotiate. Having him in the bureau as one of us is better than having him outside. Don't forget, beings like Bai Chuan. Even the heavenly towers will try to recruit them. The 3 team members understood. Also, from today on no one is allowed to mention Bai Chuan's identity. After tonight he will be our investigator in the East China region. Understood. The 3 nodded and said no more. By the way, that police station security captain Xing Zhigua, has he been involved in many ghost incidents? Meng Yu changed the subject. From the records, the 2012 Dante child eating case and this one, he was involved in both, Jiang He recalled. Ask if he's willing to join the Non-Regulation Bureau and take the test tonight, Meng Yu said after thinking. Xing Zhigua knew too much, it would be better to bring him in. If he's unwilling, have him sign a red confidentiality contract. Yes, I'll notify him shortly. Meng Yu ended the call. The rest of the cleanup didn't require her, the director, to arrange. Jiang He and the others would handle it. At 8 o'clock in the evening Meng Yu knocked on Bai Chuan's door on time. Bai Chuan had changed into the clean set of sportswear placed on the bed, looking much more energetic than during the day. Meng Yu scanned him up and down, then nodded. Let's go. The 2 descended the stairs. Meng Yu drove and Bai Chuan once again sat in the passenger seat. The car exited the tree-lined avenue and headed toward the outskirts. The testing site is in an abandoned factory in the suburbs. Meng Yu spoke while driving. There aren't many participants tonight, just over a dozen. She paused. Xing Zhigua, the public security captain from Jinling Municipal Bureau, will also be coming tonight. Bai Chuan turned to look at Meng Yu. He wants to join the Feijiao Bureau. Meng Yu tapped her fingers on the steering wheel. He knows too much. Either he joins or signs a confidentiality agreement. I had Jiang He ask him and he chose to join. Bai Chuan said nothing, but Xing Zhigua's swarthy face surfaced in his mind. Even if Xing Zhigua hadn't joined the Feijiao Bureau, he would have found another chance to approach him. Bai Chuan always felt that Xing Zhigua had concealed something about those 2 letters. It's good that he's coming. At least there's a familiar face. Bai Chuan remarked. Meng Yu glanced at him but said nothing. The car stopped in a desolate industrial zone. Meng Yu pushed the door open and got out with Bai Chuan following. In the distance a few searchlights were. 6 people were already standing on the empty lot. They gathered together, some smoking, others chatting in low voices. Xing Zhigua was among them. Brother, what's your surname? Which department were you from before? A stocky man with a buzz cut sidled up to Xing Zhigua. Xing Zhigua tucked his cigarette behind his ear and spoke in a moderate tone. Xing Zhigua, Public Security Brigade of Jinling Municipal Bureau. Over a decade on the job. I'm Chen Ping from the Northern Jiangsu SWAT team. The buzz-cut man spoke first. I was transferred from the military and did 2 years of anti-smuggling work, the tall thin man beside him added. Armed police directly under the provincial headquarters. Another crew-cut man who had been silent all along said detention center. A scar-faced man muttered 8 years. Do any of you know who that guy is? Chen Ping pointed toward Bai Chuan in the distance. Bai Chuan stood casually leaning against a concrete pillar, hands in his sportswear pockets. Who is he? Why ask that? The tall thin man frowned. What's with this guy? You don't know. The woman who got out of the car with him is Meng Yue, the head of our East China region. I encountered her once a few years ago on a mission, and back then she was just a team leader. Chen Peng said in a low voice. A small test like this, why would the head of the East China region bother to show up? What are you trying to say? Xing Zhigua asked. Chen Peng looked around and whispered, I heard there were only about 10 people originally scheduled for this assessment, but 2 were suddenly squeezed in at the last minute. Those 2 didn't attend any training, skipped the written exam, physical test and psychological evaluation, and came straight to the practical assessment. If it weren't for the Bureau's rule that new investigators must pass the practical test, I'd say these 2 could become full investigators directly. I'm guessing this guy is one of them, and the practical test later will just be a formality. Chen Peng gestured with his chin toward Bai Chuan. You mean he's a connection? The tall thin man looked toward Bai Chuan and asked in a low voice. The head of the East China region brought him personally. What do you think? No way. Using connections in the Feidiao Bureau could get people killed. He doesn't look like he can fight. The scar-faced man from the detention center shook his head, giving an objective assessment. With that build he probably couldn't even beat the new auxiliary police under me. Not far away, Bai Chuan in his sportswear looked clean and neat like a fresh college graduate. A guy like that is either useless or a monster, the scar-faced man said in a low voice. Listening to their discussion, Xing Zhigua didn't dare to interject. If he wasn't mistaken, the other connection was probably him. How about someone tests the waters? The tall thin man suggested tentatively. We're all in the same cohort. If we pass the assessment, we'll most likely be assigned to the same squad. If he's a useless connection, dragging us down in a mission could get us killed. Fine, but I'm not going. My fists are too heavy. I might break him. Chen Peng clenched his fist and his knuckles cracked. Don't look at me. I might kill someone. The scar-faced man turned his head away, took a cigarette from his pocket, put it in his mouth without lighting it, and looked deep in thought. The tall thin man looked around and saw that Chen Peng and the scar-faced man had both declined. He felt he had to say something. He cleared his throat and said solemnly, I'm not suitable either. I hit hard. Last time in the anti-smuggling unit I slapped a smuggler and sent him to the hospital for 3 months. I'm afraid I can't control my strength. After saying that, he added seriously, that guy still has tinnitus. The other crew-cut man, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, I can give it a try. The others turned to look at him. But. The crew-cut man paused, looked down at his fists. I've just practiced a new boxing technique and haven't mastered the force yet. Last time I hit a punching bag, it flew off. I'm afraid if I can't hold back and break him, the assessment can't proceed. He said it seriously with a sincere expression. The group fell silent. Chen Peng patted him on the shoulder. You're right. We're here for the assessment, not to kill people. Better play it safe. The crew-cut man nodded, deeply agreeing. Xing Zhigua listened to their conversation and his expression grew increasingly strange. Are you serious? Then how about Captain Xing goes? All right. All right. All right. Their gazes converged on Xing Zhigua. Xing Zhigua was squatting and smoking. Hearing this, his hand trembled and ash fell on his pant leg. Me? He looked up bewildered. Yeah, you've been in public security for over a decade. Your skills must be solid and you can control your strength. The tall thin man said sincerely. You test the waters and we'll have a better idea. I think that's a good idea, Chen Peng chimed in. Xing Zhigua scooted aside, not saying a word, as if he were deaf. Captain Xing. Xing Zhigua didn't move, cigarette dangling eyes narrowed. Captain Xing. The tall thin man called again. What the hell? Am I that expendable? Xing Zhigua finally reacted. The tall thin man froze, taken aback by the outburst. Damn. What did I do to deserve this? Xing Zhigua finally reacted. The tall thin man was stunned. How could he curse like that? Chen Peng frowned. Captain Xing, what do you mean by that? My meaning is. Xing Zhiguang lit a cigarette, held it between his fingers and looked at Chen Peng. Do not provoke him. If you want to die, do not drag me along. Why? Xing Zhiguang opened his mouth to speak, but a voice came from behind him. Because I am afraid I will not hold back and will kill you all. Several people turned their heads simultaneously. Bai Chuan had somehow come over, standing behind them with his hands in the pockets of his tracksuit, his expression calm. You. When did you come over? The lanky man's voice was a bit shaky. Just arrived. Bai Chuan smiled amiably. I listened to your chat for a while. Chen Ping steadied his mind and looked Bai Chuan up and down. So did you skip all the assessments and directly participate in the final round? Bai Chuan nodded yes. Aren't you? Chen Ping and the others were speechless for a moment. We. The lanky man pointed at himself and then at the others. We passed the exams legitimately. Written tests, physical ability, psychological evaluation, we went through every round. Good effort. Bai Chuan said. The lanky man opened his mouth wanting to say something but was choked by those words. Bai Chuan took a few steps then suddenly stopped. By the way, those words you were discussing behind my back, about being a connection, about being either useless or a monster. I heard it all. Chen Ping and the others' bodies froze simultaneously. After all, they were gossiping behind someone's back. The four stood there like thieves caught in the act. Next time you want to talk about me, do it face to face. I don't mind. It's quite pleasant to listen. Bai Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Several people were stunned at the same time. Chen Ping blinked, exchanged a glance with the lanky man. What does he mean? What is this? They had originally thought Bai Chuan would be angry. The cigarette in Scarface's mouth fell to the ground. He looked down at them but then looked up at Bai Chuan. Is he even more pretentious? So. Bai Chuan patted Chen Ping on the shoulder, not too hard. Thanks. Keep it up. I like hearing this. These people with their probing words were actually flattering him with every sentence. Who would have thought that these burly men were quite good at bootlicking? This is like a woman being called a vixen. Sour, hiding envy, concealing resentment and wrapped in a little trace of fear. Xing Ziguang's expression changed. He squinted at the few men. Could these bastards have been flattering him from the very beginning? He replayed the previous conversation in his mind. Were these guys really flattering him? Xing Ziguang took out a cigarette pack from his pocket, pulled one out, lit it and took a deep drag. The smoke swirled in his lungs, then he forcefully exhaled. Damn, I'm too honest. Xing Ziguang muttered. Chen Ping and the others were still standing there, their expressions increasingly vivid. The lanky man opened his mouth, looking at Xing Ziguang, then at Bai Chuan, then at Chen Ping. His lips trembled a few times but no sound came out. He wanted to say we didn't mean that, but the words on his lips felt wrong somehow. Scarface bent down to pick up the fallen cigarette, didn't light it, just held it in his hand and muttered, actually. I also want to be called a connection, but my dad doesn't have that kind of power. You. Chen Ping was about to say something but his voice was interrupted by sudden footsteps. From the surrounding darkness came orderly footsteps. More than a dozen people walked out from the shadows of the factory building. All in deep gray uniforms with standardized equipment packs at their waists, walking in orderly steps, silent and without a sound. They walked to the edge of the vacant lot, automatically dispersed, spaced 2 meters apart, formed a semicircle and stood facing the center. Bai Chuan looked at the equipment packs at their waists. If he guessed correctly, what was inside should be the same agent that Meng Yu injected, called Jin Sui. A dazzling white light blazed from the other end of the vacant lot as if someone had lit a sun in the sky. Several people instinctively squinted and raised their hands to shield their faces. Then came the second, third. One after another, searchlights atop the surrounding factory buildings lit up simultaneously, illuminating the entire lot as bright as day. Then Meng Yu walked out from the light curtain with several people. Meng Yu's gaze swept over everyone. I am Meng Yu, the person in charge of the East China region. Tonight's practical test is a bit special. I will preside over it. Tonight's test content is very simple. Meng Yu's voice was not loud, but it carried far in the empty factory area. You will each receive a level Jin Sui and you must survive under a Clevel Spectre's attack for 10 minutes to pass. During the test, if you cannot hold on, shout withdraw and someone will enter the field to take you away. But if you shout withdraw, it means elimination. If you don't shout and die, we will take care of the body. Now. Meng Yu raised her hand and waved toward the darkness of the factory. Begin. A formal investigator walked out carrying a golden box. Then he took out a fist-sized black metal ball from the box and placed it on the ground. The metal ball began to vibrate. Black tentacles extended from the sphere, more and more intertwining and merging. In less than 10 seconds the fist-sized metal ball disappeared, replaced by a faceless Iron Man. An investigator beside Meng Yu opened the folder in his hand. Spectre number C029, codename Iron Skin. Physical type Spectre, height 1. 9 meters, weight approximately 1300 kilograms, entire body covered in a shell resembling discarded metal pieces. It has no intelligence, only instinct. It attacks any living thing it sees and keeps hitting until death. The investigator closed the folder and took out another agent. This is the Zhensui agent issued to you, serial number D001, code name Fortress, made from the raw material of the level Spectre Roshan, and it is also the first level Zhensui researched by the Non-Normal Affairs Bureau. Single dose capacity 2. 5 ml, duration 30 minutes. After injection it can enhance your strength, speed and defense about 10 times that of an ordinary person. This agent has no special power boost, but after injection the bodice muscles swell, dark red vein-like patterns appear on the surface, pain sensitivity decreases allowing continued combat under severe injury, reaction speed significantly increases, fear decreases and fighting will is enhanced. Then they began to distribute the Zhensui agent to Bai Chuan and the others. When D001 was placed in front of Bai Chuan he glanced at it but did not take it. Not needed. Bai Chuan shook his head. He was not sure if his body was the same as an ordinary person's or if he could inject this stuff. After all, there were already two strange things inside him. The young man distributing the agent was taken aback, then looked at Mengyu. Mengyu was silent for a second, then nodded, signaling him to continue distributing. Someone nearby muttered, "So pretentious." Bai Chuan ignored the murmurs around him, his eyes fixed on the distant metal golem C029. Is this the cursed object? The metal golem stood motionless in the center of the open ground. Chen Ping clutched the grade suppressant, his palms sweaty. He glanced at the others nearby and lowered his voice. "Who goes first?" "Don't be nervous. It's a clever cursed object, we simulated it in training." "Is simulation the same as the real thing?" The skinny tall guy's voice was still a bit shaky. "Just hold out for 10 minutes. With our barrier it shouldn't be a big problem," said Scarface, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Just as the others hesitated over who would go first, Bai Chuan moved. As he passed Chen Ping shouted, "Are you really not using the suppressant? Do you want to die?" Bai Chuan didn't stop. He walked past the group and stood before the metal golem. He pulled his hands out of his pockets and let them hang at his sides. "I have a question," Bai Chuan said, his voice not loud but everyone present heard it. Mengyu tilted her head to look at him. "If I dismantle that metal golem, does that count as passing?" Bai Chuan asked cautiously, as he had difficulty controlling the strength in his hands. Mengyu was taken aback, a trace of helplessness flashing across her face. Didn't they agree to hold back? The young investigator beside her also froze, then couldn't help but snicker. "You alone dismantle a clever cursed object?" Bai Chuan ignored him and looked at Mengyu. Mengyu sighed. "It counts." The young investigator was stunned. "What's going on?" Director Meng actually responded. "This young man is really something." Bai Chuan nodded, turned around and walked toward the metal golem. Gray markings emerged on his hands, radiating an icy, ominous aura. Unending power surged from within his body, accompanied by a tempestuous rage. "It should be fine to kill the cursed object, right?" he muttered. Bai Chuan muttered. "Activating this marking state grants him unimaginable power, but at the same time his emotions become volatile, his strikes uncontrolled, and he can't rein it in." But now the thing before him was not human, it was a cursed object. There was nothing to hold back. Bai Chuan took a deep breath and gradually released his restraint. The savage emotions surged from the depths of his mind, instantly overwhelming all reason. The metal golem in the field stirred. Its featureless face turned toward Bai Chuan. The golem's body swayed, then it raised its right fist and slammed it down at Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan tilted his head. The fist grazed past his ear, the air current ruffling his hair. Bai Chuan did not step back, nor did he even blink. The metal golem threw another punch. This time Bai Chuan didn't even turn his head. He raised his left hand and opened his palm. The iron fist smashed into his palm. Boom, a dull impact like a hammer striking flesh. But Bai Chuan's hand was unmoved, his feet sank into the ground. The concrete floor around his feet cracked into a web of fissures. The golem's fist was caught firmly in his palm as if it had struck a wall. The entire venue fell silent. Xing Jigua stood farthest away. The cigarette in his hand burned down to the filter, scorching his fingers, but he felt nothing. This was the first time he had witnessed Bai Chuan's power firsthand. Scarface's mouth hung open and the cigarette he had been holding fell to the ground again. He really didn't inject the barrier. This kid is truly a monster. This scene even left the surrounding official investigators incredulous. Although 029 was only a clever cursed object, it was by no means something an ordinary person could handle. Moreover, this guy hadn't injected any suppressant, he relied solely on his own strength. The metal golem seemed stunned as well. Its fist twitched, trying to pull back. It couldn't pull free. Bai Chuan closed his fingers. The golem's left fist was crushed in his palm like an aluminum can. Casually tossing away the lump of metal, Bai Chuan reached out with his right hand and grabbed the golem's right arm. Crack. The sound of metal breaking rang out. The iron skin tore and Bai Chuan wrenched the right arm clean off. He stepped forward, sweeping his right leg into the golem's left knee. The golem's massive body tilted to the right. Bai Chuan moved to its side, grabbing its shattered shoulder with his left hand to steady it, then clenched his right fist and drove it into the golem's chest. Bai Chuan's lips curled back, revealing his teeth, and his eyes were filled with excitement. He didn't even realize he was smiling. His fists without any technique rained down on the golem like a storm. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. His fists pierced through the iron skin and dark red matter sprayed from the cracks, splattering onto Bai Chuan's face. The golem's body was beaten into an unnatural curve. With the final punch, Bai Chuan's fist burst through the golem's back, carrying a fragment of broken metal frame and strands of dark red tissue. The golem's body hung on Bai Chuan's arm, its limbs dangling limply. Dark red slime trickled down his arm, dripping onto the ground with a sizzling corrosive sound. Bai Chuan pulled his arm free and the golem's corpse crashed to the ground. The savage emotions still churned in his mind. He took a deep breath, clenching his teeth, and suppressed the turmoil within. He had let go too much, reining it in was difficult. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Chuan opened his eyes and looked down at his hands. The markings had faded and his expression returned to normal. Past right. The entire venue was dead silent. Meng Yu's voice, filled with extreme helplessness, rang out, "Past. It's not easy for the Bureau to contain a living cursed object. Even a clever one is expensive." Bai Chuan looked down at his hands, shook off the slime and turned to walk back. As he passed the young investigator, Bai Chuan stopped and said, "Is there any water?" The young investigator, legs trembling, pointed to a corner of the factory. Over there. The faucet." Bai Chuan walked over, turned on the faucet and put his hands under the running water. The dark red slime was washed away. He looked down at the slime, still savoring the savage impulse from earlier. For a moment he had wanted to tear everyone present to pieces and devour them. He turned off the faucet, shook the water from his hands and walked back. As he passed the pile of mangled metal on the ground, Bai Chuan stopped. "By the way. This thing. I don't have to pay for it, do I?" Meng Yu took a deep breath and rubbed her temples. "No need to pay." "That's good." Bai Chuan nodded, his tone sincere. He didn't want to be saddled with debt before even starting work. Chen Peng and the others had somehow shrunk into a corner with only one thought in their minds: is this really a recruitment test? Scarface's cigarette fell again. Bai Chuan didn't care what they thought. He walked back to his spot alone. "Just put on a clean set of clothes," Bai Chuan muttered under his breath. In 3 months, aside from the yellow vest at the detention center, this was the first new piece of clothing he had. Several official investigators cleaned up the wreckage, occasionally exchanging hushed comments. "Where did Director Meng find this monster? He's a match for that guy from the southern region. Did you all see that just now?" He punched into 029's chest, and that smile of his was so twisted. "We saw it." What was he thinking when he smiled? I don't know. Anyway, I never want to see that kind of smile on his face again. Hearing these comments, Bai Chuan wore a doubtful expression. He reached up and touched the corner of his mouth. Just now. Was he smiling? Could it be that I really smiled? Bai Chuan muttered under his breath, then touched his own face, feeling that the curve of his mouth was somehow off. He glanced at the official investigators who were cleaning up the wreckage. They were still murmuring among themselves, their eyes occasionally drifting over to him, tinged with a hint of wariness. Meng Yu sighed, pulled out her phone and dialed a number. "Hey, it's me. There was a slight accident during the test. Bring over another class sinister entity with your team. 029 is dead." There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. "Dead. Dead." Meng Yu glanced at the pile of still smoking scrap metal on the ground. Another moment of silence. Then came a sound from the other end that was either a sigh or a curse. "Sister Meng, transferring a class sinister entity requires going through proper procedures. Besides, it's the middle of the night, where am I supposed to find one on short notice?" "I don't care," Meng Yu interrupted him. "Bring one over within an hour or the evaluation can't proceed." "Then what about 029's remains? Are they well preserved?" "They'll send someone from the technical department to retrieve them." Not bad." Meng Yu paused. "And have the tech division analyze how much force is needed to tear 029 apart with bare hands." The other end of the line fell silent again. This time the silence lasted longer. "Bare-handed? No weapons?" "Yeah, bare-handed," Meng Yu said. The sound of papers rustling came from the other end. C029, codename Iron Skin, a corporeal type sinister entity. In its activated state it appears humanoid with a height of approximately 190 centimeters and a weight of about 1,300 kilograms. Its body is assembled from scrap metal pieces of various specifications and ages. Its physical properties far exceed those of conventional metal materials and cannot be fully explained by existing metallurgy. Someone tore this thing apart with bare hands. Who did it? You. You must have nothing better to do. It's just a class sinister entity. Why are you so surprised? Meng Yu frowned. 029 is different. It's classified as a class sinister entity only because it lacks intelligence, has no language ability, no emotional expression, a single behavioral pattern, and can be damaged by thermal weapons. Containing it is easy, a few third-class investigators with special weapons can do it. But to tear 029 apart with bare hands. Only a first-class investigator has that kind of strength. Why did you tear it up? Meng Yu turned her head to glance at Bai Chuan, who was leaning against a concrete pillar studying the stains on his sweatshirt. It wasn't me, Meng Yu said. Then who was it? That special metal wasn't something a rookie could touch. Only Meng Yu, the regional director, could have pulled it off. A rookie. A sharp intake of breath came from the other end of the line. This batch of rookies is so fierce. Anyway, bring a new one over with your people. Don't ask about anything else. Having said that, Meng Yu put away her phone, turned around and faced the group. The new test entity will be delivered in 1 hour. Her voice returned to its official calm. The evaluation is suspended. Everyone rest here. The subsequent tests will be proctored by other examiners. With that, Meng Yu shot Bai Chuan a meaningful glance and turned to walk out of the factory. Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow and slowly followed. In a corner of the factory, Meng Yu stopped, turned around and faced Bai Chuan. She took a deep breath, as if organizing her words or suppressing an urge to hit someone. What happened to holding back? Now the entire East China region, no, probably all 7 regions, knows about your fierce newbie. Bai Chuan scratched his head. I really did hold back. You call that holding back? I asked if I could tear it apart. Bai Chuan blinked. He had asked in advance. Meng Yu stared at him for 3 seconds, then slowly exhaled. Forget it, she waved her hand. Let's talk business. Your move just now has already spread. There will be quite a few people requesting to review your file. And a lot of trouble will come knocking. Meng Yu's tone shifted from helplessness to seriousness. All districts are short-handed right now, especially for someone like you. The Extraordinary Regulation Bureau's 7 major districts, each has its own jurisdiction and pressure from Chong entities. More importantly, 029 is different. I only just learned this. Its Boda's hardness can only be dismantled bare-handed by a first-class investigator, i.e. and a rank. Meng Yu looked at Bai Chuan. You took down 029 bare-handed without injecting the Chong-suppressing agent, and you're a rookie. Tomorrow people from the 7 major districts will likely know about you. They'll contact you through various channels, review your files and assess your rank. So you're afraid it'll switch to another district? Bai Chuan teased with a smile. The Bureau is a secondary concern, at most it's annoying. The trouble I'm talking about comes from outside. Meng Yu shook her head. So for the next while you need to be extra careful. Outside? Bai Chuan asked curiously. He had already passed the civil service exam and joined the Bureau, what could possibly be after him? Being targeted by them will be very troublesome. Actually, even without this public combat test they would have set their sights on you sooner or later. It's only a matter of time. Meng Yu took a deep breath. Who would target me? Bai Chuan took out a cigarette and lit it, a habit had picked up during his 3 months of wandering. In this world, besides humans and Chong entities, there are also mysterious beings. Meng Yu pursed her lips, seemingly reluctant to bring it up. Similar to you. Of course you're human. Meng Yu quickly added, recalling the scene of Bai Chuan's rampage at the Jinling City Bureau. Only a very few of these beings like you have joined the Extraordinary Regulation Bureau. Most of them proclaim themselves as gods. They believe that gods should be in their rightful places, humans should return to dust, and the world should be ruled by gods. Gods. Bai Chuan frowned. Self-proclaimed. Meng Yu's tone was indifferent. Some claim to be descendants of immortals, others simply say they are reincarnations of ancient orthodox gods. No one can verify it anyway, so they can say whatever they want. Meng Yu's tone was indifferent. Some claim to be descendants of immortals, others simply say they are reincarnations of ancient orthodox gods. You must have heard of them. Meng Yu glanced at Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan listened quietly, flicking his ash. Not a damn thing. This damn diary didn't mention it. The owner of this diary only recorded useless stuff. In recent years they've been recruiting various mysterious beings to join them, accumulating power. Many mysterious beings who joined the bureau like you have been shaken. Some were lured away, some were eliminated by them. They consider it shameful to associate with humans. So naturally your appearance will catch their attention. They will try every means to recruit you. If you go with them they'll give you power, status, everything you desire. And then you'll start to think it's good to be a god. Bai Chuan listened to Meng Yue, then smiled. What? Afraid they'll offer terms you can't match and you'll go with them? It's not you leaving that I fear. Meng Yue wasn't joking about this. What I fear most is that one day you'll discover you're not human and then stop treating yourself as human. Bai Chuan's smile faded. I am human. He had never forgotten what he originally was. Meng Yue paused. In Tianq, whatever you want they'll get it for you. Whoever stands in your way you trample them. After a while you'll forget that you are human. Bai Chuan was silent for a moment. And you, he suddenly asked. What about me? What terms are you offering to keep me? Meng Yue was stunned, unable to answer for a long time. Bai Chuan put his hands back in his pockets, leaned against the wall and stood side by side with Meng Yue. You don't need to offer terms, Bai Chuan said. Meng Yue turned to look at him. Why? Because you already have. What did I give? Bai Chuan placed the cigarette back into Meng Yue's hand. You called me Bai Chuan, not Zero. The Chong entity I just killed, you all call it 029. Bai Chuan tilted his head and glanced at Meng Yue. But you called me Bai Chuan. To me, whether gods or immortals. In my eyes they're no different from 029. I like my name. And I like the feeling of being human. Do you trust me that much? Meng Yue asked, what if one day I call you Zero again? Bai Chuan thought for a moment. Then you wouldn't be human. Meng Yue. Alright, done talking. If we're done it's time to go home. Bai Chuan strode toward the SUV. Bai Chuan strode with long strides, his sneakers crunching against the gravel ground. Going to Tianq. What a joke, he had never truly considered himself the owner of that diary. A single misstep inside could spell disaster. He needed to stay alive to figure out what he really was. Divinity or not, it had nothing to do with him. For now he only wanted to uncover the identity of the diary's owner and the nature of their connection. Besides, the Fei Diao Bureau wasn't so bad. Meng Yue stood still, watching Bai Chuan's retreating back. She opened her mouth as if to speak, then swallowed her words. She had originally planned not to tell Bai Chuan about Tianq so soon. But who could have guessed that the evil creature used for the combat test in Jinlane would be so exceptional? Meng Yue had intended to let Bai Chuan develop a strong bond with the Bureau before facing these matters. She looked down at the cigarette in her hand, stubbed it out against the wall, took a deep breath and followed him. At the factory gate, Bai Chuan pulled open the door of the black SUV, dropped into the passenger seat, buckled his seatbelt, leaned back and closed his eyes. Meng Yue slid into the driver's seat. The car drove out of the abandoned factory, jolted a couple of times and merged onto the asphalt road. Half an hour later it stopped in front of a gray building. They went up to the second floor one after the other. Tomorrow you'll be officially inducted as the special advisor for the East China region. This position suits you well. Meng Yue began. I'll brief you on the Bureau's operations tomorrow morning. If you have any questions feel free to ask me anytime. Bai Chuan nodded and pushed open the door to his room. Got it. Meng Yue exhaled deeply, returned to her own room, took out her phone and dialed Jiang He's number. Jiang He notified Chen Wu and Sun Yi. Online meeting now. Jiang He acknowledged on the other end. A few minutes later 3 small squares appeared on the phone screen. Director Meng, everyone's here. Jiang He's voice came through the phone. A few things. First, Bai Chuan passed the test and will officially join tomorrow as the special advisor for the East China region. According to regulations, I'll be focusing on him for the next few days. I'll temporarily set aside other tasks. You 3 need to pay more attention to the handling of paranormal cases across East China. Second, seal Bai Chuan's file. Tomorrow Jiang He, you process the procedure. No one in East China except me can access his file, not even his cover file. Third. Meng Yue paused. From today onward you 3 who know the truth must call him Bai Chuan. No one is to mention Zero again. If it's not comfortable you can call him advisor. The 3 people on the screen nodded simultaneously. Also. In giving you a task, think carefully about how to build some bonds between Bai Chuan and us. Meng Yue tapped the table, feeling weary. I don't get it. Chen Wu scratched his head, his expression on the screen full of confusion. Director Meng, what kind of task is this? Jiang he couldn't help but interject. Chen Wu, Director Meng means to build by Chuan's emotional attachment to people and his sense of belonging to us. Emotions. Chen Wu was even more confused. What emotions? I am not from the southwest region. I'm straight no gay stuff. Sun Yi adjusted his glasses and spoke in a low voice. Director Meng is afraid Tian Ke will lure him away, so we need to make Bai Chuan feel a sense of belonging here, that he's one of us, not one of those lofty beings. Hey. That's simple. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Wu clapped his hands, thinking he'd been worried about something like those certain people in the southwest region. Go on. Meng Yu raised an eyebrow, signaling Chen Wu to continue. Marriage, kids, that'll tie him down for at least a century. Chen Wu counted on his fingers. Wife, children, a warm hearth, that's the greatest bond. Let's find him a wife. Meng Yu was speechless. Where the hell am I supposed to find him a wife and child? Just submit a report. Ask the higher-ups to assign one, Chen Wu said with utter confidence. Jiang he snorted on the screen, then quickly covered his mouth. Sun Yi adjusted his glasses, pretending not to hear. Meng Yu took a deep breath, swallowing the curse that surged to her throat. Get lost. Chen Wu shrank back, daring not to make another sound. Meng Yu massaged her temples, waiting for the anger to subside before speaking again. Anyway, I'll stay in Jinling for a while. You three think it over, but use proper methods. Alright, meeting adjourned. And tomorrow when Bai Chuan starts, be careful not to call him by the wrong name. With that, Meng Yu ended the meeting. The screen went dark. Meng Yu tossed her phone onto the sofa, stood up, walked to the window and let out a long sigh. Being a regional director wasn't as easy as she had thought. She shouldn't have taken the job. The next morning, Bai Chuan was woken up by a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Coming, coming. Bai Chuan crawled out of bed, his bare feet on the floor, and opened the door. Meng Yu stood at the door holding a plastic bag containing steamed buns and soy milk. It's 8:30. Meng Yu raised the breakfast in her hand. Bai Chuan rubbed his eyes, turned around and sank onto the sofa. Come in and sit down. Why are you standing at the door? Meng Yu hesitated for a moment, then stepped inside. She sat down at the other end of the sofa, about a meter away from Bai Chuan. Your onboarding process is complete. From today you are the special advisor for the East China region of the Feidiao Bureau, with a rank equivalent to special investigator. Alright. Bai Chuan nodded, casually picked up the breakfast Meng Yu had placed on the table and began eating. Meng Yu took several items from her document bag and laid them out on the coffee table. A deep blue ID card with the Feidiao Bureau emblem printed on it. A brand new resident ID card and several access cards. Yours. Meng Yu pushed them toward Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan put down the soy milk and picked up the ID card first. On the front was his photo. Name Bai Chuan. Gender male. Ethnicity Han. Date of birth March 24, 2005. Bai Chuan stared at the birth date for 2 seconds, then looked up at Meng Yu. I just turned 20. Meng Yu remained expressionless. To the outside world you're just a college student. Bai Chuan pocketed the ID card and picked up the deep blue work badge. He opened it. On the left was his photo, on the right were several lines of text. National Bureau for Abnormal Incidents, East China Region Special Advisor, name Bai Chuan, rank Special Investigator, number EA0001. EA0001. Bai Chuan read out the number. East China Region Advisor. Meng Yu seemed worried that Bai Chuan might overthink, so she added an explanation. Currently you're the only active special advisor in the East China region, hence 001. Also, the test from last night has been circulated. The Jinling technical team analyzed the remnants of 029. Want to take a look? Meng Yu placed her phone on the table. On the screen was a formal technical test report with the Feidiao Bureau emblem and the word, Top Secret, printed at the top. Is this all so solemn? Does the Feidiao Bureau really have no one who can tear apart 029 with bare hands? Bai Chuan looked at Meng Yu and asked. They do. Meng Yu leaned back on the sofa. Given the physical hardness of 029, a first-class investigator who has injected a grade Xinchong or some naturally awakened individuals could potentially achieve what you did. But in the eyes of outsiders you're just a newcomer, a naturally awakened genius who doesn't rely on Xinchong. You're now the East China region's prodigy rookie investigator. Play the role of a genius well. Meng Yu patted Bai Chuan on the shoulder and smiled. Bai Chuan swallowed the last bite of the steamed bun, took a sip of soy milk and said, no need to act, I am one. Meng Yue. Looking at Bai Chuan's matter-of-fact face, she paused for 2 seconds and decided not to continue that line of conversation. She took another folded paper from the document bag, unfolded it and laid it flat on the coffee table. It was a structural chart of the Feijiao Bureau, small but densely covered with text. Since you've joined, you need to know the basics. Meng Yu pointed at the top of the chart. The Feijiao Bureau's headquarters is in Beiping, called Base 0. It oversees 7 major regions: North China, East China, Southwest. Our East China region ranks second not by strength but by the order of establishment. The Feijiao Bureau's investigators are divided into 5 ranks: probationary investigator, third-class investigator, second-class investigator, first-class investigator and special investigator. These 5 ranks correspond to DCBA and S in terms of power. As for what lies above, you'll learn in time. You're currently listed as special investigator, directly reporting to me. Bai Chuan looked up. Reporting to you? I mean work. Meng Yu corrected. Bai Chuan glanced at her. I meant that too. Meng Yu. A special investigator typically leads a team independently and has their own jurisdiction. But your situation is special, you'll be working with me for now. Meng Yu steered the conversation back. This is the URL for the Feijiao Bureau's internal system. It contains most of the archive since the Bureau's founding, files on malevolent entities, research on ruins, mission records, and there's also a communication platform for personnel across regions. Meng Yu picked up her phone and sent a website to Bai Chuan. Your employee ID is EA0001. Except for a few top-secret files, you can access most of it. Also, special investigators have monthly mission quotas. You can accept them through this system. Bai Chuan nodded. This was exactly what he needed. There was so much he had to look into. Apart from this official system, Meng Yu swiped a few times on her phone, pulled up a web page and turned the screen toward Bai Chuan. There's another place where you can gather information about malevolent entities. Bai Chuan leaned in. The screen showed a forum with a very crude interface. A civilian forum. He raised an eyebrow. Meng Yu put the phone away. It was created by a group of unofficial abnormal forces. It includes underground researchers, retired Feijiao personnel and some things of unclear origin. The information on this forum is messy, half truth half fiction, but sometimes you can find things that aren't in the official system. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Meng Yu put away her phone. Does the Feijiao Bureau have a place to test combat strength? Bai Chuan hesitated before asking. Up to now he was unsure of his own level. Strength determined his future style, whether to be a Zhuguo Ren, a domineering figure, or a humble citizen of the motherland. That one-word difference was like a cat. Yes, I can take you there right now. Meng Yu nodded. She was also curious about Bai Chuan's strength, but out of respect she hadn't brought it up before. Now. Bai Chuan glanced at Meng Yu. Was it that urgent? Jinling is the provincial capital and its sub-bureau is well equipped. Other places may not have facilities where you can test your strength. Meng Yu rose and tucked the items from the coffee table into a document bag. Let's go. The testing ground is on the second basement level of the sub-bureau. It's about a 20-minute drive. Bai Chuan finished the last mouthful of soybean milk, stood stretched and followed Meng Yu outside. They went downstairs. Meng Yu drove and Bai Chuan remained in the front passenger seat. The car left the tree-lined avenue and headed toward the sub-bureau. Does the Feijiao Ju's combat strength mostly rely on that serum? Bai Chuan asked. So far what he had seen suggested that might indeed be the case. For the most part, yes. The human body has limits that are hard to surpass through training alone. Too few are born awakened. Those people are coveted by Tiank and we can't possibly offer better terms. Meng Yu nodded. To deal with those strange beings, the Feijiao Ju extracted substances from Suiwu and developed the Zhen Sui serums. The serums are graded according to the Suiwu's rank from D to S. The serum code begins with the grade followed by its development sequence. Different Suiwu yield different effects. For example, D001 Bilei was the first grade serum developed from a grade Suiwu called Raoshan. Its effect is merely to increase strength, speed and defense, about 10 times that of a normal person, and it lasts 30 minutes. By contrast, the A091 Shuangren I used that day is an grade Zhen Sui made from an grade Suiwu called Xuanu. After injection, one's strength becomes 60 times that of an ordinary person and it confers some of the Xuanu's peculiar abilities as well as bodily changes. Duration 80 minutes. Of course, serums cannot be injected casually. My body and mind could not withstand anything above a grade Zhen Sui. Meng Yu explained casually. Newcomers usually cannot even endure the side effects of grade Zhen Sui. Bai Chuan hesitated. Relying solely on serums introduced too many uncertainties. You could not before a fight demand the opponent wait while you take an injection and transform. Was there really a rule in this world that a transformation made you invincible? The enemy would stand motionless for tens of seconds watching you complete your injection. What else can you do? Meng Yu looked at Bai Chuan helplessly. Human bodies rarely achieve the kind of power high-grade Suewu possess merely through cultivation and exercise. Those born with unfathomable power are too few and they have to be fought over with Tianke. Since you depend on serums can supply keep up. And if all power comes from serums, is there any point in tearing strength? Bai Chuan wondered. If the force is not your own, why rank it? There is, Meng Yu said. Not everyone can inject those serums. Some people can only ever tolerate grade Jinsui, others with a little training can take grade. Meng Yu paused. Besides that, an exceedingly small number of people have taken another path. Bai Chuan cast a look of inquiry. They consume Suewu remains and steal the Suewu's power. Meng Yu's expression grew serious. Bai Chuan frowned. The notion of swallowing a Suewu and gaining its power sounded oddly familiar. But the Fei Jiao Ju expressly forbids privately ingesting Suewu. Meng Yu tapped the steering wheel. Not because the path is impossible but because so few clear it successfully. The Fei Jiao Ju has existed for over 70 years, there are fewer than 10 documented cases of success. As for investigators who attempted it, Meng Yu trailed off. There were over 3,000 attempts including some top-tier investigators. Bai Chuan's eyelid twitched. How was that different from a death sentence? So at present the Fei Jiao Ju's main combat assets are firearms and Jinsui serums. Bai Chuan nodded and said nothing further. Bai Chuan wondered whether the diary's owner was one of those successful cases. He thought of the memory scene in which he had consumed a Suewu. He had not forgotten the change in himself, he had eaten a Suewu in that memory. Judging by his current performance, his strength was absurdly great. That single eye, the old man in the wall, what grade of Suewu could impart such power? It seemed his abilities might have an explanation. But no. It was only a memory, how could it map onto reality? Besides, that was what the diary's owner ate, what did it have to do with him? He had merely watched it in his mind. We're here. Meng Yu's voice drew him back. The car descended into the sub-bureau's underground parking. Bai Chuan inhaled deeply and pushed the door open. He decided not to dwell on what he couldn't yet understand. First he would measure his power and see how capable he truly was. The rest could wait. Meng Yu locked the car and led him through an iron gate into an elevator. The instructor at the Jinling sub-bureau is Zhao Heng, rank special. He's waiting downstairs, Meng Yu said. He's rigid in how he does things, so he doesn't lead teams outside. He stays and instructs at the bureau. Don't take some things to heart. He might eat me then. Bai Chuan put his hands in his pockets. I'm afraid you'd eat him. Meng Yu rolled her eyes. Here, this is for you. Meng Yu produced an operational kit and handed it to Bai Chuan. Inside were a dozen Jinsui vials. I'm to use these. Bai Chuan was surprised but not opposed. No one would turn down more power if it came without terrible side effects. These contain glucose, not Jinsui, Meng Yu explained. Your body is unlike an ordinary person's. I won't let you inject serums lightly. If you truly want to use them, you must go to the technical department for a body test to check for serum rejection. For now I only want you to pretend to use one, otherwise your test data might be too anomalous and hard to explain. From now on combat missions, theatrically inject a vial of glucose. Understood. Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow. The elevator doors opened to the second basement, a vast training hall at least 7 or 8 meters high, lights bright as day. The floor was covered with black mats, weapons and training gear hung on the walls, and nameless apparatuses were stacked in the corners. Zhao Heng stood in the center clad in a black training suit, a tablet in hand. When Bai Chuan entered, Zhao Heng looked him up and down. A genius newcomer who can dismantle 029 barehanded without Jinsui. Meng Yu answered for Bai Chuan. I brought him to test his strength today. Zhao Heng nodded and without much small talk walked deeper into the hall. He was a special investigator whose grade combat power even surpassed Meng Yu as the regional head. Zhao Heng stopped before a black machine resembling an oversized punching power meter. The striking area was a black square panel with a display embedded beside. Zhao Heng pointed at the square panel. Hit there. Full power. Bai Chuan stood before the machine, flexed his wrist and glanced at Zhao Heng. Zhao Heng held his tablet calmly as if awaiting a routine test. Full power? Bai Chuan asked. Full power, Zhao Heng replied. Bai Chuan inhaled, theatrically produced a Jinsui syringe, and the next instant a gray pattern appeared in his hand. Without hesitation he drew his fist back and struck. There was a thunderous boom as if a small explosive had detonated in the basement. The machine shook violently and the black striking panel caved in with the imprint of a fist. The display numbers leapt wildly, 10 tons, 20 tons, 25 tons, then the screen died. The machine crackled and smoke drifted out carrying a faint burn scent. Zhao Heng stared at the smoking device in silence. Bai Chuan looked at his own fist and then at the ruined machine. Broken. Zhao Heng crouched to inspect the machine, then rose and wrote a line on his tablet. Punch force exceeded device range, device damaged. Estimate 50 tons. With training each punch could reach a colossal force of 100,000 gene. Meng Yu was puzzled. Breaking the tester did not seem to warrant a 50-ton estimate. His method of delivering force is wrong, Zhao Heng said. Meng Yu was momentarily taken aback and then grasped his meaning. When he punched he used arm strength. A true striker generates power from the soles, push the ground, rotate the waist, drive the shoulder and deliver the punch with the whole body concentrated on the fist. This blow was not full power. If he learned even one proper boxing method, a straight punch of 100,000 gene would not be impossible for him. Meng Yu nodded. On this point Zhao Heng was the professional. Zhao Heng then put Bai Chuan through a dozen more tests, strange and varied examinations that nevertheless revealed Bai Chuan's weaknesses: raw power without refinement. Speed average, reactions a little slow, defense peculiar, arms extraordinarily tough while other parts are relatively fragile. Technique poor. Only strength reached upper S. Zhao Heng stood and handed his tablet to Meng Yu. Comprehensive rating mid S. Bai Chuan blinked. The assessment matched his own estimate. He had not truly unleashed the brutal emotion in his mind nor used those eyes. Mid S. There are upper, middle and lower S. Above S the Fei Jiao Ju subdivides internally: lower S, mid S, upper S and beyond that. Meng Yu paused. There are the supers and the ancient gods, if those are not for public discussion. Strictly speaking only above S is called a realm. No wonder the forum was so lively yesterday, truly a genius newcomer. In the entire East China region there are currently 7 active special investigators, 4 lower S, 2 mid S and 1 upper S. She looked at Bai Chuan. You are now the 3rd mid S. Just fix the technical weaknesses, remember to choose a few boxing forms to practice. Director Meng, with such power I don't recommend Bai Chuan serve as regional special advisor, he should lead teams on the front line. Enough. Meng Yu put away the tablet and cut off Zhao Heng. Testing is over, your mission is complete. Meng Yu looked at Zhao Heng. She did not state it outright, but Zhao Heng understood. She wanted Bai Chuan to lead teams but dared not, at least not yet. Let's go. Meng Yu signaled Bai Chuan and headed for the elevator. Thank you. Bai Chuan thanked Zhao Heng and followed Meng Yu. You didn't use your full strength, did you? Meng Yu asked, confident in her tone. She remembered those eyes. Besides, she did not believe a person who had lived 2,000 years lacked even basic punching technique. He was clearly holding back. It's a test, not a suicide run, Bai Chuan replied with a smile. Until yesterday he had been an ordinary person, no, a vagrant without even the rights of a citizen. But now if he opened the Guishu Ji Tong in the entire East China region he would be among the absolute top tier. Ding. As they spoke the elevator arrived. The doors slid open and Meng Yu and Bai Chuan stepped inside. Zhao Heng remained rooted in place watching the elevator numbers descend from B2 to the first floor. A faint twitch at the corner of his mouth, whether a smile or a sigh no one could tell. Inside the elevator Bai Chuan leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets, an involuntary smirk tugging at his lips. For the first time in a while he felt a measure of ease now that he had a rough gauge of his own strength. How much do you know about the cursed objects and the abyssal realm? Meng Yu turned her head to look at Bai Chuan. Not much. Haven't had much contact with them in 2,000 years, Bai Chuan replied, lying with a perfectly straight face, no need for mental preparation whatsoever. Meng Yu gave him a penetrating glance. Cursed objects aren't that mysterious. When humans fear something thoughts arise, when thoughts accumulate cursed objects take shape. Cursed objects are formed from human fear, resentment, even delusions. These emotional energies coalesce into solid form after long sedimentation in the abyssal realm. To put it bluntly, cursed objects are bred by humans. Fear something and that emotion falls into the abyss, becoming a seed. And what grows from that seed is a cursed object. Meng Yu's voice dropped. That's why their forms and abilities are so bizarre and varied, even repeating themselves. Over the millennia humanity has cast countless fears into the abyss. No one knows how many cursed objects dwell within. The Feijiao Bureau only began to understand them after you were discovered. It was around then that cursed objects started to proliferate. As for the abyssal realm, no one knows how it formed. Think of it as another world. Occasionally it intersects with reality, and when the rules of the two worlds clash, a rift appears. That rift lets cursed objects slip through. So our job is just patching things up. Bai Chuan summarized after listening. Meng Yu paused, then nodded. More or less. Well then. Ready to take on your first mission? She winked. Bai Chuan blinked. After your official induction you need to complete a field mission before you can be granted the rank of investigator. It's a regulation, no exceptions. She didn't add the rest, it was bureau policy and also her own assessment of him. Fine. Bai Chuan was not opposed. Even if Meng Yu hadn't brought it up, he was already planning to step into this new world and pursue some answers. Back at the Jinling police station you said you wouldn't take combat missions you couldn't handle. Meng Yu met his eyes. That's right. Bai Chuan answered firmly. He wanted to live. How do you judge if you can handle it? He paused. No missions above rank. Of course don't let your brother Bai know you're below rank or you'll end up like 029. Meng Yue. Just then the elevator doors opened and they stepped out. The car drove back to the gray building. Bai Chuan pushed open the door, walked upstairs and unlocked his room in one smooth motion. Inside he tossed his coat onto the bed, sat down at the desk and logged into the Feijiao Bureau's official website. Instead of opening the mission list he clicked on the Cursed Objects archive. After a moment's thought he typed a few keywords into the search bar: eyeball, gray humanoid. No results. He tried other words: white old man, parasitic. Still nothing. After some hesitation he input the information that had appeared in his mind that day: Gixis I ancient strange mark. The screen remained blank. Bai Chuan leaned back in his chair staring at the message, no results found, for a long time. He wanted to understand what these two things inside his body were. To his surprise they weren't in the Bureau's archives. Either they were too insignificant to be recorded, which seemed impossible, or the Bureau had never encountered them. Try a name, he thought. He switched to the site's homepage, typed his own name into the search bar and even added 0. He wasn't looking for his own information but hoping to find something about the diary's owner. This time quite a few results appeared. East China Region Rookie Bai Chuan dismantles C-Class Cursed Object barehanded, sparking internal debate. Forum thread: several speculations about East China Rookie Bai Chuan, the untold story between me and Bai Chuan. Shocking. East China Rookie Bai Chuan turned into 001 special advisor by his boss on first day. Bai Chuan frowned and immediately closed the tab. Either my clearance is too low or some materials aren't kept online. He rubbed his temples. The information here was useless to him. After closing all the windows he still didn't look at the mission list. Instead he clicked on another section: the martial arts repository. He remembered what Zhao Heng had said. You have raw power but you punch like you're swinging a sledgehammer. Harsh words but true. Bai Chuan knew his own limits. The hands with gray markings could unleash terrifying force, but it was pure brute strength, physical power with no technique whatsoever. He could put off the mission for a couple of days. First he wanted to pick a fist technique. He typed a few words into the search bar: fist technique, power skill. A long list of entries appeared, titles dense and dizzying. The first one was called Crushing Fist. Its description consisted of a single sentence: straightforward, fierce and domineering. Bai Chuan clicked on it and the page loaded. The first line made him raise an eyebrow. If you're afraid of death, hit the X in the top right corner. Don't bother scrolling down. Who's that aimed at? He had to see. He scrolled further: those who use their fists as weapons must be fearless. Live towards death, heart without fear, fist harder than mouth, die but never yield. First cultivate the momentum, let the fist's presence topple a city before it lands. Strike before the words fall, break the enemy's spirit first. A fist warrior is combative at heart. Always harbor a fierce savage aura. That's me all over, Bai Chuan muttered to himself. Whenever he activated the markings a surge of violent destructive emotion welled up, a perfect match for the temperament of this fist technique. Bai Chuan spent half an hour reading the entire Crushing Fist manual, then another 2 hours practicing it in his room. The first round was awkward, the second smoother, and by the third he could produce the same explosive crack in the air as the instructional video. He stood in the center of the room repeating the movements over and over. He didn't need to master it to perfection, just enough to avoid flailing wildly like before. For 3 consecutive days Bai Chuan stayed home practicing the Crushing Fist, repeatedly drilling the movements while gradually learning to channel the violent emotions from his markings into the fist's momentum. After 3 days his Crushing Fist had developed a certain proficiency. A urgent knock came at the door. Bai Chuan withdrew his stance, took a deep breath and walked over to open it. Meng Yu stood at the doorstep. "There's a mission," she said, her tone brooking no refusal. "It's urgent." Looking at Meng Yu's expression, Bai Chuan inquired, "What mission?" "A capture mission, urgent," Meng Yu said as she turned and walked downstairs. "Someone is killing people in the city center square, creating a terrible impact. Why not just call the police? Does the Feijiao Bureau handle this?" Bai Chuan caught up with Meng Yu, his face full of confusion. "This kind of matter isn't exactly minor, but it shouldn't fall under the Feijiao Bureau's jurisdiction. Nor should it make Meng Yu this nervous. It's quite different." "What's different?" Bai Chuan asked. "The perpetrator is a young man just over 20 who suddenly gained some kind of power and indiscriminately attacked citizens in the city center square. He is suspected to be a natural awakener. Currently confirmed casualties 17. Meng Yu pulled open the car door and sat in the driver's seat. "I took this mission on your behalf, so the Jinling branch only sent a rookie squad to go through the motions. I don't know any other details yet." Bai Chuan sat in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. "What's that person's background?" "A student at Jinling University named Lin Tian, 20 years old. A few days ago he was still an ordinary person. This is very strange, there seems to be the shadow of Tian K in this." Meng Yu started the car and drove towards the city center. The square had already been cordoned off. Police cars and ambulances lined an entire street. Outside the cordon, hundreds of officers were hastily evacuating the crowd. Inside the cordon, more than 20 people lay on the ground, some still moving, others already A young man stood by the fountain pool in the center of the square wearing a black hoodie. He looked about 20, not particularly handsome, but there was a strange pattern on the back of his neck. "Almost there. Doing this should make those up in the sky notice me, I suppose. I wonder if what senior sister said is correct." Lin Tian muttered to himself. His gaze swept over the people on the ground, finally settling on a SWAT officer. The officer was in his early 30s, his face covered in blood, but his eyes were still open. "You're still alive." Lin Tian walked over, crouched down, tilted his head and looked at him with some surprise. "I was so forceful, how are you still alive?" The officer's eyes fixed on him, his lips moving but no sound coming out. "What do you want to say?" Lin Tian leaned his ear closer. "You can't escape." The officer's voice was faint and hoarse. Lin Tian listened and laughed, shaking his head. "Escape? Why would I run?" Then he spread his arms and looked up at the sky. "What can you do to me?" Lin Tian's voice echoed across the square, reaching beyond the cordon. "You don't understand the feeling of power. If you were like me, you would understand." Lin Tian crouched down and patted the officer's face on the ground. A month ago he went home to pay respects to his great-grandfather's grave and inexplicably awakened some abilities. On the first day he obeyed the law and lived an ordinary life. On the second day he cautiously tested the waters. It seemed he was the only one in the world with special abilities and no official superpower organization contacted him. On the third day he decided to become a superhero and protect the world. On the fourth day he grew tired of it, he realized those people weren't worth his help. On the fifth day someone told him he was a god. He should go to the sky. He should show his power. He began to do whatever he wanted. The thermal weapons he once feared were completely useless against him. All those SWAT officers outside, hundreds of guns, couldn't even scratch him. "I am the sole authority in this world." Lin Tian slowly uttered these words, revealing divinity before men. He turned around, facing the dense crowd of officers and medical personnel outside the cordon, a condescending smile spreading across his face. "Who else wants to come?" No one answered. The officers outside the cordon remained silent, gripping their guns tightly, but not a single one fired. They had already tried, bullets couldn't hit this monster. Bullets flew past his ear, through his armpit, but never hit him. And some heavy weapons were not suitable for use in the urban area. Lin Tian waited a few seconds, got no response and smirked. "Tisk, boring. Already chickening out. Doesn't your police department have negotiators? Why don't they come and talk to me?" Lin Tian's eyes lit up as he thought of something fun. "I'm easy to talk to. Send someone over, have a chat with me, give me a few million to spend and make me an official. Maybe you'll join the authorities and help you set up a special department to protect the world." No one answered. He shook his head, sighed and said in a coaxing tone, "Don't be afraid. I'll count to 3. If no one comes, I'll come over." He raised 3 fingers. 3. Outside the cordon the officers' faces turned even more grim. Some tightened their grips on their guns, others instinctively stepped back half a pace. More than 20 people were already lying on the ground, they didn't want to add more. 2. The smile on Lin Tian's face grew wider. He loved this feeling. 1. As the word fell, Lin Tian's face blossomed into a full smile. Here I come. Stop. A sharp shout rang out. Then 3 figures shot in from 3 different directions at astonishing speed, blocking the space between Lin Tian and the crowd. The 3 wore identical black combat uniforms with the emblem of the Feijiao Bureau on their left arms. Didn't expect our first real mission to be catching a person instead of purifying a malevolent entity. Chen Peng muttered, his hands never stopping as he quickly took out a grade D suppression agent and injected it into his body. On either side of Chen Peng stood Xing Jigua and Scarface, both swiftly injected the suppression agent just like Chen Peng. This agent was the same one they had used during the practical test that night. D001 bulwarked the standard issue for new recruits of the Feijiao Bureau. As the agent entered their bodies, all 3 shuddered violently, their auras abruptly surging and a faint bloody scent spread through the air. Back then, on that day of Baichuan's final test, they had also passed the practical exam and successfully joined the Feijiao Bureau as trainee investigators assigned to the same team. This was their first rookie mission. Oh. Official Special Forces. Lin Tian's voice drew out as he appraised the 3 with keen interest. So the authorities have something like this. What do you call it? Drug mutation? Or genetic modification? Xing Jigua didn't answer, he was never fond of talking. He stomped his right foot on the ground and lunged at Lin Tian, fist swinging. Lin Tian raised his hand, his palm catching the fist. A dull thud echoed. Xing Jiguo's fist was seized and Lin Tian's single hand suspended in midair. Lin Tian stood motionless. Not bad strength, Lin Tian remarked with an air of seriousness. But compared to me, you're still far off. As he finished, the hand gripping Xing Jiguo's fist began to exert force. Xing Jiguo's expression changed. A sharp searing pain shot through his right hand. He tried to pull his fist back, but it was as if the hand was welded tight, utterly immobile. Chen Peng rushed in from the left, a black short blade in hand, its arc aimed straight for Lin Tian's throat. Scarface closed in from the right, hurtling low, and drove a fist toward Lin Tian's knee joint. Lin Tian released Xing Jiguo's fist. He stepped back. Just one step and Chen Peng's blade grazed past his Adam's apple. Scarface's fist slammed into the spot where Lin Tian had stood, shattering the floor tiles into a basin-sized crater, sending shards of stone flying. A single step, just enough to evade all attacks. Then, before the 3 could react, Lin Tian closed in and struck rapidly. Xing Jigua was sent flying backward, his back crashing into the edge of the fountain pool. The marble rim shattered into a gap, water spraying everywhere. Chen Peng and Scarface tried to rush in to rescue him, but Lin Tian seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He tilted his head slightly to the left, Chen Peng's blade whisking past his ear into empty air. At the same moment, his left elbow shot backward, striking Scarface squarely in the abdomen. Scarface let out a muffled groan, his body curling into a shrimp-like shape. Lin Tian caught both men by the wrists with a reverse grip, flicked them aside and sent them flying 5 or 6 meters away, where they skidded another 3 or 4 meters across the ground. Damn it, is this guy even human? Chen Peng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, anger boiling inside him. How could this be human? Sure, they had only injected D001 bulwark, the weakest agent the Feijiao Bureau had, but it shouldn't have reduced them to being tossed around like dogs. Another monster like that Baichuan. The instructor had said such individuals were extremely rare, 1 in tens of millions, so how had he encountered 2 in just a few days? You've done well, Lin Tian said, glancing at the 3. It's just that you're up against me. I am born noble. He spread his arms. It's a leap in the level of life. The foundation upon which mortals gaze up at the gods. Never mind, you wouldn't understand. Lin Tian shook his head, his voice very soft. Ants struggle to climb higher, but no matter how high they climb, they're still ants. Gods don't need to climb, gods are born in the heavens. Senior sister was right, Lin Tian said, gazing at the flashing police lights at the end of the square and the armed SWAT officers who could do nothing. He took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. I should be a god. If this is all you've got, you'll all die here today. Lin Tian abruptly turned his head, staring at Xing Jigua by the pool. A moment ago he had stood among the rubble, the next instant he was 7 paces away. The floor tiles exploded beneath him, and before the debris could even rise, his entire body had transformed into a blur. Xing Jigua knelt by the pool, his left hand propping him up, his right arm dangling at his side. He saw Lin Tian charging at him, the figure in his pupils rapidly growing larger. He tried to move. Couldn't. Too fast. Chen Peng and Scarface struggled to their feet, desperately trying to rush in and help. In the distance every officer who witnessed this scene felt their hearts leap into their throats, some closed their eyes in despair. Lin Tian's figure expanded rapidly in Xing Ziguo's pupils and he sensed the breath of death. It was over. He hadn't even survived his first mission. What a pity, the case was still unsolved and he hadn't yet questioned Baichuan. This was the last thought in Xing Ziguo's mind. Lin Tian's finger was an inch from Xing Ziguo's glabella, just 1 inch. Whoosh! A piercing shriek cut through the air as Lin Tian was sent flying sideways, crashing into the marble relief wall at the end of the square. Boom! Silence fell over the square. Alive! I'm alive! Xing Ziguo murmured, looking down at his hands. He wasn't dead. Everyone present was stunned, their eyes fixed on the person standing before Xing Ziguo. Who? Who is he? Someone behind the barricade whispered. Phew! I can relax. He's here. Chen Peng lay on the ground, propping himself up with his hands on the rubble, lifting his head to gaze at the back before him. Suddenly his fractured bones didn't hurt as much. The figure before him was one he would never forget, Baichuan. Thank you. Xing Ziguo also came to his senses, recognizing the back standing in front of him. You guys look pretty pathetic. But it's fine, I'll take it from here. Baichuan waved his hand without looking back, then strode toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian was still embedded in the wall, limbs dangling, blood trickling from his mouth, eyes half open. The sudden appearance of Baichuan felt oddly familiar, but he couldn't place it. You. Lin Tian crawled out of the wall, flexing his body. Who? Who are you? How could you hit me? Baichuan didn't answer, walking straight toward Lin Tian. Just as he was about to reach Lin Tian, Baichuan stopped abruptly. He pulled a syringe from his pocket, plunged it into his arm, pushed the plunger all the way and tossed the empty needle aside. Almost forgot. I wonder if this injection looks convincing enough. In the distance Meng Yu slapped her forehead, her face full of exasperation. Damn it, who can't tell you're acting? Really? In the field. Lin Tian watched him finish the whole process, then gave a slight laugh. You scared me, I thought you were something special. Turns out you're just another drug user. His body relaxed and the condescending arrogance returned to his face. That was just me being careless. Baichuan closed in and kicked Lin Tian in the face. Lin Tian, who had just climbed out of the wall, was sent crashing back into it by the kick. Cough. Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with shock. Before he could even muster anger, a hand had already seized his ankle. Baichuan grabbed Lin Tian's ankle and yanked him out of the wall. Lin Tian's body hung upside down, head lowered, blood streaming from his nose. Like swinging a rag doll, Baichuan whirled Lin Tian in a huge arc through the air, then slammed him viciously onto the ground. Bang! The floor tiles shattered. Lin Tian's nose smashed into the rubble, blood spurting from his nostrils. His mind went blank, stars exploding before his eyes. Before he could react, the hand on his ankle yanked him up again. Baichuan swung him to the other side. Left. Right. Left. Right. Baichuan held Lin Tian by the leg and smashed him back and forth against the ground. One strike after another with no pause. Debris flew, dust rose, and shallow pits were gouged into the earth. Lin Tian's body bounced between these pits, each impact heavier than the last. His consciousness began to blur. His face was smeared with blood, impossible to tell if it was from his nose or the gashes on his forehead. His left arm bent at an unnatural angle, whether dislocated or broken. Lin Tian's mouth opened, trying to shout, "Stop," but only a spray of bloody foam emerged. The square fell into dead silence. Hundreds of people watched this scene, no one speaking, no one moving. Finally Baichuan stopped. He released Lin Tian's ankle and wiped his hands. Lin Tian collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud, only the faint rise and fall of his chest showing he was alive. So weak. Baichuan frowned. He hadn't even used the 3-day bounce fist technique had learned. Lin Tian struggled to open his eyes, shifting his gaze to Baichuan. It seemed something was dawning on him. Great-grandfather. Lin Tian's lips moved. Baichuan's body stiffened. This guy, was he calling him grandpa just to beg for mercy? Baichuan crouched down, staring at Lin Tian's face crusted with blood, his brow furrowed. After uttering those words, Lin Tian had passed out. Baichuan reached out and lifted Lin Tian's eyelid. His pupils were dilated, but he was still breathing. Was he begging for mercy or? Baichuan murmured, and as the realization dawned on him, he felt that Lin Tian's gaze just now wasn't one of supplication, it was more as if he recognized him. No. Not recognized him, but recognized his face. A possibility crossed Baichuan's mind. At that moment the crowd in the square finally snapped back to reality. Who is this person? That kick just now. I didn't even see how he appeared. Didn't you see? He dragged that guy out of the wall and slammed him like a ragdoll over a dozen times. Over a dozen times. The ground is shattered. Is he even human? Murmurs rose and fell, the officers exchanged whispers, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Chen Peng sat on the ground wiping blood from his face and suddenly burst into laughter. Damn, just how far behind are we? We're all rookies and he's here playing at a whole different level, beating that thing like a blow-up doll. When Bai Chuan appeared, Chen Peng had thought Lin Tian wouldn't stand a chance, but he hadn't expected this. He looked up at the sky. When will I become a special class investigator? Scarface chimed in, next life. Chen Peng didn't argue. Bai Chuan ignored the surrounding chatter, standing still staring down at the unconscious Lin Tian with a complex expression. Only one word churned in his mind. Great-grandfather. I need to take him back and get some answers. Just then the roar of engines came from afar. 3 black Ford Raptors lined up raced through the western street of the square, ignoring the warning tape and barricades rolling right over them and screeching to a halt at the edge of the square. The doors opened and 7 men stepped out. They wore identical black combat suits, but the style differed from Chen Peng's group. The non-bureau emblem on their left arms was silver, not the red of ordinary investigators. Leading them was a man in his early 30s with a crew cut and a square face. His gaze swept across the square and finally settled on Bai Chuan. We're late, a bespectacled young man beside him murmured. Not late, the crew-cut man said in a low voice. Just in time for the cleanup. He strode toward the center of the square, the other 6 following in orderly steps. Bai Chuan turned to face these uninvited guests. The crew-cut man stopped 3 paces from Bai Chuan, his gaze passing over Bai Chuan to land on the unconscious Lin Tian on the ground. Good work. We're taking this man. Bai Chuan didn't move. Who are you? The man finally shifted his gaze to Bai Chuan, sized him up for 2 seconds, then pulled out a badge, flipped it open and flashed it. HPDD Li Weiyan. Li Weiyan put the badge away. Bai Chuan glanced down at Lin Tian, then back at Li Weiyan. What the hell is HPDD? Even throwing English around. Human Potential Development Division. Li Weiyan explained. What you're saying? Bai Chuan tilted his head. What does it have to do with me? I know you. Special Consultant for the East China region of the Non-Bureau, the only rookie in the region to be exceptionally rated as a special class investigator during the probation period. Li Weiyan's eyes narrowed. Consultant by this man is very useful to our HPDD. I need to take him. As Li Weiyan finished speaking, the 6 men behind him took half a step forward simultaneously. This falls under HPDD's jurisdiction. The target involves the secrets of human potential awakening. We have the right. I don't care about HPDD or whatever. Bai Chuan interrupted him. I beat him, I settled the matter. You can't take him. If Lin Tian hadn't shouted that great-grandfather, he would have let them take him away. He didn't want to deal with the aftermath anyway. What did you say? I said no. Bai Chuan stated. Li Weiyan's gaze turned cold. The 6 men behind him simultaneously placed their hands on the standard-issue weapons at their waists. Bai Chuan didn't move, just glanced at the 6. But Li Weiyan noticed that Bai Chuan's toes had subtly shifted direction. Bai Chuan, are you sure you want to clash with HPDD over a complete stranger? Do you know that all the suppression agents used by the Non-Bureau are developed by us? Do you understand what you're doing? I'm sure. And I'm not just sure about that. Bai Chuan took a step forward. Li Weiyan involuntarily stepped back half a pace, then realized he had retreated, his expression turning ugly. I'm also sure of one more thing. The 7 of you plus the 2 still in the car. Bai Chuan paused, raising 3 fingers. 3 seconds. I only need 3 seconds to press each one of you into the ground to keep him company. Bai Chuan pointed at Lin Tian on the ground. Li Weiyan laughed. I know you're a genius. He held a metal case in his hand. The youngest special class investigator in the history of the Non-Bureau. Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow. The youngest ever. Somehow he felt like laughing. But don't think that being a special class investigator means you can look down on everyone. There are tiers even among ranks. I don't know how your regional director taught you, but today I'll teach you a lesson. Li Weiyan pulled a silver metal case from his pocket. His thumb pressed against the fingerprint scanner on the lid. With a soft click, the lid popped open. Inside lay a syringe. Agent serial number S013, codename Annihilation, one of the most powerful class suppression agents. Its raw material came from an S-class anomaly killed 32 years ago 3,000 meters underground in western Sichuan, number S009, codename Immortal. Heard of it? Li Weiyan gently rotated the syringe with his fingers if the deep purple liquid inside flowed with the motion. The anomaly's true form was a shapeless mass of black mist about 40 meters in diameter. It had survived underground in western Sichuan for at least 200 years, worshipped by the local mountain folk as a mountain god. The suppression operation lasted 11 full months. The non-bureau deployed 47 first-class investigators, 3 special-class investigators and over 2,000 support and firepower personnel. In the end, 2 special-class and 21 first-class investigators died before it was cleansed. After S009 was killed, only 2 S-class suppression agents could be made from it. One was used 18 years ago. Now only this one remains in the world. Li Weiyan brought the syringe back in front of him, gazing at the deep purple liquid flowing inside as if admiring a work of art. After injection, the user's body surface will form an invisible annihilation field with a radius of about 2 meters. Within this field, all energy-based attacks will be absorbed. It can devour all forms of energy, kinetic, thermal, electrical, even the psychic fields of other anomalies. As long as they touch its core, they will be instantly absorbed and converted. In other words, consultant buy, if I inject annihilation, now the 3 seconds you mentioned might not even breach my field. Li Weiyan smiled. Now are you still going to stop me? His voice suddenly shot up an octave. His eyes bulged like copper bells, pupils contracting sharply, staring at his right hand. His right hand was empty. The S013 annihilation in his hand was gone. He looked up. Bai Chuan stood 2 paces away, holding a syringe in his right hand, raising it to the sun, squinting as if appraising an antique, examining the deep purple liquid flowing inside. So powerful. And a Wunio-faken treasure. Nice. Bai Chuan toyed with the S013 annihilation in his hand. It's his now. You. Li Weiyan's eyes widened. How could this guy just steal things like that? Li Weiyan's eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. His mouth was open and his lips trembled several times before he managed to squeeze out a complete sentence. You. How did you get it? Bai Chuan moved S013 away from his eyes, glanced at him and said, I just reached out and took it. Li Weiyan's face flushed the color of a pig's liver. He had only intended to use S013 to scare off Bai Chuan, he never actually planned to inject it. Who could have imagined that Bai Chuan would be so unscrupulous as to simply take it away? You. Li Weiyan raised his hand and pointed at Bai Chuan. What? Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow, then he shoved the syringe into his pocket with a fluid, effortless motion. Bai Chuan, Li Weiyan's voice was lowered, do you know what you're doing? S-level spirit suppressing potion. Every vial is registered with strict application and usage procedures. What you're doing is not taking, it's stealing. Then go call the police. Li Weiyan. Is this how you investigators conduct yourselves? Li Weiyan said. This is exactly how I conduct myself. Bai Chuan put his hands in his pockets and shrugged, you have a problem. Li Weiyan took a deep breath, then another. Advisor by our Kaipian department is directly under the non-dispatch bureau headquarters. Your East China region has a duty to cooperate. This is against the rules. I will definitely report your conduct to your East China region leader. You can call right now. Bai Chuan took out his phone from his pocket and tossed it to Li Weiyan. You. Li Weiyan caught the phone, somewhat at a loss. I don't want to provoke a departmental conflict. I. Call. Bai Chuan waved his hand to interrupt Li Weiyan. Li Weiyan looked down at the screen, then looked up at Bai Chuan, his lips moving several times, but he couldn't utter a single word. In his 5 years of work he had seen arrogant people, but never anyone this arrogant. So utterly reckless. He obviously held the Kaipian department in no regard. Afraid. Bai Chuan reached out and pulled the phone back from Li Weiyan's hand. You can't even make a phone call and you're talking to me about rules. Bai Chuan turned around, bent down, reached out, grabbed Lin Tian by the collar and lifted him from the ground. Lin Tian's head drooped, his limbs hanging limply and swaying, blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth. Wait. Bai Chuan stopped walking without turning his head. Li Weiyan took a deep breath as if making a difficult decision. You can take the man, but you cannot take S013. That is not personal property. Bai Chuan took out the syringe from his pocket and tossed it in his hand like a coin. Li Weiyan stared at the S013 tumbling in the air, his heart rising and falling with it. Bai Chuan caught the syringe and put it back into his pocket. Confiscated. Bai Chuan said. Li Weiyan stood still, watching Bai Chuan's back, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. If it were an outsider he would have already requested backup, but Bai Chuan was one of their own and moreover the special advisor of the East China region. Handling this poorly could easily lead to departmental conflict. The 6 people behind Li Weian also stood there, none moving, none speaking. Section Chief Li, the young man with glasses, said quietly, "Are we just letting him go? What else? You go and fight him. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Now that he's gone you start shouting." Li Weian was just looking for someone to vent his anger on. The young man with glasses lowered his head and dared not speak. "What are you standing there for? Report it," Li Weian said irritably. "Let the minister negotiate with the East China region. This person is no longer someone we can handle." He paused, then added another sentence. "Also report the matter of S013. Say. It has been taken into custody by Bai Chuan." The young man with glasses was stunned. Taken into custody? What else? Li Weian's voice was somewhat bitter. "Say it was stolen. Can you bear the responsibility?" "I can't." Then Li Weian led his men into the car and left in a huff. From start to finish Meng Yu watched from a distance, showing no intention of intervening. The square fell silent again. Chen Ping cautiously approached Bai Chuan, looking in the direction where the 3 cars had disappeared, and whispered, "Advisor, did you just steal this level spirit suppression?" "Ha! Who stole anything?" Bai Chuan frowned. "Aren't you afraid they'll report you?" "Report me for what?" "He took it out himself, didn't hold it properly, it fell on the ground and I picked it up." Bai Chuan stated it as if it were perfectly natural. "What? Did any of you see me steal anything?" Chen Ping opened his mouth, then swallowed the words that had risen to his throat. He glanced at Xing Zhigua, who remained expressionless, but the corner of his mouth twitched. He then glanced at Scarface, who was chewing on an unlit cigarette, looking up at the sky. Bai Chuan carried Lin Tian with one hand and walked toward the black SUV. He didn't need to worry about what happened next. The Non-Regulation Bureau had a complete aftermath system. Meng Yu leaned against the car door, arms crossed, watching Bai Chuan approach. She angled her chin toward the back seat. "Throw him in the back." Bai Chuan opened the door and stuffed Lin Tian in like luggage. Meng Yu started the engine and the SUV slowly drove out of the square. "Quite impressive, Consultant Bai," Meng Yu teased, seemingly unconcerned about Bai Chuan's conflict with the Ability Development Department. "Director Meng couldn't even come out to help me shoulder the burden. Just standing there watching." Bai Chuan retorted. "Li Weian, chief of the Genetic Engineering Section of the East China Ability Development Department. In terms of rank he's below you, a special consultant. Why would I need to help you carry that? You snatching a person from the Ability Development Department is not a big deal, I can handle it. But keeping that oblivion is not that simple. Every class suppression device in the Non-Regulation Bureau is strictly monitored. If you weren't the East China Regional Consultant, anyone else would have caused an uproar. Then how dare he show it off?" Bai Chuan asked in surprise. "When departments have conflicts during missions, most of them do this, just to intimidate. Who knew you'd actually snatch it?" Meng Yu rolled her eyes. "In departmental conflicts normally everyone just spars with words, showing off suppression devices to intimidate. Who knew you wouldn't fall for that? He let you take Oblivion because he knows you can't keep it unless you defect from the Non-Regulation Bureau, or—" Meng Yu paused, not finishing her sentence. "Or what?" Bai Chuan asked. "Take on ins class mission. I can file a report and act as your guarantor. That Oblivion counts as an advance reward." Meng Yu glanced at Bai Chuan's pocket. "Fine." Bai Chuan agreed casually. He didn't care much about the suppression device, strong or not. What difference did it make? Once injected, the effect would wear off and the power would vanish. What he cared about was Lin Tian's mention of great-grandfather. This might be related to the diary's owner. Besides, do you know him? Meng Yu glanced at Lin Tian in the back seat. Bai Chuan leaned back in his seat, eyes closed. No. No. Meng Yu pursed her lips. She wasn't stupid. Really don't know him. Bai Chuan glanced at the back seat. But he knows me. What are you going to do with him? Let's be clear, whatever your purpose, you have to return him after you're done. Meng Yu tilted her chin toward the back seat. Bai Chuan turned to look at the unconscious Lin Tian. Lin Tian was slumped in the back seat, his face smeared with blood over the seat, muttering something indistinctly. Take him back. Find me a private room. I have some personal matters to handle. Meng Yu gave Bai Chuan a long deep look before speaking. If you have a grudge against him, you can kill him during the mission, but you can't kill him privately. That's a matter of principle. "I'm not a psychopathic killer," Bai Chuan muttered. Meng Yu said nothing more and stepped on the gas heading toward the Jinling bureau. Interrogation room. Lin Tian's eyelids fluttered then slowly opened. He looked at Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan looked back at him. The two stared at each other. The entire interrogation room held only them. Everyone else had left at Bai Chuan's request, including Meng Yu. "You." Lin Tian's lips trembled. "You. What about me?" Bai Chuan straightened up. "You're shameless enough to call me grandfather just to beg for mercy." "No, that's not it." Lin Tian's lips were shaking, completely unlike his arrogant demeanor in the square. His gaze moved from Bai Chuan's face to his eyes as if overlaying the face before him with some image from his memory. "I just thought it looked like. That's why I called you great-grandfather." Lin Tian stammered. Bai Chuan frowned. "I'm 20 years old. That's not what I meant. It's just. In my family's ancestral hall there's a portrait that looks exactly like you." "What portrait?" Bai Chuan stared at Lin Tian. "An ancestor's portrait." Lin Tian said, secretly sizing up Bai Chuan. "Tell me in detail." Bai Chuan tapped the table. "It's a portrait of an ancestor in my family's ancestral hall." Lin Tian continued, "The hall is on a mountain behind the village. It's very old, built of stone. I go there every year. There are 3 ancestor portraits in the hall. You look very much like the person in the first portrait, no, not just like, identical. So I couldn't help myself. Exactly the same." Bai Chuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "Yes. Ever since I can remember I've gone every year, I wouldn't mistake it." Lin Tian couldn't understand why Bai Chuan cared so much. "Where is your family's ancestral hall?" Bai Chuan asked. Lin Tian's Adam's apple bobbed. "Lishui Lin Family Village. It's about an hour's drive from the city. The village leans against the mountain and behind it is Qinglong Mountain." "What's your great-grandfather's name?" Lin Tian paused then shook his head. I don't know." "You don't know?" Bai Chuan's tone turned grave. "I really don't know," Lin Tian hurriedly explained. "There's no name on that portrait. Since I was a child my father told me to call him great-grandfather, saying the ancestor's name mustn't be spoken casually, it would bring unclean things. My father didn't know his name either. Besides that painting, what else?" Bai Chuan asked, his voice very low. Nothing. I'm not very familiar with the older generation's affairs." Lin Tian shook his head. Why was this man so interested in his family background? "Is that painting still in the ancestral hall?" Bai Chuan asked. "Yes," Lin Tian nodded. "Though our ancestral hall is run down, someone repairs it every year. The painting hangs on the main wall framed in glass. My father was afraid moisture would ruin the paper." Hesitating, Lin Tian asked cautiously, What will you do with me?" "Afraid now?" Bai Chuan looked at Lin Tian, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was still living like a human. Just because he gained power he stopped acting like one. Lin Tian lowered his head, silent, but his shoulders trembled slightly. After a moment Lin Tian's lips moved. I thought no one could do anything to me." Bai Chuan pulled his hand out of his pocket. Lin Tian instinctively flinched his shoulders, jerking up hands raised to shield his face. Bai Chuan's hand didn't fall. He reached for the glass of water on the table, brought it to his lips and took a sip. Lin Tian's hands were still in front of his face, one eye peeking through the gaps, the terror in his pupils impossible to hide. Bai Chuan glanced at him. "Put your hands down." Lin Tian slowly lowered his hands, but his shoulders remained tense. "What happened to you?" Bai Chuan put the glass down and asked. Lin Tian was silent for a while. 5 days ago I was kneeling in the ancestral hall burning incense when I suddenly felt dizzy. Everything went black and I passed out. When I woke up I was lying on the floor of the hall, drenched in sweat, my heart racing, but there was a surge of power inside me. "Be specific." Bai Chuan tapped the table. "Well, I'm much stronger than an ordinary person. I haven't measured it exactly, but I can lift one of our family's water buffalo with one hand. Also there's a strange force field around me. I can instinctively dodge any attack. Punches, bullets, if I don't want to be touched nothing touches me." Bai Chuan frowned, his fingers stopping on the table. "Bullshit. This bastard had that ability. He hadn't sensed it." Bai Chuan stared at Lin Tian's swollen pig-like face for 3 seconds. "Then how did my fist comfort you?" Lin Tian's mouth opened then closed. He wanted to know too. "What happened next? Why did you kill people?" Bai Chuan stared at Lin Tian. He really wanted to understand that too. If that painting really was the owner of the diary, then Lin Tian's power must be related to him. Bai Chuan wanted to know whether Lin Tian had fallen on his own enjoying the power or had been corrupted by something inside him and lost control. After all, he himself had two strange things related to the diary's owner inside him. What if he lost control someday? I don't know how to say it. At first I was scared, didn't know what was happening to my body. Then I started testing what? Whether there was anyone else like me. Lin Tian's voice dropped. And then I felt I was special. Lin Tian's voice trembled. Later I met a senior. She said I should be a god. Bai Chuan's fingers stopped on the table. A senior. Lin Tian's voice was very low. At Jinling University, a senior named Shenqing, long legs, huge ass. I met her on a forum. She posted about the probability of gods existing is not zero. I felt a resonance and messaged her. What did she tell you? Lin Tian was silent for a moment as if recalling. She said there are some people in this world who are chosen, they are born to be gods. Bai Chuan's brows furrowed. How did she know you weren't ordinary? I don't know, Lin Tian shook his head. I only chatted with her online. She didn't know about my awakening, but everything she said. It felt like she was talking about me. The senior said I should have a feeling inside, a feeling that I'm different from others, that this world isn't worthy of me, that everyone around me is an ant. Every word she said seemed to see through me. Bai Chuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table. And then she asked to meet me. Lin Tian's voice grew even lower. At the school cafe she sat across from me, looked at me and said one thing. What? She said. I have light on me. Bai Chuan narrowed his eyes, looking Lin Tian up and down. Did she also say you have wings on your back and a halo above your head? Lin Tian was taken aback. No, not that. And then? Did she tell you to kill? No. She didn't tell me to do it, it's not her fault. Lin Tian shook his head. She said people like me should go to the heavens. If those beings up there knew about you, they would come for you. The senior said if I just hid at home no one would find me. I needed to make some noise. The bigger the better. Bai Chuan's brows knitted. Make some noise. I showed my power in front of crowds. Those like me would be attracted, find me and take me away. Lin Tian's voice trembled. She called it summoning the gods. Bai Chuan leaned back in his chair, staring at Lin Tian for several seconds as if looking at a lunatic. So you listened to her and killed people? Just because she had a huge ass you lost control of your brain? It's not murder. Lin Tian's voice suddenly rose. She didn't say kill. She just told me to display power, let ordinary people see me. If the commotion was big enough, those people would definitely come. Then how did you end up killing people? Lin Tian's mouth opened then closed. I went to the square thinking there were many people. At first I just wanted to flip a few cars, smash some things, let them see me, let them know I wasn't ordinary. Then someone called the police. Then the police came and shot at me and I couldn't control myself. Bai Chuan said nothing. I didn't mean to kill. Lin Tian's voice was hoarse. I don't know what happened, once I started fighting everything changed. Things got out of control. Bai Chuan stood up, walked around the table and stood in front of Lin Tian. Did she tell you what those people in the heavens are called? Maybe. Tiank, Bai Chuan uttered two words. That so-called senior's words were too familiar, wasn't that the Tiank thing Meng you had introduced? Lin Tian nodded repeatedly. You. How do you know? She said those like me are in a place called Tiank and I should be a god, returned to my rightful place. Bai Chuan rubbed his temples. Things were getting troublesome. The portrait of the diary's owner, the senior with the huge Tiank. It seemed everything was connected to him. Especially Qinglong Mountain and the Lin family ancestral hall. How many things did you leave in this world? Bai Chuan muttered. Anything related to the diary's owner he had to investigate. It was no longer about impersonation, he was too deeply entangled with the diary's owner. Without finding out he couldn't rest easy. The interrogation room fell silent. Bai Chuan sat on the chair, his head bowed in contemplation. Could it be that the diary's owner was truly this man's great-grandfather? Had he even married and had children? Otherwise there was no reason for it to be housed in the family shrine. He couldn't possibly be expected to acknowledge some newfound sons and grandsons, could he? After all, he was now assuming the identity of the diary's owner. Yet Bai Chuan found it hard to believe that a being who had lived for 2 millennia of unknown nature would choose to marry and sire offspring in modern times, leaving behind a bloodline. Judging from Lin Tian's address, the diary's owner could only have encountered the Lin family in recent times. But if there was no connection, from where did Lin Tian inherit his ability, and why did it manifest exactly 5 days ago? 5 days ago was also the day Bai Chuan decided to impersonate the diary's owner and turn himself in. Bai Chuan raised his head and looked at Lin Tian. In your family besides you, has anyone else ever possessed this ability? Lin Tian was taken aback, then lifted his head. No. Not that I've heard. What about your father? Your grandfather? Lin Tian thought for a long time before finally shaking his head. I don't know. My father never mentioned it. Seeing that he could extract no further information, Bai Chuan stared at Lin Tian for a few seconds. Lin Tian shuddered, his hands involuntarily gripping his trousers again. Without looking at him, Bai Chuan turned and walked toward the door. You. Where are you going? Lin Tian's voice carried a hint of panic. Bai Chuan didn't answer, his hand already on the doorknob. Wait. Lin Tian's voice suddenly rose in pitch. He lunged forward from the chair, sliding off and landing on his knees with a thud against the floor. Will I be? Lin Tian's lips trembled. The word rolled around in his throat several times before finally squeezing out. Executed. Bai Chuan stood there silent. I know I killed someone. I know I deserve to die. Lin Tian's words grew faster. But I can be useful. I really can be useful. Aren't you researching that? That special power. My force field, my strength, you can take it for blood draws, dissections, experiments, anything. His voice began to quiver, tinged with tears. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Please. I'll do anything. I'll go back and look into the portrait for you. My family must have records. I'll tell you everything I know. Bai Chuan's hand released the doorknob. He turned around and looked at Lin Tian, who was kneeling on the floor. Bai Chuan walked back, crouching down in front of Lin Tian to meet his eyes. Almost forgot, you can't go around speaking recklessly. Lin Tian's tears fell streaming down his swollen, disfigured face. I know. I'm willing to cooperate. Whatever you don't want me to say. Lin Tian's words cut off abruptly. His mouth hung open, a strangled gasp escaping his throat as if someone had gripped his neck. The entire interrogation room was suddenly plunged into darkness. He saw Bai Chuan's eyes. The darkness within those eyes pulled at his consciousness, dragging it inward. Before his eyes the interrogation room vanished, the lights vanished, Bai Chuan's face vanished. There was only boundless darkness all around. Lin Tian's body began to convulse. His mouth gaped wide, his eyes rolled back, and saliva dripped from the corner of his lips. His hands clawed frantically at the floor, nails scraping against the ground with a piercing sound. Lin Tian's consciousness was gradually ground into dust by that darkness, leaving not a trace. Bai Chuan's eyes returned to normal. The lights in the interrogation room flickered back on. Bai Chuan remained crouched, looking at Lin Tian, who lay collapsed on the floor. Lin Tian curled up, trembling all over but unable to make a sound. His pupils were dilated, his gaze vacant like a shell from which the soul had been extracted. Bai Chuan stood up and looked down at him. This should take care of the problem. The abyss pupil. Bai Chuan rarely used it, only once before at the Jinling Police Bureau to make a statement when he plunged the entire station into eternal night. So far he had only figured out this one application to trap a person's consciousness forever in the darkness of eternal night on a spiritual level. In other words, Lin Tian was now a vegetable. Bai Chuan rose, pulled open the door and walked out. In the corridor, Bai Chuan took out his phone and sent a message to Meng Yue, help me look up someone. Jinling University Chinese Literature Department, Senior Year. Name Shenqing. Characteristics: long legs, incredibly shapely rear. Might be connected to Tian Ke. 10 seconds later Meng Yu replied, are you working a case or picking a beauty queen? Bai Chuan lowered his head to look at the phone screen, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He casually typed a few words, on the case Lin Tian's behavior has something to do with her, it was this Shenqing who led him. Meng Yu replied instantly, why are you focusing on her but while investigating? Bai Chuan ignored her, put his phone in his pocket and walked toward the elevator. The elevator doors opened and Bai Chuan walked into the underground parking lot. Meng Yu's car was parked there and she was leaning against the door holding her phone. Quite attentive consultant Bai. Meng Yu's tone was neither light nor heavy, with a faint ambiguous smile on her lips. Long legs, big butt, damn your adjectives are quite vivid. Bai Chuan opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Lin Tian said it him just repeating. Repeating so detailedly. Meng Yu sat in the driver's seat, started the car and glanced at him. You remember whatever he says. Then you have a good memory. Bai Chuan leaned back in his seat, not responding. That Shenqing, I had someone check her. Chinese department at Jinling University, senior year, average grades, no special social connections. Meng Yu paused. I sent the photo to your phone. Bai Chuan took out his phone and glanced at it. The woman in the photo had long hair draped over her shoulders, soft features and a slight upward curve at the corners of her mouth when she smiled. She was indeed a beauty. He stared at it for 2 seconds, then frowned. Why is it only a half-length photo? The features aren't shown, how can we tell if it's her? Meng Yu's mouth twitched. The car turned out of the parking lot and onto the main road. What about Lin Tian? He's alive, right? Are your personal matters settled? Meng Yu changed the subject and asked. Don't worry, he's alive and well. Handle his crimes however you want, execute him, dissect him, whatever. Also, I need to go to Lishui Lin family village right now. Why there? Meng Yu asked, puzzled. The power in Lin Tian might be related to me. I need to go see. Bai Chuan said. He had to investigate Lin family village and Qinglong Mountain. He couldn't avoid Meng Yu, let alone the monitoring of the non-bureau. He might as well speak up first. Related to you? Meng Yu's expression turned serious. If it were just an ordinary awakening of some power, she wouldn't care. Such cases were rare but not unheard of. But connecting it to Bai Chuan was different. Probably. It's been so long that I don't remember some things clearly. Bai Chuan said casually. Bai Chuan wasn't afraid to reveal the portrait in the Lin family shrine. He was no longer the vagrant from years ago. More importantly, he wanted to conduct an experiment, one that required someone to join him. Meng Yu was the most suitable. I'll go with you. Okay. Bai Chuan nodded. Even if Meng Yu hadn't offered, he would have brought her along. I'll have someone tail Shenqing. I'll have someone check Lin Tian's 3 generations of ancestors. Well, have results soon. Meng Yu said, then pulled up navigation on her phone and drove toward Lishui Qinglong Mountain. 3rd floor of Jinling University Library, ancient books reading room. In a corner by the window, a young woman was bent over a file reading it. She wore a pair of light gray skinny jeans. From the waist down, the curve of her hips was full and round, pressing against the hard wooden chair, slightly spilling over the edges. The cover of the file in her hand was stamped with a red seal, top secret. File number 000, codename Eternal Life, status contacted, ability assessment, emphasis on target, self-identifies as human. Normal state is an ordinary 20-year-old male youth. Physical indicators are within normal human range with no supernatural manifestations. The target has 2 known observable forms. The specific triggering conditions are unknown and the switching mechanism is under observation. Form 1, abyssal dual pupils. The whites and pupils of the eyes completely disappear. The eyeballs appear pure black with no reflection, like deep holes. In this form, the target's facial expression is absent and it is suspected that they can control the visual consciousness and senses of all living creatures within their line of sight. Form 2, arm stripes. Gray-white stripes appear on the skin surface, distributed irregularly, most common on the back of the hands. In this form, the target's physical strength increases exponentially with a risk of unable to restrain force, posing a potential physical threat to the surrounding environment and people in contact. Note: other unknown terrifying level forms are suspected to exist. Ability limit unknown. First contact: the target voluntarily surrendered to the relevant authorities in Jinling City on March 23, 2025. Threat assessment uncertain. Current countermeasures strive to maintain the target's human self-awareness while establishing deep connections. Found you. Shenqing's lips curled into a faint ambiguous arc. Shenqing stared at the line, target self-identifies as human, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. She closed the file, stuffed it into the canvas bag on the table and stood up. Her high heels clicked on the concrete steps, producing a crisp sound. Lishui District. Meng Yu always drove without following the rules, cutting down what should have been over an hour's drive to just 30 minutes. The car turned into a narrow road, the trees on both sides growing denser. A sign read, Qinglong Mountain. We're here, Meng Yu said. Bai Chuan looked out the window. In the darkness he couldn't see anything. Lin family village at the foot of Lishui Qinglong Mountain. The whole village has over 120 households, all surnamed Lin. Their ancestors reportedly moved here from the Song dynasty. Meng Yu handed her phone to Bai Chuan. This is the information I just got, take a look. Bai Chuan took it and glanced down. Lin Tian's family isn't special in the village. His grandfather was Lin Dihao who died early. His father is Lin Jiong and his mother is Zhang Shufang. Check the records, they're all ordinary people and none are in the village right now. As she spoke, Meng Yu pulled the car over to the side of the road. She turned off the engine, got out, opened the satellite map on her phone and zoomed in. The Lin family shrine you're looking for is halfway up Qinglong Mountain. There's a small path leading up. Bai Chuan put his hands in his pockets and walked up the mountain with Meng Yu following behind. You said earlier that the power in Lin Tian might be related to me. What does that mean? Why are we going to the Lin family shrine? Meng Yu asked curiously. You'll know when we get there, Bai Chuan said without turning back. He had an idea in mind but he wasn't sure if it could be realized. Meng Yu didn't ask further. In the few days of contact she had learned Bai Chuan's temperament. If he didn't want to talk, asking 1,000 times was useless. The two walked one after the other along the stone steps. After an unknown amount of time a vague outline could be seen through the tree shadows, blue bricks and black tiles with something carved on the lintel. We're here. Bai Chuan took a deep breath. He quickened his pace, climbed the last few stone steps in a few strides and stood before the shrine gate. Meng Yu caught up and the beam of her flashlight swept across the front of the shrine. The two wooden doors were tightly shut, the red paint chipped and peeling. Bai Chuan pushed the door, it didn't budge. He pushed again, still no movement. It's locked, Meng Yu said, looking for another way in. Bai Chuan said nothing, pulled his hand out of his pocket, placed it on the door and pushed gently. Crack. The bolt broke. Meng Yu. Bai Chuan stood at the entrance, the light from Meng Yu's flashlight shining inside, sweeping across the interior of the shrine. It was not large, only a single hall. Facing the door was a long offering table on which stood several incense burners. On the wall behind the table were over a dozen memorial tablets and above them hung 3 portraits. Bai Chuan's gaze fell on the first portrait and his breath caught for a moment. Just as Lin Tian had said. The person in the portrait wore a black long gown, sat on a wooden chair and held a scroll of bamboo slips. That face was exactly the same as Bai Chuan's. Meng Yu's flashlight beam also stopped on the portrait. She looked at the face, then glanced at Bai Chuan's profile and was silent for a long time. Is this you? How is your portrait in the Lin family shrine? Have you been here before? Meng Yu's voice was full of confusion. Bai Chuan turned to look at Meng Yu. This was his idea. This was the experiment he wanted to conduct. From the moment he first admitted in the interrogation room that he was the owner of the diary, Bai Chuan had speculated that whenever he voluntarily acknowledged and experienced the diary's owner had undergone in front of objects or places associated with the diary, he would be pulled into a bizarre recollection. Bai Chuan wondered if standing here before this portrait in front of Meng Yu admitting that the person in the painting was himself, he might trigger that scene once more. Could he glimpse from the memory what connection the diary's owner had with the Lin family? Meng Yu, feeling unsettled by Bai Chuan's gaze, was about to speak when she heard his reply. Yes. The scene before Bai Chuan froze instantly. The familiar sensation returned. A thought flashed through Bai Chuan's mind. It worked. Images surged into his mind like a tide. His vision began to warp. The entire world collapsed before him and then reassembled. When his sight refocused, Bai Chuan found himself seated on a hard wooden chair, dressed in a black long gown just like the one in the painting. The surroundings were an ordinary farmhouse hall. A square table stood in the center with a kerosene lamp on it. On one side of the table sat an elderly man about 60 years old. Bai Chuan tried to control the body, but as before he could only observe. Then he attempted to summon the markings on his hands and the eye of the abyss, but there was still no response. Never mind whether I can move or not, doesn't matter. Bai Chuan thought. What mattered was that he had entered, he had been pulled into the diary owner's memory again, confirming his guess was correct. Bai Chuan stopped struggling and quietly remained within this unfamiliar body. Across the table the old man stirred, pulling a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, taking one out and lighting it with a match. Mr. Bai, the old man began with a thick Lishui accent, I don't understand the things you speak of. I'm just a farmer, never had much schooling, all I know is you saved my life. This thing has tormented me terribly. Lin Dihao looked at Bai Chuan's right hand. A golden mist of light was held in Bai Chuan's grasp with countless fine threads flickering within the glow. You don't regret it? If I take it you'll lose that ability. Bai Chuan, no, the diary's owner, spoke. This was the first time Bai Chuan had heard the diary owner's voice in a memory. But the voice sent a chill through him. This man, even his voice was exactly the same as Bai Chuan's. The same face could be explained, but why was the voice also identical? While Bai Chuan pondered, the old man opposite gave a bitter smile. I'm not worthy of it, Mr. Bai. The old man's voice grew even softer. He lifted his head. I'm only 30 this year. Bai Chuan's heart sank. 30. This man who looked over 60 with grey hair and a wrinkled face was only 30. This thing, the old man said, gazing at the golden mist in by Chuan's right hand, has been with me for 3 years. 3 years ago I was 27 working in the fields when I found it. I didn't know what it was, just thought it was pretty, so I put it in my pocket. The old man coughed twice. Later somehow it got into the back of my neck and my body began to change. First my strength grew, I could do the work of 10 men. When I fought the village thugs couldn't even touch me. I thought life would get better, but within a month everything changed. First my hair turned white overnight, wrinkles appeared, my back hunched. The villagers said I was cursed. My wife took me to a doctor who said it was premature aging and prescribed tonics, but they didn't work. My wife left last year. She couldn't take it anymore. The villagers gossiped, saying she married an old man. She cried, I cried. She was only 25, following me like she was following her father. The old man's voice trembled. My son is only 3. If I die he won't survive either. The old man lifted his head, looking in by Chuan's direction, a glimmer of light finally returning to his eyes. I named him Lin Jiong. I want to watch him grow up, see him marry, hold my grandchildren. This thing, I don't want it anymore. Take it away. Bai Chuan felt himself shift slightly. This thing has been inside you for 3 years. Its traces have seeped deep into your marrow and blood. Even if I take it away, those traces may awaken in your son or grandson's body. Better than what I've endured. The old man smiled bitterly. Even if my son or grandson end up like this, that's their fate. But at least they'll have a few more years of normal life, unlike me who got this at 27, turned into an old man by 28 and will die at 30. The room fell silent save for the gentle flicker of the kerosene lamp. After a long while Bai Chuan felt himself move, standing up and pulling something from his sleeve. It looked like a scroll. The diary's owner placed the scroll on the table and pushed it toward the old man. This is for you. The old man looked up, his eyes filled with confusion. This is a portrait. Worship it daily with incense and it will keep you alive until your son reaches adulthood. The old man extended his calloused hands and carefully lifted the scroll. Mr. Bai. This. You'll live until your son turns 18, the diary's owner interrupted. But remember, the day your son comes of age is the day you breathe your last. The scene froze and all the images began to dissolve. Bai Chuan's consciousness was yanked back. He opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Meng Yu's puzzled face with the faded wooden door of the Lin family ancestral hall behind her. Meng Yu looked at him, her brows slightly furrowed. You were spacing out for a few seconds. I called you but got no response. What did you think of? You. You weren't married with a kid in your early years, were you? Are you the Lin family's ancestor? Bai Chuan opened his mouth to say something, but before the words came out a burning sensation shot through the back of his neck like a branding iron. He instinctively raised his hand to touch it, but his fingertips met only smooth skin, nothing there. Yet the burning didn't fade, it crawled up his spine and burrowed into the back of his skull. Slowly dark golden lines surfaced on the back of his neck, spreading like tree roots. In the center of the pattern a vertical pupil formed. Avoidance of calamity, it resembles an eye hidden at the nape, invisible to sight. This eye does not behold the world, only what is to come. Before the blade strikes, the body has already dodged, before the arrow is loosed the form has already shifted. Bai Chuan gasped for breath as an unexpected introduction to avoidance surfaced in his mind. Even though he had experienced a similar incident before, the sudden influx of information still left him feeling uneasy. Meng Yu noticed something was off with Bai Chuan and reached out, wanting to express her concern. Bai Chuan's body instinctively shifted half an inch to the left. The movement was slight, but it allowed Meng Yu's hand to graze his sleeve without making contact. Meng Yu's hand froze in midair, taken aback. Bai Chuan was momentarily stunned as well. He looked down at Meng Yu's hand and then at his own shoulder, realizing he hadn't consciously tried to dodge. His body moved on its own faster than his awareness or reaction. This was avoidance activating. Why are you dodging me? Am I really that frightening? Meng Yu looked at Bai Chuan, perplexed. They had known each other for at least 5 days, so why didn't he trust her? Bai Chuan opened his mouth to explain but faltered, uncertain of how to articulate it. He couldn't just say, an eye suddenly appeared on the back of my neck and it thinks you want to harm me. I didn't. Bai Chuan shook his head. It would be best if you didn't. Meng Yu pouted and withdrew her hand, letting it fall to her side. Of course. Meng Yu turned her head, ignoring Bai Chuan as she began to examine the 3 paintings on the altar. Bai Chuan stood behind her, observing her silhouette while the avoidance on the back of his neck continued to warm up. Another thing has appeared within me. Is this the source of Lin Tian's abilities? That dark golden mist is called avoidance. Bai Chuan felt the warmth of avoidance on the back of his neck. He was increasingly confused about whether these things were drawn from his memories or had originally existed within his body and were only now awakening. I wonder if there are any limitations to this avoidance. Bai Chuan recalled the frail appearance of Lin Hao from his memories. Could this thing also absorb his life force? Bai Chuan took a deep breath. So far he had three strange things within him. The eye of the abyss could see through the layers of the world, stripping away all appearances and disguises, drawing everything into eternal night. The patterns on his hands allowed him to capture a tiger with one hand, lifting it as if it were a feather. The avoidance on the back of his neck could predict impending harm, evading before the blade reached him and shifting before the arrow was fired. Can this guy write a single truth in the diary? Bai Chuan now seriously doubted the authenticity of the contents in that diary. At the same time, Bai Chuan felt a bit disappointed that the connection between the Lin family and the diary's owner was minimal, making it impossible for him to investigate the diary's owner through the Lin family. From the scenes in his memories, it was merely because Lin Tian's grandfather sought help for illness that he came into contact with the owner of the diary. You still haven't told me how your portrait ended up in the Lin family ancestral hall. Who are those two beside you? You really had a wife and children? Meng Yu turned to ask. If a person had lived for 2,000 years and had descendants, the implications would be far too complex and she would need to reassess her approach to Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan paused for a moment, then smirked. You're the one with a wife and kids. I'll sue you for defamation. And what about this painting? Perhaps it's to thank me. After all, I enjoy doing good deeds. Meng Yu. Long ago I saved a young man from the Lin family who should be Lin Tian's grandfather. He was possessed by a malevolent spirit and looked like a withered old man at just 30 despite appearing in his 60s or 70s. I happened to pass by and lent a hand. Just passing by. Meng Yu narrowed her eyes, maintaining a skeptical demeanor. Bai Chuan met her gaze without flinching. He didn't know what the owner of the diary was doing here, but now he himself was the owner of the diary, he could declare whatever he wanted. So you came here to confirm whether Lin Tian is a descendant of that young man from the Lin family? Sort of, Bai Chuan nodded. Then what about Lin Tian? What else did you do back then? Meng Yu was curious if this seemed unrelated to Lin Tian's abilities. That malevolent spirit stayed within him for 3 years, and during that time his wife was pregnant. Some traces passed down through the bloodline, and by Lin Tian's generation certain powers awakened within him. Bai Chuan casually replied. After speaking, he walked past Meng Yu and looked up at the portrait. This painting was not simple, he needed to take it. To be honest, Bai Chuan found it hard to understand this world. According to the information from the Non-Adjustment Bureau, there were no such things as immortals or gods in this world. It was all about malevolent spirits and humans influenced by them. Yet the Chenghuang spoken of by the diary's owner and this painting could not be explained merely as malevolent spirits and their realms. Were those beings in the heavenly gate truly, as Meng Yu said, self-proclaimed gods? Or did immortals and gods truly exist? With that thought, Bai Chuan reached out to take the portrait. What are you doing? Meng Yu was momentarily taken aback. Taking it back, I'm still alive, and keeping it in the ancestral hall makes me uneasy. Bai Chuan casually provided a reason. Under Meng Yu's strange gaze, he pulled the painting out of the glass frame. Although it was a pity he couldn't find more information about the diary's owner, this trip was not without gains: avoidance and this painting. Let's go. Bai Chuan gestured to Meng Yu and stepped outside the ancestral hall. Perhaps there were still some clues about the diary's owner in the Lin family village, but those could not be clarified in a short time nor in the middle of the night. So strange. Meng Yu mumbled as she watched Bai Chuan's back. After several days of contact, she knew that Bai Chuan was not the type to act impulsively. Was he in such a hurry to bring her here just to confirm Lin Tian's identity? Moreover, he had come straight to the Lin family's ancestral hall. Yet since he entered, he hadn't done anything else aside from the painting. Meng Yu glanced back at the ancestral hall. The absence of Bai Chuan's portrait made it seem somewhat eerie. She realized Bai Chuan was hiding something. Yet at the very least the Lin family shouldn't be his descendants. At the foot of the mountain, the two got into the car and Bai Chuan placed the painting in the back seat, fastening his seatbelt. Meng Yu started the car. The cabin was very quiet. Meng Yu gripped the steering wheel, looking ahead, her lips moving several times as if contemplating whether to speak. Bai Chuan, she finally spoke. Have you ever thought about finding a partner in the future? Meng Yu probed. Bai Chuan turned his head to glance at her, his voice tinged with surprise. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Just asking casually. Meng Yu tried to keep her tone casual. You've lived for over 2,000 years, you can't have been alone all this time. Have you thought about settling down? Bai Chuan fell silent for a moment, wondering what she was getting at. Before Bai Chuan could respond, Meng Yu's phone rang. She glanced at the screen. It was Chen Wu. She pressed the answer button, and before she could speak, Chen Wu's signature loud voice came through the line, filled with surprise. Sister Meng. You really gave Bai Chuan a wife? The car swerved sharply on the road. Meng Yu hurriedly corrected the steering wheel, slammed on the brakes, and the car twisted into an S shape before awkwardly stopping by the roadside. Bai Chuan was jolted forward and then heavily slammed back into his seat. What's the matter? Bai Chuan frowned and turned to look at Meng Yu. Driving on a mountain road in the dead of night, drifting, are you haunted? Nothing. Meng Yu didn't look at him, her chest heaving. She picked up her phone again, and Chen Wu's voice came through the receiver, tinged with obvious guilt and nervousness. Mengjie. What's going on there? What happened? Meng Yu took a deep breath. What did you just say? I said you really found a wife for Bai Chuan. Chen Wu's voice lowered. What wife? Meng Yu frowned. This kid must have installed a bug in her car. She had just started probing Bai Chuan when the phone rang. Chen Wu paused on the other end before speaking. Isn't there? Just now someone came down from the General Bureau saying they're going to be Bai Chuan's partner. A woman, early 20s, quite pretty with exceptionally long legs. She came directly with the General Bureau's transfer order saying that from today she is Bai Chuan's partner. I thought you had adopted my plan and reported it to the higher-ups. From the General Bureau. Meng Yu's brows knitted. She hadn't officially reported Bai Chuan's situation to the General Bureau yet. Why would the General Bureau suddenly send someone to partner with him? Even if she had reported it, the General Bureau generally wouldn't interfere with the arrangements of the major regions. What's her name? Where is she now? Meng Yu asked. Shenqing, arranged in the reception room, waiting. Chen Wu answered honestly. Shenqing. Hearing this name, Meng Yu's heart sank. What a coincidence. Before coming to Qinglong Mountain, the senior student Bai Chuan had asked her to investigate was also named Shenqing. Chen Wu quickly said, I checked, she's not the same person as the Shenqing from Jinling University. Alright, find 2 people to watch her, don't let her go to Bai Chuan's residence, and don't let her leave until I come back. After saying that, Meng Yu hung up the phone. What's wrong? Bai Chuan asked. Someone from the General Bureau came, wants to be your partner, a woman named Shenqing. I think something's off. Meng Yu restarted the car and drove toward the city. Bai Chuan's eyebrow twitched. That. The wife you arranged for me. He had just heard it. The phone call said something about giving him a wife. Are the benefits of the Feijiao Bureau really this good? Even arranging that, you wish. Meng Yu rolled her eyes. You really think it's giving you a wife? Besides, you haven't even seen her, you don't know if she's a person or a ghost, and you're not picky. Bai Chuan rested his hand on the car window, turning his head to look at Meng Yu. It's fine, I'll accept the assignment. Meng Yu's mouth twitched, her lips parting and closing. No kidding, I'm not interested in that. Bai Chuan interrupted her. First go to the overpass, then go see that Shenqing. Which overpass? Meng Yu asked curiously. 3rd intersection south of Jinling Station, the one where I used to live. Meng Yu paused. What for? Bai Chuan didn't answer. His diary was still there. When he turned himself in, he didn't bring it, afraid he couldn't keep it safe. Now it was time to retrieve it. Seeing that Bai Chuan didn't intend to say more, Meng Yu didn't ask further and silently turned the car. An hour later, Bai Chuan retrieved the diary and the 2 returned to the Jinling branch of the Feijiao Bureau. Mengjie beige. Chen Wu came running over. Where is she? Meng Yu asked. In the reception room. Are you sure she's not the same person as the Shenqing from Jinling University? Meng Yu asked again. She felt something was off. Bai Chuan's case hadn't passed the review period and she hadn't reported it yet. Even if the General Bureau wanted to send someone, it wouldn't be now. Probably not. I compared their appearances and records, just the same name, but I can't guarantee it. Chen Wu didn't dare to vouch. Keep investigating. It's best to find the Shenqing from Jinling University. Don't jump to conclusions until you do. Meng Yu waved her hand. Got it. Chen Wu nodded and went to work. What do you think? Meng Yu turned to look at Bai Chuan. Of course, go in and see. If she doesn't tell the truth, beat her up. Bai Chuan shrugged and walked toward the reception room. In the reception room. When Bai Chuan pushed the door open, he immediately saw the woman sitting on the bench. Chen Wu was right, her legs were indeed long, but her butt wasn't big. She wore a dark trench coat with a simple black turtleneck underneath, her hair tied in a low ponytail, looking clean and neat. From her appearance and figure, she indeed seemed to be a different person from the Shenqing of Jinling University. Shenqing saw Bai Chuan enter and stood up by consult. It's me. I'm Shenqing's Special Investigation Department of the General Bureau. She extended her hand with a smile. From today I'm your partner. Bai Chuan glanced at her hand, then at Meng Yu beside him. From the General Bureau. I don't recall applying to the General Bureau for a partner for Bai Chuan. Meng Yu stepped forward, blocking between Bai Chuan and Shenqing. Shenqing withdrew her gaze from Bai Chuan and looked at Meng Yu. You can verify with the General Bureau anytime. No need. This is Jinling under the East China region and I'm in charge. I don't need to consult the General Bureau. I don't care what the General Bureau thinks, but I disagree with you being Bai Chuan's partner. You can go back now. Meng Yu slightly turned aside, making a path signaling Shenqing to leave. Better to kill the wrong than let the wrong go. She felt Shenqing was suspicious, and even without evidence she couldn't let her stay by Bai Chuan. Moreover, Meng Yu feared another possibility. The transfer order was issued by the General Bureau. Shenqing's tone was calm. I'm just informing you, I don't need your approval. The atmosphere in the reception room froze in that instant. Notify me. Meng Yu repeated the 3 words as if she had just heard something intriguing. Yes, Shenqing met her gaze unflinchingly. The assignment of Bai Consultant's partner has already been finalized by headquarters. I am not here for an interview, I am assuming my post today. Even as director of the East China Regional Bureau you have no authority to dismiss me. Shenqing lifted her chin slightly. Meng Yu studied her eyes sharpening. No one in the East China region had spoken to her this way in a long time. Bai Chuan stood beside Meng Yu, his expression faintly surprised. He had never seen her radiate such an aura before. In his memory Meng Yu was always gentle, easygoing, unburdened by rigid formalities. Do you even know? Meng Yu began slowly, what those 5 words, regional director, truly signify? Shenqing's eyelashes trembled almost imperceptibly. Wasn't it simply overseeing the East China branch of a non-regulatory bureau? East China encompasses 6 provinces and 76 cities with over 200 subordinate bureaus, and more than 24,000 official investigators. What they do each day, and whom they confront, is decided solely by me. Every year countless lives are lost across East China. Last year alone 290 died at the hands of malignant entities. 12 others perished at the hands of their own colleagues, and those 12 I dealt with personally. You may refuse to leave, but this is East China. If I killed you right now not a single soul would speak up, not even headquarters. Shenqing's pupils contracted sharply. Afterward I'd only need to submit a report. Reason stated: target suspected of collusion with members of Tiank exhibiting grave risk of defection. Following deliberation by East China Investigation Council, coercive measures were authorized, target resisted and was neutralized. Meng Yu spoke with calm, unhurried precision. Headquarters will dispatch inspectors for review, a procedural formality taking 3 to 5 working days, after which the report will be archived, numbered and filed in the East China Regional Archives. Then supplementary documentation will be forwarded to headquarters for unified examination. The review panel will likely spend. Meng Yu paused briefly. 45 seconds reading my report, then stamping approval. Meng Yu's tone remained detached. You think it's that simple? Shenqing retorted weakly. Exactly, that is how simple it is. That is what being regional director means. I'm not testing you. Meng Yu's voice softened. Headquarters sent you here, that is their decision. But if you wish to remain in East China in Jinling and serve as Bai Chuan's partner. Meng Yu tilted her head slightly, glancing toward Bai Chuan. He leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching like an amused spectator. Catching her gaze he raised an eyebrow, and gave her a slow, appreciative thumbs up. A faint smile curved Meng Yu's lips as she turned back to Shenqing. Then you must abide by my rules. I'll ask only once. Why have you come to Jinling? Are you truly headquarters envoy, or do you answer to another authority? Shenqing's composure had already begun to fray. She sensed with chilling certainty that Meng Yu was utterly serious. The regional director of East China genuinely contemplated killing a headquarters-appointed officer. Had everything gone awry? This bore no resemblance to her expectations. She held a legitimate transfer order from headquarters, backed by real institutional weight. She'd expended tremendous effort securing it all to gain legitimate proximity to Bai Chuan. Convention dictated that field personnel treat headquarters delegates with deference, if not reverence then at least courtesy. So why did they threaten her life so casually? Seeing impatience flicker across Meng Yu's face, Shenqing hastily steadied herself. I am headquarters appointee, you may verify my credentials. I harbor no hidden agenda. I am here solely on orders. Meng Yu said nothing, merely took a single step forward. Shen-Qing instinctively retreated half a step, her lower back striking the table's edge. What was wrong with this woman? She'd left no trace of inconsistency, so why was she being treated as suspect? Her gaze began to shift. It slid away from Meng Yu's face, toward the doorway, where Bai Chuan stood. At the sight of him, Shen-Qing exhaled softly. She still had an escape route. Her eyes locked onto Bai Chuan, faint pink glimmers flickering within them. Large and usually coolly detached, they could transform instantly, softening, yielding, drawing the eye like still water under moonlight. Tears welled, her eyelids reddened faintly, her lips pressed together, her jaw subtly drawn inward, her entire countenance shifting from sharp resolve to fragile vulnerability. This ability had been hers since birth, deployed countless times, always effective, even swaying senior officials at headquarters. No man had ever withstood its silent entreaty. She gazed at Bai Chuan, pleading, helpless. He blinked, glanced left and right, as if confirming she was indeed looking at him. Shen-Qing remained silent, her eyes growing even more luminous. Bai Chuan lowered his arms from his chest and slipped his hands into his pockets. He glanced between Shen-Qing and Meng Yu, then scratched his head. Under her unwavering stare he finally spoke, Shen-Qing's tear-laden gaze shimmered, waiting for his next word. I'm not like her, he said gently. A faint smile touched Shen-Qing's lips, until Bai Chuan withdrew his hand from his pocket and looked directly at her. She files reports before killing. I don't. The tears froze mid-glisten in Shen-Qing's eyes, the smile locked rigid on her face. Shen-Qing. Useless. How could it possibly be useless? Since birth her gaze had never failed, not once. She'd even tested it on members of Tian-Ke, and even they had faltered, however briefly. She stared at Bai Chuan, while he returned her gaze, his eyes calm as stagnant water, utterly still, utterly unmoved. Her power had dissolved into silence. Now choose, die by my hand, or his. Meng Yu asked, smiling. You. Both of you. Shen-Qing's back pressed hard against the table's edge. Bai Chuan and Meng Yu simply watched, saying nothing more. An odd charged stillness settled over the room. I am truly from headquarters, I'm not lying. Shen-Qing ventured cautiously. Bai Chuan and Meng Yu stepped forward in perfect unison. Is this really necessary? Threatening murder at every turn. They advanced again, stopping barely a pace from her. Shen-Qing's expression cycled through disbelief, frustration, and finally resignation. I'm not affiliated with the non-regulatory bureau. I'm a literature major at Jinling University. Shen-Qing is my real name. My face was disguised by someone else. It was Tian-Ke that sent me in. After saying this, Shen-Qing seemed to have her strength drained. She lowered her head, staring at the tips of her shoes. No, she couldn't see her own toes. They were completely blocked. Upon hearing Shen-Qing's words, Meng Yu instead felt relieved. She wasn't worried about whether Shen-Qing was from Tian-Ke, she was worried about certain people above. Now it seemed things weren't that troublesome. This of yours doesn't quite look like Shen-Qing's. Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow, lifting his finger to trace an arc in the air over Shen-Qing's waist and hips, a curve that was very round and full. Meng Yu's gaze followed Bai Chuan's hand. Flat. Shen-Qing froze for a moment. You. Shen-Qing's face burned from the base of her neck upward. She instinctively pulled the hem of her coat down, but after 2 tugs she realized there was nothing that needed covering, and her hand froze in midair. It was awkward to continue pulling or to let go. Bai Chuan was still looking at her, his gaze pure. Lin Tian has never had anything good. Bai Chuan withdrew his gaze. Wasn't it supposed to be huge? Just average, really. Meng Yu glanced down at herself, then looked up, her tone carrying a faint satisfaction. He probably hasn't seen much of the world. Bai Chuan looked at Meng Yu, then at Shen-Qing, and nodded objectively. Indeed. What are you? What are you looking at? Shen-Qing's voice changed pitch. She put her hands behind her back and stepped half a step back toward the table. Nothing. Bai Chuan withdrew his hand, his expression returning to that calm indifference. Just confirming whether the intelligence description is accurate. Shen-Qing stood still, both hands behind her back, fingers entwined, her entire face flushed. She bit her lip, then reached her hand behind her neck and pressed hard. Click. It sounded like a button unfastening. Shen-Qing's face began to change, her features blurred and reorganized, and in the span of a breath her face returned to its original appearance. Her waist was still as slender, but from the waist down the curve suddenly expanded. It stretched into a full, unreasonably voluptuous arc at the hips. The fabric over her hips went from sufficient to barely sufficient to about to be insufficient. Meng Yu stood by the window, her body stiff. She glanced at herself again, then silently averted her gaze. Bai Chuan leaned against the doorframe staring at Shinqing for 2 seconds. Then he blinked. He blinked again. He pulled his hand out of his pocket, touched his nose, then put it back. That Lin Tian kid. Bai Chuan forced out a sentence. He's been honest since he was a child. Cough cough. A light cough came from the windowsill. Meng Yu withdrew her gaze from Shinqing, smoothing over the subtle expression on her face, returning to the demeanor befitting the head of the East China region. Alright, we've seen enough. Meng Yu's voice returned to its usual tone. Let's get down to business. What exactly is your relationship with Tian Ke? Don't try to fool me with being a peripheral member. Meng Yu's tone wasn't cold, but it left no room for negotiation. One sentence cut straight to the core issue. I am a guide of Tian Ke. Shinqing didn't conceal it, she knew she couldn't hide it. Meng Yu wasn't surprised that the bureau had caught many Tian Ke guides before. These people generally didn't know much and had little loyalty to Tian Ke. A guide is someone who specifically leads those special humans or some divine beings to join Tian Ke. Especially humans, after gaining power they go through a period of chaos, unable to control their strength and not understanding what's happening to them. Most people hide their abilities. The guide is responsible for finding them and guiding them to enjoy that sense of control. Let them feel that they are not monsters but beings different from mortals to rise above ordinary people. Once they have caused enough trouble and can no longer turn back, Tiang's people will come to take them in. Bai Chuan leaned against the doorframe, hands in his pockets. So Lin Tian killed people in the square, was it your instigation? Shinqing turned her head to meet Bai Chuan's gaze. No. I didn't tell him to kill anyone. He himself enjoyed that power too much. Shinqing answered without guilt or any intention to defend herself. Tian Ke isn't something you can join just by killing. Those core members with codenames are very strange, they consider themselves gods and strictly follow the rules of gods. For example, the god of wealth I heard he sends out a lot of money every day only to those they call mortals. If you ask him, he gives. Lin Tian. I just wanted to change his mindset, let him feel that he was above ordinary people. Who knew he would be so reckless? Bai Chuan looked at her, neither believing nor disbelieving. Then how did you get the transfer order from the General Bureau? Are there your people in the General Bureau too? Meng Yu looked at Shinqing's pocket. That transfer order was not fake, Chen Wu had verified it and it was indeed issued by the General Bureau. I don't know. Someone above helped me get it. Shinqing shook her head. How much more do you know about Tian Ke? Meng Yu asked casually. I don't know anything else. I haven't even seen what they look like. They always appear wearing masks. Their names, where they are, I have no idea. Shinqing looked straight at Meng Yu, her expression candid. Meng Yu hadn't held much hope either. At the guide level the information accessible was limited. One last question. Meng Yu's voice lowered. Why did you come to the bureau? Why did you insist on becoming Bai Chuan's partner? Shinqing didn't answer immediately. She turned to look at Bai Chuan, then was silent for a few seconds. It was them who sent me. Meng Yu's eyes suddenly changed. Them. Be more specific. The core of Tian Ke, I haven't seen them. Those people always contact me remotely to do things. Shinqing's voice became a bit tense. Why were you chosen? I don't know. I don't have the right to ask. Whatever they say I just have to do it. Maybe because of my ability. Shinqing said. My eyes are very effective on men. I can blend in and get close to Bai Chuan more easily than others. Bai Chuan looked Shinqing over. Not just her eyes but also some other places. 5 days ago they left a photo of Bai Chuan for me in the school library, telling me to find the person in the photo. As she spoke, Shinqing looked at Bai Chuan. At that time I didn't know who you were or where you were. It wasn't until Lin Tian caused trouble in the square and you showed up to handle it that I found you. Then I reported back and they gave me a file, a transfer order from the General Bureau and a potion that could change my appearance and figure. Let me come. To take you back. Bai Chuan was stunned. Take him back. What does that mean? The word take had a different meaning. It wasn't to invite him to join but to take him back. Was the owner of the diary previously a member of Tian Ke? Moreover, 5 days ago, this timing was too strange. It was exactly the day he found the diary and pretended to be its owner. Bai Chuan touched the diary in his chest, cursing it as usual. Diaries really were for writing lies. Meng Yu on the other hand looked at Bai Chuan with slight suspicion, then lowered her head, lost in thought. She was pondering how much truth there was in Shinqing's words. Something felt off. Too smooth. This Shinqing, after being exposed, had confessed everything. With such a psychological quality would Tian Ke send her? Come to take me back? Bai Chuan asked cautiously. I don't seem to have any connection with you. He wasn't sure if the diary's owner had any relation to Tiank, but based on his current understanding of the diary's owner it seemed unlikely. From the words between the lines, the diary's owner had always considered themselves human, whether that was true or not, at least that was their belief. This was diametrically opposed to Tiank's philosophy. I don't know. I just follow orders, Shen Qing shrugged. How do you carry it out? Bai Chuan asked. He couldn't simply call them back with empty words, could he? They haven't contacted me yet, Shen Qing blinked, looking innocent. Are you telling the truth? Meng Yu walked over to Bai Chuan and looked at Shen Qing. Yes. I've been exposed, so there's no point in hiding anything. According to the plan, I was supposed to join the Fei Jiao Bureau as Bai Chuan's partner and wait for their subsequent instructions. But now. Shen Qing spread her hands. Meng Yu crossed her arms. Her previously downcast eyes suddenly lifted and the forced warmth in her gaze vanished completely. We've caught quite a few guys from Tian Ke. Do you know what they all have in common? Meng Yu continued without waiting for an answer. Every single one of them thought they were not ordinary. They speak with their chins slightly raised, look down on others and wear a condescending smile. Meng Yu's voice was calm and unhurried. Even when captured, handcuffed to interrogation chairs, locked in confinement, they still maintained that demeanor. That lofty attitude was instilled by Tian Ke. You seem different. You're almost eager to spill everything about Tian Ke. Even. They went to great lengths to get you in here and you didn't even bother using a fake name. Shen Qing was taken aback, then replied, Shen Qing was given to me by my father. I like it. I don't want to change it. Besides, I'm just a college student about to graduate this year. I'm not like those people. I didn't join Tian Ke voluntarily. Shen Qing's voice carried a tone of reckless abandon, even a hint of grievance. A flicker of impatience crossed Meng Yu's face. Who are you kidding? A Tian Ke guide pretending to be an innocent college senior. Meng Yu cracked her knuckles. Her patience was wearing thin. Bai Chuan leaned against the doorframe watching Shen Qing. Shen Qing's face was etched with the word unlucky, as if she were truly an ordinary person caught up in a mess who just wanted to get out. After a few seconds of silence, Bai Chuan spoke. You can stay. Shen Qing's head snapped up. Huh. Meng Yu also turned to look at Bai Chuan, her brow slightly furrowed. This Shen Qing had too many issues. She couldn't just let her stay because she had a nice figure, could she? Bai Chuan gave Meng Yu a look and she seemed to understand his meaning. Regardless of Shen Qing's true purpose, arresting her seemed pointless. If Tian Ke found Shen Qing missing and her mission failed, they would send someone else. Instead of that, it was better to let Shen Qing stay. Keeping this line open was more useful than cutting it off. Meng Yu looked away, expressing neither approval nor opposition. No opposition meant agreement. Seeing Meng Yu's stance, Bai Chuan's lips curled into a smile. Director Meng was quite reasonable after all. He wasn't interested in Tian Ke. He let Shen Qing stay to test whether this woman really knew about the diary's owner. He wasn't stupid, he could tell Shen Qing had confessed too quickly. Bai Chuan straightened up from the doorframe and looked at Shen Qing. You won't go to jail. Shen Qing's eyes brightened. But you can't leave either. That glimmer of light faded again. They told you to wait for orders, so wait. When the orders come, you tell me. That's the only thing you need to do here at the Fei Jiao Bureau. Bai Chuan looked Shen Qing up and down. You said you wanted to be my partner. Start tomorrow. Bai Chuan stepped away from the doorframe and walked up to Shen Qing. They were less than a step apart. He was half a head taller, looking down at her. Shen Qing instinctively leaned back. Bai Chuan raised his hand toward her face. She subconsciously wanted to dodge but couldn't move. His fingers caught a strand of hair by her ear and gently tucked it behind it. Shen Qing was forced to look up, meeting his eyes. Are you afraid of the dark? Shen Qing was stunned, unsure what Bai Chuan meant. The next second, Bai Chuan's pupils turned into a devouring abyss. Shen Qing felt the entire world collapse in an instant. In that moment she thought she had gone blind. She strained to open her eyes, but there was no effect. She couldn't perceive anything. Only boundless darkness wrapped around her layer by layer. When Bai Chuan pulled her back to reality, Shen Qing collapsed to the ground, her back drenched in cold sweat. She didn't even know how long it had been. Remember this feeling, Bai Chuan whispered in her ear. Shen Qing stared blankly ahead, her eyes unfocused. It took her a while to react, then she nodded frantically, her ponytail swinging from side to side. She understood what Bai Chuan meant. Bai Chuan stood up, losing interest in Shenqing, and turned to leave. He still needed to study the notebook again. Get your uniform from the logistics department tomorrow morning. Give your measurements to Chen Wu, Meng Yu said reluctantly. Also from now on you must stay within our sight. Bai Chuan paused at the door and glanced back at Shenqing. Oh, one more thing. Shenqing looked at him. Bai Chuan's gaze dropped for a moment, then returned to her face, his expression serious. When you give your measurements, don't underestimate yourself. If you burst the uniform you'll have to pay for it. Then he walked out. Shenqing stood there, her face flushing again. Exiting the reception room, Bai Chuan walked ahead with Meng Yu half a step behind, a brief silence lingering between them. At Meng Yu's request, Chen Wu led a team into the reception room to conduct a more thorough interrogation of Shenqing. Outdoors. After walking a distance, Meng Yu slowed her pace. She turned her head to look at Bai Chuan ahead but said nothing. After another stretch she turned her head again. What's wrong? Bai Chuan asked, his hands in his pockets, glancing sideways at her. Nothing, Meng Yu replied, staring straight ahead. They walked a few more steps. You. Bai Chuan said in confusion. Meng Yu swallowed the word she was about to say. Bai Chuan was full of question marks but didn't press further, striding toward the garage. Women were truly strange. If they had something to say, why not just say it? Did he have to coax it out of them? At the garage entrance Meng Yu stopped and Bai Chuan stopped as well. She looked at him, opened her mouth, closed it, then opened it again. Are you blowing bubbles here? Bai Chuan frowned. Meng Yu was silent. Bai Chuan leaned against the wall waiting for her. Shenqing said Tianke wants to take you back. Meng Yu finally let it out. Don't you have anything to say? You. Were you once a member of Tianke? Meng Yu looked at Bai Chuan, regretting the question as soon as it left her lips. It wasn't that she shouldn't have asked, but the way she asked it left no room for retreat, making it seem like she didn't trust Bai Chuan at all. But the words were out, impossible to take back. Bai Chuan pulled his hands out of his pockets, crossed his arms and said nothing. Meng Yu's words hung between them. Seeing her nervousness, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Since you've asked so sincerely, I'll graciously tell you. Yes. The light at the garage entrance shone on the ground and nothing happened. I was a member, Bai Chuan repeated. Still nothing happened. TSK. It didn't trigger, he muttered under his breath. He had hoped to use Meng Yu's words to test whether those memory scenes would be triggered. No memories came. Either the diary's owner had nothing to do with Tianke and he had admitted to something that didn't exist. Or merely speaking about it wasn't enough, he lacked any tangible object that connected the diary's owner to Tianke. What did you just say? Meng Yu stared at him. Nothing, Bai Chuan straightened up from the wall and walked into the garage. Are you or aren't you? Meng Yu followed. Without turning back, Bai Chuan said, yes, I even founded Tianke. I've lost my memory now. Give me $500 and when I regain my memories I'll take you back to the throne and rule the world. You're messing with me. Meng Yu said angrily, but she also felt relieved. Bai Chuan continued walking. You asked. Meng Yu took a deep breath and followed. He liked being human so much, liked his own name so much, maybe she shouldn't have asked. The car drove out of the Jinling bureau and headed toward the gray building. Getting out of the car they walked inside. Once Chen Wu finishes recording, Shenqing will move in. Be careful, it's hard to tell how much of her story is true and Tianke isn't easy to deal with. Also, it's still uncertain whether her eyes are truly useless against you. People with such innate strange abilities, I wouldn't recommend keeping them around for long. Meng Yu warned, then turned and went to her own room. She still had many matters to handle, dealing with Lin Tian, the conflict with the Kaiqian department and the subsequent surveillance of Shenqing. Meng Yu even considered sending people to Linjia village for a thorough investigation to find out what Bai Chuan had done there back then. Bai Chuan nodded, pushed open his room door and placed the diary ID card and a painting on the table. He picked up the familiar diary, black cover, worn edges, yellowed pages, still the same as before. Bai Chuan flipped through it again. He had read it countless times that night, though he couldn't recite it verbatim, he remembered every entry. Reading it again, it was still the same. The void, the markings, the wording, none of it was mentioned. The pages were filled with him dying. I'm just an ordinary person, what a nice day today. Every crooked page seemed to express nothing but mediocrity. He stared at it for a long time, then finally glimpsed the words hidden between the lines. Every page was written with 2 characters: pretentiousness. People who like keeping diaries are never decent, Bai Chuan muttered, tossing the diary back onto the table. His gaze fell on the portrait. What the hell is this thing? Bai Chuan pondered, then took out his phone, logged into the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs website and began searching for dangerous objects or strange items related to the portrait. A long list of results appeared. He scrolled down one by one, most of them being containment records of anomalous objects. But none matched the portrait in his hand. After thinking, he changed the keyword human worship and offerings life extension. Northeast Division investigation report on the immortal writing folk religion. So-called immortals are actually possession-type anomalies. South China Division praying to gods incident investigation compilation of cases where humans borrowed life from anomalies. Research report on life extension effects of anomaly sample S072 Black Ticeway. Southwest Division resurrection archives correlation analysis between anomaly parasitism and host lifespan extension. Bai Chuan clicked through them one by one. After reading a page, he gained a better understanding of the diversity of anomalies, but none of them had anything to do with the painting in his hand. Taking a deep breath, Bai Chuan put the items on the table away. Still haven't figured out the diary owner's purpose for visiting these places. Bai Chuan rubbed his temples. The 2012 Dantu child eating case and the warding incident in Lingjia village back then, Bai Chuan didn't believe the diary owner was just passing through. But neither the memory scenes nor the information he had gathered revealed the owner's purpose. Did he really ride a Qinghuang to live 2,000 years? Bai Chuan murmured, now skeptical about the diary owner's reason for longevity. Was everything that had happened since he found the diary a coincidence, or was someone silently orchestrating it all? It wasn't that Bai Chuan was overthinking. From the moment he picked up the diary, everything around him seemed tied to the diary owner's past. From the diary he learned of the existence of immortals. The photo on the ID card gave him the idea to impersonate. Xing Ziguo's 2 letters granted him the diary owner's memories and some abilities. Lin Tian's appearance confirmed that not only the face but even the voice was identical. Finally, Shen Qing brought information about Tian Ke. Thinking this over, Bai Chuan found a pen from his room and organized his thoughts. The root of all this was that the diary owner looked exactly like him, which gave him the idea to impersonate. He had to figure this out. If not for the identical face, he wouldn't have even glanced at the diary a second time, he would have thrown it away. Bai Chuan touched his own face. A face this handsome, someone who looks exactly like me, can't be a coincidence. 2. He had to follow Shen Qing's lead. Even if everything she said was a lie and she wasn't even from Tiang, this woman with a figure more generous than her mind knew about the diary owner's existence. That alone was enough for Bai Chuan to keep her around. No matter how many lies she's told, at least she knows the diary owner. 3. Search for items related to the diary owner and use those memory triggers to see more information. 4. Strive to improve his strength. Perhaps his current strength was sufficient, but Bai Chuan was well aware that he had never fought any truly powerful opponents. He had always relied on sheer overwhelming force to crush others. As he went further, he would inevitably encounter those who were difficult to handle. 5. Bai Chuan hesitated to write. He felt that Meng Yu was also suspicious and wanted to investigate her. This woman was too indulgent with him, which was highly abnormal. Even some of Meng Yu's actions didn't seem fitting for the head of a major district. After a long hesitation, Bai Chuan crossed out the 5th item. Putting down the pen, he looked at what he had written. Thinking there was nothing else to plan, he tore off the page, took out a lighter and burned it. There were many questions. As long as he didn't die, he would figure them out eventually. At least now he was getting closer to the diary owner. He just didn't know if when that day came he would still be able to distinguish who he was. If it weren't for his special identity as a transmigrator, an anchor that constantly reminded him he was an outsider, he might not have continued investigating. Pushing aside his thoughts, Bai Chuan lay down on the bed to rest. The next morning the familiar knock came. Yawning, Bai Chuan pulled open the door. He had gotten used to it over the past few days. Every morning Meng Yu's knock woke him up. Meng Yu stood at the door, still holding 2 plastic bags still with buns and soy milk. Shen Qing followed behind Meng Yu. She was wearing a cream-colored knitted cardigan today with a black turtleneck underneath paired with light gray skinny jeans. Bai Chuan's gaze drifted downward and he perked up a little. The bureau didn't have clothes that fit, Shen Qing explained. Meng Yu blocked Bai Chuan's view and walked into the room. What did you do to Lin Tian? This morning the lower ranks reported that he's in a vegetative state. As long as he's not dead it's fine, Bai Chuan said indifferently. Meng Yu was a bit helpless, but indeed for someone like Lin Tian, as long as he wasn't dead it was acceptable. Even if he hadn't become a vegetable his fate wouldn't have been any better. The Kaiqian department also sent an email demanding you return Jaime. No, Bai Chuan said deftly, taking the breakfast from Meng Yu's hand. Meng Yu wasn't surprised by his response. I've negotiated. That thing is yours now, but you'll need to carry out an S-level mission afterward. Shen Qing stood at the door looking awkward as she watched the two chat familiarly. Bai Chuan leaned back on the sofa and looked toward the door. What are you standing there for? Come in. Shen Qing stepped into the room somewhat hesitantly. How will Tian-Ke contact you later? Bai Chuan asked. They usually send me a blank text message and then I go to the ancient books reading room on the third floor of the Jinling University Library to receive the mission. I've already explained everything to investigator Chen Wu, Shen Qing answered honestly. Meng Yu nodded in confirmation then placed a phone on the table, clearly Shen Qing's now confiscated. Just as Bai Chuan was about to ask something the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. The screen lit up and a blank text message appeared. The sound of a phone vibrating was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. The three of them simultaneously looked at the phone on the table. Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow. He had asked Shen Qing how Tian-Ke would contact her just as a pretext to start a conversation. Who would have thought it would be so coincidental running into it just like that? So this is how they contacted you? Bai Chuan broke the silence. Yes, after receiving the text I just need to go to the ancient books reading room in the library to pick up the instructions they left. Shen Qing nodded. Can you arrange to meet them? Bai Chuan asked. Shen Qing was taken aback. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. Bai Chuan blinked. If he could avoid playing these childish games with Tian, he would rather catch one of them directly. It's difficult. So far I've only seen those people once, Shen Qing said. Meng Yu did not interrupt or express an opinion. She was not very supportive of keeping Shen Qing around but she gave Bai Chuan face. Shen Qing staying with her was too problematic. Putting aside the obvious doubts, a task like receiving Bai Chuan should not be a minor one within Tian-Ke. Would they really send a guide like Shen Qing to carry it out? Unless Bai Chuan really was a member of Tian and Shen Qing had just come in to greet him and call him home. But Meng Yu didn't believe it. Let's go Jinling University. Bai Chuan finished his breakfast in a few bites, stood up and clapped his hands. Do you need me to arrange surveillance? Meng Yu asked. No, let Tian-Ke do whatever they want. Bai Chuan shook his head. He didn't care about anything else, he just wanted to quickly figure out the relationship between the diary's owner and Tian-Ke. In fact, he even wanted to give Tian-Ke a push to speed things up. If they wanted to take him back they should come openly. Why send a minor underling? Shen Qing glanced at Meng Yu's expression then stood up first and walked toward the door. Meng Yu picked up her phone from the table and was about to follow but Bai Chuan called her back. One question: someone like her born with special abilities, if she grows powerful one day does she count as a mysterious being? Would she become like those so-called gods in Tian-Ke? Bai Chuan asked looking at Shen Qing's back. No, Meng Yu shook her head. Why? Bai Chuan rubbed his chin. She is human. No matter how incredible the power she possesses, whether it's innate or not, she herself is still human. Meng Yu shook her head. Didn't I tell you? Whether those so-called mysterious beings are powerful or not is one thing, the most important thing is that they are human-like but not human. They are not human. No one knows how they came into being, but they were definitely not born, Meng Yu explained. I understand. Bai Chuan nodded. In his heart he felt more and more that the diary's owner was different from those things in Tian-Ke. Though not a proper person, at least he identified himself as human. The three of them got into the car and drove straight to Jinling University. Unlike before when it was only Bai Chuan and Meng Yu, and now there was an extra person in the back seat, Shen Qing. Do I need to teach you? You know what to do next, right? Bai Chuan said from the passenger seat without turning his head. I know, cooperate with you all. Shen Qing's expression was slightly aggrieved. If you lie you'll get eaten, you know. I know. I have no choice. I was forced to join Tian-Ke back then and now I'm forced to help you. Shen Qing's voice was muffled as if she had resigned to her fate. Bai Chuan glanced at her in the rearview mirror but didn't reply. The car drove through the city and turned into the gate of Jinling University. Meng Yu parked the car in a temporary spot by the side of the library and the three of them got out. If we go in with her won't we be exposed? Meng Yu asked. It doesn't matter, Bai Chuan shook his head. His eyes turned into abysses as he scanned the surroundings, there was nothing unusual. The library of Jinling University was an old building. Students were coming and going in small groups holding books. Bai Chuan walked in front with Meng Yu and Shen Qing following half a step behind on either side. From the moment they got out of the car, Bai Chuan could clearly feel the gazes around them gathering. Not on him but on the two people behind him. Today Meng Yu wore a white windbreaker zipped up to her collarbone. Her short hair was casually tied back, revealing a clean, sharp jawline. Shen Qing on the other hand had a completely different aura. She didn't need to dress up because she was overwhelmingly endowed. Two strikingly different kinds of beauty walking on either side of the same man, inevitably they drew stares. Those gazes were mixed with envy, jealousy and a hint of bewilderment. Bai Chuan walked up the stairs with an unchanged expression. The ancient book's reading room was at the end of the corridor. Shen Qing led the way and the three of them pushed the door open and entered. Without hesitation Shen Qing walked straight to the farthest row of bookshelves. Her steps were familiar as if she had been there many times. Shen Qing raised her hand, her fingers touching a dark red hardcover volume, and pulled out a file folder from beside it. She held the file folder in her hand, turned around and handed it to Bai Chuan without even glancing at its contents. They always leave mission instructions here. Taking the file folder from Shen Qing, Bai Chuan opened it on the spot. This is... The moment his fingers touched the object inside, Bai Chuan's movements paused. The texture was familiar. He pulled out the contents. It was a diary. Black cover with no words or markings on the front. Bai Chuan stared at the diary in his hand, his pupils contracting slightly. This was exactly the same as the one he had. What's wrong? Seeing Bai Chuan's unusual reaction, Meng Yu immediately became alert, her right hand gripping a frost blade syringe in her pocket, ready to inject at any moment. Nothing. Bai Chuan shook his head and began flipping through the diary on his own. The reading room fell silent, leaving only the sound of Bai Chuan turning pages. The contents made Bai Chuan slightly relieved. This was not written by the diary's owner. The diary was written by someone named Shen Shozhua, and judging from the content he seemed to have died in 2021. The diary repeatedly mentioned the same person, the master. The master said he was tired but he couldn't die. He had eaten many things he shouldn't have and he dared not die. The master said that if one day he disappeared he must be found, even if it was just a corpse. The master said he wanted to be an ordinary person. The master has been talking nonsense lately, telling me to go to Jinling to find him. Isn't he right here? January 2018. The master has disappeared. The last diary entry was written in March 2021. I've been searching for him for 3 years. I can't find him. I can't hold on much longer. Bai Chuan closed the diary, looked up at Shen Qing, his gaze sharper than ever. Tian Ke left this diary for you. Why? What is your connection to this diary? Shen Qing was stunned, then shook her head. I don't know. I don't even know what's inside. I just got it and gave it to you immediately. I swear. Bai Chuan stared at her, but Shen Qing's eyes did not flinch. Bai Chuan withdrew his gaze, placed the diary in his hand onto a nearby shelf, and after a silence of 2 seconds, without any warning, his right hand rose from his side and directly clamped onto Shen Qing's throat. Shen Qing's back slammed into the bookshelf and several books fell to the ground with a thud. Her eyes flew wide open. Instinctively her hands grabbed Bai Chuan's wrist, her nails digging into his skin, yet his arm remained as immovable as stone. Bai Chuan. Meng Yu's voice came from behind, tinged with tension. Bai Chuan did not turn around. I'll ask one more time. His voice was low. Why did Tian Ke leave this diary here? What do you know? Bai Chuan's eyes shifted subtly and eternal night descended. All the lights in the ancient book reading room went out simultaneously, darkness surging in from all directions like a tide enveloping Shen Qing. In that moment of utter darkness, Shen Qing even hallucinated that she had never possessed eyes, had never seen light, and had been born into this eternal night. Shen Qing's lips trembled. I don't know. I really don't know. Her face began to flush and the veins at her temples bulged slightly. Gray mottling began to appear on Bai Chuan's arm. Shen Qing's body started to shake, her fingers which had gripped his wrist lost their strength, turning from a tight hold into a limp, helpless touch. Her lips turned purple and fine blood vessels appeared in her eyes. I am really just a guide. I was suddenly assigned a mission to get close to you. Shen Qing's voice was barely audible. Bai Chuan looked at her and tightened his grip another fraction. This diary was written by a man named Shen Shozhua. Surname Shen. His gaze fell on Shen Qing's face. Same surname as yours. Shen Qing's pupils constricted slightly. You say there's no connection? Bai Chuan pressed. Shen Qing's consciousness began to blur, her throat could no longer produce any sound and her lips moved uselessly, opening and closing. Just as her eyelids began to droop, Bai Chuan released his grip. The darkness receded and Meng Yu, standing nearby, breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Qing's body slid down the bookshelf, her knees hitting the floor, and then she collapsed entirely. She supported herself with her hands on the ground, coughing violently. It took a while for her to recover. She lifted her head, her eyes red-rimmed. Get up. Bai Chuan extended his hand. Shen Qing hesitated, then took it. He pulled her up, she stumbled slightly and steadied herself against the bookshelf. Shenqing's shoulders shook. She looked up, tears streaming down her nose, sniffling. I know you don't believe me, think I'm lying, but this is the truth. I also want to know why Tianke chose me. I just can't do it well, I'm afraid of death, so I told you everything. I am just an ordinary college student. Her voice choked with sobs, broken and intermittent. I've never done anything bad my whole life. At most. Shenqing wiped her tears. At most in elementary school I used these eyes to make a boy in my class buy me Jinji sticks every day. He bought them for a whole year, never missing a single day. Later his family thought he was in puppy love and transferred him away. I've never done anything heinous, not even cheated anyone out of money. Shenqing sniffled. Last semester they suddenly approached me insisting I become some kind of guide, saying no one was more suitable than me, that these eyes of mine were born for this. I was scared, so I joined and I did whatever they told me to do. Then they told me to find you. What else could I do but obey? The reading room fell silent, broken only by the sound of Shenqing sobbing. Tears dripped down her chin onto the floor and she wiped her face with the back of her hand, smearing it even more. Mengyu leaned against the bookshelf, arms crossed. Bai Chuan glanced at her, she turned away as if to say, it's not my fault she's crying, none of my business. Bai Chuan leaned against the table watching her cry for about 10 seconds before his patience wore thin. Enough. Shenqing didn't stop. Bai Chuan raised his right hand. Shenqing's sobbing abruptly ceased, she instinctively stepped back half a pace, her back pressing against the bookshelf again, her hands reflexively shielding her face. Bai Chuan reached past her ear and took the diary from the shelf. He held it up before Shenqing. Shen Shouzhua. Do you know him? Bai Chuan asked. Shenqing hesitated, then nodded. I've heard the name, but I'm not sure if it's the same person. It definitely has nothing to do with me. There are plenty of people with the surname Shen in the world. Where did you hear it? Bai Chuan pressed. On a forum full of people like me, all more or less connected to Tianke. Shenqing said. There's a bounty post on it, I heard it's been up for many years, signed by him. Bai Chuan frowned slightly and turned to look at Meng Yi. Can Tianke people openly run a forum? Isn't the Feijiao Bureau's capability that poor? Meng Yi met Bai Chuan's gaze, understanding his meaning. Leaning against the bookshelf she spoke in a calm, unhurried tone, the Feijiao Bureau and Tianke haven't officially declared war. Tianke's core members possess bizarre abilities and their true power levels remain unknown. The Feijiao Bureau's current stance toward Tianke is one of surveillance, control and small-scale dismantlement, not annihilation. Meng Yu's voice carried a hint of discontent. If a full-scale war breaks out, the entire Xia kingdom will be thrown into turmoil. They have nothing to lose, but we do. City citizens all need protection. So although Tianke is dangerous, the Feijiao Bureau maintains a certain balance on the surface. As long as Tianke doesn't cross the line, the Feijiao Bureau won't flip the table. This balance is fragile. Meng Yu looked away. So far neither side wants to break it first. Of course, more importantly, gathering those so-called peripheral members, Tianke's followers, in one place makes surveillance easier. Bai Chuan listened without comment, then pulled out his phone and handed it to Shenqing. Shenqing took the phone, opened the browser, and the moment the screen lit up her finger paused. Below the address bar was a row of browsing history. She glanced at it, her face flushing crimson. Quickly averting her gaze, she pretended not to have seen anything and swiftly typed a URL into the address bar. Bai Chuan noticed her reaction but said nothing. Shenqing handed the phone back, her eyes fixed on the floor, the tips of her ears still red. Bai Chuan took the phone and looked down at the screen. The forum interface was plain white background with black text, and at the top was the name of the forum, Divine Revelation. Meng Yu was not interested. The core members of Celestial Gate would never show up here, it was just a place for people like Shenqing to hang around along with some ordinary folks who knew a few secrets. The Extraordinary Bureau had a handful of such forums under its control. There was virtually no core information about Celestial Gate on them, just gatherings of so-called believers, as long as they didn't operate openly in the mundane world. Bai Chuan was equally uninterested in the other forum content. He only focused on the thread Shenqing had pointed out. Bounty post posted by Shen Shouzhua, March 13, 2019. Title: Seeking an Ancient Place Name. If anyone knows, please DM me. For Snake Hills, land of the fallen immortals, Dragonfish Mound. I want to know the coordinates of any of these 3 places. If you have any leads, please message me. Name your price and I'll reward every reply with 10,000. Also, is there a gray 3-story building in Jinling? I need all matching ones. Price 1 million. Below the post were a few scattered replies mostly mocking and puzzled. Is the OP obsessed with the classic of mountains and seas? Land of the fallen immortals. That's a myth. You've read too many books. Even if it exists, only the celestial gate deities would know. How much are you paying? Probably west of the Kunlun Mountains in the heart of the Darim Basin in Xinjiang, all of Ruoqiang County plus Lop Nur and the entire surrounding desert. Go find it if you can. Even if it exists, no mortal could search the whole Lop Nur except for celestial gate deities. Gray 3-story building. Just go see for yourself. Why spend the money? Shen Shozhua replied to no one. The thread gradually sank. After 2021, he stopped rewarding repliers. He's looking for the Baimin country. Bai Chuan saw at a glance that Shen Shozhua was searching for Baimin. The land of the fallen immortals was north of Four Snake Hills. Dragon Fish Mound was north of the land of the fallen immortals, and Baimin country was north of Dragon Fish Mound. Shen Shozhua was searching for these three places, knowing one would lead to Baimin country. Others dismissed it as a joke, but Bai Chuan knew the diary owner's records. If the master in Shen Shozhuo's diary was the diary owner, what was he trying to do? Also ride the Chenghuang to gain 2,000 years of life? Or was he seeking the diary owner himself? Judging from the posting time, it was 1 year after the diary owner's disappearance. Lop Nur. Bai Chuan looked at the replies below. Did Shen Shozhua actually go there? After 2021, the thread had no more rewards. Had he died in Lop Nur or truly reached Baimin country? But what the hell is a gray 3-story building? Bai Chuan scratched his head, unable to figure it out. What's wrong? Meng Yu leaned in close to Bai Chuan, looking at the phone screen. He's looking for Baimin country. Bai Chuan nodded. Why? Did you tell him? Do you know this Shen Shozhua? Meng Yu dropped her casual demeanor. She too knew what Baimin country meant. Bai Chuan pondered whether to show the diary to Meng Yu and through her words try to enter that memory scene. He wasn't sure how many fragments he could see. From the previous 2 experiences he could only glimpse a little. This should count as an item related to the diary owner. Bai Chuan thought to himself, handing the diary to Meng Yu. The records in it were nothing too important. Meng Yu took the diary and at Bai Chuan's gesture opened it. Master. Who? You. Meng Yu looked Bai Chuan up and down. Bai Chuan nodded, then braced himself. Silence. Nothing happened. Bai Chuan remained in his nodding posture, waiting for 2 seconds, then another 2 seconds. Wasn't it him? Why was there no reaction? Just as Bai Chuan was about to give up, the sensation came. Without warning, all colors faded, sounds were drained, and the light was snuffed out. When Bai Chuan regained consciousness, he stood in the center of a courtyard house. He looked down at his hands and habitually stuffed them into his pockets. In again. No. Bai Chuan's pupils constricted sharply. He could move. Why is this? Bai Chuan murmured, his voice coming from his throat. It was the first time he had ever controlled his body in such a scene. Bai Chuan tried to turn around and survey his surroundings. There was someone in the yard. A sturdy man was bending over, sweeping fallen leaves from the courtyard. He wore a coarse linen shirt with sleeves rolled up to his elbows. The man seemed to sense something, stopped his broom, turned around and looked at Bai Chuan. The two of them stared at each other across half the courtyard. The man frowned slightly, leaned the broom against the pomegranate tree, brushed the dust off his hands, strode over, stopped in front of Bai Chuan, bent down and met his gaze. Master, what's wrong? Bai Chuan looked at him, his mouth opening. From the address was this man. Shen Shozhua. Seeing Bai Chuan silent, the man's worry deepened. Master, you don't remember me again? Shozhua. Bai Chuan frowned slightly. What did again mean? From Shen Shozhua's words, did the diary owner often forget who he was? What was going on? Had he lived over 2,000 years and developed senile dementia? The corner of Bai Chuan's mouth twitched. For the first time in this memory scene, he could control his body and decide his actions. This left Bai Chuan momentarily at a loss. But Bai Chuan quickly realized this was an opportunity. The man standing before him, Shen Shozhua, had lived with the diary owner. He knew far more than what was written in the half-diary. Bai Chuan opened his mouth to speak. The blue brick floor beneath his feet shook, the colors of the entire courtyard began to fade, and the scene slowly froze. Bai Chuan's pupils constricted sharply. Time was running out. Bai Chuan had no time to ask more. He wanted to verify something, so he shouted at Shen Shozhua with all his might, "Come find me. In Jinling. The Extraordinary Bureau. Live." The gray three-story building. The scene froze. Bai Chuan's eyes lost focus, and when he came to Meng Yu's face was in front of him. Meng Yu's face bore a mixture of confusion and scrutiny. "What are you daydreaming about?" "You're always like this," she said, poking Bai Chuan's forehead with her finger. There were things she knew he wouldn't tell her, and she didn't expect him to actually answer. Bai Chuan shook his head to indicate he was fine. "This memory is too strange." He wanted to light a cigarette, but since they were in the library he could only take a deep breath to ease his mind. Unlike the previous 2 times, this time he hadn't received much information, nor had he brought out any strange abilities. But he could control himself, though for just under a minute he could speak, act and even attempt to alter the course of events within that scene. Regarding such scenes his thoughts had always remained at the level of memory. Bai Chuan merely felt that they were the memories of the diary's owner, some kind of fixed playback of images, and he was just a bystander. Is it a memory playback or an illusion, or did I actually go back many years? It all depends on whether Shinshozhua takes action based on my words. Bai Chuan muttered to himself. At the last moment before exiting he had no chance to ask more questions. In his urgency he could only shout disjointedly for Shinshozhua to come find him in Jinling. This was to verify whether that kind of memory scene involved him actually contacting and intervening in the past, or if it was merely a playback of memories. If his words had no effect on reality or on Shinshozhua himself, then it would mean that the memory scene was like a videotape rigidly playing back fragments of what happened many years ago. But if it wasn't simply a replay, if he truly in that moment in some incomprehensible way intervened in a fragment of the past and interacted with the Shinshozhua of that time, then the words he shouted to Shinshozhua in that courtyard might leave a mark on Shinshozuo's real life. "Come find me. Come to Jinling. Fei Diao Bureau. Gray three-story building." These were the pieces of information Bai Chuan left related to him. Wait, the gray three-story building. Bai Chuan's expression jolted as he thought of something. Under Meng Yu's increasingly puzzled gaze, Bai Chuan reopened Shinshozuo's post. He stared intently at the last sentence of Shinshozuo's bounty post. "Also, where in Jinling is there a gray three-story building? I need all matches, price 1 million. Is it because of my influence?" Bai Chuan muttered to himself. At first glance he didn't understand why Shinshozhua was looking for a gray three-story building, but now this was the information he had left for Shinshozhua, and also the place where Bai Chuan and Meng Yu now lived. Was it because he had shouted that sentence in the past that Shinshozhua initiated this search in the future? Or did Shinshozhua himself want to find this place? Bai Chuan was more inclined toward the former. Previously Bai Chuan had worried that experiencing too many of those memory scenes would fill his mind with too many others' memories, making him lose track of who he was, forcing him to cling to his identity as a time traveler to hold on to himself. But now he could directly intervene. Wasn't that his memory? Yet the actions he took and the words he spoke in those scenes were all guided by his own will. On a certain day many years ago in that courtyard house, it was he, Bai Chuan, who told Shinshozhua to come to Jinling to find him. It was he, Bai Chuan, who instructed Shinshozhua to look for a three-story gray building. "Hey, Bai Chuan." Seeing his face shifting unpredictably and his eyes staring blankly, Meng Yu couldn't help reaching out to touch his forehead. "Are you possessed?" Meng Yu's hand rested on Bai Chuan's forehead. The warm touch pulled him out of his surging thoughts. Bai Chuan brushed aside her hand, his gaze refocusing. "Help me with something." "Go ahead." Meng Yu nodded. "Help me retrieve the visitor records of the Jinling branch over the past few years, specifically those who were unusual, especially between 2018 and 2021. Focus on whether there is a man with a robust build and a northern accent," Bai Chuan said. The information he had left included not only the three-story building of his residence but also specifically mentioned the Fei Jiao Bureau. Meng Yu gave Bai Chuan a deep look, not immediately asking why. She then glanced at his phone, roughly understanding that he wanted to check if this Shinshozhua had ever come to the Jinling branch to find him. "All right." Meng Yu withdrew her gaze, placed the diary in her hand on the bookshelf, took out her phone and walked aside, calling whom she didn't know. Shen Qing stood uneasily to the side, glancing at Bai Chuan and then at Meng Yu in the distance, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Bai Chuan paid her no attention. He only wanted to understand why this memory was so special. "Sir, what's wrong? Sir, you don't remember me again?" Shen Shizuo's words echoed once more in Bai Chuan's mind. This was the only unusual aspect Bai Chuan could think of. The owner of the diary seemed to occasionally lose his memory. Or perhaps he truly had dementia. If the scene he triggered was from a time when the diary owner was suffering from memory loss or dementia, could he then take over? Was it like taking over an account? As if temporarily taking over a shell with a blank memory. "I'll try again when I have a chance." Bai Chuan rubbed his temples. With only one experience he could only speculate this one possibility. He might have the chance to investigate why the diary owner occasionally fell into a state of memory loss or dementia. Thinking, Bai Chuan lifted his head and looked at Shinqing. This woman. Shinqing, seeing Bai Chuan's gaze on her, grew tense again and her eyes reddened. Bai Chuan sighed helplessly. If you cry again, I'll fry you. Shinqing. The tears that were about to fall were forcibly held back by Shinqing. Bai Chuan shifted his gaze to the diary. This diary was also strange. Did Tian Ke send it to Shinqing, or was it delivered to him through Shinqing's hands? If it was through Shinqing's hands, then Shinqing's words could be trusted for now. She really was just an ordinary senior student with a big but forced into doing things under coercion, knowing nothing and doing nothing well. Tian Ke had merely chosen her, thrown her into the Fei Jiao Bureau as a tool specifically to deliver messages to Bai Chuan. Even if she was exposed, it didn't matter as long as she could hand the item to Bai Chuan. But if that was the case, what did Tian Ke want him to do by giving him this diary? Guide him to find this Shinshozhua. And this doesn't match what Shinqing said. Bai Chuan frowned. Shinqing clearly said that Tian Ke told her to come and bring Bai Chuan back. Giving a diary and bringing up a Shinshozhua, what connection does that have with taking him back? Could it be that Shinshozhua is connected to Tian Ke? Is he now a member of Tian Ke? Bai Chuan checked the file bag, which was empty, containing nothing but Shinshozuo's diary. Tisk. Bai Chuan tossed the file bag aside. Even if there is a relationship, it's not right. To pick him up, just come and get him. Why don't you come? Why call Shinqing over? Why make it so circuitous and complicated? He's right here, but I haven't seen Tian Ke make any move to pick him up. So far Bai Chuan had not sensed any connection to the word pick up at all. Pick me up. Bai Chuan murmured to himself. The word pick up was quite clever, more or less proving that he must have some relationship with Tian Ke. But was that person really him? He raised his head, his gaze sharp, looking at Shinqing. What exactly was the original instruction you received? Tell me verbatim. Shinqing was taken aback by the question, tried hard to recall. They just gave me your photo, told me to find you, and later let me enter the Fei Jiao Bureau to pick you up. Until now they haven't told me how to pick you up. Seeing that Shinqing could not provide any answers, the only answer must lie in Shinshozuo's diary. How do you contact them? Bai Chuan asked. Write a letter and leave it here, someone dedicated will come to pick it up. Shinqing answered honestly. After a moment of hesitation she added, I followed the person who came to pick up the letter, he was just an ordinary person. She had somewhat figured out Bai Chuan's temperament. Right now ask why a diary was sent. Bai Chuan said. Shinqing did not dare to hesitate, found a piece of paper, took out a pen and began to write. Bai Chuan didn't expect to directly get the reason, but he had to try. At that moment Meng Yu hung up the phone and turned back. I found it. Bai Chuan immediately turned to look at Meng Yu. On December 7, 2018, there is a record in the Jinling branch's log. Someone tried to approach the archives at night, triggering the perimeter motion sensor alarm, but the person was not caught. Only a quick departing silhouette was captured from a blurry surveillance video. The body shape matches your description. According to the archives administrator's record, this person indeed had a northern accent. He demanded that all personnel files of the branch be handed over. As for whether this person is Shinshozhua, it's uncertain. A glint flashed in Bai Chuan's eyes. It worked. Although it couldn't be 100% confirmed as Shinshozhua, it was enough. There aren't that many coincidences in the world. 2018 was the year the diary's owner disappeared. His words traveled through time, reaching the ears of Shinshozhua at some point in the distant past. Then this Shinshozhua, following his words, came to Jinling, found the Fei Jiao Bureau and found the grey 3-story building. At that time Bai Chuan was theoretically still in another world, so Shinshozhua naturally could not find him. Intervening in the past, affecting the future. Is it the diary owner's ability or my own? Bai Chuan looked at his own hands. He was not confused and firmly believed that he and the diary owner were not the same person, even if their appearance and voice were identical. But Bai Chuan clearly knew that he had lived in another world for 20 years from birth to the present. Help me continue to investigate. Check what activities Shinshozhua had in Jinling after December 2018, or where he ultimately went. The focus is on his traces after his post in March 2019 until before 2021. Bai Chuan said to Meng Yu. Meng Yu did not respond immediately but glanced at Shinqing, then leaned close to Bai Chuan and whispered, what exactly happened back? That's Shinshozhua. What is his relationship with you? His diary says you disappeared. Where did you go? He has been looking for you and now you are looking for him in turn. Most importantly, Why did Tian Ke send this diary? What does it have to do with picking you back? You have too many questions. A trace of helplessness flashed in Bai Chuan's eyes. He wanted to know even more than Meng Yu. If you don't tell me, how can I help you investigate? I don't even know where to start. Meng Yu crossed her arms and blinked. People get old occasionally, have some memory loss, can't remember, that's why I asked you to investigate. As for why Tian Ke sent this, I want to know even more than you do. Bai Chuan answered very seriously. Really? Meng Yu frowned and asked. Really? Bai Chuan nodded firmly, he really didn't know. Meng Yu stared into Bai Chuan's eyes, his gaze was clear and resolute, not deceiving her. Meng Yu's eyes softened with a hint of pity. You have Alzheimer's. Bai Chuan. It's Alzheimer's disease, very normal, don't feel inferior, many old people have it. You're the one with Alzheimer's. Bai Chuan replied irritably. Hurry and investigate Shen Shizuo's whereabouts, the more detailed the better, especially whether he left anything behind. Meng Yu glared at Bai Chuan, took out her phone and called Jiang He, asking him to investigate. Wait for news. Database search also takes time, at least half an hour, but I can't guarantee what we'll find. After hanging up, Meng Yu said, let's go. Bai Chuan nodded. The three quickly tidied up, picked up the books scattered on the floor, arranged the bookshelf and left the ancient books reading room. In the car none of the three spoke. Meng Yu drove staring straight ahead, never once turning to look at Bai Chuan. Shen Qin curled up in the back seat looking like a broken senior. Bai Chuan meanwhile lowered his head to sort out the chaotic fragments of information in his mind. This trip to the library had left him with many questions. 1. The diary's owner disappeared in 2018, to the extent that Shen Shozhua searched until 2021 without finding him. However, from the diary Bai Chuan initially picked up, the diary's owner at least lived until 2024. What exactly did he do during those 6 years? Dig his own grave. Tu Tiang's way of picking him up was somewhat strange. Bai Chuan was skeptical about the so-called picking up, and sending Shen Shizuo's diary was also very odd. These damn priests don't let me catch one. Bai Chuan muttered to himself, clenching his fists, his knuckles cracking. Gray markings surfaced on the back of his hand and then sank back down. A sudden ringtone shattered the silence inside the car. Meng Yu glanced at the caller's name displayed on the car screen, Jiang He. She quickly answered and switched to speakerphone. Captain Meng, I've found some leads on what you asked me to investigate. Jiang He's voice came through the receiver. About that man named Shen Shozhua, after he broke into the Jinling branch at night he vanished without a trace. I checked traffic cameras and hotel registration records in Jinling and surrounding areas, but there was no sign of him. However, coincidentally, in the information you asked me to look up about Linjia village, there was a person suspected to be Shen Shozhua. Following this lead, I found that he later went to Tsinghua District, Dantu City, the site of the 2012 child-eating case. After that, 2 files were stolen from the Danyang branch. One file was about the Jinling 749 Research Institute and the other was about the Military 507 Research Institute. Later, a person suspected to be Shen Shozhua was captured on camera at the station boarding a train back to Jinling. The trail ends there. Bai Chuan listened to Jiang He's report without interrupting. From the route, Shen Shozhua had been following the places where the diary owner had previously been. Jinling, Linjia village, Dantu, and then back to Jinling where he disappeared. This also indicated that Shen Shozhua truly had no idea what the diary owner was doing, to the point that he had to search every place the diary owner had ever been. He even put a bounty on the legendary white folk nation. Were the 2 stolen files from Dantu also places the diary owner had visited? The places these 2 files pointed to. Bai Chuan cast a questioning look at Meng Yu. Meng Yu hung up the phone and explained, the full name of 749 is the No. 749 Research Institute for Abnormal Humans and 507 is the No. 507 Research Institute of Daxia National Defense Military. They are not under the jurisdiction of our Feidiao Bureau, the Bureau only has their archives. These 2 institutes are places that research cursed objects, ruin realms and those mysteries. Bai Chuan nodded, then frowned and asked, since we already have the Feijiao Bureau and that so-called Kai Qian department, why create these additional things? The Feijiao Bureau's authority covers the management, elimination and containment of mysterious entities, cursed objects and ruin realms, and it also has its own research department as well as the Kai Qian department which studies cursed objects and mysteries. Creating 749 and 507 with overlapping functions and responsibilities, wouldn't that make the system too bloated? They serve different purposes. Meng Yu paused for a moment before speaking. The Feijiao Bureau's primary task is to maintain social stability, while 749 focuses on researching how to apply these strange powers to humans. You know, some people don't want to die. They will do many unscrupulous things for that. The Feijiao Bureau has rejected such orders countless times, so 749 was born. And 507 focuses on national defense. Applying various cursed objects and mysterious entities to the battlefield, transforming them into weapons of war. Besides, 749 has been gone for 10 years. After pondering for a moment, Bai Chuan asked, are both research institutes in Jinling? He didn't care about those dirty dealings as long as they didn't provoke him. He only wanted to know if Shinshozhua, after obtaining those two files, returned to Jinling to visit these two institutes. In other words, had these two institutes once established research projects targeting the diary owner? 749 has an abandoned institute in Jinling. It was decommissioned after an accident 10 years ago. As for 507, no one knows where it is. Meng Yu nodded. Let's go to that abandoned institute. Bai Chuan decided. Since no one knew where 507 was, Shinshuzuo's return to Jinling could only be to the abandoned 749. Now. Meng Yu was taken aback by his eagerness. Now. Bai Chuan nodded. He wanted to see what Tian Ke was trying to achieve with all this elaborate guidance. Meng Yu said no more, took out her phone, typed a message and sent it, then turned the car around and drove out of the city. The car left the urban area, turned off the main road and onto a narrow lane. The asphalt road was cracked with fissures flanked by mixed woods. After driving along this road for about 10 minutes, a wall appeared ahead. Two iron gates were half open and a sign hung on the gatepost, No. 749 Research Institute for Abnormal Humans, Jinling. Bai Chuan pushed open the car door and got out, stopping at the gate to look through the iron bars. In the center of the courtyard stood a human-shaped sculpture. On its base was engraved a line of text mostly covered by moss. Explore the unknown, benefit humanity, revere life, abide by boundaries. This is the place. Meng Yu walked up to Bai Chuan. This was 749's main research base in Jinling. An accident 10 years ago left it like this. The roads leading here are all blocked and Feijiao Bureau peripheral members patrol daily. Ordinary people can't get through. As she spoke, Meng Yu pushed open the iron gate and the three of them entered. Bai Chuan looked around. 10 years ago, that was 2015. At that time the diary owner hadn't disappeared yet and Shinshozhua hadn't started his search. This meant the institute's abandonment had nothing to do with Shinshozhua. What happened back then? Bai Chuan asked Meng Yu. The fact that Shinshozhua would come here could only mean that this institute was somehow connected to the diary owner. I don't know the specifics. I was 15 then, not yet a regional director. Jinling wasn't my jurisdiction. I had to go to school during the day and handle bureau affairs at night, so I didn't pay attention. Meng Yu replied casually. Bai Chuan gave her a strange look. What does it mean that at 15 she went to school during the day and handled bureau affairs at night? You joined the Feijiao Bureau at 15. And from the sound of it you were in charge. Well. Although he at 15 was not bad either, already knowing how to ignore risks and install. Later when I became the East China director I checked the archives but found no records. I only know that 749 established a research project that year and later something went wrong with the project. The entire institute, 453 people, all died overnight. Meng Yu said as she walked toward the main building. At that time the Jinling branch also sent people to investigate, but they found nothing unusual and couldn't even figure out what the murderer was. All the research materials here, even the daily necessities, were taken away by higher-ups. If you want to investigate you probably won't find anything. Bai Chuan nodded, his gaze sweeping once more over the desolate courtyard and the silent main building. The information Meng Yu provided was very limited, with no direct connection to the diary owner. But since Shinshozhua had made this place his target, there must be a reason. Let's go in and take a look. Bai Chuan stopped asking questions and walked toward the main building first. Whether this was the place Tian Ke wanted him to come to he would know once inside. Stepping onto the steps before the main building, the glass on the door had long shattered. Bai Chuan pushed the door open, revealing a long corridor before him with tightly closed doors on both sides and thick dust accumulated on the floor. Bai Chuan walked in, stirring up a cloud of dust with his steps. He proceeded along the corridor with Meng Yu and Shinqing following behind him. The entire main building was clean with nothing but dust, just as Meng Yu had said. Everything in the research institute had been taken away. At the end of the corridor stood a double door bearing a faded metal sign that read Core Experimental Zone. Bai Chuan pushed the door open, revealing a vast experimental hall. The hall was pitch black with only a few tables and chairs left otherwise empty. Almost all of the research projects of 749 were those our Feijiao Bureau refused to execute. Meng Yu spoke softly from beside Bai Chuan. Back then some people thought the Feijiao Bureau was too conservative and restrained, so 749 came into being. Their research projects were all things that could never be disclosed to the public. The higher-ups cleaned this place out thoroughly, leaving nothing behind. You should be grateful that 749 is gone. If the ones who came to pick you up that day were not me but the Research Institute people, hehe. Meng Yu poked Bai Chuan's arm. What would happen? Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow. Meng Yu opened her mouth, wanting to say you would probably be on the operating table now, but swallowed the words back. She recalled the scene of Bai Chuan dragging the entire building into the eternal night at the Jinling police station. If it had been the researchers instead of her that day, some people might have had to say goodnight to the world. Her lips twitched and she changed the words that rose to her throat. Anyway, they wouldn't buy you breakfast every day. Bai Chuan nodded solemnly. That is indeed terrifying. Meng Yue. Have you found anything? If not, I'll go back and have someone investigate further. This place has been abandoned for too long, not even a single surveillance camera. You can't even be sure if Shinshozhui has been here. Meng Yu changed the subject. Bai Chuan didn't respond, walking deeper into the hall. Since Tian Ke had guided him here, there must be something. The inside was empty with only a few overturned experimental tables, their surfaces thick with dust. On the table at the farthest end sat an old-fashioned tape recorder. Bai Chuan glanced at Meng Yu beside him. Has someone been here? Meng Yu frowned slightly. The entire research institute, even the researchers' personal belongings, had been taken away. It was impossible for a radio to be left on the table. It must have been placed here later. Bai Chuan stepped forward and pressed the play button. A man's voice came from the recorder, old, hoarse and intermittent. Bai Chuan recognized that voice. Shinshozhui. My name is Shinshozhui. If you are listening to this recording, perhaps I am already dead. But please do me a favor. It's not for free. Please take this recording to the Feijiao Bureau, or if you can't find it, the police station will do. I will tell you the password to an account with 2 million. Bai Chuan and Meng Yu exchanged a glance and continued listening. A rustling sound came from the recorder, as if the tape was worn in some places, and it returned to normal after a few seconds. I don't know who is listening to this recording. If you are from the Feijiao Bureau, please listen to the end and help me find Master's whereabouts. I have been by Master's side since I was 18, traveling to many places and witnessing many of the evil entities you speak of. Master has lived for a long time, you call him Zero. The voice in the recorder paused as if catching its breath. After Master disappeared, I went to many places Jinling Dantu. I searched everywhere I could. Later I heard that Tian Ke was also looking for Master. I began to investigate Tian Ke and discovered that Master had contacted them long ago. I found out that a few years ago, when the Jinling 749 Research Institute was destroyed, Tian Ke had a hand in it. Master seemed to have visited the institute back then. Master and Tian Ke had contact here, but I don't know what happened. I borrowed files from the Feijiao Bureau and found the location of this place, but it has been abandoned. I can't find anything. Since Tian Ke once sought Master and had contact in this institute, I began to suspect if Master's disappearance was related to Tian Ke. A long bout of coughing came from the tape, lasting for a long time, then Shinshizui's voice sounded again. Master said that if one day he disappeared, I must find him. So I have decided I will go to Tian Ke. I don't know how long I can hold on. I might die in there. It doesn't matter if I die, but please find Master for me, even if it's just his corpse. If I can't find him, the consequences will be severe, even threatening the entire Daxia kingdom. Master. His body. Inside, the tape finished and the static white noise echoed in the containment room. Bai Chuan frowned deeply, organizing the information from the recording. First, the owner of the diary had been here in this institute and had contact with Tiang, so Shinshozhui came to see if there were any clues. Second, there seemed to be something dangerous inside the diary owner's body. But Shinshizui's last sentence was cut off. Was it erased or intentional? Third, the destruction of this institute was the work of Tian Ke. 10 years ago something happened that brought both the diary owner and the people of Tian Ke here. What does this recording mean? What is inside your body that makes him so anxious that he must find you? Meng Yu looked Bai Chuan up and down. Anne. You had contact with Tian Ke here. Why didn't you tell me? You clearly have met them and you've been to 749, yet you pretended to ask me, where is the 749? What happened back then? Oh, I forgot, you're senile. Meng Yu's sarcastic words were cut short. Bai Chuan raised his right hand high. Meng Yu's face flushed and she immediately shut her mouth, instinctively shielding her rear. Bai Chuan stared at the tape recorder on the table, growing more puzzled. From this perspective, Tian Ke indeed had a connection with the diary owner. But why guide him here? Tian-Ke sent the diary letting him know about Shinshozue, leading him all the way here to hear the recording left behind by Shinshozue and to learn that Tian-Ke had contacted the diary owner here back then. This behavior was like knowing that Bai Chuan had no memory of this step-by-step guiding him to remember something. Could it be that Tian-Ke also knew he could enter those dreamlike scenes? Using the brain is definitely not as satisfying as using the fist. Bai Chuan murmured. Did Tian-Ke want him to remember something? Remember that he was once one of them? Or the major events that happened here? Bai Chuan rubbed his temples, his expression extremely irritated. He hated things that required brainpower. Those damn bastards playing tricks. Don't let Brother Bai catch you. At that moment outside the 749 Research Institute 7 figures in black robes stood silently in the weed-choked courtyard. The robes fell from shoulders to the ground as if a piece of the night had been draped over them. The 7 wore masks, wrathful Vajra, downcast Bodhisattva, faceless white-board fanged ferocious beast. The 7 stood in a row, each in a different posture, some with hands clasped behind their backs, some with hands at their sides. But their gazes were all fixed on the same direction. How much longer must we wait? Among the 7, the one wearing a ferocious beast mask with fangs spoke first, his voice low and tinged with impatience. Among the 7, a figure in black robes with a downcast Bodhisattva mask stirred. A pale hand emerged from beneath the dark robes holding a lantern. The lantern was small, its bronze body etched with intricate patterns. It was empty inside with no candle flame. Xiang Jun's decree: only when the lantern lights may we take him away. Wait. The downcast Bodhisattva's voice was soft and unhurried. The ferocious beast mask tilted slightly, glancing at the bronze lantern. When will it light? I don't know. Why make it so complicated? Just go in and take him directly. The ferocious beast mask's tone was laced with undisguised irritation. Xiang Jun's meaning is that we act only when the lantern lights. If it doesn't, we leave. The downcast Bodhisattva maintained the same tone. That one inside seems to be the 0 from the Feijiao Bureau's files. Is he one of us? Why not just summon him back directly? This time a female voice spoke, coming from a wrathful Vajra mask. The mask was hideous and fierce, but the voice was crisp and cold. I don't know, the downcast Bodhisattva replied softly, his tone unreadable. So what if he's 0? It's just that the Feijiao Bureau discovered him first. If I had been found first, I'd be 0 too. Maybe he's too weak. Why else would he be the first to be singled out and put on file? The black-robed figure with the ferocious beast mask sneered. Whether 0 is strong or not is none of our concern. Just carry out Xiang Jun's decree. A waste of time. A low snort came from beneath the ferocious beast mask. His gaze sharpened. All this dilly-dallying, just go in and take him out and it's done. Threads of dark red blood energy seeped from the collar and cuffs of his black robe, slithering like snakes through the weeds in the courtyard. Wherever they passed, the grass withered silently. You would defy Xiang Jun? The downcast Bodhisattva's voice remained unhurried, but the hand holding the bronze lantern moved slightly, causing the lantern to sway. The ferocious beast mask paused. The surrounding blood energy receded, gathering at his feet and surging slowly. At that moment, in the core testing area of the main building, Bai Chuan was looking down at the tape recorder on the test bench. His brow was furrowed, his mind still churning with the messy clues. He had tried to guide Meng Yue, but this recorder couldn't lead him into that memory scene. Just as Bai Chuan was about to pick up the recorder, the skin on the back of his neck suddenly tightened. Bai Yi opened its eye, the dark golden one emerged from the patterns on his nape. Bai Chuan stopped moving and turned his head toward the courtyard gate. What's wrong? Meng Yu's voice came from beside him. Bai Chuan turned around, facing the direction of the gate. Someone's coming. This was the first time he had triggered Bai Yi since acquiring it. Besides Meng, the newcomers meant trouble. Someone outside had hostile intentions toward him, and Bai Yi had sensed it. Meng Yu frowned, reaching for the ghost-suppressing agent at her waist. Shen Qing stood behind Bai Chuan, her gaze not on the door but on the back of his neck. The moment Bai Yi's eye opened, she was so startled she nearly jumped. Old monster. Definitely an old monster. There's even a freaking eye on the back of his neck. How do you perceive yourself as human? Shen Qing recalled what she had seen on Bai Chuan's file. Prominently marked target self-identifies as human. Ignoring Shen Qing's outburst, Bai Chuan closed his eyes. When he opened them again, darkness descended and the Guishu eye emerged. He saw the 7 figures in the courtyard. 7 people wearing masks and black robes. Are they from Tian-Ke? Bai Chuan grinned. In an instant he lost all interest in the recorder on the table. Gray patterns emerged on his hands and he released all suppression. Violent thoughts surged through his mind, eroding his reason. Got them. 7. Outside in the courtyard, the blood energy of the black-robed figure with the ferocious beast mask contracted slightly. Interesting. He's found me. The ferocious beast mask's voice carried a hint of surprise. The downcast bodhisattva glanced down at the bronze ancient lamp in his hand. There was no light at all. He withdrew the lamp into his black robe sleeve and said in an unhurried tone, "The lamp hasn't lit. Let's go." As he finished speaking, he turned and left. The other 5 followed suit. Only the ferocious beast mask remained motionless, blood energy churning at his feet. Xiang Jun only said to leave when the lamp isn't lit. His voice came from behind the mask. But he didn't say I can't beat him up before leaving. You're afraid, but I Qi Liao am not. The downcast bodhisattva stopped, turning his head about to speak. Boom. The front wall of the main building exploded. Broken bricks flew in all directions, dust and smoke billowing. A gray figure charged out from the dust. His speed was so immense that the rubble was still in midair when he had already crossed half the courtyard. A wild grin spread across Bai Chuan's face. Finally, I've caught you. In this state, with his patterns fully unleashed, violent emotions surged wildly. Bai Chuan's mind held no thoughts of truth or curiosity, only the desire to beat these people to death. He no longer wanted to ask anything. Among the 7, the closest was Qi Liao wearing the ferocious beast mask. Bai Yi had sensed the attack intent coming from him. You're it. Before the words faded, his fist was already out. Bai Chuan's speed was so fast that none of the 7 reacted. His right fist slammed into the ferocious beast mask. With the mask and the face beneath, the entire facial skin was pressed inward by the force of the punch. Blood sprayed from the edges of the mask, arcing through the air. Qi Liao's body was driven through by the punch, his feet leaving the ground as he flew sideways, crashing through the stone sculpture in the center of the courtyard. Broken stones exploded, scattering across the ground. The momentum carried him, and Qi Liao rolled another dozen meters across the rubble-strewn ground, gouging a deep trench. Cough. Not bad. He spat out a mouthful of blood, a savage gleam blazing in his eyes. Instead of fear, he was triggered into brutality. The blood energy that had been merely swirling around him now erupted violently. The next instant, Bai Chuan appeared directly in front of Qi Liao without warning, a grim smile on his face as he raised his coiled left fist. Qi Liao raised his arms, thick blood energy condensing into a dark red barrier on his hands. Boom. The left fist fell with a force of 100,000 jin. Before the fist even struck, the blood energy on Qi Liao's hands was crushed to dust by the force. Qi Liao's arms were bent backward by the blow, his body stumbling backward. Bai Chuan grabbed Qi Liao's black robe, yanking him back while his right fist rose high and fell again. Fists rained down like a storm. Blood energy surged from every pore of Qi Liao's body. Just as he formed a layer, Bai Chuan's fist arrived. The blood energy was scattered by a single punch. Qi Liao condensed again, only to be scattered again. Bai Chuan's grin grew wider and his fists grew faster. W8. Qi Liao shouted. Too fast, each punch carrying 100,000 jin, he couldn't take it anymore. Let me gather my blood energy first. Bai Chuan's next fist landed on his mouth, cutting off Qi Liao's shout in his throat. MMPH. MMPH. Qi Liao's teeth mixed with blood, foam sprayed from his split lips, his cries stifled in his throat. Bai Chuan showed no sign of stopping, his fists landing on Qi Liao's face one after another. The once thick blood energy was now as thin as water. Qi Liao's lips moved, but no words came out. Bai Chuan grabbed Qi Liao by the hair with his left hand, lifting him into the air. His right fist coiled gray pattern spreading from the back of his hand to his entire arm. A savage grin spread across Bai Chuan's face. Say goodnight to the world. His right fist drove into Qi Liao's chest. The fist passed through the chest, through the heart, and emerged from Qi Liao's back. Blood gushed out from the puncture. Bai Chuan pulled his hand out. Qi Liao's body slid off his arm, collapsing limply to the ground with a hole straight through his chest. Silence fell over the courtyard. The downcast bodhisattva's hand holding the copper lantern hung in midair. His face beneath the mask was invisible, but his entire body was frozen in place. Qi Liao's corpse lay on the ground, blood still flowing from the hole in his chest. The wrathful Vajra's arms hung at her sides. Her gaze shifted from Qi Liao's corpse to Bai Chuan's face, then back to the corpse. Her throat moved, but no sound emerged. The other 4 stood like statues, pinned to the ground. Throughout the entire process, not one of them dared to help Qi Liao. Bai Chuan straightened up, his chest rising and falling slightly. He tilted his head back and let out a long breath. Ah. That feels good. He took out a handkerchief he had gotten from Meng Yue, wiped the blood off his hands, turned around and looked at the remaining 6. As Bai Chuan's gaze swept over them, the 6 of them tensed. From the moment Bai Chuan burst out of the main building to the instant Qi Liao's life expired, no more than 30 breaths had passed. Qi Liao's blood aura had been utterly useless from start to finish, completely ineffective. Downcast-eyed Bodhisattva knew Qi Liao's ability well. His blood aura could drain the life force from any living being. An ordinary person would be reduced to a desiccated husk upon mere contact. But against Bai Chuan, Qi Liao's blood aura failed not only to erode or extract vitality but even to mount a semblance of resistance for a brief moment. Was it that Bai Chuan happened to counter Qi Liao, or that Bai Chuan himself had grown to such a level that Qi Liao's proudest ability became meaningless and child's play before him? Downcast-eyed Bodhisattva could not tell. But what puzzled him even more was this: they had no enmity with Bai Chuan, so why did he attack without warning? Without a single word exchanged he had brutally beaten Qi Liao to death. Had they somehow offended Bai Chuan in the past? Xiang Jun had sent them to retrieve him. It shouldn't have been a hostile relationship. Otherwise, why use the word retrieve? So this is the power of 0. Qi Liao might not have been the strongest among them, but he was undoubtedly the toughest. Yet even he could not endure 30 breaths. Which one of you is in charge? The markings on Bai Chuan's hands faded slightly and a hint of reason returned to his eyes. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation the other 5 gazes simultaneously locked onto Downcast-eyed Bodhisattva. Downcast-eyed Bodhisattva's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. The next second, under Wrathful Vajra's stunned gaze, Downcast-eyed Bodhisattva hurled the bronze ancient lamp, which had never been lit, directly at Wrathful Vajra. The bronze lamp traced a brief arc and landed at Wrathful Vajra's feet. He wasn't the one. Whoever held the lamp was the leader, and he certainly wasn't. Wrathful Vajra was taken aback at first, but almost instinctively she raised her foot and with a deft flick kicked the lamp's side. Bang! The lamp spun through the air, and as the remaining few instinctively averted their eyes it rolled without deviation to the feet of the black-robed figure who had been standing silently at the edge wearing a featureless white mask. The featureless mask stared at the bronze ancient lamp by its feet as if undergoing some kind of system crash. After a moment it slowly raised its head. The blank mask looked at Downcast-eyed Bodhisattva, then looked at Wrathful Vajra as if a giant question mark had materialized on its surface. Seeing the SXS performance, Bai Chuan frowned slightly. You're this good at passing the buck now? And putting on a show right in front of me? Are you in charge? Do you know everything that's happened here? Bai Chuan's gaze fell on Faceless Mask. Faceless Mask stood there, its blank face turned toward Bai Chuan, offering no response. The remaining 5 reacted in uncanny unison, nodding to confirm on Faceless Mask's behalf. Bai Chuan nodded, indicating he understood. Keep this one, kill the rest. Then his knees bent and the reason in his eyes was once again consumed by savagery. Boom! The cement floor beneath his feet exploded into a crater. Before the debris could even fly up, Bai Chuan had vanished from the spot and appeared before Downcast-eyed Bodhisattva. Downcast-eyed Bodhisattva's pupils shrank behind the mask. Brother, you've got the wrong person. It's not me. Bai Chuan's right fist was already upon him. Instinct overrode thought. The stone-carved downcast eyes on Downcast-eyed Bodhisattva's mask suddenly cracked open a slit. Eyes low, brows down, all beings suffer. An intangible field of compassion abruptly expanded outward from Downcast-eyed Bodhisattva. The air grew thick with the stale scent of sandalwood and ash. Those of weak will or damaged spirit within the field would uncontrollably feel exhausted and hopeless, overwhelmed by a powerful urge to surrender, while their life force would be drawn away like a trickling stream feeding Downcast-eyed Bodhisattva. This was Downcast-eyed Bodhisattva's ability, and it had never failed. Even those above the Tian-Ke would lose focus for a moment. Yet Bai Chuan's forward charge did not slow in the slightest. The sneer on his face only grew more wild. The ability was useless. The thought had barely surfaced when the fist slammed into his face. The compassion field shattered before the fist's wind, and the scent of sandalwood and ash was swallowed by the smell of blood. Downcast-eyed Bodhisattva's body crashed into the ground. The entire courtyard shook. At the bottom of the pit, Downcast-eyed Bodhisattva lay embedded in the earth, his face a bloody pulp, his lips still moving. Downcast-eyed Bodhisattva struggled to open his eyes wide as if trying to activate some ability, but met Bai Chuan's deep abyssal gaze. In an instant all of Downcast-eyed Bodhisattva's senses were obliterated, swallowed by darkness. Bai Chuan raised his foot and stomped down, snapping his neck. Turning around, Bai Chuan looked at the remaining people. Wrathful Vajra had already lunged more than 10 meters away, 4 arms extending from beneath the black robe, each palm bearing a vertical pupil. Golden light burst from all 4 vertical pupils simultaneously, dense as a torrential storm pouring toward Bai Chuan. The eye of misfortune on the back of Bai Chuan's neck opened. He tilted his head slightly to the left. A beam of golden light grazed past his ear and exploded into a massive crater on the ground behind him, its power comparable to a punch from Bai Chuan, but it only mattered if it hit. Wrathful Vajra's 4 hands fired wildly, one beam after another, faster and denser. Bai Chuan strolled through the golden light, each dodge perfectly timed, neither too early nor too late. The golden light brushed past his clothes and hair, but not a single beam touched him. Wrathful Vajra's breathing grew ragged. "You! Don't come any closer!" she shouted while aiming all 4 arms at Bai Chuan. The vertical pupils blazed with golden light at maximum intensity, converging into a single pillar of light that blasted toward him. Bai Chuan's body sidestepped a fraction of a second before the pillar arrived, the beam grazing past his chest. Wrathful Vajra began retreating, firing as she went, the 4 vertical pupils taking turns without any gap. The others wanted to help, but Wrathful Vajra's golden light covered too wide an area for them to approach. Seeing Wrathful Vajra so close, Bai Chuan's face twisted into a sneer and he suddenly reached out and grabbed 2 of her arms. "Ryup!" A sickening tearing sound rang out. Wrathful Vajra's scream echoed through the entire research institute as 2 of her arms were ripped off by Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan tossed the severed arms aside, looked at Wrathful Vajra convulsing violently from the pain and blood loss, then raised his foot and placed it on her head. He applied a little pressure. Pfft! Wrathful Vajra's body twitched violently once, then went completely still. The instinct of all living things is to survive, whether human or strange creature. Especially when death is witnessed firsthand, that urge becomes stronger than anything. So the remaining 4 moved. They fled in 4 different directions. The fastest was a tall, gaunt, black-robed figure wearing a shaman's mask. As he turned, the hem of his robe dissolved into a drifting black mist and his entire body began to phase. But he didn't get away. A hand had already clamped onto his shoulder from behind. The tall man froze, his vision filled by a pair of pitch-black eyes, and the next moment he lost consciousness. Then he seemed to hear the sound of his own neck bones breaking. Bai Chuan released his grip, letting the limp body slide to the ground, his gaze already shifting to the second, the third. Wind swept through the courtyard. Bai Chuan channeled his strength into speed and the entire research institute trembled. The cement floor beneath his feet exploded, the force driving into the ground and propelling him forward. He reappeared 100 meters away, another crater forming at his landing point. Debris flew into the air and he vanished again. Bai Chuan had no speed-related ability, but he was strong enough that each step he took launched him forward. The entire research institute's ground vibrated. Boom! 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 The sound of ground being crushed rang out continuously, Bai Chuan's figure flashing about with each noise. After an unknown interval, the thunderous noise ceased. Bai Chuan, carrying a corpse in each hand, stood before the black-robed figure with the faceless mask. 7 people, and now only he remained. You. Faceless mask stood in place, its blank face turned toward Bai Chuan. Beneath the mask his lips trembled. This level of power rivaled the pillar gods of the Tian-Ke. Faceless mask's fingers curled inward in his sleeves. What kind of mission was this? Wasn't he supposed to retrieve this man? Did this look like something that could be retrieved? At first he thought the mission was simple. After all, using the word retrieve implied that even if they weren't allies, the relationship must be amicable. But the moment Bai Chuan saw them, it was like he had spotted prey. He struck without restraint, truly aiming to kill. Could this kind of relationship be described with retrieve? Could it? Lord Xiangjun really is illiterate. Bai Chuan casually tossed the 2 still warm corpses aside, producing a dull thud. The faceless whiteboard trembled, his breath suddenly halting beneath the blank mask. The next second he made a decision that went against his nature. With a plop he knelt swiftly and decisively. So forcefully that his knees dug 2 shallow pits into the ground. Without any extra movements he bowed deeply, pressing his forehead to the floor. "The Venerable One." Bai Chuan's hands returned to normal, the markings fading and his eyes resumed their usual appearance. He looked at the prostrate faceless whiteboard. "Do you know me?" "No, I don't," said the faceless whiteboard, still prostrate, not daring to lift his forehead. "This is the first time I've seen you, Venerable One." Bai Chuan looked down at him with disappointment. "You don't know me? Then what are you doing?" He had thought he could extract some information. If he didn't know him, why was he calling him Venerable One? "Although it's the first time I've seen you, Venerable One, just this one glance makes my heart surge with excitement and I prostrate myself in admiration. My reverence for you is like the endless river flowing without cease." The faceless whiteboard's voice was full of adoration with no trace of insincerity. "Venerable One, your every step moves mountains, your punches break the sky. Each move embodies the ultimate truth of the Tao. Each step shatters the rules of heaven and earth. In my 200 years of life I have never seen such power. Bai Chuan looked down at the prostrate figure, his gaze darkening. He remained silent, his lips twitching into a faint curve that was suppressed and then reappeared. Seeing that Bai Chuan was silent, the faceless whiteboard dared not lift his head. He gritted his teeth and continued, "To witness such a realm with my own eyes, this humble one would die without regret. If I could die at the hands of the Venerable One, it would be the greatest honor and the ultimate destination of my humble life." After speaking, he lay prostrate, motionless. He was gambling that he still had value because the other 5 hadn't even had a chance to speak. "Are you from the heavenly court?" Bai Chuan confirmed, though a bit late. "Ha." The faceless whiteboard was stunned by the question and couldn't help looking up at him. "What do you mean? You didn't even confirm that we were from the heavenly court, and you just attacked. Since when does the Extraordinary Bureau operate like this? You're no different from us." Seeing that the faceless whiteboard remained silent, Bai Chuan frowned. "Yes. I am one of the heavenly court's world-wandering travelers, Wu Xiang." Wu Xiang, wearing the faceless white mask, quickly spoke. "Don't all people from the heavenly court call themselves gods?" Bai Chuan asked, looking at him. Wu Xiang prostrated himself, his forehead touching the ground again. "Venerable One, please understand. Among the 365 world-wandering travelers I am just one. The title of God does not fall to me. In the heavenly court, only the 12 pillar gods and the 36 spirit officials are worthy of being called gods." Bai Chuan mentally noted the lowest ranks of the heavenly court were probably the peripheral personnel and guides like Shinqing, then the world-wandering travelers, and above them the so-called spirit officials and pillar gods. No wonder he found these 7 pathetically weak, not much better than Meng Yue, who had injected Frost Blade at the police station that day, perhaps just a notch stronger. "What are you 7 doing here?" Bai Chuan stared into Wu Xiang's eyes, his eyes of the void faintly appearing. This was what he most wanted to know. Wu Xiang quickly prostrated himself again, not daring to meet Bai Chuan's gaze. "We were ordered to escort you." "Escort me?" "Yes." Wu Xiang's forehead pressed against the floor. "Lady Xiang Jun gave the order a temporary mission. Before we came she gave us a bronze lamp and told us to come to the research institute. Only when the lamp lit up could we take you. If the lamp didn't light we were to wait. If it never lit we were to return." Bai Chuan turned to look at the research institute's courtyard. The bronze lamp was still there, none of them had dared to take it when they fled. "Why?" Bai Chuan asked, looking back. "Ha! Why must the lamp light up before you can take me?" Bai Chuan glared down at the kneeling Wu Xiang, his eyes of the void reappearing. He wanted to hear the true answer. "Two don't know. Lady Xiang Jun is one of the 12 pillar gods. Whatever she says we do." Wu Xiang shook his head, indicating he knew nothing. Bai Chuan looked away and fell into thought. Wu Xiang's words were like a pile of scattered puzzle pieces, barely forming a rough outline, but the crucial pieces were missing. First, Shinqing didn't lie. The heavenly court indeed wanted to take him back, this was confirmed. Second, the one behind this was the heavenly court's 12 pillar god Xiang Jun. Third, Xiang Jun had the 7 of them bring a bronze lamp to verify, only when it lit could they take him. But from start to finish every step of this was illogical. He was right here. It wasn't like he was missing. Unless Xiang Jun didn't want to take me, or not the current me. Bai Chuan muttered to himself, then looked down at Wu Xiang. What else did Xiang Jun say? Wu Xiang, still prostrate, dared not raise his head. Nothing else, only that. Seeing that he could get nothing more from Wu Xiang, Bai Chuan began to piece everything together from the beginning. Xiang Jun, one of the 12 pillar gods of the heavenly court, for some unknown reason wanted to take Bai Chuan back. To that end she first revealed Shen Shizuo's diary, then his recording. Then she sent Wu Xiang and his 6 companions carrying an ancient bronze lamp to wait. When the lamp lit, the 7 would take him to see Xiang Jun. But things didn't seem to go as Xiang Jun expected. He came here but nothing changed, so the lamp didn't light. According to Xiang Jun's plan, coming to 749 and listening to the recording should have caused a change. That change could be detected by the ancient bronze lamp. Only with that change could he go to the heavenly court. As for Shen Shizuo's diary, it did trigger a memory scene. But the recorder had little effect, it only let Bai Chuan hear a sound. He had also tried to guide Meng Yue, but it was useless. Shen Shizuo's recording couldn't immerse him into the diary owner's memories. What change should I have? Bai Chuan rubbed his temples. Glancing at Wu Xiang still kneeling on the ground, he reached out, intending to take him back for thorough interrogation. Halfway, Bai Chuan stopped. He suddenly thought of something. He had captured the man, and the lamp was also with him. Whether the lamp lit or not, wasn't it up to him? Venerable one. Wu Xiang called out cautiously. Bai Chuan lowered his gaze to the prostrate Wu Xiang. He was silent for a few breaths. Contact Xiang Jun now. Tell her. The lamp is lit. Wu Xiang's entire body stiffened abruptly. He knelt on the ground, his whiteboard mask raised straight up facing Bai Chuan. Your Excellency. You mean? Bai Chuan did not repeat. With a flicker of his figure, stones splashed, leaving only a deep pit on the spot, and he had already disappeared from the place. When Wu Xiang came to his senses, Bai Chuan had already returned to the courtyard, retrieved that bronze lamp and reappeared before him. Casually tossing the bronze lamp in his hand to Wu Xiang, Bai Chuan tilted his chin to signal him to contact Xiang Jun. Wu Xiang held the lamp, kneeling in place. He opened his mouth, his voice trembling. Your Excellency. I dare not. Bai Chuan said nothing, merely looking at him. Wu Xiang gritted his teeth and forced himself to finish. Deceiving Lady Xiang Jun will lead to death. Bai Chuan. Was he, Bai Chuan, some kind of good person? Your Excellency, this is not appropriate. Wu Xiang lowered his head, his hands trembling as he raised the bronze lamp high, not daring to look at Bai Chuan. After waiting for a long time, Wu Xiang did not hear Bai Chuan speak and was about to beg for mercy when he heard Bai Chuan let out a laugh. Wu Xiang instinctively looked up. Bai Chuan was staring at him, a smile blooming on his face, brilliant, bright, even carrying a hint of the refreshing quality unique to a youth. But the moment Wu Xiang met those eyes, the blood in his entire body seemed to freeze. If you don't do it, you will die now. Bai Chuan raised his hand and placed it on the bronze lamp. Wu Xiang's hands holding the ancient bronze lamp dared not tremble anymore. He knelt there, his whiteboard mask facing Bai Chuan's brilliant smile, motionless. After a long while, Wu Xiang lowered his head, looking at the heavy ancient bronze lamp in his hands, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. I will contact Lady Xiang Jun immediately. With these words, Wu Xiang placed the bronze lamp aside, then took out his phone and dialed a number. It's me. The mission is over. Please transfer me to Lady Xiang Jun. Wu Xiang adjusted his voice, trying to sound as calm as possible. Wait. A hoarse voice came from the other end of the line, then fell silent. After who knows how long, Bai Chuan had grown somewhat impatient. Finally a voice came from the other end. The lamp is lit. A woman's voice sounded as if whispering from a faraway place, yet also murmuring right against his ear. Wu Xiang's hand holding the phone trembled violently, almost dropping it to the ground. He knelt and placed his face beneath the whiteboard mask, instantly turning pale, a layer of fine cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yes. Yes. Wu Xiang gritted his teeth, making his voice sound as steady as possible. Lady Xiang Jun, the lamp is lit. We have received him. He paused. Where should we go to find you now? There was no response from the other end. Wu Xiang knelt in place, cold sweat dripping down from the edge of his mask drop by drop. He dared not wipe it nor even breathe too heavily. Bai Chuan stood before Wu Xiang, his hands hanging down, his expression calm, waiting for an answer. Has it succeeded? Sister is finally coming back. Xiang Jun's voice came through, her tone no longer as steady as before, carrying a hint of uncontrollable trembling. Wu Xiang was stunned. He had been a world patrolling enforcer in Tianke for a full 20 years and had never heard Xiang Jun speak in such a tone. Take her immediately. Xiang Jun's voice grew urgent, as if suppressing some surging emotion, her speech speed more than double that of before. But before she finished, she suddenly stopped. Wu Xiang's hand jerked. Had he been discovered? You lied to me. Xiang Jun's voice suddenly turned cold, carrying a hint of anger. No. Absolutely not. Wu Xiang prostrated himself entirely. Even though Xiang Jun could not see him through the phone, he still had to show his attitude. He even began to kowtow, his forehead heavily hitting the ground, the whiteboard mask clattering against the gravel with a crisp sound. Lady Xiang Jun, the lamp. The lamp, really? Wu Xiang's voice also stopped. A hand pressed on his shoulder, Bai Chuan's hand. Bai Chuan bent down, took the phone from Wu Xiang's hand and put it to his ear. Xiang Jun. Hearing Bai Chuan's voice, a series of unknown noises came from the other end, then fell into silence. What? You went to so much trouble to bring me back and now you're not talking. Bai Chuan frowned slightly. The cards are all on the table, what are you still hiding for? Who wants to bring you back? On the other end, Xiang Jun's voice suddenly rose, her tone trembling at the end. Shameless. Filthy. Monster. Bai Chuan frowned, moving the phone away a little. What does this mean? What did the owner of the diary do back then? Why so agitated? Bai Chuan's voice came through the receiver. Did we have something between us? The other end was instantly dead silent. Xiang Jun. You. This person. So you admit it. How dare you? Xiang Jun was almost screaming, followed by the sound of something being violently smashed on the other end. I don't have time to play any melodramatic scenes with you. Why did you bring me back? What does that ancient lamp mean? Bai Chuan got straight to the point, unwilling to beat around the bush. The phone fell silent again. Not talking. I have all the time in the world. Starting today I will travel across the entire Xia kingdom, and every person from Tianke I see I will kill. Hide for a day I will kill for a day. Hide for a year I will kill for a year. Hide for a lifetime I will kill for a lifetime. No matter how many people Tianke has, I will kill that many until you are willing to speak. Bai Chuan's voice was cold, as if he would hang up and go on a killing spree in the next second. If Meng Yu were beside him, she would definitely burst out laughing. He had been so adamant about cherishing his life. Wu Xiang knelt on the side, trembling all over. If the negotiation broke down, wouldn't he be the first to die? Lady Xiang Jun, please speak nicely. You are now a member of the non-bureau. Xiang Jun's voice came. I'm not exactly a good person either. Bai Chuan shrugged. Xiang Jun. You can't overturn the entire Tianke now. You think you are still an ancient god. Even back then, if Tianke all attacked together, you might not have been able to kill us all. Xiang Jun said coldly. Wu Xiang knelt on the side, dumbfounded. Lady Xiang Jun really has no culture. Is this how you threaten? Listen to what you're saying. Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow. Another piece of information. The owner of the diary was once at the ancient god realm and could even firmly suppress the entire Tianke. Moreover, Xiang Jun seemed to know that the current Bai Chuan was not right. But it also relieved Bai Chuan. This Xiang Jun did not know he was an imposter. Otherwise she wouldn't have said that. Do whatever you want, but before that lamp is lit, stay alive and don't die. With that, Xiang Jun hung up directly, as if afraid to say another word to Bai Chuan. A busy tone came from the receiver. Bai Chuan casually tossed the phone to Wu Xiang, who caught it with both hands and knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Bai Chuan lowered his eyes and thought, a glint flickering in his eyes. The owner of the diary was at least an ancient god back then. Must stay alive before the lamp is lit. What exactly does Xiang Jun want to see change in me? Xiang Jun's words had also cleared up some of Bai Chuan's doubts. It wasn't Tianke that wanted to bring him back, but Xiang Jun. And Xiang Jun was afraid of him dying at least before that lamp lit. But what bothered Bai Chuan the most was the word sister. Xiang Jun's blurted out, sister is finally coming back, was more important than anything. She was not waiting for him. At least not entirely. What does sister mean? When the lamp is lit, will he become the sister? What a joke. Bai Chuan glanced down. Just like Shen Qing, he was also incredibly big. Bai Chuan stood still, lightly tapping the back of his hand with his fingertips. His gaze was deep and his thoughts gradually became clear. If Xiang Jun had gone to such lengths not to retrieve the diary's owner themselves, but to borrow that ancient lamp to confirm something on him, then it all made sense. What she wanted to retrieve was not a person but a certain trace on Bai Chuan. His mind flashed through the void, shattering the divine patterns on his hands and the calamity-averting mark on the back of his neck. These abilities before entering his body were independent entities. So this Xiang Jun thinks I've lost my memory. Every time I recover a memory, I awaken a corresponding strange thing inside me. What she wants to retrieve is one of them. But unfortunately Xiang Jun doesn't know that Bai Chuan is a genuine fake, not someone who lost his memory. He can only use some of the diary owner's belongings to enter the scenes of that time. He didn't forget, he simply never had it. So standing in the research institute hearing Shen Shoujua's recording, he wouldn't feel any stirring of old memories or nostalgia. In 749, what memory did she want me to retrieve? What would be awakened? Bai Chuan squinted. If he couldn't enter that kind of memory scene, he couldn't grow these strange things inside his body. I can only get Meng Yu to help. Bai Chuan murmured. What he needed to do now was to find out what happened at the 749 Institute back then and locate old objects related to the diary's owner. As long as he could trigger that memory again, he could gradually piece together all the clues. By then everything would come to light. Perhaps even a strange thing similar to the 12 pillar gods of Tianke would appear inside him. Bai Chuan slowly exhaled. Just as he was about to turn around, the kneeling Wuxiang suddenly shuddered. Your Excellency. Wuxiang knelt on the ground, speaking cautiously in a very low voice as if afraid to disturb Bai Chuan's thoughts. Can I get up now? Bai Chuan snapped back and looked at him. Do you enjoy kneeling? Wu Xiang stiffened then hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Lady Xiang Jun hadn't even bothered to help him, she hung up and left him alone. Now he had to find a way to survive on his own. Your Excellency. Bai Chuan turned his head. Wu Xiang lowered his head, his hand still in the gesture of holding the lamp, exuding a fearful caution. You're not going to kill me now, are you? I'm still useful. Bai Chuan. Seeing that he didn't respond, Wu Xiang grew even more rigid and quickly added, I did exactly as you ordered, I made the call, delivered the message, said. The lamp lit up. I didn't mean anything else, I want to go home and eat my mom's cooking. Bai Chuan looked at him and suddenly smiled. Tell your mom she doesn't need to save dinner for you anymore, Wu Xiang. I can guide you to the Tianke strongholds. Wu Xiang quickly offered. I don't know about the higher-ups, but I'm familiar with a few strongholds near Jinling. I visit them often. What do you mean? Do I look like someone who kills indiscriminately? Bai Chuan glanced at Wu Xiang. Did he really want to run all over the country hunting down Tianke members? How exhausting. Wu Xiang was stunned at first, then said firmly, there's no innocent person in Tianke. Bai Chuan couldn't be bothered to scare him further. He picked up the bronze lamp, weighed it casually and said calmly, get up. Follow me. Wu Xiang was taken aback. Huh? What? Bai Chuan shot him a sideways glance. You want to stay here and wait for Lady Xiang Jun to come pick you up? Wu Xiang shuddered and scrambled to his feet. No. Bai Chuan paid him no more attention and turned to walk toward the institute. Wu Xiang, his face full of bitterness, quickly followed. Outside the institute, Meng Yu and Shen Qing were waiting. Meng Yu stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe. When she saw Bai Chuan return, she first looked him over from head to toe, confirming there were no obvious injuries, then let out a sigh of relief. Are you okay? Bai Chuan didn't stop walking, only replied lightly, I'm fine. Meng Yu raised an eyebrow. That fast? Just a few small fry, not even as good as you, Bai Chuan replied. Hey. What do you mean by that? Meng Yu pouted. What did he mean by not even as good as her? Shen Qing stood obediently behind Meng Yu and not daring to say a word, occasionally glancing at Wu Xiang. Is this a Tianke member? Meng Yu noticed Wu Xiang. Yeah. I'm giving him to you. Take him back and interrogate him, maybe you'll get something out of him. Before Meng Yu could speak, Wu Xiang shouted, no need for interrogation. Whatever you want to ask, I'll tell you everything. I won't hide anything. He hadn't even been asked yet, but they were already talking about interrogation. He didn't have a tough mouth. Meng Yu glanced at Bai Chuan. Was this really a Tianke member? Rare indeed. Over the years, the Tianke members the Abnormal Affairs Bureau occasionally caught were all arrogant, looking down on ordinary people with disgusting eyes. Also, I need you to do me a favor, Bai Chuan said seriously. Meng Yu's strength might not be exceptional, but as the regional director, her authority was sometimes more useful than power. At least in terms of intelligence, what would take Bai Chuan a long time to investigate, Meng Yu could get with just one word. Meng Yu crossed her arms and looked at him. First tell me what the favor is. Bai Chuan helped me find out what exactly happened at the 749 Institute back then. Meng Yu paused slightly. She wasn't too keen on Bai Chuan digging too deep into the 749 information. Preferably get some items from that time records, I want everything. You really don't hold back, do you? Meng Yu said helplessly. Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow. Are you helping or not? Meng Yu thought for a moment. I can help, but... Ever since Bai Chuan started looking into these matters, she hadn't forced him to explain, nor had she asked about his so-called amnesia, but that didn't mean Meng Yu didn't care about the truth. Especially now that the situation was getting more complicated. Bai Chuan looked at Meng Yu. But what? Meng Yu's lips curved slightly. Public power shouldn't be used for private gain. Even a regional director has to follow the rules. Bai Chuan smiled helplessly. He understood that Meng Yu wanted to know the truth, but he himself didn't even know it yet. When everything is done, I'll tell you what I know. Deal. I'll have Jiang He look into it right away. Meng Yu finally relented, taking out her phone and sending a message to Jiang He. Public power shouldn't be used for private gain, Bai Chuan mocked. You are the special consultant for the East China region, employee number EA001, and this involves the Tianke organization. If you're willing to explain everything afterward, then this matter isn't purely personal. Meng Yu said seriously. All right, a man of principle speaks with principle. Bai Chuan gave a thumbs up and then walked toward the car. The car drove all the way back to the residence. When they got out, Meng Yu's people were already waiting at the door. Wu Xiang obediently cooperated as he was taken away. Bai Chuan said nothing and went straight to his room. He needed some rest. Now he had 3 more items: the original diary, the portrait, Shinshozura's diary and recording, and that bronze ancient lamp. Sigh, so many troubles. Bai Chuan rubbed his temples. From the moment he decided to impersonate the diary's owner, something had already changed. It wasn't a simple case of identity theft nor a game he could just bluff his way through. The diary owner's karma, past enemies, old affairs, and even the horrors and secrets buried by time, all of it now pressed down on him. And he had to bear all this karma. Even if he said he was a fake now, no one would believe him. The face, the voice, identical. Now even his abilities were gradually aligning with the diary owner's. If one day I find out everything, what will I be? Bai Chuan murmured. If he one day saw all the diary owner's memories and his body was filled with everything the diary owner possessed, would he and the diary owner become cast from the same mold inside and out? What would that mean? The diary owner living a second life through him. Shaking his head, Bai Chuan dared not think further. He took off his clothes, washed up quickly, and collapsed onto the bed to sleep. The next day the familiar knock on the door woke Bai Chuan. He threw on a clean shirt and opened the door. Standing outside was indeed Meng Yu. Unlike usual this time she held not only breakfast but also a stack of printed documents. Bai Chuan took the breakfast with practiced ease. Found anything? Meng Yu nodded and handed him the few pages. Not much information. Meng Yu paused. The research project at 749 from 10 years ago was thoroughly erased. There aren't many records openly available. Bai Chuan took the documents, scanned them, and raised an eyebrow. So? Meng Yu stared at him, her tone unhurried. But I found a log left behind by a researcher from that time. It was tucked in the lining of a batch of old archives, probably written secretly. It contains things about you and Tianke. Meng Yu's gaze at Bai Chuan was a bit strange. Awesome. Bai Chuan gave a thumbs up. A regional director's authority really was something else, able to dig up stuff like this. Looking at the documents in his hand, Bai Chuan steadied his mind. If this log could trigger that kind of scene, then the thing Xiang Jun wanted to retrieve might appear inside him. A strange thing similar to the 12-pillar gods of Tianke. Holding the journal in his hand, Bai Chuan turned and returned to his room, placing the breakfast aside. He opened the first page. At the top was written the date, June 17, 2014. Today the project team launched a new initiative, the God Creation Project. Using mysterious beings as bones, fusing cursed objects as flesh, and human brains as gods, they attempted to create controllable godlike organisms. Bai Chuan pursed his lips. The first page had left him speechless. What the hell, why does this look like me? He was a legitimate human. He looked further down. Progress was smooth. We captured a Tianke Lingguan codenamed U2. The experimental subject had 2 forms, humanoid and animal. According to its file, U2 could absorb moonlight to strengthen itself, but currently there was no data to prove that moonlight possessed any special enhancement effect. It was likely a unique ability of its own. Bai Chuan flipped through several pages, all filled with records of experimental data. The experimental subject's condition was stable, the experiment was nearing completion. All that was needed was to transplant a human brain to complete the plan. There was a slight problem with the experiment. The plan to replace U2's native central nervous system with existing human brain tissue was not feasible under the current technological framework. There was a dimensional gap in the essence of life and functional logic between the two. The project fell into stagnation. July 13, 2015. After 12 months of research into the compatibility of artificial neural interfaces with heterogeneous biological brain tissue, no expected breakthrough was achieved. The project was temporarily shelved. The day after the project was suspended, the institute's location was exposed. Tianke personnel launched a surprise attack on the institute. All researchers were urgently ordered to evacuate underground. I was too slow to run and had to temporarily hide in the laboratory. The researchers' handwriting began to become scrawled. There were even several passages that Bai Chuan could not make out, but fortunately in the last paragraph Bai Chuan saw the information he wanted. I saw him. That man stood in front of the experimental subject, looking at it as if it were an ordinary rabbit. The next moment he ate U2. Bai Chuan put down the journal. If the man who ate U2 in the last paragraph was the diary's owner, then this journal should help him enter that scene. The 749 Research Institute had once conducted a god-creating experiment, and the experimental subject selected was U2, one of the 36 Lingguans of Tianke. This led Tianke to attack 749, causing the destruction of the Jinling 749 Research Institute. And the diary's owner seemed to have come here specifically to eat a rabbit head. Tianke and the diary's owner had converged at 749 because of this experiment. Both sides were after this U2. At least he understood that much. Bai Chuan was slightly disappointed. This was different from what he had expected. There was no appearance of the 12 pillar gods. The one Xiang Jun was supposed to pick up presumably was not U2. So that means something else happened afterward. Seeing Bai Chuan put down the journal, Meng Yu came over her face full of disdain. That man is you, isn't it? You're really not picky, stuffing everything into your mouth. Bai Chuan glanced at Meng Yu and was about to retort but stopped in time. To enter that scene he had to admit it. Bai Chuan nodded, his eyes clear. Meng Yu was choked by his matter-of-fact and didn't know how to respond for a moment, just staring at him with her beautiful eyes. Bai Chuan however had no mind to care about Meng Yu. The familiar feeling came. Everything before him began to fade. When his vision returned he was standing in front of a glass container. Bai Chuan tried to control the body but to no avail. This time he could not make any changes, he could only feel. Abandoning the attempt to take over the body, Bai Chuan quietly began to sense. The container in front of him was shattered all over the ground, liquid flowing to his feet. In the distant corner a man in dark overalls crouched. A rabbit lay amidst the fragments, its entire body white fur glowing with silver light, a ring of gold around its pupils dazzlingly bright. Is this the experimental subject U2, one of the 36 Tianke linguans? Bai Chuan looked at the rabbit through the Buddhist perspective. Apart from being a bit larger, it was no different from an ordinary rabbit. But at this moment Bai Chuan gained a deeper understanding of Meng Yu's words. The beings of Tianke were all human-like yet non-human. The previous 7 at least had human forms, even though that wrathful Vajra had 4 arms and eyes on his palms. While Bai Chuan was pondering, his body reached out a hand, placed it on the rabbit's head and stroked it twice. I do not advocate the path of devouring, but am sorry, I need a certain ability of yours. Bai Chuan heard the diary owner's words, still the same voice as his own. Then Bai Chuan felt his throat uncontrollably make a swallowing motion. Some kind of slippery, slightly fishy, strangely active thing was swallowed whole. The residual sensation of swallowing lingered in his throat, making Bai Chuan want to vomit. Even though he had experienced it once before at Xing Ziguo's, this feeling was still hard for him to accept. Just then a wave of heat surged in from the door and the temperature of the entire laboratory rose sharply. The diary owner turned his head. Bai Chuan's gaze followed as he turned. The laboratory door was open. A pair of bare feet came into view. Found you, a woman's voice came. Bai Chuan wanted to look up to see the woman's face, but his body was out of control. What frustrated Bai Chuan was that this diary owner simply refused to look up. Bro, are you a foot fetishist? I want to see the face, I want to identify. Bai Chuan desperately wanted to take over and see this woman's face. This woman was very likely Xiang Jun's sister. The next moment the scene froze and Bai Chuan's consciousness returned. Meng Yu's face appeared before him. Seeing Bai Chuan's eyes focusing, Meng Yu directly asked, remembered something else. Having experienced this twice, Meng Yu had grown accustomed to it. Every time Bai Chuan spaced out for a moment he would remember something. From Bai Chuan's actions Meng Yu also believed that this situation was real. Bai Chuan looked down at his right hand. A streak of silver emerged from his tiger's mouth, extending upward along the inner wrist. The mark glowed faintly beneath the skin like moonlight shining on snow. That information appeared in his mind again. The moonlight, its trace like threads, appears as moon reflected on snow. Transform turbidity into clarity, cleanse foul chi, refine the soul and make the mind clear. When the bright moon hangs in the sky, mortals can ascend to godhood, an unstoppable force. Bai Chuan concealed the traces in his hands. Moonlight. This time the ability was different from before, it was something the diary's owner had deliberately gone to devour. The greatest effect of this ability was to purify turbid chi, refine the soul and maintain a clear and enlightened mind at all times. Thinking this, Bai Chuan released the patterns on his hands. Traces of moonlight intertwined with the grey patterns faintly glowing. Unlike before, this time Bai Chuan did not feel the violent emotions surging in his mind. Not only the patterns on his hands, but the moonlight was even soothing his abyss eye and warding off misfortune. Is this the reason the diary's owner made a special trip? He wants to control the powers filled with negative traits obtained by devouring cursed objects and mysteries. Bai Chuan gradually understood. For now he only possessed 3 cursed object abilities and the negative effects were barely noticeable to him. He hardly felt anything. But the diary's owner was different, who knew how many he had devoured. So he needed the jade rabbit's moonlight to suppress and harmonize the various strange forces within his body, keeping his mind perpetually clear and untainted. No wonder 749 chose the jade rabbit as an experimental subject. This ability can neutralize the berserk power of cursed objects within the body. For the current Baichuan, the effect of moonlight on mental clarity was not significant. What he valued more was another ability of the moonlight. When the bright moon hangs high in the sky, any mortal can ascend to divinity in unstoppable force. On the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, the jade will hangs in the sky, moonlight like silk, the most splendid time of the year. The bright moon hangs high, its clear radiance spanning 10,000 miles. On that day, bathed in the moonlight, his ability level would undergo a qualitative leap, stepping from the mortal realm into a near-divine state. Under this condition the power surged vast and unstoppable. But only for one night. A whole year waiting for this one night. Baichuan raised an eyebrow. On the night of the 15th of the 8th month, under the extreme moonlight, he could briefly touch the edge of the divine realm, his power surging to an unstoppable degree. But a year, only one night of peak. Indeed, if it were any more monstrous, the Jade Rabbit would not be among the 36 spiritual officials but one of the 12 pillar gods. What are you thinking about again? You haven't told me what you remembered. Meng Yu's voice came, pulling Baichuan back from his thoughts. It's nothing, thank you. Baichuan smiled and gave his thanks. Although this log record did not reveal the core figure, it was still quite useful to him. I didn't ask for your thanks. Meng Yu stared at Baichuan. What she wanted to hear was what Baichuan had remembered. Then you should work harder and find more materials. This one is not enough. I only remembered what was recorded here, I have no clue about anything else. Baichuan tossed the log aside. Although the 749 Research Institute was wiped out overnight, there must be more detailed records about that day. Baichuan stood up and took out the ancient bronze lamp. Although he was almost certain that the Jade Rabbit was not what Xiang Jun wanted to retrieve, he still needed to confirm. As Baichuan had thought, the wick was empty with no trace of light. He tried to channel the so-called moonlight power into the bronze lamp, but there was no response. Do you think the materials of the 749 Research Institute are so easy to find? Meng Yu rolled her eyes. Finding this one was already a stroke of luck. No rush. Maybe Tianke will send us something. Baichuan picked up his breakfast and said casually. Xiang Jun should be more anxious than him, wanting Baichuan to remember what happened back then. Based on the information available, he had more or less guessed. That day at the 749 Research Institute, the diary's owner for some unknown reason had devoured Xiang Jun's sister. Most likely it was the woman who appeared last in the scene. The only thing he couldn't figure out was how Xiang Jun knew that Baichuan had lost his memory, and how she was certain that Baichuan could recover his memories and revive his abilities. Unless she discovered me long ago. A chill rose in Baichuan's heart. She saw me turn myself and saw me develop the abyss eye and the patterns on my hands because of Xing Ziguo's 2 letters. So she deduced that I had lost my memory and that both the cursed objects and abilities on me had fallen asleep. Every time I recover corresponding memories, those cursed objects and abilities awaken. Then she set up a series of subsequent events. In other words, on the day Baichuan turned himself and Xiang Jun happened to discover him a person who looked exactly like the diary's owner. Baichuan felt a bit relieved that he had decisively chosen to impersonate the diary's owner and turn himself in. If he hadn't chosen to impersonate that day, he would probably have been taken away by Xiang Jun by now. Baichuan didn't know what the outcome would have been, but it would definitely have been worse than now. Moreover, because he looked exactly like the diary's owner, he would have continuously attracted calamities. It seems every path I've taken so far was my own choice, but everything seems to have fallen perfectly into place. Baichuan hadn't thought about this before. He suddenly realized that every step he had taken to reach this point, seemingly calculated, was actually fraught with unusual coincidences. Ever since he picked up the diary, everything he had experienced seemed to be just right. When he turned himself and he encountered Xing Ziguo holding the 2 letters related to the diary's owner, which triggered the initial memories, causing the abyss eye and the patterns to appear on his body. All this happened to be witnessed by the hidden Xiang Jun, leading her to believe that Baichuan had lost his memory for some reason, and that contacting corresponding old items could trigger memory recovery and ability revival. So in order to bring back the sister inside Baichuan, she set up the subsequent events rather than choosing more direct and violent means. The diary, the ID card, and Xing Ziguo's 2 letters. If any one of them were missing, he would have been abducted by Xiang Jun back then. Even. Baichuan turned his head and glanced at Meng Yu. Even Meng Yu, the regional director, was surprisingly kind. He had never met directors from other regions, but those who could sit in such a position must not be as easygoing as Meng Yu. Shaking his head, Baichuan stopped thinking further. He had no evidence and no energy to delve into these coincidences. But Baichuan did not regret anything. No matter how bad it got, it could not be worse than those 3 months. He would take on all these karmic troubles. But Xiang Jun is so persistent about retrieving. Could it be that everything the diary's owner devoured remains alive inside him? A flash of inspiration crossed Bai Chuan's mind. He suddenly thought of this point. If it had been eaten after 10 years it would have been digested and excreted, so what was there to retrieve? Unless everything the diary's owner devoured is still alive inside him, only then would retrieval make sense. If that's the case, after the diary owner dies, will the cursed objects and mysteries inside him die along with him or crawl out from his corpse? Bai Chuan thought of the unfinished sentence in Shinshuzuo's recording. Mr. Body. Inside. Is this why Shinshuozhua had to find the diary owner? Even if it's a corpse. Bai Chuan squinted his eyes. That was the only possibility he could think of. The diary owner had consumed who knows how many cursed objects and mysteries over the years. These things were sealed inside his body. After his death those things would be reborn from his corpse. Therefore Shinshuozhua had to find the diary owner. Even so many cursed objects and mysteries combined with the diary owner's own strangeness, what might crawl out from his corpse could be a monstrous entity that merges the characteristics of all these cursed objects and mysterious beings, a brand new calamity unlike any cursed object or mystery. But for now it seems nothing major has happened. Bai Chuan thought. Currently on the surface Xia country was still calm and peaceful. There was no corresponding information on the official website of Fei Jiaoju, nor had he heard of any country-destroying catastrophic event breaking out there. Was his guess wrong? Or was the diary owner not dead and that bastard was just writing nonsense in the diary again? What about me? Bai Chuan's mind was a bit confused as he thought of himself. Bai Chuan couldn't tell whether he had inherited the cursed objects and mysteries inside the diary owner or what was going on. The guishu in his eyes, the bee on the back of his neck. Were these things all alive inside his body? Then what was he? The diary owner had left a contingency plan transferring these things into his body through those memory scenes in order to prevent a terrifying thing from being raised inside his body after death. Bai Chuan exhaled. At first he only wanted to survive, later he wanted to uncover the truth, now he added one more thing, to master his own destiny. Mengyu saw Bai Chuan's expression changing, sometimes solemn, sometimes resolute, and couldn't help nudging him with her elbow. Hey, what are you thinking about again? Your face is like a revolving lantern. Bai Chuan snapped back, suppressing the churning chaotic thoughts in his mind, and shook his head. It's nothing. Mengyu looked at Bai Chuan for 2 seconds and didn't press further. Generally when Bai Chuan said nothing, it meant there was nothing to ask. I've already asked Jiang He to use the highest authority to look up the detailed records of the 749 Research Institute from back then. As soon as there's news, hell sink it immediately. Mengyu brought the topic back on track. Also, we've pried quite a bit from Wuxiang about Tiang's base's personnel and some contact methods in Jinling and the surrounding areas. Although the core intelligence is limited, it's enough for us to gain some initiative. I've already dispatched 3 first-class investigators to lead teams keeping a 24-hour rotating watch on those key positions. Once Tian makes a large-scale move, we'll be notified immediately. Mengyu paused. Also regarding Shenqing, we got a little from Wuxiang. It's basically confirmed that she joined Tian not long ago and knows very little about the inside. What she confessed matches what Wuxiang said. Should we make her move out? Mengyu asked. No need. Bai Chuan pondered for a moment. He still couldn't let go of Shenqing's identity. Moreover, if Xiangjuan wants to guide him to remember those things later, it would probably be through Shenqing's hands to deliver the items. It's more convenient to keep her here. Mengyu raised an eyebrow, a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. You can't let go of her identity. Or something else. She deliberately dragged out her tone. You're overthinking it. Bai Chuan interrupted her, his tone flat. Mengyu clicked her tongue ambiguously and didn't continue the topic. Time passed calmly for a few days. Jinling was still. The surveillance of Fei Jiaoju found no signs of large-scale movements from Tian. Jiang He was still digging through the old archives of 749. There was no news from Xiangjuan either. Shenqing still lived with Bai Chuan and the others. Over the past few days she had gradually become less nervous and fearful. At least in the morning she dared to sit at the table and have breakfast with Bai Chuan and the others. On the table was still the same old routine that Mengyu had bought. Bai Chuan ate silently, sunlight streaming through the window and falling on the table. Tian hasn't made any moves these past few days, and Jiang He hasn't found any information either. The 749 matter is being tightly covered up by higher-ups. It's probably going to be difficult to uncover anything later. Mengyu broke the quiet atmosphere. What do you plan to do? Just keep waiting. Just wait. They really want me to remember so that they can take me back. Bai Chuan wasn't worried at all. Xiangjuan wanted him to awaken his memories of the past even more than Bai Chuan did. Jiang he couldn't find the relevant items, but that didn't mean Xiangjuan couldn't. If I remember correctly, Tian Ke has people even in the headquarters of Fei Jiaoju. Bai Chuan hadn't forgotten Qing's transfer order from the headquarters. Are you so sure that Tian Ke also wants you to recover your memories? Meng Yu stared at Bai Chuan. She didn't know about Xiangjuan, so she found Bai Chuan's certainty strange. I'm sure. Bai Chuan replied casually. Meng Yu was about to take the opportunity to ask why, but a phone notification sound interrupted her. Buzz. The sound came from Qing's phone on the table. The air at the dinner table froze for a moment. Qing's body stiffened noticeably and she instinctively looked at Bai Chuan and Meng Yu. What are you looking at me for? Look at your phone. Bai Chuan gestured for Qing to pick up her phone. Hearing Bai Chuan's words, Qing dared to pick up the phone and swipe to unlock the screen. It was a new text message. The same blank text message as the other day. Qing turned the screen towards Bai Chuan and the others. Tian Ke had contacted her. Chief Meng's intelligence capabilities are still a bit lacking, huh? Seeing the blank text message on Qing's phone, Bai Chuan turned to tease Meng Yu. Without needing to think at this moment, contacting Qing must mean that Xiangjuan had sent the relevant items about the past, or at least information that Xiangjuan believed could help Bai Chuan recover his memories. Meng Yu rolled her eyes and didn't say much. Tiang's moves were indeed fast enough. Let's go. Bai Chuan stood up and walked towards his room. He needed to bring that copper lamp. Meng Yu also picked up the phone to notify Jiang he mobilizing more than a dozen investigation teams, 3 first-class investigators, 1 special-class investigator, totaling 200 people to stand by near Jinling University. Jinling University Library. The 3 of them still drew all the stairs along the way, but this time Bai Chuan wasn't in the mood to enjoy those looks. They went straight to the ancient books reading room. Qing stepped forward and fumbled around the bookshelf, taking out a file folder. Bai Chuan opened it and poured out the contents, a folded old newspaper. The newspaper was only half a page. The masthead read, Jinling Evening News, dated July 15, 2015. Below the front page a palm-sized social news item was circled in red ink. The headline was just one line: villagers of Jinchuan town at the eastern foot of Zijin mountain claim to have witnessed 2 great wonders, double suns shining together and God eating the sun. Yesterday evening, old man Zhao, a villager of Jinchuan town, was cooling off in his own yard when he saw another sun suddenly rise in the northwest sky. According to old man Zhao's description, the 2 suns hung side by side in the sky, one in the east and one in the west. After about 10 minutes the western sun was torn and devoured by a black figure. The reporter interviewed the Municipal Meteorological Bureau about this, and the staff said no such thing had happened. Subsequent interviews with multiple fellow villagers also failed to confirm the truth of old man Zhao's words. Zijin Mountain, that was the location of the 749 Research Institute. Meng Yu stood beside Bai Chuan reading the content along with him. Double suns shining together, God eating the sun. Meng Yu turned her head to look at Bai Chuan. This God is you. This time without Bai Chuan's guidance, Meng Yu directly asked the question. After all, Tian Ke would not deliver a meaningless newspaper. The heavenly God devouring the sun described in it could only refer to Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan held the decade-old newspaper in his hand, nodded and spoke in a calm voice, it was me. The moment the words fell, Bai Chuan's vision was engulfed in a sea of fire. When he regained consciousness he was back at the 749 Research Institute, the slippery, slightly fishy sensation of swallowing still lingering in his throat. Once again he only had the right to watch. Before him were still those bare feet, pale, slender, the tips of the toes touching the ground as they stood quietly at the laboratory door. This time the owner of the diary finally raised his head and Bai Chuan at last saw the face of the one with those bare feet. A woman clad in a deep cyan wide-sleeved robe with a flame pattern of molten gold shimmering on her brow. Her eyes were the complete opposite of Bai Chuan's abyss, a pair of golden irises that seemed to contain all the light and warmth of the world. The sun is about to rise in the east, shining upon my balustrade from the Fusang tree. Bai Chuan heard his own voice. The owner of the diary seemed to recognize the woman before him. Dong Jun. Bai Chuan, hearing the diary owner's address, recalled the ancient deity of the Chu legends who governed the dawn and the sun. Dong Jun, standing at the door, heard the diary owner's words. She took a light step forward, and with each step a small scorched mark was left on the ground. The diary owner's gaze lowered slightly, glancing at the remains of the jade rabbit at his feet. His tone was flat. Did you come to save it? A pity you're too late. Saving her was just a side pursuit. I came mainly for you. Come back with me. Whatever cursed artifacts you want, Tian Ke will find them for you, even some of your own kind if need be. Dong Jun's golden eyes stared fixedly at the diary owner. The diary owner furrowed his brow slightly and said, I told him long ago, I am human. Our paths diverge. I will never go back. A flicker of confusion crossed Dong Jun's face. She looked the diary owner up and down, then slowly said, human. Ha 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 ha. Do you really enjoy lying to yourself? Beneath that skin everything is cursed, within that flesh nothing is your own. Yet you insist on claiming a human heart. You are not human. When you finally replace that human heart of yours, let's see what you'll say then. The diary owner said nothing more. But Bai Chuan felt his right hand slowly rise. The next moment Bai Chuan was filled with astonishment. This was the first time in a memory scene that he had witnessed the diary owner activating his ability. Mottled patterns instantly emerged on both hands. Unlike Bai Chuan's gray patterns, these were as black as ink, spreading like living creatures, covering the entire palm in an instant, then extending to the wrist and arm. A terrifying, unimaginably vast power surged from the hands. Compared to the power of the patterns Bai Chuan currently possessed, it was like the difference between clouds and mud. So this is the diary owner's true strength, Bai Chuan thought, shaken. With the same ability, one punch from him could send a Tian-K patrol envoy to say goodnight to the world. But one punch from the diary owner could probably make the whole world say goodnight. Through his perception, Bai Chuan felt the diary owner raise his right hand, wrapped in dreadful patterns brimming with destructive energy, and clench it into a fist. In this life, I hate it most when people say I'm not human. Before the words faded, the diary owner's figure had already vanished from the spot. Unfathomable speed. The moment the thought was conceived, the fist had already struck. The right fist, as if grasping an entire abyss, hurtled straight down toward Dong Jun's exquisite majestic face. He wanted to smash that mouth. Dong Jun's brilliant golden eyes contracted sharply. The air around her ignited instantly, forming a solid shield of golden flames. At the same time her slender arm rose in a mysterious arc, seemingly slow yet arriving before the blow, meeting the devastating fist with flowing sunlight. Bang! A deafening impact. The flame shield around Dong Jun was scattered by the fist's wind, and the glimmer of sunlight shattered instantly under the diary owner's punch. The fist's momentum barely diminished, slamming heavily into Dong Jun's face. Ugh! Dong Jun let out a muffled groan, stumbling back several steps. Before the shockwave of the first punch had dissipated, the diary owner's left fist struck like a phantom from another impossible angle, again simple and direct, aimed at Dong Jun's mouth. Dong Jun hastily raised her hand to block, barely managing to catch the second punch. The bone-splitting pain in her right arm nearly made her cry out, and her entire limb went numb. The agony made her golden eyes blaze with fury. You! Before Dong Jun could finish, the words were choked back. Because the third punch came. The fourth. The fifth. Every punch smashed into Dong Jun's mouth. Enough. Dong Jun erupted with a torrent of golden divine flames, which then violently contracted inward before exploding outward. The raging flames and shockwave hurled everything in the laboratory into the air, and even the diary owner was momentarily halted by this full-force burst. Seizing the opportunity, Dong Jun's form transformed into a pillar of golden fire, shooting upward, smashing through the layers of the institute's ceiling, rocketing straight into the sky. Above the heavens, Dong Jun turned entirely into golden flames, hovering in the void, barely retaining a human silhouette. An indescribably immense radiant sunwheel phantom rose behind her. That sunwheel rose behind Dong Jun, expanding continuously. Molten golden light spread outward layer by layer from the center like ripples on water, pushing in all directions. The sky was set ablaze, clouds burned through. A great sun hung in the sky as if a second sun had truly appeared. Bai Chuan saw this through the diary owner's eyes and knew the climax was coming. You hit me so many times, Dong Jun's voice descended from above. I'll hit you just once is enough. She raised her right hand, fingers spread, then clenched into a fist pointing downward. The great sun trembled violently with her gesture. All the light gathered in an instant, condensing into a single beam that shot down from the center of the sun wheel. That beam was as thick as a heavenly pillar, hurtling straight toward the diary owner. The entire laboratory darkened. Darkness swept in, a darkness that even the two suns in the sky could not dispel. Bai Chuan sensed that the diary owner's eyes had transformed into guizhou pupils, dragging everything around into eternal night. Including that pillar of light. It silently dissipated into the darkness. In Bai Chuan's perception, he raised his right foot and took a light step forward, as if there were invisible stairs in the air. The diary owner, shrouded in endless darkness, ascended step by step into the sky. Walking toward the sun hanging high above. Dong Jun stared blankly as the diary owner approached her. At the moment she saw the guizhou pupils, her consciousness was briefly trapped in eternal night. By the time Dong Jun snapped out of it, the diary owner was already standing before her. "Got you." Bai Chuan felt a slight smile spread across his face, then under Dong Jun's terrified gaze he reached out and grabbed her. At the edge of Dong Jun's radiant sunwheel an irregular black gap appeared without warning. A bizarre solar eclipse unfolded under the clear daytime sky. The scene stopped there and Bai Chuan's consciousness was yanked back instantly. "Who?" Bai Chuan let out a long breath. Before he could make a move, a sharp pain struck him. Beneath his skin countless molten gold patterns erupted uncontrollably, writhing. Bai Chuan radiated terrifying heat and a sacred blazing pressure distorting the very air around him. "Bai Chuan!" Meng Yu cried out in alarm. This time was different from before. The scorching air waves and the heart-stopping pressure radiating from Bai Chuan prevented her from getting close. Without hesitation Meng Yu injected Frost Blade and then waved her hand, scattering countless ice crystals in an attempt to cool him down. "I'm fine," Bai Chuan said through gritted teeth, stopping Meng Yu from approaching. At that moment he could clearly feel a vast supremely young and blazing force surging through his limbs and bones, bringing a tearing swelling pain and an extraordinary perception that transcended the mortal. After an unknown period of time the pain subsided. Bai Chuan slowly opened his eyes. His left eye was pitch black like eternal night, bottomless. His right eye was molten gold like a blazing sun containing divine majesty. He slowly exhaled a scorching breath tinged with a faint golden glow. Where the breath passed the air twisted slightly. The bronze ancient lamp that Bai Chuan had brought flickered, a golden flame leaped from the wick. Yang's eye, radiant as Fusang with crimson pupils flowing brilliance gazing upon it, reveals all phenomena. It covers the sky as the sun bearing the authority of dawn and blazing sun. It ignites chi into flame, wielding the world's most young and intense true fire. Feeling the information transmitted from his mind, Bai Chuan's chest heaved, still not recovered from that sensation. This was the first time he experienced such pain when acquiring an ability. Bai Chuan raised his hand and touched his own eyes. His left eye Guishu, the end of heaven and earth, the endless abyss where all waters converge. His right eye Yanggu, the place where the sun rises, the dawn light where all things are born. Dongjun's divine power. Bai Chuan murmured. Compared to the other powers within him, this eye from Dongjun was countless times stronger. But this strength was only relative to Bai Chuan himself. From that memory Bai Chuan clearly saw the gap between himself and the owner of the diary. With the same Guishu pupils marked on his hands, the power he exerted was far too inferior. Even now, sensing the vast and blazing power within him, he was certain that he could not transform into the sun in the sky like Dongjun in the memory scene. He felt something was missing. Meng Yu saw that the molten gold patterns on Bai Chuan had completely faded and the blazing divine light in his right eye gradually receded. On the surface he seemed to have returned to normal, no longer on the verge of losing control like before. Meng Yu still did not relax her vigilance. Her right hand was in the bag at her waist holding something unknown. Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan looked up at Meng Yu. "You'll pay for all these damages out of your salary," Meng Yu said, sweeping her gaze over the surrounding mess. "Bai Chuan." He followed Meng Yu's gaze and only then belatedly noticed the scene inside the reading room. Centered around where he stood, the surroundings seemed to have undergone a brief high-temperature scorching. The floor beneath his feet was blackened with cracks spreading like a spiderweb. The wooden bookshelf beside him had collapsed, scattering books all over the floor, emitting a burnt smell, and the air still held residual heat. "I never had to pay before." Bai Chuan didn't understand. "Looks like you're fine." Meng Yu breathed a sigh of relief, her tense body relaxing slightly. Her right hand, which had been pressing on the bag at her waist, quietly dropped down, but her eyes still scrutinized Bai Chuan's face carefully, as if confirming some detail. Ever since she learned that Bai Chuan seemed to have truly lost his memory, a strain had been tense in Meng Yu's heart. As he came into contact with these old items, Bai Chuan underwent changes each time. Abilities, body memories. Meng Yu was worried that Bai Chuan's very cognition would change along with this awakening of memories from human to God. Just now the terrifying heat that erupted from Bai Chuan did not bother Meng Yu, but the unconscious release of that divine pressure made her heart sink. The dozen or so investigation teams mobilized before departure were mainly to guard against a possible large-scale attack by Tiank, but even more so as a contingency plan for Bai Chuan's potential extreme abnormal state and loss of control. Seeing Meng Yu acting mysteriously, Bai Chuan ignored her and turned his gaze to the bronze ancient lamp he had casually placed on the table beside him. At the wick a small golden-red flame was quietly burning. The bronze lamp was lit. The Dongjun that the diary owner devoured seemed to be Xiangjun's elder sister. Bai Chuan reached out and passed his hand over the flame. The fire swayed gently, producing a clear resonance with the blazing divine power inside him. This lamp was indeed a token that lit up for Dongjun. Those people from Tianke should have arrived. Withdrawing his hand, Bai Chuan looked at Meng Yue. Meng Yue, have your people evacuate all ordinary people nearby. Already all evacuated, Meng Yue replied. When Bai Chuan was lost in the memory, she had already arranged everything. Bai Chuan touched his right eye, wondering if Xiang Juan would come in person or... Sister. A woman's voice sounded faintly. Immediately after, an indescribable sensation swept over, as profound as a vast expanse of water, like the bursting of the 9 heavens, weak water, silent yet filling every inch of space. All the light suddenly twisted and dimmed. The entire ancient book reading room was silently soaked by a cold cyan watercolor. The air instantly became thick and icy cold. Crack, crack. On the glass windows countless ice crystals and frost patterns formed instantly. The air rippled with deep cyan circles. At the center of the ripples light and shadow converged, and 4 figures materialized from virtual to solid, appearing silently. Standing at the forefront was a woman, her hair like a waterfall, not tied up, falling smoothly behind her, the ends seemingly still stained with undispersed moisture. Xiang Juan, one of the 12 pillar gods of Tiancai. The other 3 stood behind Xiang Juan. One was wreathed in a pale yellow mist with an earthy smell. Within the mist the shadow of a hunched old man in simple hemp clothing, wearing a bamboo hat and an old gourd hanging at his waist, was faintly visible. Lingguan Hebo. Beside Hebo coiled a bizarre mass of flesh randomly pieced together from animal limbs and insect carapaces, with dozens of eyes of various sizes opening on the mass. Lingguan Wudong. The last person was short and small, wearing a crude robe woven from withered grass and dull feathers, with a rough wooden mask covering his expressionless face. Lingguan Digong. Xiangjin's gaze fixed on Bai Chuan's right eye. The flowing brilliance in those molten gold pupils was familiar and warm. Her expression was soft, carrying longing, and her tone was dreamlike with a hint of anticipation. You have finally returned. In that instant the dawn-like figure seemed to reappear before her eyes. Xiang Juan looked at those golden eyes and unconsciously fell into memories. You seem to have mistaken something, Bai Chuan said softly. Hearing Bai Chuan's voice, Xiang Juan was pulled back to reality. The softness on her face froze and her expression darkened. This was not the voice she wanted to hear. Give her eyes back. Xiangjin's voice instantly turned cold. Give them back to me. Return it to you. Bai Chuan's lips curled into a smile as he slowly closed his left eye. Come and take it. His right eye suddenly blazed with a fierce golden light, as if a miniature sun burned deep within the pupil. The scorching heat evaporated the surrounding thick clammy moisture. Bai Chuan gestured for Meng Yu and Shenqing to withdraw. Meng Yu cast a glance at him. Without a word she grabbed Shenqing's wrist and retreated 2 steps toward the door, dragging Shenqing into a stumble. Just as she was about to turn, Meng Yu paused, her voice faster than usual by a third. If you can't hold on, call my name. Bai Chuan's right eye's golden light tilted slightly. I can manage to keep things steady. With that, Meng Yu pulled Shenqing and swiftly left the reading room, not waiting for Bai Chuan's reply. Xiang Jun watched silently, offering no objection to their departure. Her only concern was Bai Chuan's eye. Return her eyes to me and you may live today. Xiang Jun lifted her chin slightly, her gaze condescending. You want them? Bai Chuan kept his hands in his pockets, deliberately opening only his brilliant golden right eye. Come and take them yourself. Do you think it's still the same as before? Xiang Jun sneered. Do you believe that with your current strength you can stand against me? She paused, a long-suppressed rage surging in her eyes. If it weren't for welcoming my sister back, I would have killed you half a month ago. You can fool others but not me. How much of your former strength do you still possess? I've been watching you. Xiang Jun stared at Bai Chuan, hoping to catch a flicker of panic on his face. As he had guessed, she had seen him half a month ago. Back then Xiang Jun could not sense a trace of the sun's warmth from Bai Chuan. She nearly thought Dong Jun had completely dissipated. If Dong Jun's power were entirely gone, she would never be able to bring her sister back. But under the influence of Xing Ziguo's 2 letters, Bai Chuan awakened the abyss pupil, which gave Xiang Jun a glimmer of hope. Xiang Jun dared to come alone because she was certain that Bai Chuan was no longer the Bai Chuan of old. His strength had plummeted, no longer capable of crushing the pillar gods. I'm telling you this only to remind you that times are not what they were. Xiang Jun stared at Bai Chuan, and seeing no change in his expression, she felt a slight disappointment. She had wanted to toy with the monster who once dominated the Tiancai and suppressed Kunlun. I don't care what happened to you. Come back with me obediently with that eye and I'll spare your life. Bai Chuan opened his left eye. If you can tell me some things, you won't have to die today. Without Dong Jun's eye he might have been on par with Xiang Jun in strength, at least that's what Wu Xiang had said. But now. Bai Chuan clenched his fist. He could crush this pillar god of the 12 of Tianke not only because of Dong Jun's eye but also because of the memories from the diary's owner regarding the use of the patterns on his hands and the abyss pupil. Obstinate fool. Xiang Jun's face turned cold instantly. Don't think that with these eyes tainted with divinity you can wield my sister's power. Without my sister's power, let's see how you can still be so stubborn. Before her words faded, she flipped her wrist and an object appeared in her palm. It was a lamp. Its form was 8 or 9 parts similar to the ancient bronze lamp Bai Chuan had brought with a woman's figure carved on the wall. She had come prepared. With blood as the guide, with the lamp as the proof, I call your true name. Xiang Jun murmured, her voice no longer cold but trembling with a near-reverent fervor. She lightly traced her fingertip across the flame pattern on the brow of the Dong Jun portrait on the lamp. The Eastern Emperor has a daughter who governs the dawn and holds the sun, her name is Dong Jun. Hum. The dark gold lamp abruptly trembled and the portrait of Dong Jun on the wall seemed to come alive. In the carved golden eyes a flicker of divine light swirled. A strange, ancient, vast and warm wave erupted from the lamp, instantly sweeping through the entire reading room and enveloping Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan's body shook violently. A grand, sacred, scorching and terrifying pressure that could burn away all evil and gloom in the world exploded from him. Even more stunning, behind Bai Chuan, within the blazing golden light that was too dazzling to look at directly, a hazy, tall female silhouette exuding boundless majesty and warmth slowly emerged and coalesced. Though only a silhouette with a blurred face, its posture and aura like the sun nurturing all things caused Xiang Jun to stare in a daze. Dong Jun. Sister. Gazing at the fleeting silhouette, Xiang Jun's voice trembled with a sob. Sister, is it you? You finally responded. Xiang Jun reached out toward Bai Chuan, wanting to touch that silhouette. I knew the sundial fragment could awaken your lingering consciousness. Don't worry, I'll save you from this vessel. Bai Chuan's face darkened, even turning cold. It was not because of Xiang Jun's methods, none of this affected the divine power of Dong Jun within him, it was the word vessel. He loathed that word. The diary's owner, the strangeness of his body, the more he learned the more he feared that he was not himself but merely a shell for someone else. Bai Chuan never thought of himself as a vessel, he detested this feeling more than facing death itself. At that moment Bai Chuan even suppressed Yu Hua's ability, he didn't need rationality. What did you just say? Bai Chuan raised his head, his mismatched eyes, one black one gold, locked onto Xiang Jun. His voice grew hoarse, concealing a chilling menace. The instant Bai Chuan spoke, the silhouette of Dong Jun behind him was entangled by countless black substances and instantly pulled back into his body. Xiang Jun seemed startled by his inhuman, terrifying appearance and the boiling murder in his eyes. Even more confused, she didn't understand why, despite having awakened Dong Jun's lingering consciousness, it had failed again. In her plan, as long as she could awaken Dong Jun's consciousness, she could limit Bai Chuan's use of that eye. Without Dong Jun's power, Bai Chuan would be a challenge she could face. How are you unharmed? I'm asking you. Bai Chuan cut her off abruptly, stepping forward. Boom. The ground beneath his feet cracked and the rubble instantly vaporized. A scorching wave of heat surged outward from him. What do you take me for? Vessel. The last two words rang out like thunder. Before the sound faded, Bai Chuan's figure had already vanished from where he stood. In the next instant he appeared before Xiang Jun. How dare you? He boss's murky eyes burst with a dim yellow light, his twisted staff struck the ground heavily and his figure moved to shield Xiang Jun. Get out of my way. He Bo had no time to react. The fist etched with molten gold patterns slammed into his chest as if teleporting. He boss's body stiffened suddenly and the vitality in his eyes instantly dissipated. There was no external wound on his chest, but the entire chest cavity along with the internal organs had been instantly vaporized and annihilated by the invasion of the supreme yang divine fire. The surface of the corpse quickly became covered in a strange hue of charred black and frost, then silently collapsed into ashes. The fleshy mass Wutong instantly opened, dozens of eyes and several sticky tentacles flailed wildly. Bai Chuan's left eye glanced to the darkness of the abyss spread silently in the depths of his gaze. Wutong froze instantly and the dozens of eyes were filled with darkness. Di Gong's short figure shuddered violently and fled into the earth, leaving Xiang Jun alone to face Bai Chuan. 2 spirit officials died in the span of a single breath. Bai Chuan's right eye blazed with a golden flame, the supreme yang divine power coursing through his body, the molten gold patterns beneath his skin writhing as if alive. The scorching divine power surged and swirled, distorting the air around him. He tilted his head, his one black and one gold eye fixed on the grim-faced Xiang Jun. What do you take me for? Answer me. Bai Chuan's voice echoed through the empty reading room. Container. Say it again, what can you do to me? Xiang Jun raised her head, forcing her pride while simultaneously spreading her arms wide, instantly distancing herself from Bai Chuan. With a deafening crash, all the windows in the library shattered simultaneously. The broken glass did not scatter but eerily suspended in midair, and the entire building was instantly coated with a thick layer of frost. Then endless water surged in from the windows, the ceiling, the floor cracks, and even from the air itself, flooding in madly. This water was viscous as oil, deep cyan verging on black, exuding a piercing chill. The currents, like living monsters, instantly filled the entire library. The endless streams converged, defying gravity as they flowed and swirled in the air, forming turbulent undercurrents and massive whirlpools. From outside, the entire middle section of the library had become a suspended, inverted deep pool. Such power! Strength! What is happening inside? Outside the library, Zhao Heng stood beside Meng Yu with a grave expression. As the only available special investigator in Jinling, he had naturally been summoned by Meng Yu. Watching the library transform into a deep pool, Zhao Heng grew uneasy. Even with strength, combat power, calamities and those mysterious entities were generally stronger than special investigators like them. They relied on calamity agents, not their own innate power. Typically 3 special investigators were needed to deal with an strength calamity or mysterious entity, and now only he was present. Once the situation spiraled out of control, he could not guarantee he could suppress it. The other first-class investigators and many second-class investigators had already prepared to die. In strength calamity and mysterious entity suppression operation, survival was unlikely. Are you sure you don't want us to intervene? Zhao Heng asked. No, Meng Yu shook her head. As long as the situation did not spread, she would let Bai Chuan resolve his own issues. Is it that newcomer inside? Zhao Heng hesitated before asking. Meng Yu glanced at him but did not reply. Yet Zhao Heng already had his answer. Newcomers these days. Zhao Heng swallowed the rest of his words, shaking his head, saying no more. Such a newcomer was already no worse than the pillars of the General Bureau. He stared at the library, now wrapped in black water like a massive coffin, sensing the terror-inducing fluctuations emanating from within. His right hand instinctively pressed against the tactical belt at his waist, where several strength calamity vials and 2 emergency burn the city series were secured. Inside the library, black water now occupied every corner. Xiang Jun stood at the center of the currents, her feet not touching the water but stepping on a lotus platform formed of deep cyan water. Her long hair and skirt drifted in the dark currents, radiating in vast abyss-like divine might of water. But within 10 meters of Bai Chuan no water could approach, and the piercing chill had no effect on him. The abyss was the destination of all waters. Xiang Jun raised her hand toward Bai Chuan, slowly closing her fingers. Drown in the weak water, sink forever in the cold abyss. As she spoke, the seemingly slow black currents around Bai Chuan suddenly came alive. They transformed into countless ferocious chains and tentacles made of water, carrying the pressure of 10,000 tons and piercing chill entwining Bai Chuan's limbs from all directions. At the same time, the water beneath his feet spun rapidly, forming a massive, terrifyingly powerful whirlpool that tried to drag him into the deep cold. Bai Chuan stood still, the molten gold flame in his right eye burning even more fiercely. The molten gold patterns beneath his skin writhed madly, radiating terrifying heat that directly evaporated a small patch of weak water around him into billowing white mist. Thick mist shrouded Bai Chuan. If this is all you can do, it'll definitely smash your mouth. Bai Chuan's voice rang out. The next moment the mist was torn apart by a violent force. Bai Chuan shot out like a cannonball, completely ignoring the weak water chains and tentacles that entangled him. In his right eye the divine light of the Yang Valley pupil condensed to its utmost, forming a solid golden beam that shot straight towards Xiang Jun atop the lotus platform. Where the beam passed, the surging black water was forcibly parted, leaving a scorching channel that could not close for a time. At the same time he clenched his fists, the molten gold patterns beneath his skin blazing with light. On his arms gray patterns intertwined with molten gold, emitting a heart-stopping aura of destruction. The crashing fist which he had learned but never used was unleashed for the first time. The vast and overwhelming divine power of the Eastern Lord within him poured into his right fist in the most brutal, direct manner, and then he punched toward everything blocking his path. Open. Boom. Each punch carried the terrifying power to melt metal, break stone and destroy evil. The weak water tentacles and chains that surged toward him evaporated instantly upon contact with his fist. Defying the endless weak water and piercing chill, Bai Chuan forcibly carved a path through Xiang Jun's weak water domain. Xiang Jun watched him approach step by step, a chill rising from her back. Why did nothing ever go as she planned? She had prepared carefully, awakened the Eastern Lord, but only for a fleeting moment. She knew she was wrong, terribly wrong. This man's strength was far more than recovered a bit. Flee. She must flee, fighting further was pointless. She could not extract that eye from the current Bai Chuan. She might even die here. If she died, no one would bring her sister back. The moment the thought of escape surfaced, Xiang Jun's entire aura weakened by 3 parts and the surrounding current stalled for a few seconds. Xiang Jun clasped her hands together and the water surged violently toward Bai Chuan. Then she bit her tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood that transformed into a deep cyan portal of water. Behind the portal the sound of rivers rushing faintly echoed as if leading to some hidden water realm. Xiang Jun cast one last unwilling glare at Bai Chuan before turning and plunging into the portal. Trying to leave. Bai Chuan's hand moved faster than his voice. Just as Xiang Jun's body was half submerged into the deep cyan portal, a hand veined with molten gold and gray patterns clamped tightly around her slender ankle. The touch was cold and slippery with water, but Bai Chuan's grip was unyielding, his fingers digging into Xiang Jun's ankle. You. Xiang Jun turned back in shock, the last shred of forced composure in her eyes completely shattered. Bai Chuan gave her no chance to speak or resist. With his right hand he yanked her entire body out of the portal midair, then like swinging a sack he hurled her upward with tremendous force, slamming her into the ceiling of the second-floor reading room. Then his right fist gathered power and punched upward into Xiang Jun. Boom! The concrete ceiling was smashed through by Xiang Jun's body, breaking through 4 layers of cement slab, sending her from the second floor all the way to the rooftop. Debris of brick and steel fell through the hole. Bai Chuan did not wait for her to land and catch her breath. He stamped his foot, launching himself upward through the hole he had created, instantly appearing above the falling Xiang Jun. His left fist, fully charged, slammed down from above, hitting Xiang Jun's crown. Boom! This punch was even heavier. Xiang Jun's head snapped downward and her body fell like a meteor faster than she had risen. She smashed through the ground and finally, with a thunderous roar, was driven deep into the foundation of the first floor. A massive hole had been punched through the entire library from top to bottom. Bai Chuan landed lightly, wasting no time. He rushed forward and immediately punched Xiang Jun in the mouth, fearing she might bite her tongue again to open a portal and escape. Even though Bai Chuan now possessed the Abyss and the Yang Valley, he still preferred this raw fist-to-flesh combat. Fists laden with terrifying power rained down upon Xiang Jun. Even when Xiang Jun seemed to have lost the ability to resist, Bai Chuan did not stop. Such strange beings were likely to have some escape trick. Punch after punch. Bai Chuan held nothing back. The entire ground sank beneath him. Until Xiang Jun lay there motionless, with only the faintest, almost imperceptible rise and fall of her chest proving she still clung to life. Now get up and answer me. Bai Chuan finally withdrew his fist, standing at the edge of the deep pit, his chest heaving slightly, looking down at the dying Xiang Jun. This Xiang Jun, one of the 12 pillar gods of the heavenly palace, had been beaten to the brink of death and unconsciousness by Bai Chuan. Inside the library, the vast weak water domain lacking its support instantly collapsed. The endless black water, as if losing its soul, cascaded down from the air, causing a localized downpour. The entire 5-story library building groaned under the relentless assault of cascading black water. At its heart, centered around the horrifying hole that penetrated from the top floor to the ground, cracks like spiderwebs were spreading wildly. Bricks and stones fell in showers, the sound of twisting steel bars was clearly audible. The entire building visibly tilted and sank, clearly a dangerous structure on the verge of collapsing into a pile of rubble at any moment. Is it over? Muttered a first-class investigator, his muscles taut as he gripped an 11 demon suppressor, his voice subconscious. On his face lingered the determination of one ready to die, along with a faint trace of fear now replaced by immense bewilderment. The other investigators on high alert exchanged bewildered glances. The earth-shattering level battle, they had anticipated one that would require them to buy time with their lives and fill the gap. Had it ended in just half an hour? Is the scope of destruction only this building? Another experienced second-class investigator asked, looking around with disbelief in his voice. Apart from the library itself teetering and the areas where black water had carved gullies, the aftermath of the battle seemed perfectly contained within the building. This was completely different from the Slevel battles they knew. In the past, any encirclement of Slevel evil spirit or mystery was always protracted, often affecting several blocks or even half a city district. To minimize losses and casualties, the Extraordinary Regulation Bureau often had to plan months in advance, luring targets to desolate wilderness, deep mountains, or simply sealing off large uninhabited areas as battlefields. Even so, the aftermath of battles was often difficult to fully contain, causing huge economic losses and cleanup challenges. A situation like today, where a battle occurred in the city center but only destroyed one building, was nothing short of a fantasy. Zhao Heng felt it more clearly than all the surrounding investigators. His right hand still rested on the tactical belt at his waist, which housed the demon suppressor. He could clearly sense the 2 energy reactions inside the library that made his scalp tingle. One had weakened to near extinction while the other remained strong. How could it be this fast? Zhao Heng murmured to himself, his sharp gaze fixed on the water-seeping tilting library as if trying to see through the walls. From the energy burst to its quelling. Less than half an hour. Even with the power disparity between levels, it's rare to see such a clean finish. In his knowledge and experience at this level, vitality recovery and eerie abilities were extremely tenacious. To completely strip the opponent of their ability to resist in such a short time was nearly impossible. Either the gap in strength was unimaginably large or the attacker's ability was extremely countering and their fighting style was exceptionally sharp. That newcomer named Bai Chuan. He could no longer be described as a genius or a monster. His danger and controllability needed to be reassessed at the highest level. Director Meng, is he the one from East China? Zhao Heng asked in a low voice, glancing at the surrounding investigators. He had just speculated that Bai Chuan might not be the genius he thought but one of those so-called mysteries. Meng Yu did not answer. She simply ordered, notify the logistics and aftermath department to prepare the highest level site lockdown, energy residue cleanup and building reinforcement plan. Yes. Zhao Heng nodded, didn't press further and turned to quickly issue a series of commands. The well-trained investigators swiftly shifted from combat readiness to aftermath mode, executing orders efficiently. The crowd became busy, but many people's eyes still involuntarily drifted toward the now silent, dangerous building. Fear had not entirely dissipated, but it was now mingled with more indescribable shock and curiosity. They wanted to know who was inside. Their Jinling's level Zhao Heng was outside and the one inside. Meng Yu stepped forward, slowly walking toward the library door, which had been deformed and soaked by black water. Seeing this, Zhao Heng hesitated for a moment, then quickly followed half a step behind, his hand still not leaving the tactical belt at his waist. Although the battle seemed to be over, facing a terrifying existence that had just easily dealt with an level mystery whose state was unknown, any caution was justified. Inside the library everything was in disarray. At the center of the first-floor hall, Bai Chuan stood quietly looking down at the dying Xiang Jun in the deep pit at his. The noise, shock and vigilance outside had nothing to do with him. Is it over? Meng Yu's voice came. Bai Chuan turned around. It's done. This person is. Zhao Heng stood behind Meng Yu, looking into the pit. Xiang Jun, Bai Chuan replied. Zhao Heng's pupils contracted and his whole body stiffened. Tian Ke. The 12 Pillar Gods. He had thought this was just an level battle, but unexpectedly it involved Xiang Jun, one of the 12 Pillar Gods of Tian Ke. Xiang Jun, whose ability governs water and marshes, is one of the 12 Pillar Gods. According to rumors, she is symbiotic with the Xiang River, the goddess of the Xiang River. According to archives, she is a new god who took the position within the last 10 years of Tian Ke. Meng Yu glanced at Bai Chuan. She herself only knew now. New god. Bai Chuan wiped the blood on his hand and asked. New is only relative to those ancient existences. Zhao Heng explained. The Extraordinary Regulation Bureau has records of the original 12 Pillar Gods of Tian Ke. Over the years several have died and their replacements are habitually called new gods. Among the 12 Pillar Gods, the oldest should be Mount Tai's lord and the newest is her. But regardless of whether they are new replacements in the evaluation system of the Extraordinary Regulation Bureau, any Pillar God's threat level is clearly marked as Super level. Zhao Heng gave Bai Chuan a deep look. Being able to beat Xiang Jun to such a state in such a short time, Bai Chuan's strength was top tier even among Super levels. So it was her who came to take you back to Tian Ke? Meng Yu asked. I still need to ask her some things. Bai Chuan nodded, but his meaning was clear. He wanted this person and would not give her to the Extraordinary Regulation Bureau. Fine. Meng Yu glanced at Xiang Jun in the pit and nodded. Although they also needed some intelligence on Tian Ke, it didn't conflict. Zhao Heng was still immersed in Bai Chuan's strength. The people of Tian Ke were none of his business. In his eyes, those things from Tian Ke were no different from evil spirits. Whether containment or killing, in his view it was all deserved. Bai Chuan lifted Xiang Jun from the pit and said to Meng Yu, I'll leave this place to you. I'll tell you what I can afterwards. Without waiting for Meng Yu's reply, Bai Chuan carried Xiang Jun and walked out of the library. After all, she was one of Tian Ke's 12 Pillar Gods and seemed to have had contact with the owner of the diary. Xiang Jun held too much information that Bai Chuan needed. Bai Chuan emerged from the library's twisted, deformed entrance carrying Xiang Jun in his arms. The area had been cordoned off with heavily armed, tense investigators on standby and maintaining order at the periphery. Inside the cordon, the logistics and aftermath division had already begun their work. Technicians in white protective suits filed in with detection instruments and sealing equipment, collecting samples of the residual black water. When Bai Chuan's figure appeared at the doorway, countless gazes instantly converged upon him like spotlights. Is that the investigator who handled this incident? He looked so young. Did he do it all alone? A third-class investigator remarked just as he finished stowing the suppression elixir into his tactical belt and looked up to see Bai Chuan walking out. Is that? Bai Chuan, a young investigator standing at the edge of the cordon, widened his eyes, his voice strained with shock. He rubbed his eyes vigorously to confirm he wasn't mistaken. Bai Chuan. Which Bai Chuan? An older second-class investigator nearby frowned, not recalling any newly promoted young special-class investigator in East China. The rookie. The one who joined last month, the young investigator whispered excitedly, unconsciously pointing at Bai Chuan. Don't you know? I remember there were quite a few posts on the internal forum back then questioning his background. The older investigator paused, then, as if recalling something, drew a sharp breath. Wait. You mean the monster rookie who during the assessment dismantled the No. 029 simulated evil entity using only his physical strength without any suppression? Yes. That's him, the young investigator replied, his face still bearing the blankness of shock. A rookie, the third-class investigator who had just stowed the suppression elixir said, his tone laced with astonishment. Him. A rookie. Then what am I? Keep your voice down, the older investigator shot him a glare, though his own voice was hardly subdued. No, the third-class investigator said, not listening at all, his eyes wide as saucers. That's class inside earlier, did he handle it alone? Otherwise. That guy's freakishly capable. Another voice cut in, also a third-class investigator who was squatting on the ground packing up sealing equipment. He looked up and glanced in Bai Chuan's direction. Chen Peng, you know him? The older investigator leaned in. We were in the same cohort. I almost got into a fight with him back then. Chen Peng raised his head slightly. Awesome. Bai Chuan carried Xiang Jun, navigating through the surrounding gazes, and walked straight toward Meng Yu's black SUV parked inside the cordon. He opened the rear door, shoved Xiang Jun inside, then slid into the driver's seat. Bai Chuan drove to the interrogation room of the Feidiao Bureau. Inside the room, identical to the one where Lin Tian had been questioned days before, he casually tossed Xiang Jun into the opposite seat and waited in silence. After an unknown amount of time, Xiang Jun's eyelids twitched. She was awake. Cough. She let out a light cough, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. I ask you answer, Bai Chuan said, staring at Xiang Jun. No nonsense. Xiang Jun turned her head away and closed her eyes. Bai Chuan raised his hand. Xiang Jun's scarred face twitched and she uttered a single word, ask. What are you? Bai Chuan asked. Xiang Jun frowned, unsure how to respond. Is that question so hard? Gods. Xiang Jun breathed out one word. Bai Chuan raised his right hand again. I don't know. Xiang Jun quickly changed her answer. Even gods feel pain when struck. You're not human nor evil entities, and you don't even know what you are. Bai Chuan looked at Xiang Jun with some surprise. He had assumed that these so-called mysteries would at least know what they were. As if you're any different, Xiang Jun sneered. I am human. Is that so? Xiang Jun suppressed the urge to curse and replied flatly. I have a mother, Bai Chuan said, tilting his head slightly. Xiang Jun's face darkened. Was that an insult? It had to be. Bai Chuan ignored her changing expression and asked what he most wanted to know. How much do you know about me? He looked at Xiang Jun. Since she had already deduced his amnesia, Bai Chuan asked directly without any concern. Xiang Jun's expression turned cold, a turmoil of emotions churning in her eyes. She didn't want to cooperate with Bai Chuan. But she had to survive. If she died, Dong Jun would be trapped forever inside this damned man's body. Not much, Xiang Jun said hoarsely. Because of my sister I investigated you for a while, but I didn't find much. She raised her eyes to meet Bai Chuan's. I only know that you once left Tianke. Beyond that I'm not clear. Do you really care about your sister? Bai Chuan looked at her suspiciously. Was that what she called an investigation? She might as well have said she didn't know. You. Xiang Jun was flustered but dared not curse. When you left Tianke hadn't even assembled the 12 pillar gods. I hadn't joined Tianke yet. Later, if it weren't for my sister I wouldn't even have known of your existence. If I could have tracked you down I wouldn't have waited until today to find you. Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow. Was the owner of the diary a founding member? How long have you been in Tianke? 400 years, Xiang Jun replied. Bai Chuan did the math in his head. 400 years ago, during the Ming dynasty's Jianxi era. That meant the diary's owner had left Tianke at least 400 years ago. Has Tianke existed for that long? Bai Chuan murmured. From what Meng Yu had told him, Tian-Ke had only become active and started mass recruitment in recent times. What had it been doing for those centuries before? Had it changed after the diary's owner left? Bai Chuan refocused and looked at Xiang Jun. Who is the master of Tian-Ke? And what is the purpose of its founding? I don't know. I've been in Tian-Ke for 400 years and never seen him. 10 years ago, after my sister passed away, I was promoted to fill the vacancy among the 12 pillar gods. I only heard his voice that time, never saw his face. Among the 12 pillar gods, except for the most senior ones, no one has seen him. Xiang Jun's expression was frank, not seeming to hide anything. As for Tiang's purpose, if you're capable enough to capture the ultimers among the 12 pillar gods, you might be able to find out. Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. Tiang's structure and purpose weren't imperative to investigate. Do you have anything about me? Bai Chuan tapped the table. This was what he wanted most, anything related to the diary's owner. I've given you everything. Shen Shoujua's diary and the recording. He joined Tian-Ke 4 years ago. After I discovered his connection to you, he disappeared without a trace, leaving only the diary and the recording from the research institute. Xiang Jun replied. Bai Chuan felt a slight disappointment. He had hoped to dig up more through Xiang Jun, but she was also clueless about many things. But it made sense. If Xiang Jun truly knew much about the diary's owner, she wouldn't have only found him today. Bai Chuan stared at Xiang Jun for a few seconds, realizing that for now he couldn't extract any new leads about the diary's owner from her. Whether Xiang Jun was unwilling to speak or genuinely didn't know, at least for now he had reached a dead end. Other questions could wait until he thought of them. But Bai Chuan also knew that the Feijiao Bureau's current containment facilities were probably incapable of holding a 12-pillar god. Xiang Jun might appear weak and docile now, but once she recovered she could leave at any time. Bai Chuan stood up, walked over to Xiang Jun and leaned down. His right eye glowing molten gold emerged. Xiang Jun raised her head to meet his gaze, her eyes full of wariness. I know the Feijiao Bureau can't hold you, Bai Chuan said, pointing at his right eye. But if you dare to leave, I'll gouge this eye out. Bai Chuan watched Xiang Jun's body tense and her face turn pale, then said each word deliberately, crush it and find a new one to replace it. You. Xiang Jun's face was ugly. Bai Chuan had found her weak spot. Xiang Jun dared not gamble on whether Bai Chuan would actually do it. After all, this man could gain power by devouring various evil entities and mysteries, so it was quite possible he would truly find a replacement eye. After a long silence, Xiang Jun gave an almost imperceptible nod, a barely audible hum escaping her throat. This was a concession. Bai Chuan got the assurance he wanted and without another word turned and left the interrogation room. In the corridor he touched his right eye. Was he just scaring Xiang Jun? Gouging out his own eye? How horrifying. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than hurried footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. Meng Yu was almost jogging, her face unusually grave with a tense urgency. Bai Chuan. Meng Yu stopped in front of him, slightly out of breath, clearly having rushed over. I was looking for you. You'll have to set Xiang Jun aside for now. There's a major incident in Jinling. What happened? Bai Chuan frowned slightly. Meng Yu knew he was interrogating Xiang Jun, so for her to come personally meant it was truly serious. Meng Yu took a deep breath and spoke quickly. The headquarters just sent an urgent intelligence report. Number 002 has come to Jinling. 002. Bai Chuan heard the number and recalled himself. Besides you, it's the third case of mysticism discovered by historians in the historical records. Meng Yu confirmed his thought. Also to date the most stable and cooperative one on record. After being discovered, he voluntarily established limited contact with the headquarters. For decades he remained docile, so docile that we almost regarded him as one of our own. Until now. So he's unstable now? Bai Chuan asked in confusion. The headquarters isn't entirely sure either. Let's talk upstairs. Meng Yu's gaze swept across the empty corridor, then she led Bai Chuan upstairs. The two soon arrived at Meng Yu's office. The door closed, shutting out the sounds from outside. Who exactly is this 002? Bai Chuan inquired. The mere fact that he was coming to Jinling had prompted the headquarters to immediately dispatch intelligence, and it had made Meng Yu so tense. This piqued Bai Chuan's curiosity. His registered name now is Zhang Xianji, Meng Yu replied. Bai Chuan pondered for a moment but had never heard of it. This name was indeed active in history, but the headquarters suspects it's false. He might have used other names. Meng Yu rubbed her temples, unsure whether Jinling was fortunate or unfortunate. It had produced Bai Chuan as 0 and now 002 was coming. As for his specific information, like you, it's always been a mystery. As she spoke, Meng Yu glanced up at Bai Chuan. What I've learned is that he used to be a Taoist priest with an estimated lifespan of 1800 years. Shorter than you, but especially active during the Han Dynasty. There's a research report on the forum, a study on the longevity effect of the curio sample S072 He Taisui. It was written by him. Bai Chuan had a faint recollection. He had glimpsed it when he last looked up the owner of the diary. After the headquarters made contact with him, he became extremely interested in the study of curios and mysterious entities, and because he highly admired the Feijiao Bureau's philosophy, the headquarters established a special department for him. The Human Potential Development Department. Bai Chuan guessed. Correct. The curio-suppressing potion was developed under his leader. Meng Yu nodded. It sounds like he doesn't harbor hostility toward humans, Bai Chuan said, looking at Meng Yu with some confusion. The description didn't sound like a calamity. Why would his mere arrival warrant such tension? If he were coming openly, it would be nothing strange. But last month he suddenly cut off contact with the headquarters. 3 days ago, using the headquarters archives, he sent invitations to all the mysterious entities the Feijiao Bureau had ever discovered over the years. All to come to Jinling. Meng Yu's face was filled with gravity. Though the mysterious entities the Feijiao Bureau has discovered over the years are far fewer than the curios, there are still over 100. Among them, some could be contacted while others were only known to exist but their whereabouts were unknown. But Zhang Xianji had spent decades finding all these mysterious entities. And this was only those in the Feijiao Bureau's archives, and no one knew if Zhang Xianji had privately discovered even more. So in the coming days, Jinling is likely to gather countless mysteries. With so many mysteries converging, if mishandled, it will be the greatest disaster since the founding of the Feijiao Bureau. Meng Yu let out a long sigh, feeling anxious. In such a situation, the Feijiao Bureau couldn't take coercive measures until the very last moment. If these mysterious entities were provoked, not to mention other places, Jinling itself might be doomed. What leverage does he have to make those strange beings obediently come? Bai Chuan wondered. Just an invitation. At least Bai Chuan didn't think he could summon the mysteries lurking in Daxia with a mere word. Not sure, but according to the headquarters intelligence, many observed mysteries have already set out. Currently the headquarters has directly assigned tasks to each region. One Zhuge has already set out, and the 4 major regions, North China, Southwest and Northwest, have all sent their strongest assets to support. This is a joint operation of the 5 major regions and the headquarters. From Zhang Xianzi's situation, he hasn't deliberately concealed his tracks, he has publicly chosen Jinling. We need to find out what he really wants. Meng Yu looked at Bai Chuan, awaiting his reply. The matter had erupted so suddenly that she hadn't even dealt with Xiang Jun's cleanup before coming directly to Bai Chuan. All right. Bai Chuan agreed readily, also for his own sake. He was very interested in this 002 Zhang Xianji. Living for 1800 years from the Han Dynasty to the present. Only a few years shorter than the diary's owner. He should recognize this face, right? Compared to the useless Xiang Jun, Bai Chuan believed this 002 knew more. I'll report to the higher-ups. I'll send you the list of participants for this operation later. Seeing Bai Chuan nod, Meng Yu let out a long breath. With Bai Chuan's involvement, the incident might be contained within a small scope. Then Meng Yu took out her phone and placed it before Bai Chuan. There isn't much information on 002. He doesn't like to reveal his past. This is the list of mysteries he invited. Meng Yu explained. Bai Chuan picked up the phone and glanced at it. The list was long, densely packed. Each name or code name was followed by a brief description and a threat level assessment. Taihang Earth Lord Shuzhong would guest Lingnan Li Chief YC Water Lord. Most were combinations of place names and titles sounding like ancient regional birth deities. The assessment levels ranged from A to S, with none above S seen. These are some mysteries the Feijiao Bureau has investigated. Most of them we only know exist but have never found. Meng Yu pointed at the list. A few we've contacted and they were cooperative, marked as low threat. These people, it's uncertain how many will come. Also, the people coming from the 4 major regions and the headquarters are similar to you. Meng Yu warned. All like me. Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow, understanding what Meng Yu meant. These were all mysteries who had joined the Feijiao Bureau and considered themselves human. Yes. Because we're not sure of Zhang Xianzi's intentions, you share some common ground with him, making it easier to approach and gather information. Meng Yu said tactfully. The so-called common ground meant being extraordinary. Once 002's actions are deemed dangerous, all class personnel of the Feijiao Bureau will step in. Understood. Bai Chuan nodded, a glint flashing in his eyes. Whatever 002 was up to, this was also an opportunity for him. To the Feijiao Bureau the gathering of so many mysteries was a catastrophic event, but to him it was rare. With so many mysteries there had to be a few who recognized this face. He didn't ask for many, even 2 or 3 would suffice. It was also Xiang Jun's fault for being so useless, otherwise he wouldn't have to go to such lengths. Zhang Xianzi's exact location is still under investigation, but it's basically confirmed to be within Jinling. Meng Yu put away her phone, her expression solemn. Once we have precise information the operation will begin immediately. She paused, a trace of hesitation on her face. Xiang Jun, how do you plan to handle her? With the tense situation, Jinling had no spare resources to guard her. Sending her to the headquarters would keep her contained, but Bai Chuan had already indicated that Xiang Jun was still useful to him, so he couldn't send her away. Bai Chuan said nonchalantly, she won't leave. Just have 2 people watch her. Well. It doesn't matter if she leaves. He now had a better source of information, so he no longer cared much about Xiang Jun. Alright, well, detain her at the suburban containment facility. Meng Yu nodded. She didn't know what method Bai Chuan had used, but as long as it kept Xiang Jun stable it was fine. Alright, let's go. Well, head back first. Meng Yu opened the office door and led Bai Chuan out, her mood much lighter than when she had arrived. The reason she had rushed to find Bai Chuan so urgently was partly because the matter was indeed grave, and partly because she was worried Bai Chuan might not want to get involved in such affairs. Now that Bai Chuan's participation was confirmed, the anxiety in her heart had greatly dissipated. The 2 left the office. Meng Yu did not go to check on Xiang Jun's condition, they headed straight for the car. After the car had driven some distance, Bai Chuan suddenly spoke, breaking the silence inside, I forgot to ask just now. Why Jinling? Ha. Meng Yu, focused on the road conditions, didn't respond immediately. 002 Zhang Xianji. Bai Chuan turned his head to look at Meng Yu in the driver's seat. He invited so many mysterious entities, but the location is set in Jinling. Is there anything special about Jinling? Or is it because I am here? It wasn't that Bai Chuan was being narcissistic, he couldn't think of anything special about Jinling that would warrant this 002 making a special trip here. If there was anything unique, it was only his own presence as the 0. This was the question that had vaguely occurred to him earlier in the office, whether 002's choice of Jinling was a coincidence or intentional. If it was intentional, did that mean Bai Chuan himself was also among his targets? If so, that would be best. Bai Chuan didn't like other troubles, but he had to get involved in anything related to the trouble this face of his had caused. Meng Yu was silent for a few seconds, as if organizing her words. I'm not sure. This is also one of the greatest puzzles for the headquarters. Jinling is an ancient capital of 6 dynasties, a place where the kingly aura has gathered in history. From the perspectives of feng shui, earthly veins and historical origins, it does have its special qualities. But there is more than one such city in Daxia, Chang'an, Luoyang, Yanjing. Even some remote places with more legend seem more suitable for a gathering of this scale. Mysterious. The headquarters also conducted a restricted investigation of the development department, but no information has come in yet. The compartment fell silent. After a long while, Bai Chuan asked again, how much do you actually know about 002's strength? I mean specifically on the combat level. Meng Yu let out a soft sigh, as if this question was even more troubling for her. Specific combat level information. She weighed her words. Very little, almost none, you could say. Almost none. Bai Chuan looked at her. Yes. Meng Yu affirmed with confusion on her face. In the decade since 002 joined the Feijiao Bureau, he has spent most of his time in the laboratories and archives of the Human Potential Development Department, dedicated to researching and deciphering cursed objects and analyzing the power sources of mysterious entities. His records of intervention are few and far between, and almost none of them are combat. Meng Yu recalled the records in the archives. Even when some people in the Bureau openly provoked him, he chose to ignore them. Because of this behavior, rumors even circulated within the headquarters early on that 002 lacked combat capability, might not be good at fighting, or even cowardice. And then? Bai Chuan asked. Later the rumors naturally subsided. After all, the fact that he has survived safely for so long itself speaks volumes. But regarding his specific strength level, combat style, ability characteristics, the archives are indeed blank. Meng Yu admitted. The headquarters once tried to evaluate but lacked sufficient data support. So, Meng Yu's voice was serious, facing 002, we are almost facing an unknown. His purpose is unknown, his backing is unknown, and his true strength is also unknown. But he knows a lot about the Feijiao Bureau. He is not comparable to these newly promoted pillar gods of Tiankei like Xiang Jun. He is just like you. Meng Yu turned her head to remind him. The car just happened to stop in front of the gray building. That's why I'm getting involved. Bai Chuan pushed open the car door and said. If it weren't for this he wouldn't really want to get involved in such incidents. Especially since this 002 was likely as twisted as the owner of the diary. Others might not know but he did. The power of the owner of the diary, Bai Chuan had never seen anyone match it so far. This 002 had also lived for 1,000 years, was also active in history and equally mysterious. If it weren't to obtain some information and clarify matters about the owner of the diary, Bai Chuan wouldn't rashly contact such an entity. Xiang Jun was different, he could more or less predict Xiang Jun's strength, which could be said to be no threat. Even without Dong Jun's divine power, Bai Chuan estimated that he would be no worse than Xiang Jun. But this 002 Zhang Xianji was unpredictable, he might be in existence at the same level as the owner of the diary. In any case, be careful in everything. Go rest first, he'll call you if there's news. Meng Yu reminded him. The two got out of the car and returned to their respective rooms in the grey building. Bai Chuan closed the door, walked to the sofa and sat down, then raised his hand to rub his temples. The matter with Xiang Jun was temporarily over. Although it didn't achieve his initial expectation of learning the whereabouts of the owner of the diary, at least. He had obtained Dong Jun's divine power. Almost there, Bai Chuan muttered to himself, staring at the ceiling. He'll find you soon. Although Bai Chuan still didn't know much about the owner of the diary, he could feel that as those memory scenes increased, the speed of his strength improvement could only be described as terrifying. The stronger he became, the more things he could involve himself in investigating. For instance, this 002 incident. Jinling Airport late-night arrival gate. A tall man in a simple Zhongshan suit walked out. He held a freshly printed file still smelling of ink with the emblem of the Feijiao Bureau 0 base on it. The file cover was marked with Summary of Recent Abnormal Events in Jinling. Time early this morning. Location Jinling University Library. Event description: suspected Tian Case Glass mysterious entity appeared. This glass mysterious entity has now been captured. Handler Bai Chuan, Special Advisor of the East China Branch. Remarks: details of the battle unknown. The man's fingers tapped lightly on this line of record, then he closed the file. He looked up at the dazzling night lights of Jinling City, and in his eyes, which faintly showed an amber hue under the lights, no emotion could be seen. This name. Why does it sound so familiar? The man touched his chin. He was sure he didn't know this special advisor from the East China region. But strangely the name was somewhat familiar. Shaking his head, the man stopped thinking about it and turned to look at the materials in his hand. All regions are really full of talent now. These people, when brought to the headquarters, can add a few more pillar lords. All regions are really full of talent now. These people, when brought to the headquarters, can add a few more pillar lords. The man closed the file and strode without lingering toward the black sedan awaiting him outside the airport. Through the car window the nightscape of Jinling sped past in a blur. Leaning back in the rear seat, he picked up a tablet and opened another electronic dossier. It contained the list of all participants in the joint operation for Incident 002, updated in real time. His eyes swept across the dossier and he furrowed his brow slightly. The name Bai Chuan reappeared before him, and several key terms from the brief record he had just read flashed through his mind. University Library, Tianke S-Class, already captured, Bai Chuan. The enigma of an S-Class entity, especially one belonging to Tianke, was far from trivial. Capture and elimination were two entirely different concepts. The latter might be achieved through sheer force, while the former demanded far more precise control and suppression. This special consultant named Bai Chuan, he had reviewed the file, was a newcomer. To accomplish such a feat as a rookie was highly concerning. What's the background of this, Bai Chuan? The man asked the driver. A newbie from East China, I think. Not much else I know. Since the General Bureau granted autonomy to the regions, all sorts of peculiar newcomers have been popping up. Nothing unusual, the driver replied without turning his head. Speaking of which, the regions aren't as strong as they used to be. A pillar of the state like you might not even rank in the top 3 among the 7 regions. Then I can retire early, the man in the back seat said, tossing the tablet aside with a curl of his lips. In the dead of night a soft knock came at Bai Chuan's door. When he opened it, Meng Yu stood outside holding a freshly printed document. The action roster and preliminary plan are confirmed. You need to see this. Also, the pillar of the state from the General Bureau has arrived just off the plane. Bai Chuan stepped aside to let her in and closed the door. Pillar of the state. It means pillar of the nation. He's the strategic deterrent force of the General Bureau. All members of the Tianshu Strategic Emergency Response Team hold that rank. They handle threats above S-Class. Meng Yu handed the file to Bai Chuan. The one coming this time is Lu Jing, codename Mountain Stabilizer. Bai Chuan accepted the file and scanned the list of participants. Besides himself and Lu Jing there were 4 names from other regions, each marked as special recruit, just like him. Lu Jing. Bai Chuan murmured the name. It sounded unfamiliar. Was this man even human? Meng Yu seemed to read his thoughts and continued, he is human in his 40s. Remember the other path I mentioned? He is one who walked that path. He consumed a malignant entity and survived, gaining an immeasurable power. But the cost of using that power is too great. Normally he doesn't take on missions. Cost? Bai Chuan asked in confusion. Did consuming a malignant entity to gain abilities come with a cost? Not for him, it just took a little energy. Yes. According to records, in his early years to counter a city-destroying crisis he was forced in a desperate situation to devour a very special S-class malignant entity core whose nature was close to rule itself. At that time he was just an S-class senior investigator. That time he miraculously survived and acquired the entity's ability to partially distort rules. He can activate it by paying a tremendous cost, pain, loss of lifespan, permanent stripping and contamination of memory fragments, dilution of presence. And so on. Within a certain range he can forcibly define or briefly distort a simple rule, even speaking it into reality. Meng Yu explained further. Compared to the mysterious entities, the Fei Jiao Bureau's records on human abilities were far more detailed. Forcible definition, brief distortion. Bai Chuan narrowed his eyes. This sounded more like a god than those Tianke beings. For example, he could define sound cannot propagate within this area, causing sound to lose its ability to travel within 100 meters around him. Or distort a rule within a certain range, such as the injury I suffer is likewise inflicted upon the attacker, so whoever harms him would suffer the same wound. Bai Chuan looked up at Meng Yu. This was beyond unfair. He had seen many strange abilities, but Lu Jing's was simply overpowered. And how did Lu Jing manage to devour a malignant entity with such power? His range is limited to about 100 meters around him. If someone attacks from beyond that, his ability is almost useless. Meng Yu added after a pause, but that's only what the files say. The actual situation might differ. Moreover, each time he activates his ability its strength depends on the cost paid. The costs range from physical pain as the lowest to memory and cognition, emotion and humanity, presence, conceptual definition and the essence of existence. Bai Chuan understood Meng Yu's meaning. Lu Jing's ability costs were divided into 6 levels. Physical pain was the lowest, the second level was memory and cognition. In other words, if he were to pay the cost of erasing his own essence of existence, he could unleash a rule-based power that no one could predict. Theoretically, yes. In fact, all recorded uses of his ability have only reached the second level, memory and cognition. No records exist for higher levels. Meng Yu nodded. So is he the one in command of this operation? Bai Chuan asked. If this man interfered with the operation, even micromanaged it, would disrupt his own plans. Meng Yu nodded and shook her head. He is responsible for overall command and risk control, but for specific actions you and the other special operatives from other regions will have considerable autonomy. The General Bureau is well aware of the situation in each region. People like you are no secret in any region. Lu Jing is here mainly to oversee and prevent the situation from escalating beyond control. He will set the bottom line and general direction. As for how to achieve the goal, as long as you don't cross the line, you can execute it in your own way. She looked at Bai Chuan and added, Lu Jing is the ultimate insurance. Bai Chuan nodded. He felt the Fei Jiao Bureau was quite reasonable in this regard. Internally they had flexible strategies for utilizing and controlling different powers. Lu Jing represented absolute order and the bottom line, while they, these, special existences, walked the gray zone. If they went out of control, Lu Jing would naturally handle it. Do you know anything about the other 4 on the list? Bai Chuan looked at the other 4 names on the document. No, just as other regions don't know about you, I have no information on these people either. Meng Yu shrugged helplessly. Anyway, the preliminary action plan is to find the places in Jinling where the mysteries converge. Lu Jing should add you 5 to the operation group chat tomorrow morning. Bai Chuan nodded. He had only asked out of curiosity. He walked to the window and gazed at the tranquil night outside. Lu Jing, Mountain Stabilizer. A pillar of the state who traded pain and existence itself for power to protect order. Zhang Xianji, a being who had lived for 1800 years with unknown intentions, summoning 100 ghosts as Incident 002. And then there was himself, Zero. This gathering about to unfold in Jinling, how many secrets of the diary's owner would it unveil? The sky outside the window in the silence gradually transitioned toward dawn. Meng Yu returned to her own room while Bai Chuan sat by the window unable to fall asleep for a long time. Early morning. A soft ding sounded from the internal communicator he had casually placed on the sofa. Bai Chuan turned around and picked up the black phone. The screen was lit showing a new encrypted group invitation. The group name was simply 02 Jinling and the initiator ID was Jinyu. Pretty fast, Bai Chuan said as he tapped accept. The group currently had only 2 members, himself and that Jinyu. A few seconds later another ID joined, Zhongli. Next came a Luo. Then a dim avatar whose pattern was barely discernible with the ID Xiaoying. Finally an avatar with a simple sketch of Cyan Wing's lit up ID Qing Wan. 5 people all present. The group fell into silence as if all 5 were watching from behind their screens, none wanting to speak first. After about 2 minutes. Zhenyue, everyone here. Qing Luan, 1. Zhongli, I'm in. Jinling just got off the plane. What's next? Zhenyue, oh no rush. Zhongli. Zhenyue, haven't figured it out yet. Why don't you guys handle it? Zhenyue, I'm going to sleep for a bit. Bai Chuan stared at the screen. This pillar of the state. Indeed, as Meng Yu had said, he was here to hold the fort, and he did so quite casually. Zhongli seemed a bit speechless but remained restrained. Zhongli from the North China Bureau assisting with Jinling affairs. I hope for smooth cooperation with everyone. A Luo sent a simple sketched, smiling flower, emoji. Xiaoying remained completely still, even their avatar was gray. Zhenyue, I have no demands. Everyone knows their own situation. There's no need for meetings. The goal is just one, find 002. How you find it, what methods you use, it's up to you. I just want results. Also don't cross the line. With that, Lu Jing turned off his phone and actually went back to sleep. This was not his first time cooperating with these specially recruited mystics, he knew their temperaments well. Moreover, the mission targets were all mystics involving no humans, so Lu Jing chose to simply let go. The group was silent for about a minute. Zhongli. Since Lord Lu has made his intentions clear, let us each act separately using our own expertise to investigate the whereabouts of 002 and the details of this gathering. If any discoveries are made, be sure to sync them in the group before discussing the next move. A Luo sent a nodding emoji. Xiaoying remained silent but their avatar lit up. Qing Luan agreed. Zhongli ed Bai Chuan, Sir Bai Chuan, this is the East China jurisdiction with favorable geography and human resources. If coordination of local resources or investigation of certain sensitive areas becomes necessary, I'm afraid you'll need to take the lead. Bai Chuan looked at his phone. This Zhongli's way of speaking felt a bit off. Was he also someone who had lived for who knows how many years? Bai Chuan, 1. Then he tossed the phone aside, walked to the sofa and lay down, imitating Lu Jing's manner as he closed his eyes. Actively going out to search like looking for a needle in a haystack would be too inefficient. Since Lu Jing dared to let go, it meant that at least one of the 4, Zhongli and the others, had some capability in this regard. So he was happy to wait for ready-made information. As for Zhongli's mention of coordinating resources, Bai Chuan curled his lips. Meng Yu hadn't even brought it up, likely tacitly approving this free action mode. Time passed little by little. There was no more movement in the group. The 4 had clearly begun their own operations. After an unknown period, the sun slanted westward, approaching evening. The phone he had tossed aside suddenly vibrated repeatedly. Bai Chuan opened his eyes and picked up the phone. The group had over a dozen new messages. A Luo, western suburbs, abandoned warehouse area of the old machine tool factory. Something is gathering there, 7 or more. Attached was a somewhat blurry distant photo showing a desolate factory area under the twilight sky with several warehouse silhouettes lying still. But upon closer inspection, the air at the entrance of one particular warehouse displayed a slight abnormal distortion. Zhongli, preliminary verification confirms abnormal energy residue in that area matching a Luo's description. It can serve as an initial contact point. Suggest gathering. Everyone. Qing Luan, arriving at the perimeter in 15 minutes. Confirmed no signs of large-scale human activity. Xiaoying sent a precise coordinate location, which was a specific warehouse number in that factory area. Zhongli, you are the closest. Coming. Bai Chuan glanced at the heavy twilight outside the window and typed. Bai Chuan, 10 minutes. He stood up, put on his jacket and walked straight out the door. Without driving, his figure melted into the thickening night, heading toward the western suburbs. Almost at the same moment Bai Chuan left his residence in the downtown hotel. Lu Zheng, who was supposed to be sleeping, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of his suite slowly sipping the tea that had already gone cold. He held the internal communicator in his left hand, his thumb scrolling through the group chat records on the screen while the index finger of his right hand unconsciously pressed lightly against his right temple. Western Suburbs Old Machine Tool Factory. Decent efficiency, he muttered to himself, his face expressionless except for a faint glimmer that flashed in his deep eyes as if rapidly processing a vast amount of information. He set down the teacup and turned to walk out of the room. He didn't notify anyone, nor did he call a car. With his hands in the pockets of his Zhongshan suit like an ordinary middle-aged man out for a walk after dinner, he sauntered into the elevator. His direction roughly was also westward. He was certainly not going to command. Lu Zheng just wanted to take a look at those specially recruited personnel whose files in the headquarters were vague, to see what they were really made of and what methods they used. Especially that newcomer Bai Chuan, who had beaten Xiang Jun to the brink of death in such a short time. What was his actual combat style? In just one night Lu Zheng had already figured out the detailed situation at the Jinling University Library. The night grew deeper, lights across the city gradually lit up, adorning Jinling in a brilliant tapestry. In the forgotten abandoned factory area of the western suburbs, darkness arrived earlier than elsewhere. Several figures moving fast or slow, bright or dim, were advancing from different directions toward the same coordinate. Bai Chuan was the first to arrive at the perimeter. He did not immediately approach the warehouse Luo had mentioned. Instead he stopped on the third floor of an abandoned office building at the edge of the factory area, peering from afar through the broken windows. 2 minutes later another light and agile figure landed on the top of a nearby water tower as if weightless. It was Luo. She gave a slight nod toward Bai Chuan's direction, and the bone bracelet on her wrist clinked softly, emitting a barely audible crisp sound. Immediately after, a cool cyan streak of light swept across the night sky, landing precisely on the edge of a factory roof opposite the warehouse. Qing Luan stood with her arms crossed, the night wind rustling her clothes. Zhong Li's figure appeared near the dilapidated gate that was the only vehicle-accessible entrance to the factory area. He was still in his suit, walking at an unhurried pace. Xiao Ying. No one saw where he was, but Bai Chuan could sense an extremely faint icy aura almost completely merged with the environmental shadows that had silently adhered to the side wall of the target warehouse. The 5 individuals, each in their own way, converged together. The warehouse was dark. 7 people were scattered around, keeping a good distance from each other. After a while one of them spoke. Zhang Xianji dug us old coffins out of the graves just to gather in Jinling and drink the wind. We're all here, but he's gone. If you don't want to wait, you can leave. They all fell silent, unaware that outsiders had arrived. Outside the warehouse, Bai Chuan and his companions made their move. Aluo shook the bone chain on his wrist, moved his lips toward the warehouse, and then several dark things suddenly shot out from beside one person's feet inside the warehouse, instantly wrapping around his legs. The man let out a suppressed muffled roar and collapsed. A woman squatting in the corner jumped up in shock, but the ground beneath her feet cracked open violently and the same dark things emerged to entangle her. Zhongli took out several talismans from his bosom, pointed them at the warehouse and whispered one word: suppress. Inside the warehouse those who had been entangled by Aluo's vines suddenly stopped moving and gradually lost their breath. It was only then that the people inside the warehouse reacted. A tall thin man was the quickest to respond and immediately dashed toward the exit. The moment he moved, Qinghuan, who was on the roof of the opposite factory building, pointed a finger at him. A fist-sized hole appeared out of nowhere in the tall thin man's chest. He looked down at his chest, made no sound, and fell straight backward, hitting the ground with a dull thud. Almost simultaneously a fat man who was about to dodge behind a pillar stopped in his tracks. The shadow beside him suddenly twisted and stretched into a thin black blade which swept across his neck. The fat man stiffened, then began to crumble from the cut point like a sand pile. In 2 or 3 seconds he was completely gone, leaving only a trace of ash. Bai Chuan looked at the side wall of the warehouse. Xiao Ying's aura was still there, barely perceptible. In just a few moves out of the 7 mystics in the warehouse, 2 had been burned by the black vines, leaving 3. Is it my turn? Bai Chuan muttered to himself, hesitated for a moment, then leaped down from the 3rd floor, took 2 steps in the air and landed in front of the warehouse door, standing a few meters away from Zhong. The last 3 people in the warehouse were already panicked. 2 of them tried to jump out of a side window. Bai Chuan glanced at them and made a grasping motion in the air. Puff! A soft sound and a burst of flame rose, instantly incinerating them. 2 people were burned to nothing in an instant. Inside the warehouse only a man in a suit with a green-gray wrist remained. Bai Chuan glanced at him. Deep in his right eye a flicker of molten gold brightened. A cluster of blazing, blinding golden flame exploded on the suited man. The man let out a miserable scream, rolled his eyes back, and was barely alive, lying on the ground gasping. Of the 7 mystics, only the half-dead suited man burned by the golden flame was twitching weakly. On the water tower, Aluo lowered his hand, flickered into the warehouse, and stared at Bai Chuan with pursed lips and a stern gaze. On the factory roof, Qinghuan put down her folded arms and fixed her eyes on Bai Chuan's right eye. By the door, Zhongli silently put the talismans back into his bosom and adjusted his glasses. His gaze behind the lenses moved over Bai Chuan's right eye, an arm finally settling on Bai Chuan's profile, pausing for a few seconds. Xiao Ying's figure emerged from the shadows. The 5 of them had officially met. Not dead yet. Who's going to question him? Bai Chuan shrugged under the 4 gazes. I'll do it. Zhongli withdrew his gaze and walked toward the dying suited man. Outside the warehouse, Lu Zheng leaned against the crooked tree, holding half a cigarette with a length of ash falling. He squinted at the warehouse. The 7 mystics were all a level, and the strongest was vaguely approaching lowest level, but before he could activate his ability he was burned to ashes by Bai Chuan. Ah, Lu Zheng squeezed out from his throat, the combat power in each district is really terrifying now. Especially this Bai Chuan, a mystic almost reaching lowest level, instantly burned to death by that kind of flame. He stubbed out the cigarette and put his hands back into the pockets of his Zhongshan suit. These guys are all fiercer than the last. Despite saying that, he leaned against the tree without moving. Those eyes withdrew from Bai Chuan and fell on his own shoes, lost in thought. After a few breaths he turned and left, his pace neither fast nor slow, just like when he came. He hummed a tune under his breath, hummed twice, then stopped. He pulled his hand out of his pocket and rubbed the back of his head, not much hair, just a thin layer of scalp. These precious gems in each district now are more terrifying than the last. This job is getting harder and harder to handle. Zhongli knelt beside the man in the suit, pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the soot and blood smeared across his mouth and nose, allowing him to breathe freely. Moonlight slanted through the broken window, catching the gold-rimmed glasses of Zhongli, obscuring his gaze. Did Zhang Xianji send you? Zhongli spoke, his voice steady and unreadable. The man in the suit let out a raspy wheezing sound, his ankle still twitching faintly from the scorching flame. He struggled to turn his eyes toward Zhongli, then cast a terrified glance at Bai Chuan, who stood with arms crossed in the distance, his lips trembling as he nodded. He called and you came? Zhongli asked. So obedient. The man's face twisted with pain or something else, and he croaked, Not obeying. How could we not? He can find us anytime, every single one. He can find you, so you come. Zhongli adjusted his glasses. There must be those who didn't want to come. There were those who didn't want to come. The man gasped, faltering, But I heard those few were coming. So we. The warehouse fell silent for a moment. Even Aluo, who was using a bitter-smelling powder to clean the mess on the floor, paused slightly in her movements. Xiaoying pressed against the wall, and the shadows, almost blending into the darkness, seemed to tilt her head slightly in their direction. Which ones? Zhongli asked, his voice still steady. A mixture of fear and twisted reverence flickered across the man's face. He swallowed with effort, his Adam's apple bobbing, bringing up more frothy blood. In your bureau's terms. That would be no. 009 no. 008. Clang. Aluo looked up at Zhongli, then quickly glanced at Bai Chuan and Qinghuan, her serene face showing clear gravity for the first time. Zhongli paused in his action of wiping his glasses, then slowly put them back on. Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow. For him, a few more wouldn't be a bad thing. The more people who recognized his face or the face of the diary's owner, the better. 1 no. 002 to question, adding no. 008 and no. 009 just meant a few more questions. Zhongli was silent for a few seconds, as if digesting the information, then continued, They came, so you followed. Why? Benefits. A glint of almost greedy light flickered in the man's eyes, but soon replaced by pain. Those who attended all got a share of benefits, Zhang Xianji promised. If those 2 made the move, the benefits must be real. What benefits? Zhongli pressed. The man's eyes flickered, his voice dropping even lower. Not sure exactly. Zhongli didn't pursue the specifics of the benefits, but instead asked, Zhang Xianji or no? 002 invited you all to Jinling. What was the exact location? How to contact? Purple Mountain, the man panted. Just said Purple Mountain. Did you get to Purple Mountain? We did. Did you meet no? 002 or no? 008 no. 009. Zhongli's questions came one after another, his tone steady but suffocating. A look of bewilderment and a hint of frustration spread across the man's face. No. No, we searched all over that mountain and found nothing like he stood us up. No one was sure what to do, but no one wanted to leave. So we thought we'd figure it out together. Zhongli stopped questioning. He stood up, pulled out the small notebook and pen from his pocket, jotted down a few quick notes by the moonlight, then turned to the other four. The situation is more complicated than expected. Zhongli spoke, his voice clear in the empty warehouse. This gathering initiated by No. 002 might not only be far larger than we anticipated but also involves No. 008 and No. 009. For now it seems they aren't fully prepared yet, or the meeting place is so peculiar that even these early arrivals can't find the way. Qing Luan's cool voice rang out. More targets multiplied risks. I recall that among all the mysteries recorded in the General Bureau, a few are notoriously difficult. If they have also accepted No. 002's invitation, the few of us might not be enough. From the shadows where Xiaoying stood, a brief gender-ambiguous voice came. You mean No. 0 and No. 1. According to the Bureau's intelligence, Zhang Xianji invited all recorded mysteries including those two. Qing Luan nodded. Bai Chuan listened on the sidelines, not interrupting. Xiaoying was half right, No. 0 was indeed right here. Zhongli tapped his finger lightly on the notebook as if weighing his words. If those two really came as well. Zhongli's voice turned heavier than before. Then. This matter is indeed beyond what the few of us can handle. He paused as if recalling some unpleasant memory. Years ago, due to an old case involving the dragon vein of a former dynasty, I went to the deep archives of the General Bureau. The file on No. 0. He shook his head. I didn't have clearance then, but because the file on No. 1 was related to the case, I applied for limited access. Everyone's eyes, including Bai Chuan's, fell on Zhongli. Even Aluo stopped her cleaning, listening intently. The registered name of No. 1. He slowly uttered 3 words, Zhang Daoling. Almost the moment Zhongli finished speaking, Bai Chuan instinctively looked up at him. Bai Chuan stared at Zhongli as if confirming he hadn't misheard. Not that his reaction was unwarranted. The name Zhang Daoling was known to nearly everyone. The founder of the Way of the Celestial Masters, the Patriarch of Longhu Mountain, a man who had covenanted with gods and spirits. Was this Patriarch the No. 1 in the Bureau's files? A being among the mysteriously kindred. From the name alone you know No. 1 is no pushover, let alone No. 0. Let's report this to the higher-ups first and see what that pillar of state has to say. Zhongli shook his head with a sigh. This task had turned out far more troublesome than he initially thought. So should we go to Zijin Mountain to have a look? Since we found it, we must go and see. King Luan's cool voice sounded. Zhongli pondered for a few moments, then slowly shook his head. The message has been sent out. Let's wait for the pillar of the state's reply before making any plans. Besides, I feel something is off. This 002 is too casual, and the process of our discovery is also suspiciously smooth. Either he doesn't care whether we stop him, or he deliberately wants me to go. Indeed, it's strange. I agree to wait for the pillar of the state's reply before acting. Aluo nodded gently. Then let's wait. Qinghuan did not insist. Silence fell within the warehouse. Bai Chuan walked to the warehouse entrance, his back to the others, offering no opinion. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Zhongli's communicator buzzed. On the screen, Lu Zheng's reply was somewhat unexpected. Alright, got it. Do whatever you want, use any means, just one rule, don't disturb the public, don't cross the line. The rest is up to you. Lu Zheng's reply offered no suggestions, nor did it mention the speculation about number 1 Zhang Daoling. His attitude remained as indifferent as ever. As if he was not at all concerned about the arrival of number 1 and number 0. Zhongli turned the screen toward the other 4, letting them see the reply. What is this guy here for? Vacation? Or is there a second line above so he doesn't care about our actions? Bai Chuan turned around and caught a glimpse of the text. The corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. He had now experienced the style of this pillar of the state, perhaps it was the absolute confidence brought by his power. Zhongli put away his communicator and spoke slowly, the pillar of the state's instructions are clear. Then before heading to Zijin Mountain, it's best for everyone to have a basic understanding of each other to facilitate coordination. He paused, then continued, since I proposed it, it'll start. Zhongli adjusted his glasses. Zhongli currently attached to the North China branch serving as a special advisor. He glanced at Baichuan and continued, 12 years ago I came into contact with the branch due to a special incident and later joined after assessment. My ability. He paused briefly, tends toward binding suppression and field control. According to the Bureau's internal rating standards my comprehensive assessment is upper rank. He emphasized slightly, half-step. Beyond rank. Zhongli's voice fell and his gaze naturally shifted to Qinghuan beside him. Qinghuan lowered her crossed arms. Qinghuan Special Investigator of the South China Branch. Ability Azure Flame. Rating rank. After Qinghuan everyone's eyes turned to the conspicuously dark shadowy area. After a brief silence the shadow produced that distinctive gender-ambiguous voice, Xiaoying Northwest Branch S. Next was Aluo. She met everyone's gaze and smiled serenely. Aluo from the Southwest Branch, a nominal advisor. My ability is related to ancient spiritual traditions of mountains, forests and plants. I can communicate with and catalyze specific flora. As for rating, the Bureau also gave me upper rank. The four had finished their introductions. A moment of silence fell over the warehouse. 4 pairs of eyes filled with curiosity simultaneously fixed on the figure standing at the warehouse entrance with his back to them. Baichuan, seeing the 4 looking at him, thought I didn't know this was part of the deal. Baichuan East China Branch. New Special Advisor. My ability. He paused, quite miscellaneous, 5 eyes and a pair of hands. Last rating mid-rank. Last time under Zhao Heng's examination he was indeed mid-rank. Lu Li narrowed his eyes, glanced at the suited man on the ground, then looked back at Baichuan. That didn't seem like something a mid-rank could do. And what did he mean by 5 eyes and a pair of hands? Now that we have a basic understanding, let's deal with this and then head to Zijin Mountain. Zhongli withdrew his gaze, his tone returning to businesslike calm. The others skillfully erased all traces at the scene. Baichuan did not participate in the cleanup, he just watched quietly, he didn't know how. In less than 3 minutes every trace in the warehouse was eliminated. Zhongli wasted no more words. He stepped out of the warehouse first, his figure swiftly merging into the dense night outside. Qinghuan moved like a shadow, following closely, leaving only a faint afterimage with her incredible speed. Aluo nodded slightly toward Baichuan and Xiaoying, then followed with light swift steps. Though she appeared unhurried, she always kept pace with the 2 ahead. The shadow belonging to Xiaoying flowed out of the gate like ink dropped into water, disappearing into the darkness without a trace. Baichuan was the last. He stood on the threshold, took one final look at the now normal abandoned space, then turned, stepped out and left the warehouse. The 5 left the abandoned factory area, speeding northeast towards Zijin Mountain. Their speed far exceeded that of ordinary people, even surpassing the limits of conventional vehicles over complex terrain. Zijin Mountain. Baichuan gazed at the massive deep mountain silhouette under the night sky. This was his second visit. Lost in thought he got out of the car and walked with the other 4 to the foot of the mountain. They did not take the usual hiking trails but instead cut in from a rarely visited side, disappearing into the dense forest. Zhongli looked around at the heavy darkness and said in a low voice, Zijin Mountain is too vast with complex terrain and deep historical accumulation. The hidden anomalies might be more than one. If the 5 of us stick together our search efficiency will be too low. Let's split up. From the shadows came Xiaoying's barely audible Baichuan had no objection either. Splitting up suited him, he was not used to cooperating with others. Alright, let's do it. Take care everyone. Zhongli said no more. He chose a direction and with a flicker he vanished into the depths of the woods, his aura quickly fading as if he had become one with the mountain and trees. Qinghuan chose another direction. With a light tap of her toes she soared like a streak of azure light over the treetops, disappearing into the distance. The others each went their own way. Baichuan took the last direction closest to the regular hiking area. As he walked, Baichuan pondered. Zhongli's suspicion was not unfounded. This time 002 Zhang Xianzi's actions were indeed unusually casual and open. If he truly wanted to plot some grand secret he would never be so blatant, practically wearing him, going to cause trouble on his face as if afraid the Bureau wouldn't find out. This defied common sense. Unless he was confident that even if the Bureau knew they couldn't stop him or wouldn't have time to stop him. Number 1 is Zhang Daoling. Who is this 002? Baichuan muttered to himself. He hadn't forgotten that Meng Yu had said Zhang Xianji was not 002's real name. Time passed slowly in the silent search. In Baichuan's direction he found nothing. Just as he thought the search might yield no substantial results, his communicator buzzed lightly. He picked it up and saw a message from Xiaoying in the group chat, still maddeningly concise. Northeast Deep Valley Anomaly. Below the message was an attached photo. The photo showed a valley floor hidden beneath dense trees. The most striking feature was an unnatural hole in the rock face of the mountain about 1 meter in diameter, dark and deep, leading to an unknown place. Received. On my way. Zhongli replied almost instantly. Approaching. Qinghuan responded. I'm a bit far. I'll try to get there. Aluo also replied. Baichuan checked the coordinates. He put away his communicator, and with a flicker his body seemed to defy gravity, transforming into a near-invisible blur that shot toward the coordinates Xiaoying had given. In less than 10 minutes Baichuan had reached the area near Xiaoying's coordinates. Apart from him, the others had also arrived in their own ways, silently converging from different directions. They stopped outside, not rushing into the eerie valley floor. The valley was dead silent. After a long while with no anomalies, Zhongli was the first to step out from his hiding spot and walk straight to the valley floor. Baichuan also jumped down from the branch he had been perched on. The five gathered silently at the bottom of the valley. They stared at the hole for a long time. This thing feels strange, like a sieve. Xiaoying's low raspy voice spoke for the first time, still brief. I've seen something similar during a mission before. There might be a dimensional space behind the hole. I'm not sure, just that I've seen something similar. Zhongli immediately understood. You mean this hole is screening who enters? Xiaoying nodded. Zhongli turned his gaze back to the deep hole, musing, if this is one of 002's rendezvous points, then the screening mechanism might be that only mystics can pass. If you're not a mystic you can't enter? Aluo asked softly. Most likely. Zhongli said slowly, his gaze sharp behind his glasses. Enter or not? Qinghuan asked directly. The question hung in the air with no answer. Only Baichuan took a step forward. Then stripes appeared on his hands. He stomped on the ground, sending gravel flying, and launched himself straight toward the black hole. Baichuan transformed into a dark arrow, darting into the circular opening and vanishing. Zhongli and the others exchanged glances, somewhat resigned, but no longer hesitated, barking, follow. The four moved together, entering the opening after Baichuan. Once inside, their vision dimmed, and for a fleeting moment they lost consciousness. When their sight returned, they stood on a crude yellow earth road. Their bodies tensed instantly, alertly scanning the surroundings. They were in a place resembling an ancient village. Scattered around them were about a dozen others, all exuding the same aura as the four of them. All were mysterious beings. The sudden appearance of Zhongli's group immediately drew the attention of the crowd. Several cold, probing gazes swept over them, lingering for a moment. Sensing that the four also bore auras beyond ordinary mortals, the scrutiny in those eyes eased slightly. Clearly all who entered were temporarily regarded as kindred spirits, yet mutual trust was non-existent. Zhongli swiftly scanned the area. This must be the gathering point. Xiaoying was right, there is a space behind the opening. Seems like they haven't seen 002 either. Something's off. Baichuan is missing. Qingluan's cool voice cut through. He hadn't been observing the other mysterious beings, instead he noticed their team was short one person. Zhongli's face darkened as he scanned the vicinity, but nowhere did he spot Baichuan. What happened? Isn't he a mysterious? Aluo asked softly. Not sure. Zhongli shook his head. They had formed a temporary team and none knew each other's secrets. If perhaps Baichuan was not a mysterious after all. Let's split up and search, but don't stray too far. Zhongli paused, then continued, he might have been transported elsewhere. The four immediately began a swift search near the village entrance, staying within sight of one another. Meanwhile, Baichuan was experiencing a vastly different situation. The moment he plunged into the black opening, it felt like crashing into a sphere of water. No matter how hard he pressed forward, he could not reach the exit. The path ahead seemed endless. After an unknown amount of time, Baichuan stopped and looked back. The way behind was also an abyss of impenetrable darkness. What's this? Baichuan frowned. He tried surging ahead again, accelerating until his form was like lightning. Yet no matter how fast he went, the darkness stretched on as if it would never end. He attempted to retreat. Surprisingly, moving backwards seemed unaffected by the infinite extension. In just a few breaths, light flashed before his eyes and he was ejected from the opening. The hollow was empty, with only him standing alone. Baichuan remained still, staring at the opening, then down at his hands. The markings on them were slowly fading. That Xiaoying might have been right. He murmured. He had failed the selection. If the selection was for mysterious beings, then he truly could not pass. Baichuan felt a mix of frustration and relief. At least this thing acknowledged him as human. But humans, it seemed, were not allowed entry. Did 002 set this up? For what purpose? Bai Chuan studied the opening. 002 had deliberately placed a threshold. Was it to keep humans out or to prevent humans from glimpsing something? He stared at the opening for a long time, then closed his eyes. When he opened them again, Guishu and Yanggu appeared simultaneously. He couldn't walk in. Then he would fight his way in. The moment the thought settled, the Yanggu I manifested. The Dongjun divine power awakened within Bai Chuan. Hum. A faint golden ripple spread from him, shattering the ground's debris into dust wherever it passed. The ashen-white markings on his arms transformed into a dark gold. Bai Chuan stepped back half a pace with his right foot, sinking his waist slightly and drawing his right fist to his ribs. The markings on his arm blazed with radiance, and golden-red flames spontaneously emerged on the surface of his fist, radiating terrifying heat. Let's see how many punches you can take. First punch. Bai Chuan launched his fist, hurling it toward the black opening on the cliff face 10 meters away. Boom. Bai Chuan's fist power transformed into a golden-red pillar of fire, striking the opening with unstoppable force. Where the fire pillar passed, the ground was gouged into a scorched trench. The enormous explosion reverberated across the entire Ziji mountain. Countless boulders burst outward, smashing into the surroundings. The entire hollow trembled violently under the punch, dust soaring into the sky, forming a small mushroom cloud. As the dust began to settle, Bai Chuan's gaze fixed on the opening. The hollow was shattered by Bai Chuan's punch, but the deep black circular opening remained perfectly intact. Interesting. Bai Chuan's eyes blazed with molten gold. He took a step forward, the ground cracking beneath him, and his entire body launched like a cannonball, slamming down another fist. Thud. This time the sound was even more intense than the previous punch, sending ripples through space itself. Yet the black opening showed no damage at all. Bai Chuan looked up, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Tough one. He took a deep breath. In the past he might have given up, but since the library he had fully mastered the Dongjun divine power. If fists won't work, let's see if you can withstand the sun. The moment the words left his mouth, he suddenly flung his arms wide. Boom. Radiance burst from his body, blurring his form in the light. Then a blinding sun materialized above the hollow. Dongjun divine power incarnating as the great sun. The moment the sun appeared, the entire sky over Jinling City was illuminated. Night turned into day in an instant. Countless sleeping citizens were startled awake, staring out their windows in terror. What the is happening? What's going on? Is it dawn? I just got off work. Meanwhile, in a hotel within Jinling City, Lu Zheng, who had been leisurely sipping tea, abruptly halted his movement. He turned to look out the window and saw the sun that illuminated the entire city. Dongjun. Lu Zheng's voice carried a hint of doubt. Are people from Tianke here too? No, Dongjun went missing. He stared at the sun that seemed about to incinerate everything, a foreboding rising in his heart. Whoever it is with that kind of power, are they about to demolish Zijin Mountain? He could no longer remain seated. He leaped up and rushed outside. At that very moment, inside that strange space. Rumble. The entire space began to convulse violently as Bai Chuan transformed into the sun. What's happening? Is the space collapsing? The mysterious beings lost their previous composure, terror creeping onto their faces. Zhongli and his group were also startled by the sudden upheaval. What's going on? Did Lu Zhuguo attack? Aluo's face paled as he exclaimed. Just as terror gripped everyone, a phantom talisman materialized in the void above the space. Beneath it a figure stood in midair, clad in a cyan Daoist robe. Is that Zhang Xianji? Lu Li gazed at the silhouette in the sky, his expression solemn. They had all reviewed Zhang Xianzi's file, and this 002 had never concealed his appearance, so he was recognized at once. In the sky, Zhang Xianzi's gaze did not fall upon any of the mysteries below. He tilted his head slightly, his vision piercing through the spatial barrier to look at the great sun outside. Under the watchful eyes of the many mysteries, he raised his right hand, index and middle fingers together, tracing a talisman in the void before him. The moment the rune appeared, it vanished into the air, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, outside above the mountain hollow, Bai Chuan, transformed into a great sun, was about to crash into the cave entrance. Before the black opening, a point of light flared and expanded instantly as a talisman materialized, blocking Bai Chuan's path. At the same time, Zhang Xianzi's voice echoed in Bai Chuan's ear. When did you get involved in such matters? Bai Chuan halted his movement and looked at the talisman. Seeing no response from Bai Chuan, Zhang Xianji continued, What, don't you recognize me? I thought you had died long ago. Never expected to see you again. This is not the place for conversation. Shall we talk elsewhere? As Zhang Xianzi's words fell, the talisman blocking the cave entrance shimmered faintly and a bridge of light extended from within, spreading to Bai Chuan's feet. Bai Chuan dispersed the blazing flames around him. He had come precisely to force Zhang Xianji to reveal himself. Glancing at the bridge of light beneath his feet, he stepped onto it. With that, Bai Chuan's figure faded along with the bridge of light vanishing from sight. The mountain hollow fell silent once more. But in the city of Jinling outside, chaos had already erupted. Though the sun that had turned night into day had disappeared, the shock and panic it left behind spread like a tide. Social media platforms were instantly flooded with keywords such as Zijin Mountain Daylight and Little Sun. Blurry videos and photos circulated wildly. Holy crap! I saw it with my own eyes. Suddenly it lit up near Zijin Mountain, just like daytime. It's definitely not a natural phenomenon. My dog went completely crazy. Is it some secret weapon test? Is the apocalypse coming? In the streets, awakened citizens gathered in groups discussing heatedly. The duty phones of various management departments were instantly flooded with calls. On the summit of Zijin Mountain, a flash of yellow light appeared and two figures materialized out of thin air. Bai Chuan and Zhang Xianji stood facing each other. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xianji spoke first. You. What do you intend to do? Why have you suddenly meddled in such affairs? It is you who should be asked the same, Bai Chuan countered. Me? I am merely doing what I must do, Zhang Xianji said. You seem to remember nothing. He could see the unfamiliarity in Bai Chuan's eyes. It was not feigned. Bai Chuan met his gaze, neither confirming nor denying. He stared at the 002 before him, having many questions to ask yet at a loss as to where to begin. Instead it was the 002 who spoke first. Zhang Xianji, you can also call me Zhang Jiao as you used to. Bai Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He had never heard of the name Zhang Xianji, but he had heard of Zhang Jiao countless times, the renowned founder of the Way of Great Peace in the late Eastern Han Dynasty, the great worthy teacher. Zhang Xianji seemed unsurprised by Bai Chuan's daze. He stroked his sparse beard, his gaze still calmly fixed on Bai Chuan. It seems you truly don't remember. Zhang Jiao's voice remained gentle, betraying no particular emotion. If you don't even remember me, then I'm afraid there are few people or things that could jog your memory. Bai Chuan was silent for a few seconds, digesting the massive amount of information. So how much do you know about me? Bai Chuan didn't beat around the bush and asked the most crucial question directly. He didn't care whether the other person was Zhang Jiao or not, he was merely slightly surprised upon hearing it. What he cared about was whether the other could provide clues about the owner of the diary and the secrets behind his own face. Is that what you want to do? Zhang Xianji was visibly relieved. Since Bai Chuan hadn't come for him, things would be easier to handle. I don't know what happened to you, but if you just want to ask about your past, I can answer you. Who am I? Bai Chuan stared at Zhang Xianji and asked. Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan's expression froze. Are you crazy? You can ask more specifically. Zhang Xianji scratched his head, seeming a bit embarrassed. You. Or you all, what exactly are you? Bai Chuan hesitated for a few breaths before speaking. He hadn't gotten an answer to this question from Xiang Jun, and he wondered if this great virtuous master could enlighten him. I don't know. Zhang Xianji shook his head. Before Bai Chuan could speak, Zhang Xianji continued, it's hard to explain clearly. For example. For instance, a little girl who throws a pebble into the sea every year or even every day, hoping to fill the sea and turn it into land. Day after day, year after year, as time passes, perhaps after 10 or 100 years she would inexplicably become somewhat different. At this point, if the Feijiao Bureau discovered her, they might give her a code name Jingwei. Can you understand what I'm saying? You mean, Bai Chuan said slowly, a faint molten gold hue flowing in the depths of his right eye, that ordinary people, if they persist in some extremely intense obsession for a long time, will eventually undergo some kind of mutation themselves, thus breaking away from the realm of ordinary humans and becoming mysterious beings. Very close. Zhang Jiao nodded. But not all obsessions lead to mutation. It requires a catalyst, a resonance of some kind, with deeper rules or concepts. Just like the little girl throwing stones, her actions inadvertently matched the form of an ancient mythological concept. Her obsession, accumulating over the long years, underwent a qualitative change, eventually causing her own existence to draw closer to that concept. Even partially becoming a certain reflection or manifestation of that concept in the world. Zhang Xianji paused and added, of course this is just a simplified analogy. The actual situation is much more complex. Moreover, this is just my personal observation. You and those mysterious beings are all humans who have mutated for various reasons. Or rather were once humans. Bai Chuan tried to summarize. That's not necessarily true. All things have spirits, not just humans. Zhang Xianji shook his head. Bai Chuan fell into deep thought upon hearing this. If so-called mysterious beings were all formed this way, then what obsession did the owner of the diary have? And how did he execute that obsession to cause the mutation? Or perhaps that son of a bitch finally told the truth once and he was just an ordinary person who rode Qinhuang back then, thus gaining immortality. All his subsequent abilities were obtained by devouring malevolent objects. Do you know about Qinhuang? Bai Chuan looked up at Zhang Xianji and asked, perhaps this great virtuous master who had lived for 1800 years knew something. A legendary divine beast. Zhang Xianji was taken aback by Bai Chuan's question. Seeing Zhang Xianzi's reaction, Bai Chuan already knew the answer and didn't need to ask further. Are the lifespans of mysterious beings all infinite? Bai Chuan switched the question. Not exactly. Zhang Xianji shook his head. Let me use another analogy. The same little girl after her mutation still throws pebbles into the sea. When the sea is finally filled up and becomes land, she will then. Bai Chuan's mouth twitched. How was this different from infinite? One small pebble a day to fill the sea would take until the end of time. He understood Zhang Xianzi's meaning. It was simply that on the day when the obsession dissipated, the lifespan of the mysterious being would come to an end. Just like the god of wealth at Tianka Xinqing had said. If that god of wealth had mutated because there were people in the world who lacked money and prayed for wealth, then when no one lacked money he would kick the bucket. The little girl mutated because she wanted to fill the sea, so when it was truly filled she would also kick the bucket. What about you? How long can you live? Bai Chuan looked at Zhang Xianji and asked. What had caused number 002, who had lived for 1800 years, to mutate, and what would cause his death? This might be related to his gathering of these mysterious beings. Me? Zhang Xianji hadn't expected Bai Chuan to ask about him. Probably. I can live until world peace is achieved. Zhang Xianji said calmly. Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow. Well, this one was also someone who could live until the end of time. Why have you summoned these mysterious beings? What exactly do you intend to do? Bai Chuan steered the conversation back on track, his gaze fixed on Zhang Xianji. He needed to know the true intentions of this great virtuous master, for it would determine whether he himself should intervene. Zhang Xianji did not answer immediately. After a long silence he slowly spoke. Let me ask a different question. You want to know what we are, and I can tell you something about your past. As for what I intend to do, that is my own concern and it will not affect you, at least not for now. If you only wish to know about your past, I can tell you a story. I'm all ears. Bai Chuan's eyes flickered. Guanhe 7th year Jizhou. Zhang Xianzi's voice echoed on the mountain peak. I lost my way and stumbled into the backyard of an ancestral hall. It was there that I first saw. At that time you had your back to me, and in front of you there was a mass of something. I couldn't tell what it was, but I was terrified at the moment. Just looking at it made my legs go weak. Zhang Xianji paused here. Then you did something I will never forget in my life. You ate it. Zhang Xianji said, his gaze at Bai Chuan rather strange. Then you turned around and saw me hiding behind the broken wall. The expression on your face. It was hard to describe. You asked me back then, did you see everything? Zhang Xianji smiled and continued, I couldn't utter a single word, I was so scared that I couldn't even stand. You told me that it was called Chong, the resentment and fear in people's hearts bred in another world. To our world they are a kind of disease. A disease born from the world. This disease occasionally follows some traces and comes here. Zhang Xianji let out a long slow breath. That was the first time in my life I learned that in this world, besides famines, plagues and corrupt officials, there was also such a completely inexplicable disease. In the end you said to me, forget this, go home, and then you left. Zhang Xianzi's eyes grew deep. For many years afterward I kept thinking about this matter. I read the Taiping Jing, and some passages I once thought were nonsense. But after meeting you I seemed to grasp a little of it. I began to understand that the power of the human heart can be terrifying, fear and resentment can breed the disease of Chong, but conversely. Could it be that the human heart can also generate some kind of power? For instance, the longing for a peaceful world, the righteous anger against injustice. Could this power become a medicine? To cure the ailments of the world, to heal the sickness of the realm. Bai Chuan listened with a strange expression on his face. What did this mean? Was it because of the diary's owner that Zhang Xianji had founded the Taiping Dao? Or even because of the diary's owner that he had gradually become what he is now? Taiping Dao, it was probably from that night that the seed was planted in my heart. Zhang Xianzi's tone gradually calmed. But you and I will always remember, you are the first and only person I have ever seen who could face the Chong in that manner. Later I discovered that the disease of Chong and the mysterious beings were nothing compared to humans. Zhang Xianzi's face darkened. There are two kinds of diseases in the world. One is the decay of dynasties and man-made calamities, the other is natural disasters and anomalies. The rampant Chong and mysterious beings are natural disasters, but in my eyes they are far less severe than the decay of the dynasty and the rise of man-made calamities. I tried to use the power of the human heart to cure this world's sickness. Speaking of this, Zhang Xianji paused for a long time. What happened later is recorded in history books, no need to elaborate. I remember the final days, I was covered in sores that would not heal. At that time I thought, I cannot cure the world's suffering, I cannot see the age of peace. But I wanted to cure it, I wanted to see it. At this point Zhang Xianji suddenly turned his head and stared at Bai Chuan. I died, but after I know not how long, I who should have been dead suddenly felt light. Then I saw you again. You were holding a very old shovel standing by a freshly dug grave, looking at me expressionlessly. And you, looking at me sitting up from the coffin, had a face full of surprise, but then that surprise turned into an expression that for many years afterward I could not comprehend. That was regret. Zhang Xianji did not elaborate further on this. Anyway, that day you dug me out of the grave. Listening to Zhang Xianzi's words, Bai Chuan froze for a moment, then his brow furrowed. Zhang Xianji was dug up by himself. What did that mean? The diary owner had gone to dig up Zhang Xianzi's grave back then. Had he sensed Zhang Xianzi's aberration? And specifically went to unearth it, intending to devour him? What special quality did Zhang Xianji possess that made the diary owner covet him? Yet when they met, why didn't he consume him? Seeing the confusion and deliberation on Bai Chuan's face, Zhang Xianji seemed to understand his thoughts. He continued in that calm, placid tone, later I gradually came to understand. You dug open my grave, probably intending to treat me the same way you treated that thing in the ancestral hall many years ago. But I don't know why the moment you saw my eyes you suddenly gave up. He pointed to his own eyes, now deep and serene, but still seemingly able to recall the bewilderment and panic when he first sat up from the coffin. Perhaps you thought I was still human. So you abandoned that plan. After all, it's very rare for someone like me, who has transformed into a mystery yet retains human memories. Bai Chuan remained silent. This explanation was unexpectedly reasonable. The diary owner had always identified as human. But from Zhang Xianzi's words, did that mean one would lose human memories after transforming into a mystery? That day I crawled out of the grave. Zhang Xianzi's tone paused subtly. You hesitated, then turned and left without saying a word to me. Then, as if remembering something, Zhang Xianji pulled out a rusty spade from behind him and thrust it into Bai Chuan's hands. Bai Chuan, this is the spade you used to dig me up back then. I was in a daze at the time, and after you left I kept it. A trace of barely perceptible awkwardness crept into Zhang Xianzi's tone. Beyond that, over the following century, though we occasionally crossed paths in the world, we mostly passed each other by without any significant interaction. Telling you this is nothing but trivial nonsense, likely of no use to you now. What you want to know, about what we are, about the old ties between us, I've told you all. Please do not interfere in this matter of Zijin Mountain. But Bai Chuan didn't catch his last words. His gaze was fixed on the spade. This spade had been used by the diary owner. Could he, like when he touched certain objects, enter those memory scenes? Seeing Bai Chuan staring at the spade with a distant look, clearly not listening, Zhang Xianji let out a soft cough. Bai Chuan snapped back to reality, temporarily setting aside thoughts about the spade. He looked at Zhang Xianji, hesitated, then asked directly, between the two of us, who is stronger? Zhang Xianji was clearly taken aback by the question. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, as if he had never expected Bai Chuan, after hearing such a long and convoluted past, to suddenly ask this. He studied Bai Chuan's expression carefully, confirming that he was serious and not provoking him, then frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. You. What about now? Bai Chuan pressed his gaze fixed on him. The confusion in Zhang Xianzi's eyes deepened. He scrutinized Bai Chuan again, as if trying to discern any difference from the past. Finally he estimated conservatively, your current state seems different. He paused, as if carefully weighing the matter, roughly equal perhaps. You still hold a slight edge. I can't say for sure. Bai Chuan understood. Zhang Xianzi's answer was cautious, but the meaning was clear. Even if there was a gap, it was minuscule, and if they fought, the outcome would be unpredictable. Having grasped this, Bai Chuan suddenly grinned, bearing a not-so-friendly smile at Zhang Xianji. Tell me your real plan. Bai Chuan's tone turned casual but carried an unmistakable air of authority. Zhang Xianzi's brows drew together completely and his voice grew cold. Bai Chuan, I have answered your questions. This matter has nothing to do with you. You shouldn't. He didn't finish. Bai Chuan pulled a small booklet from his pocket, held it between two fingers and casually waved it at Zhang Xianji. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Bai Chuan, Special Advisor to the East China branch of the Feidiao Bureau. I am here on orders to investigate the anomalous gathering at Zijin Mountain. Mr. Zhang, or should I call you 002? Now care to share your plan? After all, the Feidiao Bureau has helped me out a bit before. The air on the mountaintop instantly dropped to freezing point. You weren't this eager to help before. Zhang Xianji frowned. Bai Chuan put the badge back in his pocket, his smile fading. You're overthinking. I have no interest in being a savior, nor do I have the leisure to stop anyone from fulfilling a millennium-old obsession. Bai Chuan took half a step forward, his gaze meeting Zhang Xianzi's calmly. My task is simply to know your plan, the complete real plan. What you intend to do at Zijin Mountain, how you'll do it, whom it involves, what consequences it will bring, none of that concerns me. Zhang Xianji stared at him in silence as the mountain wind swept between them. Zhang Xianji stood at the edge of the mountain peak with his hands behind his back, his gaze shifting away from Bai Chuan's face. What I intend to do is not something that would invoke the wrath of heaven or men. He raised his right hand, fingers spread, palm facing the sky. A faint yellow light emerged from his palm. In the 7th year of Guanhe, after the night I met you, I have been pondering one thing. What thing? Bai Chuan frowned, his thoughts drifting back to the diary's owner. When you swallowed that mass of evil, I asked you what it was. You told me it was resentment, obsession and despair from people's hearts, a disease born in another world. Zhang Xianji paused. I thought then, since it's a disease, why would you swallow them? Bai Chuan remained silent. Later I understood, it is both disease and medicine. Zhang Xianzi's tone was calm. A cure for all the world's ailments. Over the years I have encountered people who devoured evil entities and gained powers not belonging to mortals. But they are not like you. They could only swallow one with immense risk and limited power inherited. Perhaps I could follow your path to absorb the diseases of heaven and earth into my body, using myself as medicine to heal the decay of the dynasty. To heal the rampant plague of mysterious evils. Zhang Xianji looked at Bai Chuan, his expression complex. But I failed. I cannot devour those mysteries and evils as freely as you do. Yet. For 1,000 years I have never abandoned your path. In the decades at the Feidiao Bureau I retrieved all your cases of devouring evil entities and mysteries. I checked everything I could find and even reconstructed what I couldn't from residual traces. Then I confirmed one thing. He looked at Bai Chuan, his eyes holding something that had settled over an exceedingly long time. You did not swallow them. Bai Chuan's fingers clenched slightly in his pocket. And you did not devour evil and consume gods for the sake of power. It's more like you need to constantly devour evil entities to gain power, to suppress something inside you, never daring to stop. The mountain wind suddenly ceased. The entire Purple Mountain summit fell silent enough to hear a pine needle fall. How do you know? Bai Chuan asked. From Zhang Xianzi's words it seemed the diary's owner indeed had something hidden within him. Just as Shinshozhua said in the recording he left behind. At that time Bai Chuan only guessed that the diary's owner had devoured many evil entities over the years which would re-emerge after his death, so he asked Shinshozhua to find him, dead or alive. But now it seemed otherwise. I guess, Zhang Xianji said. Every time you devour evil and consume gods you are not picky, strong or weak, you never refuse. A person who truly seeks power would not eat everything. You are very interested in me, but what does that have to do with your plan? Bai Chuan spoke. I have studied for nearly 1,000 years, Zhang Xianji admitted frankly. But I am not interested in you, only in your method of devouring evil. He turned to face Bai Chuan, his eyes burning for the first time. Evil entities are diseased, mysteries are vessels of obsession. Like you, I can see their essence. But I lack your ability. So. I conceived another path, to strip these mythological reflections from mysteries in a different way and refine them into my own body. A faint molten gold glimmer flickered deep in Bai Chuan's right eye. I have studied for decades and discovered that every true mystery carries a mythological concept. His hand slowly clenched in the night wind. If I can strip them and use myself as the vessel to bear thousands of mythological reflections, could I ascend to divinity as medicine and heal all the world's ailments? Zhang Xianzi's voice echoed on the summit, carrying a calm bordering on obsession. No matter how wise the monarch or how perfect the laws, they cannot withstand the erosion of time and the human heart. Evil entities will breed endlessly from human resentment, and mysteries will keep emerging, disturbing the mortal world. These two diseases can never be cured. Thus there must be an existence, one that transcends human limitations, dynasties, the cycle of life and death, and even mysteries and evil entities. He stepped forward to suppress the root of the world's ailments. Bai Chuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, mysteries were not human. He had thought the 002 was like a person, but such obsession was hardly human. These things, someone is already doing them. Is it possible? You don't need to. Bai Chuan said. What was that saying again? The world is broken, but there are always people mending it. What can they do? Human governance cannot save the world. The sages' books cannot save the world. The Feijiao Bureau cannot save the world. So, I must become heaven. Zhang Xianzi's calm was terrifying, as if stating a simple fact soon to be realized. I will define peace. Evil arises from the human heart, so strip away obsession, freedom and desire. The first thing you taught me back then was not that evil exists in the world nor that it can be killed, but that evil and gods can be turned into medicine. Awesome. Bai Chuan's face was calm as he gave a thumbs up. So you gathered the mysteries not for some gathering, but to kill them in a special way and plunder their power. Then to restrict human freedom, restrict human thought, erase the obsessions in people's hearts, eliminate all evil entities and mysteries. Ultimately, to become the sole god of the world. To rule everything. No. Zhang Xianji shook his head, his tone firm and denying. I want to heal the world, to turn all people into those who never fall ill. I once rose in Jizhou and was defeated by the mortal world. Now I set up an altar in Jinling, no longer asking only about the decay of dynasties. So how do you determine that this world is ill? Bai Chuan lit a cigarette. The suffering of one person is suffering, the suffering of millions is the world's disease. The conflicts among people, evil entities, mysteries, they are all diseases. The Feijiao Bureau contains and expels evil entities like cutting away a piece of rot at the site of an infection. But the rot in the world is endless, can it be cut away? I am different. I will become the new heavenly Tao of this world. From now on, before evil arises I will know. Before chaos stirs I will pacify. Before the human heart decays I will heal. No more suffering shall be allowed in the mortal world. Zhang Xianji raised his right hand. The ball of yellow light in his palm transformed into a complete talisman's illusory image suspended in midair, slowly rotating. I do not intend to kill them. I want to transform them from monsters trapped by obsession into part of a new world. The mountaintop fell silent for a few breaths. You are insane. Bai Chuan spoke. Zhang Xianji shook his head. I have been thinking for 1,000 years, from the Eastern Han dynasty to the present. I have witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties, seen peasant uprisings become new dynasties, observed incorruptible officials turn into power-hungry ministers, and watched idealists become corrupt. I have found a way to completely end this cycle. At the same time, put an end to the constant birth of cursed objects and mysteries. Once and for all, both maladies of the world can be cured. What you want is not to end the cycle, Bai Chuan said with a tone of helplessness. You want to replace the cycle with yourself. You are the new cycle, why not? Zhang Xianji retorted. If I am the one to establish peace, at least the world will never again see chaotic times. Mysteries will not recklessly attack humans, cursed objects will not harm people, and the mortal realm will be utterly clean. Utterly clean, Bai Chuan chuckled. After you strip away the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the human heart, there may be no more cursed objects, but will what remains still be human? Zhang Xianji did not answer immediately. Mysteries are born from human obsessions, cursed objects arise from the human heart. Conflicts and wars originate from humans. What you want to change is the human species, control them physically, imprison them mentally and spiritually. If the body is not free and the mind is not free, can such a creature still be called human? These are two different matters. Zhang Xianji shook his head. Your path and mine are ultimately different, he said softly. You regard humans as the end, so you tolerate all their pathological flaws. I am different. I take peace as the end. I do not care whether it is an empty shell or not. And what about yourself? Bai Chuan said, your obsession with peace has bound you for 1800 years and you refuse to let go. What makes you think that after you ascend to godhood you will not become a new monster? Zhang Xianji looked at him and suddenly smiled. You are right, he said. I cannot guarantee it, so I need someone to watch over me. In case I lose control, you can devour me before I consume all the pathological foci. That is why I invited number 1 here. Bai Chuan was slightly stunned. It turned out that Lu Li had guessed correctly. Zhang Xianji had not only invited number 7 and number 8, but even number 1, the ancestral heavenly master, had been persuaded. Originally I also considered inviting you, but a few years ago I heard you might be dead. Zhang Xianji said. The plan has already been told to you. His voice came calmly, are you going to stop me? He slowly turned around, dim yellow light flickered around him. Speaking of which, isn't the goal of the Fei Tiao Bureau also to eliminate the hidden dangers of cursed objects and mysteries and to maintain the normalcy of the world? He added in a flat tone, from this perspective our directions are no different. So I have not concealed much. Bai Chuan looked at Zhang Xianji, who stood at the center of the mountaintop with his aura faintly connected to the entire purple mountain range, and was silent for a moment. If you can truly do what you say, eliminate all cursed objects under heaven, then I would not mind watching after all those things are indeed troublesome. But as for the rest, you want to become that heaven to reshape the mortal world according to your prescription, to strip away human emotions and desires, to erase all differences and injustices. Bai Chuan slowly shook his head. That will not do. The mountain wind howled between them. Zhang Xianji listened quietly. So Zhang Xianji slowly spoke, you will still stand against me. I didn't say that, Bai Chuan shrugged. Then you are. I am afraid, Bai Chuan laughed. Zhang Xianzi's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, not understanding where this fear came from. Bai Chuan's smile faded and he looked directly at Zhang Xianji. I am referring to the present. Now you and I are evenly matched. That is why we can stand here calmly discussing the Tao without resorting to fists. You neither regard me as a cursed object to be eliminated, nor classify me as a mystery, nor treat me as a person in need of healing. Even. You seem to have excluded me from your prescription for the world's ailments. You deliberately avoid me everywhere because you cannot handle me now. But if you succeed, if you truly take that step and become that heaven, that existence beyond all, at that time, will you still allow me to exist? Will this special person of mine be eliminated by you as a disease of the world? Bai Chuan asked softly. Zhang Xianji was silent. You have asked a. Zhang Xianji began, his voice lower than before, a question to which I cannot give an answer now. But that was also an answer. I don't need your answer, I dare not gamble. Bai Chuan shook his head slightly. Currently Zhang Xianji treated him kindly and never mentioned Bai Chuan's peculiarity, but what about later? If Zhang Xianji truly succeeds, whether this creature, special to the point of being between human and mystery, can survive will be entirely up to Zhang Xianzi's will. You want to devour those mysteries, eliminate all cursed objects, control the thoughts of all humanity and reshape the mortal world, Bai Chuan said slowly. You stand on the opposite side of everyone. As for me, Bai Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile with no warmth. I have no interest in being a savior, nor do I have the ability. Whether the world is ill or healed, whether dynasties rise or fall, to be honest, it's none of my concern. His gaze sharpened like a drawn blade, piercing straight at Zhang Xianji. I only want to live peacefully and steadily. To live in my own way. But the path you wish to take, your Huantian, your eternal peace, will destroy this small wish of mine.